Chapter 51. So she hates men. The man in front of her with the nickname Gene HGA was about 170 centimeters tall and slightly rounded, which was a conservative description. He wore a black t-shirt with punk prints on it. He wore a pair of loose harem pants and a pair of Crocs on his feet. It fits the stereotype of some people. Even if he suddenly said, "Yo-yo, check it out," Lin Jinhua felt that she would not be surprised. The nickname was too strange, called Jean Pang. Lin Jinhua picked a nickname in an instant. He was the one who said the annoying words, and he was still saying them. Or is it Guanyin Bodhisattva? Haha. Do you want to enlighten me? Oh, you are getting rich. That is cosplaying the god of wealth? Bless me to get rich. That is blessing myself to get rich. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and wanted to punch him. She saw Bai Tingfeng clenched his fists. Suddenly Jean Pang, who was laughing, was suddenly filled with a strong wind. The force was just right, uncomfortable, but not hurting the brain. Cough cough. Cough cough. Jean Pang coughed violently. Cough. Where is the wind coming from? The girl standing next to Jean Pang was I am Patrick. She wanted to stop Jean Pang's speech, but when she saw him coughing, she patted his back with her hand to help him breathe, and whispered, "Baby, it's just right to stop talking." After hearing this, Lin Jinhua looked at I am Patrick in horror. What? They are actually a couple? I am Patrick, taller than Fatty Kim, with delicate features, long hair tied into a ponytail, wrists that passed through the crotch, long legs, and a sense of neat power all over my body. At first glance, it was the girl she liked. How could she be with this Jean Pang? How could she call this baby? Lin Jinhua was even more sad. I am Patrick smiled shyly and held out his hand to Lin Jinhua. Hello, you can call me Patrick. Sorry, this is my boyfriend. His nickname is hard to pronounce. You can call him Brother Jean. Calling him like that is really cheap. Or call Jean Pang. Lin Jinhua also held out her hand and shook it. She would also be very friendly to friendly girls. You can call me Fa Kai, and this one can be called Feng. Jean Pang's eyes swept back and forth between Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng, revealing a knowing smile with a bit of bad meaning. They are also a couple. I understand. I understand. After saying that, he chuckled twice. Lin Jinhua had already let go of Patrick's hand and looked at Bai Tingfeng. When Bai Tingfeng was about to explain, she spoke first. What are you talking about? We are siblings, right? Bai Tingfeng suddenly choked. He closed his mouth silently. Lin Jinhua's tone was full of incredible exaggeration. How can you say that about us, a good brother and sister? It's inappropriate, isn't it? How can half-siblings not be considered siblings? Jean Pang paused and retracted his somewhat obscene eyes. But he didn't apologize. Instead, he hummed a song by himself. My God, I haven't met such a pure weirdo for a long time. Patrick was even more embarrassed. She kept saying, I'm sorry, my boyfriend's mouth is not very good, he is a rapper. Rappers are like this. What kind of explanation is this? Don't slander a group, it will. You are siblings. No wonder you both look so good. Lin Jinhua smiled evilly. It's okay, we understand. We are also artists. Jean Pang turned his eyes back. Oh, what art? Lin Jinhua remained calm. Performance art. She smiled. Before, we were dealing with some animal corpses and so on. Now that we enter the game, we can use blood beasts to deal with it, right, brother? Bai Tingfeng was startled by her address and remembered their settings. Fortunately, his expression did not change much at ordinary times. He nodded. Yes, it would be better if there were corpses. He also pulled the corners of his mouth and showed a strange smile. It will definitely make a good work of art. Jean Pang shuddered for a moment and dared not hum a song. Patrick also looked at the two of them in doubt. All of a sudden, the four of them fell into silence. Only the sister and brother smiled sinisterly. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Fortunately, at this time, their panel automatically unfolded, showing the coordinates of the next place they needed to go. This location is... Lin Jinhua looked at the coordinates, a little confused, and a person with poor directions couldn't judge it. Bai Tingfeng understood it at a glance. It's in the fire escape in the east of the mall. Lin Jinhua nodded and said to Jean Pang and Patrick, let's go? After that, she turned around and walked forward confidently. Bai Tingfeng quickly pulled her sleeve and pulled her back, paused and whispered to her, Sister, the east is there, you're going the wrong way. Lin Jinhua's face became hot, and her old problem came back. She quickly stepped back and let Bai Tingfeng lead the way. Fatty Jean and Patrick were mumbling to each other and didn't notice this. Bai Tingfeng led the way first. They were now on the west side of the mall, and there was still a little distance to go. Patrick walked a few steps quickly and caught up with Lin Jinhua. Talking to her, we were unlucky this time. We received the mission when we woke up. We had no choice but to come here. Lin Jinhui nodded, indicating that they were the same. Your safe house is in the mall, that's great. We are in a residential area across the street. There are supplies but not many. Lin Jinhui was a little curious. Are there many humans over there? Patrick said, it's okay. Many blood beasts will be locked up when they mutate at home. If they are aggressive, their families will escape from home and the property will rearrange their accommodation. After the notification of the completion of the mutation came out, everyone gathered together. Humanity will unite together. Lin Jinhui nodded, this is the best. As long as humans don't give up and unite together, there is hope. Fatty Jean walked at the back, humming a song, looking quite happy. Patrick looked back at him, making sure he was following him and not lost, then turned around and continued to talk to Lin Jinhui. I'm really sorry, he's good but not very talkative. His talent is very useful. It can affect the actions of blood beasts. Lin Jinhui raised an eyebrow. Restrictive ability? That's really useful. My talent is combat. I'm very good at fighting. Can you tell me your talents, so that we can cooperate later? Lin Jinhui nodded and said the talents that the two of them had agreed on early in the morning. My talent is shooting, and is auxiliary, which can be understood as a human-shaped map, but also as combat power and can fight. Patrick sighed upon hearing this. Then you siblings should work well together. Lin Jinhui said that indeed, they have a good understanding of each other. This is the tacit understanding developed under the training of the instructor. She thought about it, and was still a little curious. Why are they a young couple? Did they enter the game together? Or are they a couple who got together halfway? She asked. If it's inconvenient, you can not tell me. Are you also a couple in real life? Patrick nodded. Yes, we entered together, and got a binding card, and we can enter the same game later. You siblings should be the same, right? I heard that those who are related will be given a binding card. Wow, this game is so considerate. They will give it to those who are related. It seems that they can't bear to separate the family. While talking, the few people almost reached the coordinates of the task notification, and there was a dark corridor in front of them. Turn in from the toilet sign. There is an iron door next to the toilet. Open it to the fire escape, and the stairs will directly lead to the first and second floors underground. This area is not sealed by the unknown liquid. According to Bai Tingfeng's research, this is the only area that is not sealed by the liquid. It seems to be prepared for today's mission. He drew out the Tang sword, and Lin Jinhui also took out the flower bow. Looking back, Patrick was tense, indicating that he was ready, and Jean Peng was no different from before. TSK. Lin Jinhui nodded to Bai Tingfeng, and he opened the door. The moment the four people all stepped into the fire escape, everyone received a reminder of the mission in their minds. Countdown 179:59. I hope the players can be heartbeating. Blink thank you. I can be heartbeating as long as I am alive. Lin Jinhui no longer wanted to complain about this cute behavior. Bang. The door closed automatically. Jean Peng shuddered. You scared me. Lin Jinhui stepped forward to pry the door lock, but couldn't open it. It seems that we can't leave until the mission is completed. She looked at Bai Tingfeng. You have to remember the location. I guess we can only enter and exit from this entrance. Bai Tingfeng nodded. Okay, don't dawdle, let's go. Jean Peng urged a little excitedly. Isn't there a big supermarket on the first floor of the basement? There must be a lot of supplies. Lin Jinhui sat down directly on the steps, and she still held the weapon in her hand. She was relieved that she didn't open the door to kill. Bai Tingfeng followed her movements, and sat next to Lin Jinhui obediently. My suggestion is to stay for a while. Lin Jinhui rested his arms on his thighs, his palms resting on his cheeks, and said leisurely, Our mission is to stay for 3 hours, so of course we should delay as much as possible. Why are we in such a hurry? Patrick nodded. She didn't expect this, and now it sounds reasonable. But, Jean Peng shouted, if we use 3 hours to collect supplies, it will pass in a flash. We still have to investigate. Maybe this is some limited time big giveaway? Lin Jinhui frowned. How could there be such a naive person? How did this person survive in the novice copy? Do you think the system will be so kind? Bai Tingfeng asked. Why not? This is not a game. There must be welfare levels in the game. Ah, I can't stand the idiot. Lin Jinhui made a fist gesture. In the workplace, the public thinks that holding a fist is a sign of trouble or a polite expression. But Lin Jinhui had a different opinion. She thought that holding the fist was to hold her angry fist and not hit anyone. Just like now. It seemed very polite, but in fact, she could punch hard at any time. Patrick pulled Jean Peng. It doesn't matter if we wait for a while. The cute girl was acting coquettishly, but the target was a stupid pig head. Lin Jinhua closed her eyes painfully. Although Jean Peng was a little reluctant, he still listened to his girlfriend's opinion reluctantly. He sat down 2 steps away from Lin Jinhua and her. Patrick sat down next to him and leaned his head on his shoulder. Lin Jinhua could see the 2 people in front of her close without looking up. Forget it, as long as she could listen to the conversation. She and Bai Tingfeng had already decided that the survival goal of this mission was one word: survive. 3 hours is not long, but not short. If they cannot leave before the time limit, they will choose to stay in a safe place as much as possible. Just kidding, if there are hundreds of blood beasts, how can we kill them all? It won't take 3 hours, just 3 minutes to eat them all. The ideal state is to sit here for 3 hours. At most the system will deduct a lot of points, but at least you are alive. Her precognitive dream made her heart uncomfortable, until now, as if a hand was holding her heart and kneading it from time to time. In addition, the sensory enhancement brought to her by spiritual communication amplified her already sensitive hearing. Thump thump! Wow wow! She could hear the heartbeat sound that was very similar to the dream, and the familiar baby cry, echoing in her ears. It was like a lover's intimate whisper in her ear, and she could feel the bursts of hot air exhaled, spreading from her ears to her heart with a strange tremor, making her heartbeat start to accelerate. Thump! Thump! The heartbeat sound closed. Deafening. Chapter 52. Lin Jinua's fingers trembled, and she shook. Bai Tingfeng noticed it and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Lin Jinhua shook her head, and her perception was raised, keeping alert. Time passed by, and Jean Peng was a little restless again. He seemed to be about to say something, but was interrupted by Patrick. Patrick rested his head on his shoulder, and used all his strength, and he couldn't move. Jean Peng could only continue to sit with an impatient expression. Countdown has stopped, please act. 157:00 Suddenly, the panel unfolded and displayed a warning. It's not that good, it only took 23 minutes. Lin Jinhua sighed, stood up, and Bai Tingfeng also stood up. Jean Peng couldn't wait any longer, so he said, "Let's go." He took Patrick's hand and strode down. "Hey, wait a minute." Lin Jinhua stretched out her Erkong hand, and saw Jean Peng pulling Patrick around the middle platform, and going straight down. No one could be seen. "I thought I could move 1 step a minute," Lin Jinhua muttered. Bai Tingfeng looked at her in surprise, indicating that he had learned it. "Shall we go too?" Seemingly embarrassed to call her sister, Bai Tingfeng began to ignore the name. Lin Jinhua nodded. The voice faded a little after she stood up, but it could still be heard faintly. The two walked downstairs, and soon arrived at the fire escape door on the first floor of the basement. Jean Peng still had some brains, and knew that 4 people had to be together before opening it. I don't know if he was afraid of being killed when the door was opened. Lin Jinhua looked at the countdown and waved, "Come on, sit down first, and wait a little longer." As a result, the countdown stopped as soon as her, but touched the steps. TSK, damn rolling pin. Lin Jinhua rolled her eyes, stood up, and the countdown started again. Jean Peng looked at her with a bit of joking, and was about to say something mean, but when he saw Lin Jinua's action, his eyes widened. You, what did you take out?" Lin Jinhua took out a prop from the shield, which was actually a prop that she had finally succeeded in mass production after a day of experimentation. "Pathfinder elf, you haven't seen it before?" She snorted, indicating that she was surprised by what she had seen. "But who is the Pathfinder elf?" "An eyeball. An eyeball with floral cloth." The floral pattern looked like the eyeball was full of bloodshot. This eyeball even had 2 small legs made of branches, and the whole shape looked simple and scary. Pathfinder Elf Vision, it can help you find the road ahead, share vision with the user, and consume the user's mental power. She made several complete human and animal-shaped Pathfinder cloth dolls, but they all failed and did not achieve the effect she wanted. After thinking about it, she decided to simplify it, and keep only the vision. What could be more intuitive than an eyeball? So the eyeball elf with long legs was born. Except for its scary appearance, it is still very useful. Of course, Lin Jinhua thought it was very cute. Lin Jinhua put the elf on the ground, gently pushed it, and said, "Go, look behind the door." The elf shook, stretched out one of its legs, and took a step forward. Plop, fell down. Everyone, Lin Jinhua squatted down, and helped the elf, who was kicking his legs up. She was still checking the countdown with her peripheral vision. It seems that as long as her butt is not touching the steps, she touched her butt to the ground. Stopped. TSK. She raised her butt and looked at the elf, who was getting familiar with her legs, hoping that it would fall a few more times and waste more time. Unfortunately, the elf was not stupid. It quickly learned how to walk. Its little eyeballs were raised, and it walked towards the door with a heroic and proud look. Bai Tingfeng looked at this little eyeball and always felt that its temperament was a bit like Lin Jinwei. It was a bit arrogant, but very cute. He wanted one a little bit. The elf walked to the crack of the door. Jean Pang at the door was about to open the door for it, but saw the elf squeeze directly into the crack. Like a flattened balloon, it slowly seeped into the crack of the door, and after passing the door, it became round again. Of course, they couldn't see it. When the elf disappeared, Lin Jinua's right eye's vision was synchronized with the elf. She covered her left eye, only accepting the elf's visual feedback, and at the same time using her mental power to give it the order to move forward. The elf's feedback was relatively calm, if you ignore the familiar bloodstains all over the ground. The bloodstains had dried and turned black, and compared with other places, the amount was beyond her imagination. The elf's picture was a little shaky because the bloodstains had different thicknesses. After drying, new bloodstains were poured on, and after drying, new bloodstains were covered again. It gathered into a bloodstained floor of varying thicknesses. That was all human blood. Lin Jinwei was silent. She didn't see any corpses or blood beasts. She asked the elf to go east, which was the entrance to a large warehouse-style supermarket. The underground floor was all supermarkets. There was only one entrance, but there were two exits. One was next to the entrance, and the other led directly to the underground garage on the second floor, but in another direction. The elf moved forward with difficult steps. The huge mall was a long march for its short legs. Thanks to this, it could delay a lot of time. Lin Jinwei told her teammates while watching the screen. We have arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. There are no blood beasts or corpses at the entrance of the supermarket. But the entrance is blocked by shelves, and the shelves are piled very high. We are walking in through the gap and passing through the shelves. First, the overseas daily necessities area. The daily necessities have been pushed to the ground. It seems that no one wants these supplies. Further ahead, there are bloodstains everywhere. Wait a minute. Lin Jinwei realized that something was wrong. How can I see so clearly? She murmured. Didn't the power supply go out? How could the visibility be so high? Thump thump. Is it her heartbeat, or the heartbeat of something else? There was no light in the corridor where they were, and they had to rely on the camping lights she had stored to see the road clearly. She guided the elf to slowly raise her eyes, and saw something glowing on the ceiling. Her pupils shrank, and sweat instantly soaked her back. That was a dense, countless number of blood beasts. A large number of blood beasts were stacked upside down and climbing on the top of the supermarket. They seemed to have mutated, with their entire bodies stretched out in reverse, their limbs folded back, and their fingers tightly grasping the ceiling. They were motionless, tilting their heads slightly, and closing their eyes. Their stomachs were all bulging high, emitting a bright light, and it was that light that illuminated the entire supermarket. Thump thump. She heard it again. The sound of the heartbeat came from the stomachs of these blood beasts, and a shadow could be seen in the middle of the light. It was the shape of a child. Blood beasts, are they nurturing life? Her right pupil was vibrating, and they could all see the fear and confusion in her eyes. The fear was because of the strange scene in front of her, and the sound that suddenly amplified in her ears. But the elves have no hearing. The confusion was because those nurturing blood beasts were all male. Hey, what happened? Fatty Jean asked anxiously. Lin Jinwei first controlled the elves to slowly retreat and exit the supermarket. Then she described the scene she saw. Patrick covered his mouth in fear, trying not to scream. The ceiling is full of blood beasts. She blinked in disbelief. We have to survive in a place like this for 3 hours? She looked at the countdown. 139:23 2 more hours. How is that possible? She murmured. Jean Pang was also a little dazed. He was still unconvinced. Impossible. How can a man give birth? This is not a joke. You've already mutated, and you're still thinking with common sense? Bai Tingfeng replied. He gently patted Lin Jinua's back, comforting her. Sister, take a break first. Lin Jinua's forehead was covered with sweat. She nodded. Bai Tingfeng took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. Lin Jinwei calmed down and said, I will continue to let the elf go inside. At present, the blood beasts are in a dormant state, and the elf's walking time countdown is still going on. She gritted her teeth and said, how long it takes. Patrick nodded fiercely. To be honest, although she is quite good at fighting, she doesn't want to see such a weird scene. She imagined it and shuddered. Lin Jinhua continued to control the elf to return to the supermarket. This time she carefully observed the blood beasts. She couldn't hear how many heartbeats there were, whether they came from the belly, from the blood beast's chest, or both. She could only see that the size of the blood beast's belly was different. Some were as big as a pregnant woman in her 10th month, and some were just slightly bulging. Is it different in degree? She thought about it, and controlled the elf to walk inside as quietly as possible. But because its feet were branches, it would make a little rustling sound. Fortunately, it would not alarm the blood beast, but it also made Lin Jinhua decide to make a pair of small socks for it next time. The elf trembled as he walked forward, passing by the fresh produce section. The fruits and vegetables on it had already rotted, and some of the faster ones had already seeped out black liquid, but there were no bugs. The elf was too tall to see the scene in the freezer, but since the power was off, it was not difficult to imagine the scene inside. Every time he walked a distance, there would be many shelves piled together, as if they had become a barrier. Layer by layer, it seemed that someone had been holding on here before. It continued to move forward, looking up at the blood beast on the ceiling from time to time as it walked. The number was countless, but compared to the entrance, the number inside the supermarket would be less, but it was still an astonishing number. Lin Jinhua observed and whispered the scene she saw. The elf walked and walked, and it took a long time to walk to the innermost part of the supermarket. Bai Tingfeng helped her estimate the area and determined that it was the location of the vegetable cold storage. The special thing about this warehouse-type supermarket is that vegetables and perishable fruits are placed in a large cold storage, and customers can go in to choose and buy the freshest vegetables and fruits. The cold storage should have been open all the time, but at this moment the door was tightly closed. Lin Jinhua heard that butterfly earrings connected to the vegetables in the cold storage and conveyed emotions and sounds to her. It's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. They are all dead. Woo woo woo. This is the cry of the plants. She should not be able to hear it, but with the blessing of spiritual communication, she can hear their voices and feel their painful emotions. My child. Lin Jinhua was shocked. This was the same voice as in the dream. The elf looked around quickly, but suddenly lost contact with Lin Jinhua. Before the contact disappeared, Lin Jinhua saw. In the corner next to the supermarket cold storage, some normal humans were huddled. They were still alive, their bodies were full of dirt, but their eyes were clean. They didn't let blood get into their eyes. They hugged each other, warming and supporting each other. No crying, no talking, very quiet. The wailing that reached Lin Jinhua's ears was just the sound of plants. At this time, the system panel popped up. Countdown stopped. Please act. 100:00. Chapter 53. Everyone received this notification. Jean Pang's forehead was sweating. What should we do? Do we really have to go in? Lin Jinhua nodded with a gloomy face. She didn't know what made her elf lose contact. The elf's vitality had disappeared. She described the situation inside, and the existence of living people. There are still living people? In this case, they are not infected. It can't be a trap. Jean Pang screamed. Patrick patted him and asked him to calm down. I don't know who is in a hurry to go in before. What is the purpose of this mission? Bai Tingfeng asked thoughtfully, is it to rescue the living? Or just send us to die? Lin Jinhua shook her head. She always felt that the existence of the system was very subtle. Sometimes you can feel kindness, and sometimes it is full of malice. But one thing can be confirmed, don't be too naive. Patrick gritted his teeth and said, now those blood-breeding beasts are in a dormant state? Can we be careful and not disturb them? Lin Jinhua nodded. Do you have the skills to reduce your presence? Jean Pang shook his head. He could still pretend at this time. I am a well-known rapper. How can I reduce my presence? Patrick said quickly. I can reduce my presence with my boyfriend. Without Patrick, this team would not exist for more than a second. Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng reached a consensus before they set off. Bai Tingfeng would listen to her opinions, and they should unite in front of outsiders. So Lin Jinhua arranged. Everyone should reduce their presence later, and our actions should be as quiet and slow as possible to delay time. She emphasized, if all the blood beasts burst out, our survival rate will be very, very low, so we must delay as much as possible. Any opinions? Everyone shook their heads. Bai Tingfeng first activated the skill of hiding his figure, and his figure seemed to melt into the wind, making it difficult to detect. He raised his hand and drew a symbol in the air, and the symbol glowed and melted into the ring that Lin Jinhua had marked before. Lin Jinhua's figure also began to become illusory. Hey buddy, this ability is so cool, give me one too? Patrick turned around and slapped Jean Peng on the back, telling him to shut up. Then she took out a black handcuffed the two people's hands together, and suddenly the figures of the two people began to blur. Sure enough, the players who can survive are all a bit capable. Lin Jinue's Invisible Man can only last for 10 minutes 3 times a day, and can only be used at critical moments, so now it depends on Bai Tingfeng's skill Wind Walk. Wind Walk, make yourself invisible in the wind. If there are players you have marked, you can hide together, up to one person. After they can communicate on the white letter, and share the panel, they can formulate the next action. Lin Jinwei nodded, and opened the door of the fire escape first. She turned back and whispered, "Follow my speed." When she stepped into the underground floor, the countdown started again. 99:58 Lin Jinwei. She squatted down. The person behind, ? He squatted down in confusion. Then I saw Lin Jinwei slowly moving forward bit by bit. Each time, her feet moved forward 1 centimeter. Is this okay? Jean Peng and Patrick behind him were stunned. If possible, Lin Jinwei only wanted to move 0.5 centimeters, but it seemed that the countdown would stop, and the shortest step forward that could be stuck was 1 cm. She moved and moved. The people behind her also moved and moved. Like 4 ducks with limited mobility. And Lin Jinwei did not walk in a straight line, but in a curve. The feet that rubbed forward would rub some blood scabs on the ground, emitting a subtle smell. And the stench in the air, the bloody smell rushed straight into their mouths and noses. The strong smell could penetrate their masks. But it also delayed some time well. They moved all the way to the supermarket door, and it seemed that the system could no longer bear it, and stopped the countdown. TSK. Lin Jinwei snorted in her heart, but the teammates behind her seemed to have heard it. At the entrance of the supermarket, Jean Peng no longer dared to say anything mean. He looked at the current countdown 92:00, and was deeply impressed. What a talent. Lin Jinwei stood up and stretched his numb legs. The others also stood up. Patrick and Jean Peng shook their legs and gave Lin Jinwei a thumbs up. Lin Jinwei shook his head, put one hand to his mouth to make a silent gesture, and pointed upward with the other hand. Everyone froze for a moment, and they slowly raised their heads and looked at the pile of blood beasts on the ceiling. Although they have always been called blood beasts by the system, their appearance is still more human. The human body and limbs are matched with the muzzle of a dog, and then make unreasonable movements, which increases the sense of horror. Fatty Jean was shaking even more violently, and his flesh was shaking visibly. He and Patrick held their handcuffed hands tightly, as if drawing strength from each other. He covered his mouth tightly with his other hand to prevent himself from screaming. Patrick was calmer too. She was also shaking, but her eyes were stern, and she was counting quickly. Soon she found desperately that she couldn't count them. When Lin Jinwei described it, they still imagined that they couldn't count them. The dense crowd must be exaggerated, but when they really saw it, they knew that it was an objective description. The shiny belly was tightly pressed together. What did it look like? Like a beehive. Some of the blood beasts couldn't see their faces clearly. The good news is that those blood beasts are indeed in a dormant state. As long as they don't make too much noise, they should be able to survive for a while. Lin Jinwei retracted her gaze and gestured to indicate that she was going to move forward, otherwise the countdown would not continue. Then she turned around and led everyone to the route that the elf had explored. The elves can pass through the gaps between the shelves, but they can't. They can only climb over these shelves carefully. When Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng were thinking about the route to climb over quietly, Patrick waved his hand. She found that there were wheels under a shelf, which could move a passage. They squeezed in one by one along this passage. After entering, the goods that should have been on the shelves were scattered all over the floor, splattered with blood, and bloody footprints left by people in a panic could be seen. Lin Jinwei led them to walk slowly, but she walked more circuitously than the elves. Like a sweeping robot, determined to clean every inch of land, never miss it. After the initial panic, Patrick and Fatty were relieved when they found that the blood beast on the ceiling did not attack. Following Lin Jinwei, they swept the floor together. They were a little excited to see the supplies they could still take. Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng turned their heads and saw that the two people's empty hands were already holding 2 rolls of toilet paper. Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng, Lin Jinwei sighed imperceptibly and handed them 2 simple style storage rings with a storage area of 1 cubic meter. Input on the panel: 15 points for renting for 1 day, 100 points for full purchase. Her price is very fair. The two took the storage ring and widened their eyes after seeing the function clearly. Patrick quickly typed, "Are there any more? Any larger ones? We want 5. Lin Jinwei was delighted, nodded, and handed out 3 more, one of which could store 2 cubic meters. It's a friendly price, 500 points for 5. They completed a transaction under the bellies of the blood beasts. Patrick and Fatty quickly put on their rings. Patrick wore 3 and Fatty wore 2, and they quietly but quickly collected the supplies along the way. Most of them were paper products and toiletries. Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng also collected some. In fact, the most important supplies in this supermarket have been reduced a lot. Some of them have been contaminated, and some may have been looted by residents or players, so they can only pick up some leaks. But even so, they all felt that they had gained a lot. What made Lin Jinwei happiest was that she touched several boxes of sugar cubes, which were good things. She could add buffs to the sugar and then put it into the food, stacking buffs. Touching it again, oh, instant coffee. She collected several more bags. She could drink instant coffee of different flavors. The 4 of them lined up in a row, imitating the movement of a sweeping robot. Very slow, but reassuring. When it was 60:00, the system probably couldn't stand it anymore, and stopped their countdown again. And when they slightly increased their speed and started walking on the flower path, the countdown refused to continue. Lin Jinwei sighed, the bug was fixed. At this time, they also arrived at the fresh food area and smelled the stench that came from their noses. They could clearly penetrate their nasal cavities through their protective masks. Jean Pang couldn't help but retched. Lin Jinwei tensed up. She heard all the heartbeats stop for a moment, then they started to speed up. Bai Tingfeng also heard it. He was wearing black hole and his sensitivity to sound was also enhanced. Their faces were serious, and they slowly retreated. The countdown stopped. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth and looked up at the end of the fresh food area. Was the target the cold storage? They had no way to escape. So the 4 of them could only move forward at a slower speed than normal, stuck at the critical point where the countdown stopped. Lin Jinwei decided not to go directly to the cold storage, as she had a bad sense of that place. The elf lost the signal because it was facing the direction of the cold storage. Maybe something there attacked it. So she went to the survivors first. There was no crying. The survivors huddled together, and no one was crying. There were 8 of them in total, all women, and all mothers with daughters. They saw Lin Jinwei, and the others also widened their eyes. All of them were shocked how someone could come here. A woman waved her hand quickly, signaling them to leave here quickly. Lin Jinwei and the others also wanted to leave, but there was no way. After they approached, Lin Jinwei squatted down and asked softly, "How long have you been trapped here?" The woman who just waved her hand also answered softly. Her voice was a little shaky but very clear. 9 days. She continued, "You leave here quickly. We will be fine here for the time being, but you are different." Her eyes especially wandered around by Tingfeng and Jean Peng. Although it was a bit strange why the figures of several people looked a little blurry, they all felt that they had been trapped here for too long and had hallucinations. "We will leave." Patrick also squatted down and said, "Do you want to follow us?" They were all women, and there were a few little girls. They all huddled in their mother's arms, and snuggled with each other. Hearing this, a little girl's eyes lit up. "Can we leave?" She looked only 5 or 6 years old. After saying this, her eyes dimmed quickly. She looked up and said, "Dad is still here. I want to be with him." Lin Jinwei and the others looked up and saw 4 blood beasts with bulging bellies, also lying tightly on the roof. One of them looked very similar to the little girl in front of her. The little girl's mother closed her eyes fiercely after hearing this. She whispered, "You guys go quickly, we won't leave." Lin Jinwei shook her head, "We can't leave yet." She looked at the time. "We will leave in 55 minutes. Can you tell me the situation?" She was a little reluctant, but still pointed to the ceiling. "Will they attack?" The woman who answered first shook her head and whispered, "As long as you don't attack actively, they won't attack. The guards are in another place." She paused, and her words were a little vague. "We are the chosen ones." Chapter 54. The chosen one? What does that mean? Jean Peng asked impatiently, his voice a little louder. The woman hugged the girl tightly. The girl was about the age of elementary school, still carrying a small school bag, but it was already full of dirt. She did not answer Jean Peng's question, and started to recall directly. On the day of the change, we just picked up Guagua. She had just finished her extracurricular class, and was thinking about going to the supermarket with the whole family to buy ingredients for the next week. It's like this every week. We will discuss the recipes for the next week as a family, which will make us look forward to the next week. Why is it like this week? Her description was a bit confusing, but no one interrupted her, and everyone was listening to her story. She talked while recalling, very slowly. We walked slowly along the way. When we arrived at the fresh food area, Guogua said he wanted to eat crabs. We were picking them when we heard screams in the distance. The screams came from far away, and then we found that the people around us also screamed and fell to the ground, spraying a lot of blood. There was blood everywhere, and several people suddenly turned into monsters and bit the people around them. They would attack the people closest to them, but they were all their family members. It turns out that a bite in the neck can cause so much blood. Blood flew everywhere, and blood also splashed from the monsters. Someone's eyes were splashed and soon turned into a monster. We wanted to run, but it was a mess. The supermarket was crowded on Saturday. My husband and I could only protect Guogua and keep retreating, and we retreated to the side of this cold storage. The people who were still alive gathered together, and they picked up things around them that could be used as weapons to resist the monsters. But people get tired. Monsters are tireless. And those monsters have the faces of my family members, reaching out to grab us, as if they are asking us to save us. We used shelves to block them, and tried all kinds of methods to hold on for 3 days. We also found that hitting the monsters in the middle of their eyebrows would kill them. After finding this, we held on for another 2 days. The power supply was cut off, but we were able to hold on with the supplies in the supermarket. There were also many camping lights in the supermarket. But on the night of the 6th day, all the people who were originally good suddenly mutated. Then, she appeared. She gathered all the monsters and selected a group of people. Later, she selected many times, and we were the last ones, the ones who were chosen. When she said the latter, she became excited, and the others also showed hopeful expressions. Who is she? What does it mean to be chosen? Bai Tingfeng asked. She did not answer Bai Tingfeng, but looked at the ceiling and locked onto one of the figures. That should be her husband. She smiled. Lin Jinhua felt the chill begin to spread. Countdown. 49:25. She is the leader? She asked softly. The woman looked back at Lin Jinhua and nodded, yes. She looked Lin Jinhua up and down and said with a smile, you should also be selected because you should leave quickly. The woman who had asked them to leave before spoke again, interrupting her. Although Lin Jinhua was curious about what was going to happen next, she also knew that the situation was critical. Unnecessary curiosity can kill people. She nodded, and several people stood up. They all felt a strange atmosphere. It seemed like something was forming. Zia. The cold storage was opened. Hearing this sound, all the survivors shut up and moved closer to each other. My child. Everyone heard it, and they turned to look at the cold storage. From this direction, they could see everything inside the open cold storage. White bones. Stacked high. The shelves that should have been filled with fruits and vegetables no longer had these, but were filled with human heads. From large to small, from rough to beautiful, they were carefully displayed on the shelves and placed around the walls. Rotten leaves could be seen in the heads, and the previous wailing was from them. In the middle of the cold storage, stood a female blood beast. No, it might be more appropriate to call her a blood person. Her appearance was no different from that of an ordinary person, except that her eyes were red. The lower legs were covered with white bones, and in his arms was a bloody meat paste. In the meat paste's hand was Lin Jinhua's elf. Hee hee. The meat paste laughed and held the broken elf in his mouth. The torn mouth. Sweat slid down Lin Jinhua's forehead. The dream and reality merged. It turned out that her precognitive dream was from the perspective of the blood man in front of him. Everyone tightened their weapons and began to be on guard. What should we do? Run away? Jean Peng asked with a trembling voice. Before anyone could answer, they saw the blood man in front of them with her blood-red eyes open, tilted her head, and smiled at them with her beautiful face. The air seemed to stagnate for a moment. Tick. Some liquid dripped. Tick, tick. Splash. The yellow liquid, from a drop, turned into a downpour, accompanied by the increasingly loud heartbeat. It was not difficult to guess what was melting. It was the belly of the blood beast on the ceiling that was melting. Dad. He's born. A little girl, who had been quiet all the time, shouted in a joyful voice. Dad is born. The crisp child's voice echoed in the supermarket, adding a touch of absurdity. Her mother hugged her with a happy smile. Yes, yes. She caught the piece of meat that slid down the liquid with her hands, and showed it to the little girl. Look, it's your sister. Other mothers and children also reached out their hands to embrace the liquid and the pieces of meat. Crazy, completely crazy. Jean Peng trembled, held Patrick's hand tightly, turned his head, and yelled to Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng, run. After that, he was ready to pull Patrick out. But he found desperately that they couldn't move. The blood man stared at them and restricted their movements. Lin Jinwei didn't hesitate and launched Teacher's Pressure on the blood man. Teacher's Pressure can make the designated target temporarily unable to move and feel great sadness. The blood man's smile froze, and she let go of the child in her arms. The moment the meat paste fell, it turned into blood mist. My child! She screamed. She looked down at the ground, looking for the child's trace. The pressure was relieved immediately. It can move. Jean Pang found that they could move, and immediately pulled Patrick out. Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng also set out to escape, and she looked back at the survivors. They were all immersed in joy. The woman who had been asking them to leave also had an uncontrollable joy on her face, bathing in the yellow liquid. But she still shook her head at Lin Jinwei. It seemed to be the last sanity. Lin Jinwei could recognize the shape of her mouth at a glance. Let's go! She no longer hesitated, and she and Bai Tingfeng followed Jean Pang and the others to retreat quickly. They still had to climb over the stacked shelves. A familiar vibration came from the ground. That was a large number of blood beasts coming. The blood man's wailing summoned the blood beasts. Where did they come from? The four of them understood at once. The second floor underground. The subway station was full of blood beasts. Are those guards? The intersection connecting the second floor underground in the supermarket is at the cashier near the fresh food area. They looked back while running, and they could already see a large number of blood beasts. 43:46, how can we survive with 43 minutes left? Jean Pang roared. Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng both took action. When they flipped to the top of the shelf, Bai Tingfeng fell behind and took out a bunch of eyeball bullets. He turned around, stopped, and threw them back with force. With luck, all kinds of bullets appeared. Thick smoke was accompanied by the sound of bombs and flashes. The effect was amazing. Lin Jinwei used seemed to stick the eyeball to the arrow, pulled the bow and shot it, and it shot straight to the intersection. Boom! The explosion sound superimposed the power of the money-making arrow, expanding the lethality. The roar of the blood beast came from a distance. Can't escape! Attack! Lin Jinwei shouted quickly, without stopping the movement of his hands. The bow was full, and the arrow was still attached to the eyeball, and shot into the distance. Bai Tingfeng held the gun, and aimed at the blood beast whose head popped out of the smoke. The time was not up yet, the door could not be opened, and being trapped at the staircase was really hopeless. Patrick reacted, untied her and Jean Pang's handcuffs, clenched his fists, stepped past Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng, and prepared to attack. Is it a close combat? How dare you rush in? Lin Jinwei was shocked and quickly pulled her back, and handed her the gun. And a handful of bullets. It doesn't matter if you can't hit it. There is a delay effect, delay time. She turned her head and yelled at Jean Pang. Don't you have a restricted talent? Use it quickly. Oh! Jean Pang finally reacted. A microphone suddenly appeared in his hand, and when he threw it on the ground, it became a standing microphone. He started singing without clearing his throat. The boundless horizon is my love. Lin Jinwei's hand paused for a moment. Isn't he a rapper? But it was very effective. The figure of the blood beast suddenly paused and became slow. It was like turning on 0.75 times the speed. She swallowed the complaints back into her stomach. She motioned for everyone to step back. Jean Pang held the microphone and sang while stepping back. Yo. Oh, there is rap in this song. Why does she always have a problem with singing? They first retreated behind a pile of shelves, which was the defense line of people before. Lin Jinwei judged the terrain and thought it was very good. She asked everyone to step on the shelves to make sure they did not touch the ground. She raised her hand and took out the big pot from the space, and the poisonous water inside poured out. Bai Tingfeng activated his ability and blew a gust of wind. The wind swept the poisonous water and flowed towards the blood beasts. Jean Pang felt the familiar wind, his mouth twitched, and he stared at Bai Tingfeng. The blood beasts were blocked and began to be corroded by the poisonous water. Corrosion could slow down their speed again. Patrick and Bai Tingfeng aimed and shot quickly. The hit rate was very high. She took out a lot of eyeball bullets, attached them to the arrows, and shot them far away. She felt distressed while shooting arrows, her eyeballs, but there was no way now. Jean Pang was still singing hard, and they temporarily kept a certain safe distance from the blood beasts. Countdown. 38:32 time passed very slowly, especially when facing a large number of blood beasts. The corrosive liquid was effective, and the blood beasts would turn into blood dust after 3 minutes after death. But there were too many. Some blood beasts were not dead yet. They just had their limbs corroded by the liquid and then trampled by the blood beasts behind them. They dissolved in the corrosive liquid, but they would regenerate repeatedly. Their bodies became steps for the blood beasts behind them, and more blood beasts rushed over, and the pressure on Lin Jinhua and the other two suddenly increased. Countdown. 32:47 Lin Jinhua had already changed gun, and quickly sniped the blood beast's forehead. She did not stop and asked Jin Pang loudly, "Can your microphone be used by others to sing? We can't defend here." Jin Pang had no way to answer, he could not stop, and fine sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. And to be honest, he didn't want to fight in the front. Patrick answered for him while shooting, "Yes. But where could anyone go to sing now? Hold on for a while." Lin Jinhua shot and retreated closer to Jin Pang. She handed the gun to Jin Pang with one hand and asked him to take it. Jin Pang did not stop singing after taking it. He looked at her. "Are you going to sing?" Lin Jinhua took out the chattering saw with the other hand. "Oh, little girl, what's going on?" Chattering saw started to croak as soon as it came out. Jin Pang's eyes widened, and Lin Jinhua pushed him forward violently. The blood beast's speed increased. "Go! Do you want to die?" She slapped the microphone down a bit, and put the chattering saw aside. "Uncle! Don't ask. Sing! Don't stop singing." Chattering saw was a little confused, but singing. He loved it. "Bitter sand, the feeling of blowing on my face." The blood beast paused. It was turned on at 0.5 times the speed, and the effect was better than Jin Pang's. "Very good." Lin Jinhua stepped forward and drew her bow, shooting an arrow, which had a slowing effect and was covered with a magical conch filled with venom. Then she immediately switched to gun and shot quickly. They all thought that shooting with Jin Pang would ease the situation. But it didn't, because Jin Pang was useless. He couldn't shoot accurately. It's because the trajectory deviated too much. How could this happen? He was still shouting and shirking responsibility. "Calculate the degree of deviation." Lin Jinhua yelled over. Bai Tingfeng paused. It was indeed deviated. There was nothing wrong with him. "I might as well go back and sing." He was still talking. "I always thought that brave sailors were real men." Chatty Saw was still singing hard, singing a few turns. Lin Jinua's mouth twitched. "If I remember correctly, the next sentence should be, always looks like a weak and cowardly person. Who do you think is?" Jin Pang put himself in the picture. "It's time now. Hurry up and calculate the offset aim." Patrick also said this to him. He gritted his teeth and continued to shoot uncertainly. "Okay, at least he can hit the head," he said in the wind and rain. "This little pain is nothing." Chatty Saw sang passionately, full of emotion. The four people lined up to fight against the blood beast. "Wipe away your tears, and don't be afraid. At least we still have dreams." The song selection is quite appropriate. Lin Jinhua felt the feeling while shooting. The song ended. Countdown. Countdown. 26:58. Even so, the situation is still critical. They can't hold on any longer. Chapter 55. The blood beast is getting closer and closer. New blood beasts are constantly pouring out of the second floor underground, which reminds people that this is a big city with a population of 8 million. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth. "Retreat. Retreat to the fire escape." Bai Tingfeng immediately began to retreat slowly. Patrick pulled Jin Pang. "Go sing." "Her saw can't walk. Didn't you just drive me away because you didn't have enough manpower?" He was still muttering. "What kind of man is that? What kind of man is that?" "Well done, Uncle Chatty Saw. I polish and disinfect it for you when I get back." Lin Jinhua gave it a thumbs up in her heart, and she retreated to Chatty Saw's side. "Enough, Uncle." "Thank you, Uncle." Then she put it away while Chatty Saw was singing. Suddenly there was a moment of silence. The blood beast paused for a moment, and instantly accelerated its pace. "What are you?" Before Jin Pang could finish his words, the microphone was stuffed into his hand. "You sing better? Sing faster." Lin Jinhua is flexible. Jin Pang choked and started to sing, but the tune of "What Kind of Man Is That?" was still brainwashing him, so he could only sing along. He sang and retreated behind the three of them. Lin Jinhua and the other two were still in the front, shooting and slowly retreating. Lin Jinhua also scattered the mysterious conch filled with poisonous water on the road they were retreating. This way, it can block some blood beasts from stepping on it. Suddenly, Bai Tingfeng's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Be careful." He instantly activated his skills, and a gust of wind cut towards Lin Jinhua. At the same time, he was already rushing to Lin Jinua's side. Lin Jinhua was startled, and when she turned her head, she saw a bloody mouth, very close to her, and about to bite her neck. The smelly liquid had already sprayed on her face, and she could see the additional health value dropping rapidly from the corner of her eyes. Her body was faster than her thoughts, and a light little stick appeared in her hand instantly, and she pierced the mouth with one stick. The next second, Bai Tingfeng's wind arrived, cutting off the forehead of the blood beast that was attacking, and cutting off the upper part of the skull together. The power shocked Bai Tingfeng and Lin Jinhua. He had already rushed to Lin Jinhua's side, and continued to shoot side by side with her. Bai Tingfeng's skill appeared after the talent was upgraded to level 2, and its name was Wind Control. The description of the skill only said that you can control a certain amount of wind. But how to use it specifically needs to be explored, and it is another matter for those who abuse it like Lin Jinhua and are restricted. Originally, Bai Tingfeng had only developed the smell-blowing wind like the last safe house transfer. He was already impressed by the poisonous water just now, but he didn't expect that he found a new use. It can be used as a wind blade. He aimed and shot while trying to cut with skills. His aiming ability was not high, hitting twice out of 10, which might be related to mental power. When he felt a little dizzy, Bai Tingfeng immediately stopped using skills. He remembered that Lin Jinhua said that the use of skills is mostly related to mental power. They aimed at the blood beasts in front of him, and at the same time, they had to be alert to the blood beasts that suddenly pounced on them and attacked like just now. That kind of jumping power and attack power. Did the blood beasts evolve? 1934 they had already left the supermarket, and the stacked shelves at the entrance of the supermarket could buy them a little more time. Lin Jinhua threw all the magic conch filled with poisonous water in the space down. After the blood beast was blocked on the shelf, they squatted on the top of the shelf and could not relax. Shooting down from a high place can buy some more time. Her power shocked Patrick and Fatty. With a wave of her hand, a big pot appeared. With another wave of her hand, a pile of big conches appeared. What is your talent, Doryman? Patrick asked her with a trembling voice while shooting. After Lin Jinhua threw the magic conch, she clapped her hands and took out the gun to continue shooting, and responded loudly, "No, I am SpongeBob." Lin Jinhua remembered the guess that had been sprayed with disinfectant for a few days. She carried the gun with one hand, aimed and shot, and took out the guess with the other hand. "Please, give it some strength." She pulled the trigger of the guess with her left hand. Guess sprayed out a very viscous liquid. It was gray. When this liquid falls on the blood beast, it will cling to it tightly. The moment other blood beasts touch it, they will be stuck. It raised its hand with great effort, and the mucus was pulled apart, tearing off the flesh of the blood beasts under its command. Super strong glue. Lin Jinua's eyes lit up. She stuffed Guess into the hands of Jean Peng behind her, spray while singing. Jean Peng, who had seen the power, didn't say much. Anyway, he couldn't speak while singing. He took it and sprayed it quickly. 1612 the blood beasts began to pile up, and they could only remove them from the shelves. At this time, there was a fire escape behind them. There was no room to retreat. "Give me the prop." Lin Jinhua looked at Jean Peng and stopped, a little anxious. Why didn't he continue to spray? Jean Peng saw the power of this prop and didn't want to give it to him. Patrick took it from him and gave it back to Lin Jinhua. They were all panting. What to do? There is still so much time. This is because Lin Jinhua delayed for a very long time before, otherwise they would definitely die. You can only enter the fire escape and block the door, quickly. Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng immediately turned around and ran to the fire escape. Patrick and Jean Peng quickly followed them. The running action affected Jean Peng's singing and the effect of his skills. The figure of the blood beast had appeared on the top of the shelf. Without the blocking of gunfire, they climbed very fast. The four of them quickly entered the fire escape, and the moment they closed the door, they felt a strong impact on the door. Lin Jinhua quickly sprayed Guess super glue on the door. Is there anything to block the door? Her space was full of supplies. How could there be nothing to block the door? She kept her hands busy, turned her head, and saw that Jean Peng had already sat on the steps, and was panting uncontrollably. Useless man. She and her friends can sing for 5 hours in KTV. How long has it been? Patrick was also very anxious when he heard this. But she had no items to block the door, and the materials they collected were all paper products. Everyone back off. Bai Tingfeng's voice came. Lin Jinhua immediately backed off to give him his place, and Patrick also backed off a few steps. Bai Tingfeng touched his wrist and released a car. Yes, the car he had brought back from the suburbs to school. Patrick and Jean Peng's pupils were shaking. How did you get this? Jean Peng screamed. It's also a storage ring? Such a large capacity? No one paid attention to him. The width of the car just fit between the two walls of the fire escape. Lin Jinhua quickly sprayed Guess on the gap between the car and the wall. Bai Tingfeng took yes and said he would do it, and asked Lin Jinwei to sit down and rest for a while. Lin Jinwei did not refuse, because she could not spray on higher places. She sat down on the steps, of course, a little distance away from Jin Peng. She took out a bottle of nutrient solution and quickly poured it into her mouth, then stood up and walked to Bai Tingfeng's side, asking him to drink some too. The long battle exhausted them. If it were not for the terrain and various props, they would not have been able to hold on for long. Now it is finally relieved, and we need to replenish some energy. Bai Tingfeng did not refuse, and poured some directly into his mouth, but did not drink it mouth to mouth. After drinking it, there was still a small half bottle left, which he returned to Lin Jinwei, and she handed it to Patrick. Patrick did not sit down, but stood there to take a breath. She took the nutrient solution and was stunned, and quickly said thank you. She took a small sip and gave the rest to Jin Peng. Jin Peng took it and drank it all without hesitation. Lin Jinwei, 10:23. The car was already tightly glued to the fire door with strong glue. They all sat on the steps, panting, and rested for a while. Fortunately, the door below the fire escape was tightly closed and not open, otherwise it would really be blocked. Bang, bang. The impact sound did not stop. Amid the impact sound, there was also a sticky sound of baji. Baji. It seemed that when making dumpling fillings, the whole piece of meat needs to be mashed into a paste first, and then the sound of kneading it continuously came out. But what was needed was not the dumpling filling, but the blood beast. Bang. The two sounds mixed together, making the hairs of several people stand up. They silently moved up a few steps, but they still stayed in the area of the first floor underground. 5:18. The door of the fire escape was smashed. Blood spread on the ground. That was the blood of the blood beast. But they would not die unless their eyebrows were shot through, so they would only try to regenerate after being smashed into a pulp, and then be smashed again. This repeated process caused a large amount of blood to flow out, which was fishy and sweet. As if they didn't know fear, they continued to crash, and crashed into the car. New problems arose under the collision. The car began to smoke. Lin Jinwei was shocked. Will it explode? This is a gasoline truck. It shouldn't be that fast. Bai Tingfeng said a little uncertainly. It will take some time from smoke to fire to explosion. 3:45. Only 3 minutes left. They all stood up. A blood beast had already drilled through the thick glue layer. Half of its head was exposed, and it let out a painful roar. Lin Jinwei shot it in the middle of its eyebrows. But before it turned into blood and dust, its body was still in place, pushed forward by the blood beasts behind it. So its flesh and blood were like overcooked dumplings, with the skin opened and the filling exposed. Its skin curled up little by little, and was torn out by the glue. In the collision from behind, only the internal organs and the flesh and blood inside burst out and fell to Jin Peng's feet. Ah! The scene stimulated him to scream. He hadn't stood up completely yet, because he was sitting at the bottom and refused to move, so the flesh and blood mixed with internal organs fell directly in front of him. Some splashed on his face. Ugh! He retched. Baby! Go up! Patrick shouted. When he looked up, countless blood beasts with their heads mixed with meat paste were lying on the top of the car, staring at him. Ah! He screamed and turned to run to the stairs. Lin Jinwei and others had already started shooting. However, people are prone to physical incoordination in panic, especially those with poor psychological quality. Therefore, Jin Peng slipped and fell on the stairs. Baby! Patrick was anxious and stopped shooting to pull him up. Jin Peng wanted to stand up in a panic, but there was sticky blood under him. His hand slipped, and he fell on the stairs again. At this time, a blood beast had already emerged from below, stretched out its claws. No, it was still a human hand, and tightly grasped Jin Peng's ankle. No, ah! He could see that his defense value was instantly reduced to 0, and his health value was also rapidly decreasing. His senses were amplified, and his perception of time became increasingly unclear. He could feel his ankle being held, and his nails dug into his skin, a little, an inch, and it would soon be crushed. For him, the long time of approaching death was actually just a short moment. Patrick arrived quickly, and smashed the blood beast's palm with a punch. Lin Jinwei saw that Patrick's right hand had turned gray like a rock. She quickly helped Jin Peng up, and gently touched his wound with her left hand. The ankle that was just a little twisted could stand up all of a sudden. Destruction and healing? One hand corresponds to one ability. Lin Jinwei was a little amazed. While thinking, she and Bai Tingfeng still did not stop shooting. It was too narrow, and she could no longer use eyeball bullet to delay time, otherwise they would all be blown away. Jean Peng was not singing either, probably because the time limit of his skill had expired. Or perhaps, he could no longer sing. His face was pale, and his eyes were red, and he was obviously useless. Patrick supported Jean Peng and continued to walk upstairs. The smoke from the car was getting thicker and thicker, and the blood beast was about to break through. The countdown was about to end. 1:30 almost there. The blood beast had already pounced on the first step, only one step away from Patrick and Jean Peng. While Patrick was supporting Jean Peng, he had to turn around and shoot with gun, which affected his aim. Jean Peng's eyes showed despair and fear. I don't want to die. I'm not famous yet. But his legs couldn't walk fast. But even so, Patrick didn't give up on him. The blood beast's hand had already scraped his back, and the clothes behind him began to tear. His health was only 30. Patrick was also scratched by some nails, and her health was also rapidly decreasing. But she did not stop and continued to shoot. Jean Peng was already a little unconscious. He felt pieces of red appearing in his vision, and everything in the past began to flash before his eyes. At this inappropriate time, he remembered the moment when he sang on the stage when he was a child. Ah, is this a revolving lantern? The last 30 seconds. Lin Jinhua shouted, Patrick. Hold on. Come up. Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng did not stop shooting, and kept buying time for them. At this moment, Jean Peng had only one thought in his head, I want to live. He suddenly shook off Patrick, and seemed to have burst out all his potential in life. He climbed up with all his limbs, and quickly surpassed Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng at the corner of the stairs. He didn't look back. He didn't know that his girlfriend was about to fall into the blood beast pile because of his action. Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng were shocked. Lin Jinhua rushed forward without paying attention to Jean Peng climbing up. When passing by Jean Peng, one went up and the other went down. She held Patrick's left hand tightly. Bai Tingfeng also stretched out one hand to wrap around Lin Jinhua's waist to prevent her from falling down, and the other hand did not stop and continued to attack. Patrick's right hand went back by inertia, and the blood beast bit him. Lin Jinhua was anxious, but saw that the blood beast had broken teeth. Ah! Bai Tingfeng's wind stopped the blood beast's movement for a moment, and then saved Patrick from the mouth of other blood beasts. Patrick was a little dazed, and she could see that her health was dropping rapidly. But looking at Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng who were trying to pull her, she suddenly closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she was no longer hesitant, and she stepped onto the corner with the help of the force. Lin Jinhua stuffed a bottle of live coke into her hand, and had already opened a live corn sausage in his hand, and stuffed it into Patrick's mouth. Midnight, why can't it be opened? Why can't the door be opened? At the fire door, Jean Peng's distorted exclamation came. The countdown is over, why can't it be opened? Lin Jinhua's eyes were firm, and she climbed the stairs in a few steps. As she ran, the gun in her hand disappeared instantly, replaced by the murderer's axe. She took a deep breath, swung the murderous axe, and slashed at the door of the fire escape in front of her. Can't open it? Then just chop it open. What's the point of screaming? What's the point of crying? You have to chop your way out. Chapter 56. Jean Peng used all his limbs to dodge in panic, and he was almost chopped off. Why didn't you say anything? It was a little difficult for him to speak, but he still roared. Lin Jinhua didn't even give him a glance. To be honest, it was just what she wanted to chop him. It was a pity that she didn't have enough strength, so she only chopped part of it. She took a deep breath, prepared to laugh evilly and swing the axe for another axe. I do it! Patrick and Bai Tingfeng also arrived. She took the murderous axe, and was shaken by the introduction on it. Bai Tingfeng was not as fast as Patrick. The blood beast behind him was close at hand. He drew out his tang sword and chopped it quickly. Lin Jinhua also turned around and changed back to the gun, to continue suppressing the blood beast behind him. Patrick laughed a little stiffly, and swung the murderous axe hard and chopped forward. Most of it has been split open. Her eyes lit up, and she let out a loud hee-hee-hee evil laugh, using all her strength to split the door of the fire escape. Go! She shouted, ignoring Jean Peng who was sitting on the ground, and asked Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng to come quickly. Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng quickly passed Jean Peng and rushed out of the door of the fire escape. Jean Peng was able to climb up with all four limbs because of the adrenaline burst just now, and now he has used up all his strength. The wounds on his feet have all burst open, and behind him is a blood beast rushing up. He only has 10 HP left, and he looks at his girlfriend in front of him with a blurred consciousness. We are even. He only heard this. Jean Peng looked at his girlfriend's leaving figure, and Lin Jinhua, and Bai Tingfeng looked back and threw 2 handfuls of eyeball bullets downstairs, and he was submerged in the explosion and didn't know. His eyes were already red, his mouth was protruding forward, and his fangs were already sticking out of his mouth. He was already a blood beast. Congratulations to the player for completing the task and getting points. 500 points. Congratulations to the player for getting the safe house area upgrade lottery number *1. Player Golden HGA. Died. Congratulations to I am Patrick. For getting compassion money. 200 points. The team will be disbanded after midnight tonight. They ran all the way to the 3rd floor of the mall, and only sat down on the ground after making sure that the blood beast had not caught up. Lin Jinhua looked at Patrick. Her face was already full of tears. She also saw the task reminder and twitched her mouth. There is actually compassion money? Is this too considerate or? My condolences. After hesitating for a while, she still said to Patrick. Patrick shook his head. She added Lin Jinhua and Bai Tingfeng as friends. She returned the gun and murderer axe to Lin Jinhua and left without saying anything. They knew they had to give her some time. To be honest, Lin Jinhua felt that Jean Peng was no good. What kind of man is he? She had used the axe on purpose. She wanted to chop his hand off, but seeing the player die right in front of her was still a strong shock. In the end, if Jean Peng hadn't already turned into a blood beast, Patrick might have helped him. They wouldn't have cared. If you have the ability, crawl through that door yourself. Humph. Patrick's figure could no longer be seen. Lin Jinhua sat there thinking and humming. After a short rest, Bai Tingfeng stood up first and held out his hand to Lin Jinhua. Let's go back too. He paused and called out, Sister? Lin Jinhua was still daydreaming and didn't notice the name. The intense use of her brain and physical strength made her almost faint. She trembled and reached out to hold Bai Tingfeng's hand. She felt that there would be no good part of her body when she woke up tomorrow. Bai Tingfeng pulled her up. Lin Jinhua could feel Bai Tingfeng's hand trembling slightly. She let go of his hand after she got up and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Go back. After returning to the safe house, Lin Jinhua used her last consciousness and energy to control herself to take off all the dirty clothes on her body, leaving only the short-sleeved shirt and shorts inside, and climbed onto the bed. She closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. When she woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock the next day. The team had been disbanded. With the help of Call You to Death, she sat up tremblingly. She was in pain all over her body. She opened the panel and saw a long message that Patrick had sent her using by Xion's communication before the team disbanded, including 600 points transferred. The message seemed to have been sent as soon as she arrived at the safe house at around 9 o'clock last night. I'm back at the safe house. Thank you for your props. If it weren't for your props today, we would definitely not have survived. The points were agreed to be traded for the ring. She transferred 100 more points, and Lin Jinhua offered the price at the time, thinking that she and Jean Peng would each pay half, so there was no need to transfer so many points. Now that the team has disbanded, Lin Jinhua has no way to transfer the points back. She plans to transfer them back to her when she arrives at the player gathering area. She continued to read the following message. Around 11 p.m., she began to recall her past, perhaps because she was emotional or needed someone to talk to. I saw that you didn't receive or reply to my message, so you probably all went to rest? I really didn't have anyone to talk to, so I wait for you to see the message tomorrow. The team has also disbanded, so that's fine. Actually, my boyfriend couldn't enter the game because of me. When I was drawn, we were together, and were teleported into the game together. So we shared a safe house, but he also generated talents and a separate points system. We were classmates in kindergarten, and we didn't keep in touch after elementary school. It wasn't until I graduated from college and started working that I suddenly got in touch one day. He said he had liked me for a long time, but he didn't dare to come to me. Later, he finally got up the courage and contacted me. I've always remembered him, and I felt that it was fate, so we got together very quickly. We have a very good relationship, and he treats me very well. The elders in the family also know each other, and the progress is very fast. If nothing goes wrong, we will get married next year. And then, the accident happened. He might not be very happy when he found out that the safe house was mainly for me. In addition, my talent is quite special. I have attack power and can heal at the same time. That's why we survived the novice copy. He was still very good to me after entering the game, and was responsible for my daily life. There were also fatal dangers in the novice copy, but at that time, he protected me at all costs. But why did it change? That's my story. My talent is compassionate person, you may have guessed it. My talent skill is half healing and half attack. Maybe it's because my main job is a surgeon, and my hobby is boxing. If we meet again in the future, you can continue to team up if you are still willing. By the way, the button for paying points in the previous national reminder can be clicked, and a player forum has been created on it. It was designed by a friend I met in the player gathering area. She has a hacker talent and can be trusted. See you later. There was no news after that. Lin Jinhua looked at the news silently and sighed for a while. A friend in need is a friend indeed, and when disaster strikes, each of them flees together. Perhaps the protection at that time happened when Jin Pang was not facing a real life and death crisis. With his personality, he would most likely act only when he could protect himself. The situation yesterday was extremely dangerous. If they were one step away, they would never leave the underground floor. However, the talent of Merciful Man sounds amazing. Patrick is very powerful, and she is reliable. They can still cooperate in the future. Although this is disrespectful to the deceased, Lin Jinhua feels that Patrick can live better without Jin Pang. Lin Jinhua sighed, got up to boil water, and planned to take a bath first. The small water heater in the old toilet can only provide a little hot water, and because her old toilet is too small, she needs to bend slightly when taking a bath. She has been like this for so many days, and she should be used to it, but today she just finished a life-threatening mission. She was sore all over, and when she scrubbed, she could see bruises of various sizes on her body. After taking a shower, she felt that her fatigue was not only not relieved, but also aggravated. She looked up and found that her additional health points were gone, and her defense points were basically gone because she was wearing underwear. She was so scared that she threw a few wonderful mints into her mouth and continued to brush the additional health points to survive. Ugh, the super strong smell of stinky tofu mixed with the alcohol smell of disinfectant. Too stimulating. She quickly ran to a cup of super sober and drank it down to cover the smell. Until she saw that the additional health points increased by 5. She nodded with satisfaction and checked yesterday's reminder. Get the number of safe house area upgrade draws *1. The word draw made her temple ache. I wonder what the lowest reward is. By the way, Bai Tingfeng should have it too. Lin Jinhua thought about it, and took out her mobile phone. As soon as she opened it, she saw several messages from Bai Tingfeng. It was a bit like a project report. The process of her clicking to check it was a bit like reviewing memorials. Lin Jinhua was so happy when she saw the news. She dried her hair, dressed neatly, and knocked on Bai Tingfeng's door. Bai Tingfeng said he would make fried rice for lunch and invited Lin Jinhua to eat with him. He said he had won an air-conditioned room. Lin Jinhua stood in Bai Tingfeng's air-conditioned room, stretched out her hand to feel the warm wind, and felt envious and jealous. She still had a one-bedroom apartment with a shabby toilet, while Bai Tingfeng already lived in a two-bedroom apartment. She didn't dare to think about how well Fuan lived. Could it be that he already lived in a single-family villa? Fuan's toilet must have a door. Bai Tingfeng's toilet has a door. Although there was nothing in the air-conditioned room, there was only a 1.5 horsepower small air conditioner blowing on it. But when the temperature outside was only 15 degrees, it was still very warm. Lin Jinhua sat on the small stool that Bai Tingfeng gave her, holding a cup of hot strawberry milk tea and sipping it, feeling quite happy. She has always been an optimistic person. She thought about it, put the milk tea into the space first, and touched Bai Tingfeng who was preparing fried rice. Do you need help? Bai Tingfeng was frightened by her and shook his head. It's okay, senior sister, sit down. Lin Jinhua looked at the ingredients of the egg fried rice. There were green beans, corn and chicken legs, all cut and arranged aside. It's luxurious egg fried rice. Her eyes lit up, and she sat back on the small stool. The small stool had a small backrest, and Bai Tingfeng also put a cushion for her. It was very comfortable to sit on, waiting for the meal. Each grain of the luxurious egg fried rice was coated with egg liquid, soft and chewy, and paired with crisp corn kernels, it was even more delicious. Especially, they used nutritious rice and sterile eggs, which made them feel 100 times healthier both physically and mentally. After taking a sip of the sukiyaki soup she had stockpiled before, she felt warm all the way from her mouth to her stomach. Even the green beans, which she didn't like very much, tasted different in the death game. During the meal, Bai Tingfeng mentioned that Patrick had also transferred 100 points to him, but he didn't see it until he woke up the next day, and there was no chance to transfer it back. In this way, all the 700 points that Patrick had earned through the mission were given away. They decided to transfer the points back when they reached the player gathering area, because without Patrick, the two of them wouldn't have survived. Everyone survived because of their joint efforts. Lin Jinhua also gave Bai Tingfeng the previously made Call You to Death number 2, which she made when she was in a state of collapse and changed her mood while making the L's. She specifically emphasized that he shouldn't be afraid when he was woken up by the slap. Bai Tingfeng was a little confused, but he nodded and accepted it. He asked Lin Jinhua a little embarrassedly if he could give him a little elf. Lin Jinhua said it was a small problem and would be delivered in 2 days. After eating, Lin Jinhua planned to return to her safe house to draw a regional upgrade. It is known that her luck value is the same as Bai Tingfeng's. So, can she also draw an air-conditioned room? After returning to the safe house, Lin Jinhua specially disinfected her hands, prayed silently in her heart, and even kowtowed shy corn sausage. Excuse me, do you need to draw a safe house regional upgrade? Yes. Confirm. Draw quickly. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a simple kitchen. Please confirm the location where it needs to be placed. She has a kitchen. Chapter 57. Lin Jinhua quickly connected her consciousness to the safe house. She sensed that she could install a simple kitchen where she needed it in her safe house. It was a bit like building a new house and room in the game. She thought about it and placed the simple kitchen on the wall facing the entrance, to the right of the safe house clock, and to the left was her bed and desk. A cheerful construction sound rang out. It sounded like a big project, accompanied by a crisp ding and a cheer of firecrackers. Her kitchen was completed. It felt so cheerful that Lin Jinhua was not sure whether she should applaud to celebrate the successful completion of the big project. She couldn't wait to check it out and found that the kitchen actually had a door. My requirements are already low, just having a door is enough. She sighed and opened the small sliding glass door. The interior of the simple kitchen was in full view. The length of the entire simple kitchen is 2 meters, and the width is 1.5 meters. There is a small window directly at the entrance, but like the window of the main house, it looks white. A simple floor-to-ceiling L-shaped cabinet is installed in the kitchen. There is a built-in sink in the cabinet with a faucet installed on it. As expected, there is no stove or range hood. Lin Jinhua went forward and turned the faucet. There was water, but it looked a little turbid. It was not a big problem. Her shower water was also strangely turbid. Every time she washed, she would use the clean water she had stored in the previous copy to scrub it again. She also used the stored water source for brushing her teeth. The L-shaped layout did not end, leaving an empty space, which seemed to be the location for the refrigerator. Lin Jinhua doesn't need a refrigerator. If she can get a washing machine and a dryer, she can put them here. She is already very satisfied. Before, when she cooked, the whole house was full of odors, and there was no way to dissipate them quickly. Now with this simple kitchen, she can cook in it, and her life happiness will increase at once. At the same time, she can also store some of the stockpiled supplies in the cupboard, such as boxes of instant noodles, rice, and her harvested sausage machine, popcorn machine, and matching raw materials. In this way, her space can free up a large area to continue to store supplies. The current space size is 16 square meters. She has not tested the height limit. Maybe it is about the same height as the safe house. The big pot occupies a large part of the space, and then fills her shelves with the messy supplies she has looted. The space margin is already in jeopardy. Lin Jinhua rolled up her sleeves and began to store and organize her supplies and count them. Soon, the simple kitchen was filled with her kettle, Fuan's relief pot, and the steamer and pot she collected. She also laid out all the seasonings, so she didn't have to dig them out when cooking. Just put the expired items into the space, and they will last forever. The cabinets below are also divided into categories, and filled with her supplies with a longer shelf life, so she won't have to worry about food for a long time. There is even a cabinet full of drinks. Lin Jinhua looked at it, and thought she could make a compartment to increase storage. The small kitchen suddenly had a warm atmosphere. Lin Jinhua nodded with satisfaction, and planned to wait until the player gathering area to tidy up her safe house, and improve her quality of life. Sitting down to rest, Lin Jinhua suddenly remembered Patrick's message, the warning link for everyone. She thought about it, opened her phone, quickly swiped to the bottom button, and clicked the payment. The screen refreshed, and a relatively simple forum page popped up, reminding Lin Jinhua to register before viewing and speaking. Registration was very simple, just enter the nickname and number. After all, there was no question about talent or anything. Lin Jinhua successfully entered the forum after entering. In the upper right corner was her login information, and below the information, it showed number of registered forum players, 177. Lin Jinhua raised her eyebrows. There are so many players in this copy? There are not many posts on the forum. Most of them are water posts asking if there are people, and how many days everyone has lived. There are 2 pinned posts. One is the forum rules, and the other is written in red font. Resident Evil copy player information exchange only. Lin Jinhue clicked on the forum rules first, and then understood after reading it. This forum was built from scratch from the player safe zone, but not all players can enter the same dungeon. The ability of the forum builder is also limited. She is still trying to break through the technical barriers. If successful, she hopes to enable cross-border communication between players of different game dungeons. Now only players who have entered Resident Evil, that is, the game dungeon she is in, can use her forum to communicate. It's already very powerful. Lin Jinhue clicked on the post about information exchange between players of the Resident Evil dungeon. There are 2 pinned floors. The first one says, Summary of current information on blood beasts. The source of the mutation has not been found yet, but it is closely related to the medical company. It is also speculated that the official is involved. 1. The mutation methods of men and women are different. Males exist as beasts, and are not highly contagious for the time being. They act on appetite as their instinct. Food is human flesh and blood of the same kind. Female beasts are rare, but they are higher in level than male blood beasts, and are highly contagious. They have group consciousness, obey the command of the upper level, and will not attack blindly. 2. The transmission method is blood and mother to child. Female players will not be infected if they touch the blood of male blood beasts. Male players will be infected. If they are injured by male blood beasts, their defense and health will drop rapidly, affecting their consciousness. But if they have enough medicine to restore health, they will not be infected. Once the player's eyes or wounds touch the blood of female blood beasts, they will be infected and mutated immediately. 3. For unknown reasons, a large number of blood beasts live in the underground subway area, but some of them are wandering on the streets. Stay away from the underground. Stay away from the subway entrance. This is all the information, and 2 of them are enlarged and bolded. In the other top floor, the distribution of several large human groups is described. Most of them are concentrated in communities, schools, or public facilities. Some players are helping to rescue the normal human residents in this game world. As long as the information is filled in the website, and it is confirmed that the people really need help, the team of website builders will go to rescue and protect and transport them to the human group. In the case of official disappearance, humans help each other. Lin Jinhue sighed. She has no ability to rescue others. It is already difficult for her to survive. But she also has something she can do. She commented on the new information. 1. The death mission will be issued late at night, and the players will be arranged to go underground. The currently known mode is to survive for a certain period of time, and you cannot leave the underground area before the time is up. 2. The blood beasts have formed a group, and the chosen people appear, all of which are mothers and daughters. She gritted her teeth and wrote down her speculation. It is speculated that the blood beasts are a matriarchal clan, with female humanoid blood beasts leading a tribe. Male blood beasts have 2 positions. One is guarding, and the other is childbirth. At first, no one responded to the post. When Lin Jinhue logged in the next day, she found that her information and speculation had been put into the content of 1L. Under her reply, there were players' wails. Group? Group? These things have wisdom? What male childbirth? Bad news. I thought that at most I would turn into a blood beast and eat people, but now I know that I have to give birth to a child, which suddenly aroused my desire to survive. If I get bitten, I will just explode myself. It's quite lively. Some people also asked about the details of the task, and asked Lin Jinhue to share the task experience. Lin Jinhue thought about it, and left only one sentence. It's a wretched development, and I will survive if I can. If you can sit, don't stand. If you can walk while squatting, don't stand. If possible, refer to the walking path of the sweeping robot. Then he added, advertising space for rent, accepting food and buff orders, interested parties welcome to consult. The following reply, all ellipsis. Bai Tingfeng also saw Lin Jinue's reply, and he laughed out loud. She is worthy of being a senior sister. In the next few days, Lin Jinhue did not plan to go out. At most, she would go out for a stroll in the mall every afternoon to avoid being beaten by the blood beast after staying in the safe house for a long time. After such a tiring death mission, of course she needs to rest. The bruises and sore muscles on her body will not heal for a while. She and Bai Tingfeng were also worried that the blood beast would climb up from the underground floor at first. When they went to check the next afternoon, they found that there was an extra barrier on the passage they came out of, and they could not enter. The door that Lin Jinhua and Patrick had chopped was also restored to its original state and could not be opened. They didn't know whether the other entrances were closed by the players or the system. So they gave up the exploration, as long as the blood beasts would not climb up and beat them. From time to time, blood beasts from outside would rush into the mall and be solved by Tingfeng, who was wandering outside. Lin Jinhua was worried that the rolling pin would not be used as a stick, so she sometimes found some shop sofas that were not splashed with blood to lie on. She was lying down, and her hands were still sewing. Tingfeng once passed by and thought it was a blood beast lying there, and he was so scared that he drew his tang sword. Lin Jinhua, who was lying there in a strange posture. "Junior brother, what are you going to do?" Tingfeng used his skills to confirm that the distorted figure in front of him was indeed Lin Jinhua, and then he put away the tang sword. I just draw the sword." Lin Jinhua, "I don't believe it." She felt that her posture might be a little wrong, and then she stopped randomly appearing on the rest bench in the mall. She moved solid as a rock and sat outside the men's toilet to do her handicrafts. After the death mission, they ushered in a rare leisure time, and Lin Jinhua also reviewed this mission. Concluded that it is okay to survive, and it is also okay to get stuck in the bug, and she will dare to do it next time. But it also exposed a fatal problem. She had no means of group attack. If she really wanted to say, there was only one smoke flower and eyeball bullet. Eyeball bullet had been used up for the most part in the mission, and she had no way to replenish it. Smoke flower was useless because she was afraid that it would affect the accuracy of shooting, so she didn't use it this time. She felt that it was more suitable for escaping. A handful of dust and a transparent person who could catch her. Lin Jinhua thought about it, and opened the blocked kill notification. Because there would be a reminder every time she killed one, she was afraid of being distracted, so Lin Jinhua temporarily blocked it. Now it's just right to open it to check how many points she has earned, whether she can exchange for group attack weapons in the mall, and so on. How much is this? Lin Jinhua looked at the notification and fell into a daze. You have killed 582 sub-level blood beasts, and one ugly blood beast. A total of 2,914 kill points. Lin Jinhua was shaking, counting the 500 points she had earned on her fingers, and the points she had earned from selling things. How many points did she have now? Don't look at the total number, it's the most exciting to calculate it yourself. Tingfeng came up after patrolling, and saw Lin Jinhua sitting on a small bench. On her lap was the newly made elf, and she stretched out her fingers with a dull look on her face, and her fingers were still trembling. There was a fabric diamond ring on one of her fingers, and it was full of needles. What happened? Tingfeng slowly approached Lin Jinhua, squatted down and looked at her, and asked carefully, "Sister, what's wrong?" Lin Jinhua stretched out her hand and grabbed Tingfeng's shoulder and shook it. "Junior brother, did you see how many you killed? So many points. Wow!" She shook Tingfeng's shoulders and screamed. Tingfeng was dizzy and almost hit Lin Jinhua's head. He reached out and gently pressed Lin Jinhua's head to calm her down. "I checked, about 3,000 kill points can be exchanged for a lot of things." He retracted his hand. Lin Jinhua calmed down and found that she was a little too excited. She also retracted her hand and smiled awkwardly. "I just remembered to check, and I was too excited." Her face was a little red, and she said to Tingfeng, "You are back, is there any situation?" Tingfeng shook his head. "It's still the same. Except for a few blood beasts, there is no particularly big crisis. It seems that this is the difficulty of a 2-star mission. Who can stand it if every day is the same as the first few days, and the death mission?" Lin Jinhua became happy again, picked up the newly made elf, used transform and gave it to Tingfeng. "Here, it's just made, and it has basically the same ability as the one that day. Pay attention to the consumption of mental power when using it." Tingfeng took it and looked at the new elf. It was similar to the one that day, probably an upgraded version, because this elf had a pair of small socks on its wooden calves. It should be to reduce the sound, but Tingfeng hesitated and chose to ask Lin Jinhua directly, "Why, it has such long eyelashes. Even colorful." Lin Jinhua said confidently, "This increases the value. Of course the eyes with makeup are exquisite." She took so many cosmetics, she didn't use them herself, but she couldn't give them to the elf? She touched a few cosmetics transform. Most of the abilities that appeared were to increase color rendering and increase moisture, and there were no props worth using. It may also be because she had not thought of the possible development direction of cosmetics, so change was free to play. She was free anyway, so she used some of it on the elf she had just made. Therefore, This is a beautiful eyeball elf, and Bai Tingfeng even winked at him when he saw it. As long as the senior sister is happy. It is still difficult to make an elf. After the transformation, Lin Jinwei could feel her mental power draining away quickly. But watching the elf happily sitting on Bai Tingfeng's shoulder, blinking its big eyes, and looking at her, it still feels very cute. Is this also considered a familiar? If you make a group, it will feel quite lively. If the skills are upgraded, can it be a housekeeping robot? Lin Jinwei is seriously thinking about this possibility. After exchanging today's information, she and Bai Tingfeng returned to the safe house. It's time to prepare. Today is the 14th day. Tomorrow, the safe house will be replaced. Chapter 58. In addition to being an eye elf, Lin Jinwei has also replenished her arrows these days, rubbing her hands until smoke comes out of her eyes. She will not stop even if her daily quota of change is used up. The loss from the last mission was too great, so she must replenish it. Although she has a gun, the attack power is limited, and she has figured out a new way to stick something on the arrow and shoot it out, which she thinks can be expanded. The guess these days is very powerful, 1 day of poison water, 1 day of glue, and 1 day of magma water. Lin Jinwei filled a large tank of magma water into the bathtub. The material of this pot is very special, and even magma water can't corrode it. Even the magma water, the gray-white mucus from the previous novice copy, the poison water she poured later, and the latest magma water mixed together, turned into a subtle crimson. It looks like it can melt people cleanly. She took out the towel used to wipe the leader's secretions in the novice copy, and threw it into the pot. The figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Very good, I can do it again next time. In addition, she also made an ear version of the elf, thinking that it could be used as a bug. She also made a mouth, but it was not for reconnaissance. She experimented with several, and finally made speaker and reconnaissance elf hearing. One is for eavesdropping, and the other is for shouting. Yes, how can she sell things without shouting? When she was selling sausages and popcorn, if there was a radio, she would definitely sell as many as possible. She really wanted a rocket launcher. Ran away, because the safe house would be teleported tomorrow, and she and Bai Tingfeng made an appointment to have dinner together. Lucky instant noodles plus shy corn sausage equals lucky explosion. I hope they can all switch to a good position. She was afraid of being thrown into the fire escape on the first floor of the basement of this shopping mall. Before the agreed time, Lin Jinwei remembered what she was going to do just now. She wanted to increase the range attack method. So the question is, how to increase it? Can explosives be made by hand? Lin Jinwei squatted there, and flipped through the various books and videos she had saved, hoping to find a way. But unfortunately, how could it be in the published books? She opened them all, and searched for the price of explosives. 1 ordinary mini explosive, range 1M*1M, 588 points. 1 stronger medium-sized explosive, range 3M*3M, 1388 points. Lin Jinwei's hands were shaking. Every time she felt rich, she would be shocked by the prices. She sat there with a dazed look in her eyes, feeling that her dream of large-scale attacks had disappeared. Maybe wear all the space rings on your arms, collect 3 cars in each, and smash them next time you encounter such a task. Lin Jinwei fell into deep thought. 9 p.m. Bai Tingfeng knocked on the door of Lin Jinwei's safe house. They were going to eat the lucky gift bag together. Of course, the shy corn sausage had to wait until they returned to their respective safe houses before the transformation, otherwise she and Bai Tingfeng would just become 2 shy senior sisters and brothers. Just thinking about the scene was very embarrassing. Senior sister, let me cook it. Bai Tingfeng said to Lin Jinwei as soon as he came in. Lin Jinwei waved her hand. It's okay, I just soaked it, and it will be ready in a while. Find a place to sit. Bai Tingfeng looked at the piles of fabrics and design drawings in the room, and he suddenly remembered the scene of working in Lin Jinwei's studio before. Turning his head, Lin Jinwei had returned to the desk and started to sketch frantically. He didn't dare to help clean up, so he could only carefully bypass the drawings and go to the kitchen to check the dinner first. Senior sister, I need a pot. He leaned out and shouted. Oh, use it. Lin Jinwei replied without raising her head. After a while, a burst of fragrance called Lin Jinwei's soul back. She raised her head in confusion, still thinking about bombs in her mind. Ah, can white sugar make bombs? But she can't. Senior sister, let's eat. Bai Tingfeng had already brought out the noodles. Originally, Lin Jinwei only hoped to maintain her vital signs for this meal. After all, the uninterrupted lucky braised noodles left her with a deep shadow. The smell reminded me of that time. But the noodles in front of me were not as simple as before. Bai Tingfeng fried a crispy poached egg in a pan, sprinkled sugar and soy sauce on it to increase the fragrance, and blanched some small green vegetables, all on top of the instant noodles, which looked appetizing. Lin Jinhua looked at the bowl in surprise and praised, "Junior brother, your cooking skills are good." Bai Tingfeng smiled, said nothing, and put tableware on Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua picked up the chopsticks and took 2 bites, and found that there was real beef in it. It was several thick slices of braised beef, just right for eating with braised beef noodles. "Wow!" she exclaimed happily. "When did you stock up on braised beef?" "The first 2 days of the dungeon." Bai Tingfeng also made strawberry milk tea for Lin Jinhua. "Thank you, junior brother." Lin Jinhua happily picked up the milk tea and found that there was still strawberry pulp in it. "What is the fruit knife today?" she asked. Bai Tingfeng nodded. "Strawberries these 2 days." Lin Jinhua was a little envious. She had been eating kumquats for 2 consecutive days. She cut the small kumquats and soaked them in water to drink. It felt quite healthy. "If possible, I still want strawberries." They chatted while eating. They talked about things before entering the game. They didn't talk about death tasks or survival. Maybe this can make you feel alive. The meal took a long time. After eating, Lin Jinhua took out the caramel pudding she had brought from the buffet restaurant before and enjoyed the dessert after the meal. After eating, she was about to get up and clean up when Bai Tingfeng stopped her. "Let me do it." Bai Tingfeng had already stacked the bowls together and took them to the kitchen. Lin Jinhua was a little embarrassed, but seeing his quick movements, she knew that he must have been trained by the instructor. Thinking of this, she looked at Bai Tingfeng with some sympathy. "Bai Tingfeng, ? What does senior sister think about every day?" He seemed to have guessed a little from the initial misunderstanding. Bai Tingfeng sighed while washing the dishes. Senior sister seemed to have some misunderstandings about his sexual orientation. He sighed even louder. Lin Jinhua was very happy. She stretched, cleaned up the drafts and fabrics on the ground, and then found the things she had prepared in advance for Bai Tingfeng. There were lunch boxes that had been converted before, boxes of instant noodles and mineral water, and some newly made storage rings. She was too hasty to switch last time. She had planned to meet him once and give these to him if the safe house was separated. After all, rolling pins are very cunning, and you can't send things all the time in the game. It was a coincidence that the safe houses were separated twice. Lin Jinhua felt that things would never happen 3 times, and they should be separated next time. But it would be nice if they could be separated. As Lin Jinhua thought about it, she saw Bai Tingfeng coming out of the kitchen. She subconsciously said, it would be nice if they were together. Bai Tingfeng suddenly showed a shocked look, his pupils trembled, and his ears suddenly turned red. He was exposed? Discovered? But the probability of being separated 3 times is really small. She continued. Bai Tingfeng's face suddenly became numb. He shouldn't have expected would. "What's the matter?" Lin Jinhua walked up and looked at him. Bai Tingfeng shook his head with difficulty. He wanted to say something but stopped, but still didn't speak. He looked at the time. It was already 11:30. It was almost time to return to the safe house. Then, "Senior sister, I go back first," he said softly. "Yeah." Lin Jinhua handed him the storage ring with things in it. This was the largest storage ring she had made, which could hold 3 cubic items. Bai Tingfeng took it and said, "Thank you, senior sister. There is shy corn sausage in it, which can increase your luck. Remember to eat it in the last 5 minutes," she explained. "I also put gun and bullets in it. It's better to be able to attack remotely in this copy. There is also a eyeball bullet. There are not many eyeball bullets left. I don't have many here. I try to get some more similar ones. You can use them first." "Similar, using blood beast eyeballs?" Bai Tingfeng nodded. "I know, you should be careful too, senior sister." He emphasized, "If you are in danger, call me, I will definitely come." Lin Jinhua smiled and agreed. According to her personality, if she really encounters a crisis that she cannot handle, she will not notify her friends. Why notify them? Let's die together. At most, leave a last word. Bai Tingfeng opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Jinhua smiled and pushed him out of the door of the safe house. "Don't worry, your senior sister is still very powerful." She raised her eyebrows and looked proud, then restrained her expression and said seriously, "Live well." "I will, and you too." 23:55. Lin Jinhua took out shy corn sausage and ate it. Shy and quiet Lin Jinhua sat on solid as a rock, patiently waiting for the moment of transformation. Midnight. The entire space was distorted in an instant, as if it was stretched and then shrunk like dough. When it returned to normal, Lin Jinhua found that it was dark outside her window. She stood up and looked out the window, and found that she could see the red stars in the sky, and the blood-red full moon. This was the first time she saw the outside scene from the window of the safe house since she entered the game. Could it be that her safe house was finally not a men's toilet this time? Lin Jinhua was overjoyed. As usual, she prepared herself and carried a camping light. She waited until the effect of shy corn sausage wore off before she carefully opened the door. What came into view was still a toilet. But there was no urinal, so it seemed that it was not a men's toilet. Lin Jinhua stepped out of the safe house and looked back. Only then did she realize that this time the safe house was opened in the shower room. Very good, a very big improvement. She turned her head and saw a massage bathtub next to the shower room. At that moment, Lin Jinhua's eyes emitted a wolf-like light, and she rushed to the bathtub to put it away. Her space was okay, and she could fit a bathtub. Unfortunately, the bathtub did not move at all. This was a bathtub deeply embedded in the brick. It couldn't be embedded anymore. If the bricks were broken, the bathtub would also be broken happily. Lin Jinhua lay beside the bathtub and sighed. She could only give up the bathtub first and check the environment of this bathroom. The whole bathroom was quite tidy, without much life atmosphere. The neatly folded bath towels and complete toiletries were telling Lin Jinhua that this should be a hotel bathroom. She picked up the disposable toiletries to check, and the logo was clearly printed on it. Hegulai Tourism Resort. It was the tourist resort where she first heard the noise of the mutation. So, is her luck good or bad? Lin Jinhua took a deep breath, but suddenly her eyes fixed. Creaky. Creaky. It was the scratching sound that she was very familiar with, coming from outside the bathroom door. In an instant, Lin Jinhua was already fully bowed. Creaky. From the scratching sound, it sounded like there was only a blood beast, which was scratching the door back and forth with its hands at this time, trying to get into the house. She needed to go forward to open the door, but after opening the door, her attacks would be restricted. She realized the benefits of having two people. One person could open the door. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath, put the camping light on the floor of the bathroom, then gently moved to the door and held the bar door handle with her right hand. She first activated the ability of Invisible Man to reduce her presence so that the blood beast outside would not immediately notice her when she came in. Gently press down and push outward. Click. It can't be opened. It's an inner door, which is even worse. She gritted her teeth and pulled the door inward violently, but the person hid behind the door, waiting for the blood beast to come in. Pa. Pa. The sound of human hands hitting tiles. Isn't it cold in such weather? Under the dim light of the camping light, a figure slowly appeared, and Lin Jinhua held her breath. Fingers, palms, arms, shoulders. Lin Jinhua had already pulled the bow to its full extent, and the arrow was tracking arrow. As long as she saw the head, she could immediately shoot at the center of the eyebrows. She should have seen the back of the head. She had clearly used the ability of Invisible Man, so it should be impossible to detect her existence. But what Lin Jinhua saw first was a pair of blood-red eyes. They looked at each other. Her hair stood up, and she immediately let go, taking the initiative before the blood beast attacked. The arrow successfully pierced the blood beast's figure, and it fell down before it could even whimper. The killing reminder was received. Lin Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to check with the light and shadow. She realized why she saw the eyes first. Because the neck of the blood beast was twisted backwards about 150 degrees. The weird angle made Lin Jinhua's hair stand up, but the next second, she realized something was wrong. The blood beast has the ability to regenerate and repair. How could this head, that was obviously twisted by external force, not be repaired? Could it be that it was too late to repair it? Lin Jinhua was shocked by this idea and took a step back. Yes, mixed in with the creaking sound of the door, there was a very slight snapping sound, mixed in with the sound of her opening the door. Someone guessed her behavior and twisted the blood beast's neck in advance. Hee hee. There was a light laugh outside the door. Chapter 59. Without hesitation, she grabbed a handful of mist flour and threw it out. Instantly, the room was filled with mist. Blood beasts have vision, which they have verified. Using mist can affect the vision of blood beasts to a certain extent. Perhaps their sense of smell is very sensitive, but Lin Jinhua's hearing is also very strong. She can hear the movement of blood beasts. She had already drawn her bow and shot when the mist exploded, using the tracking arrow. The arrow broke through the air and suddenly turned in the mist, shooting straight to the right side of the room. There, Lin Jinhua drew her bow again, and a magic conch with mucus stuck on it, and shot straight in that direction, didn't hear the kill notification. Was it blocked? Then restrict the action first. Lin Jinyua's thoughts turned quickly, and her hands did not stop, and she had already changed to gun and shot forward. Puff. Finally, the sound of the bullet entering the body was heard. She looked up and saw a figure standing in the dispersing mist. It was a young female blood person. Her arm was shot, and her feet were covered with mucus. The arrow that was supposed to hit her forehead broke into 2 pieces and fell at her feet. The blood person looked like a human, and even had a faint smile. She looked at Lin Jinyua's figure, and her smile suddenly widened, and the corners of her mouth cracked to her ears. Lin Jinyua's hair stood up, and she loaded the gun and continued to shoot. It was dodged. The blood person didn't even make a big move. She just tilted her head. After all, her gun was a toy gun. The attack speed was not enough. Every shot needed to be loaded, so she couldn't shoot continuously. The blood person raised her hand. Lin Jinyua felt something was wrong. She moved her body and loaded her gun while firing another shot at the other leg of the bloody man. This time she hit the target. But at the same time, the blood sprayed from the bloody man's hand rushed towards her. Not good. If she was sprayed in the eyes, she would be infected immediately. She wore camouflage glasses, but the blood affected her vision, and she would still die. Lin Jinyua jumped and hid behind the sofa. With the help of the sofa backrest, she curled up and did not touch the blood. This is a relatively luxurious resort. The rooms are large and equipped with beds, sofas, and desks. Thanks to this, Lin Jinyua had space to hide. There was no movement for the time being. It seemed that the bloody man was injured in the foot and could not move. Lin Jinyua's brain did not stop for a moment. She was thinking about what to do next. Hee hee. The bloody man was laughing. What's so funny? Lin Jinyua was wearing light pants, which could increase agility by 30%. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that she had come out prepared, otherwise she would have been dead. No. Don't hide. Come on. The bloody man behind her called out in a crisp voice. He can even speak. Lin Jinyua took a deep breath. She had already thought of a countermeasure. She leaned forward slightly and looked in the direction where the blood beast was standing. There was no one there. Lin Jinyua's hair stood up. She had already sensed the approach of the bloody smell. It was right behind her. When did he come? Why was there no sound when he moved? Was his leg healed? Without time to think, she subconsciously activated the teacher's majesty. She quickly turned around and saw a pair of hands covered in blood. It was only 1 step away from the back of her head. Her head was almost pierced. I almost died. Realizing this, Lin Jinyua stood up suddenly, took out the revolver she had bought but never used with her right hand, avoided the blood man's hand, and shot quickly at the blood beast's forehead at a very close distance. After shooting, she immediately retreated. Bang. At such a close distance, she couldn't shoot off. The bullet hit the forehead. Boom. The bullet did not stop after hitting, and began to explode in the surroundings at the blood beast's forehead. In an instant, the head could no longer be seen in its original appearance. Lin Jinyua was still retreating. She couldn't let the blood splash on her. What if this didn't die? She still had to think about the next countermeasure. Lin Jinyua held the revolver and aimed at the blood beast that had collapsed on the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, the player has killed 1 E-level blood beast and obtained 15 points. Success. Lin Jinyua breathed a sigh of relief and slid to the ground. She did not use change on the revolver, fearing that she would mess up. So she used it on the magazine. The ability she had in the forest tribe was, Anesthesia bullet can cause anesthesia while causing damage when hitting the target. Note: the degree and time of anesthesia are related to the target's physique. After entering the game, the new ability was, Chain Explosion Bullet. When hitting the target, it will explode in a chain, causing 3 times the damage. It was just right for the situation just now. She had practiced her aim well in the forest tribe. As long as the target was shot in the head, the damage of the chain explosion would definitely hit the fatal point. If not, you could also go forward to finish off the enemy. Fortunately, it was shot. She walked to the body of the E-level blood beast and looked at her. The upper half of her face was gone. Lin Jinyua's shooting was very accurate. The wounds on the lower body had healed. Her mouth was still smiling. She seemed not afraid of death. Is this an E-level blood beast? If she was a melee fighter, she would have died long ago. It moves fast, and will attack a large area to break blood, and will also quietly move behind to dig out people's heads. Lin Jinyua couldn't help but think of the one on the 2nd floor of the mall. What level should it be? It was scary. Lin Jinhua checked and made sure that there were no other blood beasts hiding, so she returned to the bathroom. The blood beast inside hadn't turned into ash yet. It turned out that it hadn't been 3 minutes yet. Except for the last death mission, this was the first time she felt that time was so long. It turned out that people's brains could turn so quickly when facing a life-and-death crisis. She felt that her CPU was about to explode. Yes, judging from the configuration, it should be a young couple on vacation. She returned to the safe house with a little fear, checked her body, disinfected and cleaned again, and then laid down on the bed. Before going to bed, she finally remembered, turned on her phone, and saw Bai Tingfeng's message. I have moved to a restroom in an amusement park. It is safe now. How about you, senior sister? Senior sister? Are you okay? It seems that because she did not reply, Bai Tingfeng was a little worried and kept sending her messages. Lin Jinhua smiled and replied, I have moved to the previous tourist resort. The environment is good and I am safe. Did not mention what happened just now. Okay, senior sister, go to bed early. Bai Tingfeng replied in seconds. You too. After replying, Lin Jinhua threw her phone away. She was exhausted, and it was time to sleep. Lin Jinhua, who was sleeping, didn't know that Bai Tingfeng had gone out because she didn't reply. Bai Tingfeng, who had just killed a few blood beasts, and was about to rush to Lin Jinhua, received the message and breathed a sigh of relief. He squatted among the corpses of the blood beasts, replied to the message, and then got up and returned to his safe house. The 15th day. 10:15. Husi and I gently woke Lin Jinhua up. Lin Jinhua found that as long as she slept for 10 hours, Husi and I would wake her up. But she could sleep for 12 hours. She was a little sad, but didn't dare to say it, for fear of being spanked. She yawned, glanced at the message, and replied to Bai Tingfeng's good morning and his action report. Bai Tingfeng was teleported to an amusement park in the opposite direction of her, at the two ends of the city. If they want to meet, they have to cross the whole city, which is too troublesome, so it is better to go their separate ways. Lin Jinhua also thinks it is good to be alone. No need to socialize. Today's breakfast is meat dumplings and the new jam bread. Lin Jinhua didn't have any hope at first, but her eyes suddenly lit up after she took a bite. The toast looks white, but when you chew it, you can taste the rich and sweet peanut butter. The toast is also softer than the first few days. It is indeed a bread with 10 deliciousness. No wonder Fu had asked her for it before. Drink another sip of Super Awake, and you can stay energetic all day. Her goal today was to explore the surroundings, and if she had nothing to do, she would hide in the room outside the safe house. Although she was also curious about the cause of the change and the subsequent actions of the blood beast. But her life motto was, hide as long as you can. The room outside should not be considered as the scope of the safe house. Lin Jinhua packed up her equipment and left the door. The blood beasts outside the door turned into ashes and disappeared, leaving only bones. Lin Jinhua took out an unused storage ring and put the bones away first, otherwise it would feel weird to pile them in the house. She looked at the blood stains on the bed, desk, and sofa in the house. They had turned into dust, but she couldn't accept it mentally. After searching around, it was empty, and there was nothing worth taking back. Lin Jinhua sighed, touched the door of the B&B, and planned to go out for investigation. From the information learned on the internet, the accommodation of this resort is independent, and each guest room has been built separately into an ancient house. Even if it is full, it will not feel noisy. Therefore, when looking out through the peephole, there is no narrow corridor, but a green area can be seen directly. Before the investigation. Ding, hard as iron, it is the hardest door. Well done. Lin Jinhua gave a thumbs up in her heart, holding the door handle and preparing to open the door. It didn't pull. As the door became harder, its weight also increased. Lin Jinhua held the door with both hands and tried her best but couldn't open the hard door. Her strength value has been greatly improved after training. Still couldn't open it. She panted and finally climbed out of the guest house through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She stepped on the grass, sighing that they were all small houses on the first floor, otherwise she might not be able to get out. At the same time, she also gave up the idea of using skills on the windows. The entire resort is very large, covering an area of 150 hectares, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and is also an award-winning resort. Lin Jinhua didn't have much idea. She just wanted to investigate the neighbors around. See if there are any vacant rooms to move some furniture. The sofa looks very comfortable. She walked around her cabin and remembered the location of the cabin deeply. Just in case, she also marked some hidden places to make it easier for herself to find it. Although there is a sense, It is only a general direction. If you find it wrong, it will be a big problem if you open the door and stick to the blood beast happily. After making the mark, she walked in a direction according to the map. If you are not wrong, there will be 3 BNBs close to each other, which is also the closest distance to her. 10 minutes later, she walked to the group of BNBs. She squatted nearby and listened carefully for any movement of the blood beast. It seemed that the soundproofing of the BNB was good, and she didn't hear any strange sounds. So she held her weapon tightly and carefully approached a BNB in the middle. Knock knock. She knocked on the door to be polite. No one answered. Yes, judging from the scream she heard at the beginning, this place must have received the initial fierce attack. Lin Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief and was about to break the door directly. The door slowly opened. Chapter 60. Lin Jinwei immediately raised her gun, took 2 steps back, and pointed the muzzle of the gun directly at the door. The door was completely opened, revealing the face of a little girl who looked like she was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Lin Jinwei's hand loosened, revealing a surprised expression. The little girl did not look surprised, but was delighted. She pulled Lin Jinwei into the house and whispered, "Sister, come in quickly, come in quickly." Lin Jinwei confirmed that the little girl was a normal person. She took the gun with her free hand and remained alert. If there was anything wrong, she could immediately change to a revolver. She was pulled into the house. The moment she saw the scene in the house clearly, she shuddered to break free from the little girl's hand and was about to shoot with a gun. There were 2 blood beasts in front of her, 1 man and 1 woman, who seemed to be the mother and father of the little girl. They were not restrained at all. The male blood beast lay on the ground, half closed his eyes, opened his eyelids to glance at Lin Jinwei, and closed them again. The female blood beast leaned against the male blood beast, touched his head, and ignored Lin Jinwei. "It's okay, sister." The little girl opened her arms and blocked Lin Jinwei. "You? Is this your mom and dad?" Lin Jinwei asked tremblingly, a little reluctant, but gun pointed at the little girl. "She is a human, can't shoot." Lin Jinwei's fingers trembled. "Yes. But they won't hurt people. They love you the most," the little girl said loudly. Lin Jinwei looked up and down at the little girl and was sure that she was an ordinary person, but the 2 blood beasts made her unable to relax her vigilance. Although they had no desire to attack for the time being. Blood beasts need to eat. How can they be so quiet? When they are extremely hungry, they will even eat their own flesh. So how can they not attack the little girl in front of them? Lin Jinwei calmed down. She put down her gun, but she could enter the fighting state at any time. "Your name is Yaya?" she asked. The little girl in front of her nodded. "Can you tell me what happened?" She squatted down and asked softly at the same level as Yaya's eyes. Yaya nodded and spoke in a childish voice. "Although mom and dad have mutated, they won't hurt me. They won't hurt my friends either. They are all conscious. They can recognize me." Lin Jinwei was shocked. She couldn't help asking, "Really? How could this be? Have you seen other blood beasts?" Yaya tilted her head. "Of course I have. There are many of them in the main building. But mom and dad are different from them," Yaya said proudly. "They became blood beasts voluntarily. Just yesterday." "What?" Lin Jinwei didn't retract her shocked expression. "How is this possible? Someone else voluntarily became a blood beast." Yaya didn't seem to understand why Lin Jinwei was so shocked. Her eyes gradually showed fanaticism. She said it was evolution. "We are about to usher in a new era. There is no hope for ordinary humans." Her tone gradually became higher, revealing a sharpness that was not in line with her age. Her mother and father blood beasts looked at her, with love and admiration in their eyes. "After a while, I can also become one of them." She said I was too young and had to come one by one. Lin Jinwei's lips were trembling, and she didn't know what to say. Her scalp began to numb little by little, as if many ants were slowly crawling up her head from her back, gnawing at her scalp, and slowly approaching her brain. She restrained her discomfort and asked softly, "Who is she?" Yaya answered excitedly, "She is our king." She looked at Lin Jinwei, and her smile became more and more charming. "Sister, you have a strong vitality, you should join us too." She stretched out her hand to Lin Jinwei. Gulp. Lin Jinwei swallowed her saliva. Not good. After Yaya finished speaking, her mother had already cast her eyes on her, with a burning light in her eyes. The 2 people and the beast were waiting for her reply. "This is very bad." Lin Jinwei's mind was thinking quickly. She smiled. "I have a friend with me. I'm going to ask her opinion." She took out the bougainvillea is super beautiful that hadn't appeared for a long time, and put it in Yaya's hand. Let me think about it, okay? This flower is for you. I won't disturb your family. After thinking for a while, she took out another one, also for your mother. Yaya took the bougainvillea, looked up at Lin Jinwei, and then turned her head to look at her mother. Her mother nodded imperceptibly. Yaya laughed again and said, "Okay, sister." She walked Lin Jinwei to the door and opened it for her. "I'm waiting for your sister. You are very suitable to join us." Crazy, absolutely crazy. How could someone take the initiative to become a blood beast? Is this a cult? Lin Jinwei screamed in her heart as she turned and left. It was almost over. She could do something to the blood beast, but not necessarily to Yaya. That was a little human girl. Lin Jinwei quickly edited this message to Bai Tingfeng. She decided that she would stay indoors for the next 7 days before the safe house was changed. At most, she would climb out of the window and walk around the door. What main building is there? According to the publicity, there is a large swimming pool, restaurant, gym, and spa. It was originally her next destination for investigation. Now it's good, no one will go there. Going in is to deliver food. Lin Jinwei did not follow the way she came. Although she had walked a rough way when she came, her way back was even more twisted. She went around and looked outside the windows of several goose houses. Now she has learned to be smart. Who would enter through the main door? In the future, if I can climb through the window, I will never go through the door, let alone knock. This is because I am used to knocking at Bai Tingfeng's safe house. What terrified her was that these homestays were inhabited by people or blood beasts. They stayed together quietly, as a family unit, and seemed to still maintain a human life. She saw a male blood beast drinking water from a glass. But blood dripped from his mouth, which contaminated the glass in his hand. The woman next to him was still a human. She did not blame him, but smiled and wiped the blood for him, and leaned on his arms. Lin Jinwei got goosebumps all over her body. She crawled back to her homestay. She looked at the sofa in front of her, which was originally stained with blood, but the blood disappeared as the blood beast turned into blood dust. It looked clean on the surface, but it was dirty in spirit. Lin Jinwei was thinking whether she could disinfect and move in. It seems I need a purification tool. Lin Jinwei thought with a slightly confused mind. After entering the safe house and sitting down, she realized it belatedly. How could Yaya see the cat's eye with her height? In the next few days, the farthest distance Lin Jinwei went out was under the French window of the safe house. She moved solid as a rock out, and sat on it to rub her weapon. Next to her were clothes drying, bathed in the sun, and floating slowly with the breeze. If it weren't for the slight smell of blood in the wind, it would still be a pleasant vacation time. Before, I had time to wash clothes at school, but there was no such condition in the mall. Now, I have to say that the environment of this homestay is still quite good. Not far from the French window is a lake. Unless the blood beast swims over, she can basically find it from anywhere. To be honest, I really don't want to go out. Lin Jinwei thought with a wooden face while rubbing the arrows. She also planned to explore further outside, touch a few cars or something. But as long as she walked out, she could feel some hot gazes. Some were human, and some were blood beasts. They looked at her like a delicious cookie. What was even more frightening was that none of them attacked her, which made her alert to the peak. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. In the first few days, Lin Jinwei and Bai Tingfeng would report to each other that they were safe, and Bai Tingfeng would tell her what he had done and what he had discovered that day. Senior sister, there are no large gatherings of blood beasts in the playground. They are all walking aimlessly for food. It seems that due to the lack of leadership in food, some blood beasts have begun to kill each other. I've been rubbing arrows all day today. Sister, there are still some normal humans in the visitor center of the amusement park. They are trapped and can't get out. Most of them have cars, and their food is running out. They want to get their cars and go home while they still have strength. I washed clothes today. I followed them to the parking lot. A small number of them lost their lives, but they still managed to reach their destination. Whether they can go home depends on their luck. I hope they can all go home smoothly. She hoped from the bottom of her heart. On the 18th day, the network was disconnected again, and she and Bai Tingfeng could no longer contact each other. She could still enter the forum, and she would go in from time to check the latest news. The blood beasts obviously began to have wisdom, and it was still increasing as the mutation time intensified, and it seemed to be approaching the intelligence level of normal people. Tribes have been formed among the blood beasts, and there has been no mention of humans actively converting. Lin Jinwei hesitated for a moment, but still chose to leave a message below. It has been discovered that humans have voluntarily transformed into blood beasts. Blood beasts have become leaders. Human-shaped blood beasts have strong combat power, can spray blood, and move at an amazing speed. They like to dig people's heads, so be careful. Comments below. Why are you the one who made a fortune again? What on earth have you been through? This is only the second copy. How difficult is this? If it's a zombie, it's still in the stable period now, and it's easy to kill one with a hammer. Haha, I want to ask too. I'm safe, I'm glad you're okay. One comment was very obvious, and it was biting things at a glance. She smiled and replied below, you too. After refreshing the page, there was another similar comment. She looked at the nickname, and saw that it was Patrick. She also replied with the same words. Other players saw it, and checked in to say they were safe. They would also comment to each other, you too, I wish everyone's safety. I wish we could all go home. If she hadn't been unable to stay in the safe house, she would definitely not go out. She saw someone on the forum who didn't go out for 3 days, and was surrounded by blood beasts. He finally ran out, escaped the blood beast for a long time, insisted on returning to the safe house to switch, and then went to the forum to curse. There were also people who stayed up late at night, and didn't dare to sleep for fear of suddenly receiving a death mission. There were also unlucky people who took a shower and successfully received the mission. Everyone had a hard life. Lin Jinwei was not much better. At 3 a.m. on the 19th day, the death mission came again. She was awakened by a slap in the face, and jumped out of bed without any hesitation. When she saw that the goal of the mission was to ask her to go to the main building to explore, she refused without thinking. The mouse clicked and rejected, and sparks flew. It was still a single-player mission, and it seemed that there were no other players nearby. It was known that there were blood beasts everywhere. Very dangerous. Maybe it was like the underground floor of the shopping mall, filled with a bunch of egg beasts and a large army of guards. Then she would die if she went in. A very comfortable death. Lin Jinwei rolled her eyes. She rubbed the arrows quickly in her hands, and she had some ideas about the weapons for group attacks. Today was the 21st day. If nothing unexpected happened, 0 o'clock tonight would be the last conversion. Of course, if you think like this, accidents will definitely happen. At 10:56 p.m., Lin Jinwei, who had just finished taking a shower in the bathroom of the homestay, heard a knock on the door. She shuddered. She walked out of the bathroom and looked out the window. The blood-red moon was as bright as day. She could clearly see the furnishings in the house without lighting. Similarly, she could also see the moon in the cat's eye. That bright, crazy eye. Chapter 61. It seemed as if she knew that Lin Jinwei would look through the cat's eye. Yaya pressed one eye against the cat's eye. She smiled after feeling the light blocked, and she shouted in a high-pitched voice, Sister, I have evolved today. Late at night is the time when my ability is the strongest. I invite you to go with me. Let's move towards a new world together. Move towards a new world. Exactly the same as the official news before. Lin Jinwei took a few steps back suddenly, approached the French window, and used the skill. Ding one-way perspective glass. People inside the house can see the scenery outside the house, but people outside the house can't see anything. Damn, I should have used it earlier. Lin Jinwei was a little annoyed, but it was useless to say more now. Yaya at the door began to knock on the door. Sister? Sister? I know you are here, open the door quickly. The sharp child's voice echoed in the silent night. She couldn't be allowed to shout anymore. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth and responded, Wait for me for a while. How long do you have to wait? Don't let her get anxious. Lin Jinwei touched her hair, which was still dripping with water, and her heart was slightly determined. I want to blow my hair, it's not good to go with dripping water. She took out the hair dryer, turned it on, and blew it with the lowest wind. The homestay is not so soundproof, and the sound of the hair dryer can be heard by the door. Yaya tilted her head outside the door, and sat down with her back against Lin Jinwei's door. She hummed softly, The bloody stars and moon, that is our source. The sound of the hair dryer could not stop the ballad from reaching Lin Jinwei's ears. When the night comes, when the blood shines. Who are we who are bathed in blood? Who knows who you are? Lin Jinwei shuddered, and her hair began to stand up. She gritted her teeth and blew her hair. It has been just over a month since she cut her hair short, and her hair has grown from ear length to the bottom of her cheeks. Overall, it is still short hair, so it doesn't take much time to blow it up. It is 11:07 now. How much time can she delay? Lin Jinwei stood in the middle of the room, facing the direction of the safe house, guarding the door and floor-to-ceiling windows. 23:15. Sister, is it not done yet? Yaya was urging. Lin Jinwei replied loudly, Wait a minute. My hair has been permed and dyed, so it will take a long time to blow it up. It has been dry for a long time. Her head is about to smoke, but she dared not stop. Yaya did not respond, and Lin Jinwei did not say anything, delaying time as much as possible. Suddenly, Lin Jinwei saw Yaya's face appear on the glass. She pressed her face tightly against the glass, as if she couldn't see the scene in the room clearly, so her eyes were very close to the glass door. Lin Jinwei could see her slightly blinking eyelashes. He could also see the blood-red pupils. There was also the mist produced by her breath spraying on the glass door. Lin Jinwei's hand paused for a moment, and continued to blow, pretending that she didn't see Yaya. "Sister, you are lying." Yaya's voice came from outside the glass. "You obviously dried your hair." The voice was a little aggrieved. Lin Jinwei was startled. "How did you know? Didn't she become a one-way glass?" She looked at Yaya. A crack appeared between Yaya's eyebrows, the fatal position of the blood beast. It was a vertical crack, and it was trembling at this time, trembling in the same way as when it mutated. Suddenly, the trembling stopped, and the crack suddenly opened to both sides. That was the third eye. It was not like an ordinary blood beast, where the entire eye socket of both eyes was stained with blood. Instead, it had black whites and blood-red pupils, which looked extraordinary. Yaya's smile was still as sweet as ever, and the cute child's face with the third eye suddenly added a kind of evil. "Because I saw it?" Her third eye slowly blinked, blood-red pupils. "Are you unwilling to join us?" That fatal position was actually the third eye, and it had the ability to see through 23:23. There are still 37 minutes. What to do? Break through the door and escape? No, if the blood beasts in the main building come out in full force, she can't resist. Without transportation, she can't outrun the four-legged blood beasts. Hold on for 47 minutes? Can the safe house hold on? This is more critical than the situation of the death mission. According to her observations over the past few days, the number of conscious blood people in this resort has reached a certain level, and she is definitely not able to contend with them. A dead end? Lin Jinua's pupil shrank, and she saw a hand appear on Yaya's shoulder. "It's Yaya's mother." "Mom!" Yaya shouted happily. A gap also appeared between Yaya's mother's eyebrows, but it has not opened yet. "Sister won't come out. Sister doesn't seem to want to join us," she muttered a little disappointedly. Yaya's mother smiled. She seemed to have no language function, and her blood-red eyes were still gentle. Just like humans back then. She bent down and picked up Yaya. She made some hissing sounds. Yaya hugged her neck and listened to the hissing sounds. "Hey, but I really hope that sister will join us. Sister's vitality can make our tribe evolve quickly. Dad can also give birth to his sister faster." Yaya's mother touched Yaya's head, hugged her and turned away. Lin Jinua's tight grip on the hair dryer suddenly loosened. What happened? Let her go? Under the moonlight, Lin Jinwei saw the bougainvillea she gave her on the finely woven braids behind Yaya's head. Bougainvillea again? Lin Jinwei slowly put down the hair dryer without turning it off. This was originally the hair dryer from the hotel, and she also had the one given by Butterfly, so it didn't matter if it was lost. She went into the bathroom, locked it, and used her ability again. "Ding, super clean space, the door will be clean. Thank you, but it's not needed now." Lin Jinwei entered the safe house and locked the door. She sat down, took out a bougainvillea is very beautiful, and looked at it carefully. This game copy is very different from you are familiar with it. The blood beast is obviously no longer human, and she did not give gifts to the people in it. If Yaya's inquiry yesterday had not made her think of butterflies, she would not have taken out bougainvillea is very beautiful. Can giving gifts increase favorability? There are generally favorability increasing games, right? And vitality. Both copies heard this sentence. In the death game, if there is no vitality, you have given up long ago. Lin Jinwei shook her head, unable to think of it. She planned to continue with the development route of giving gifts in the future. There are still a lot of bougainvilleas in her space. Just as she was about to put away the bougainvillea, she suddenly felt the butterfly earrings vibrate. She then remembered the instructions on the butterfly earrings. Can evolve. She had forgotten it completely. No one in the player gathering area received gifts, so she didn't dare to ask. Could it be that the bougainvillea can evolve the butterfly earrings? Lin Jinwei was a little hesitant. She slowly raised her hand and brought the butterfly earrings super beautiful close to the earrings. Ding. Butterfly earrings has received upgrade materials, and the upgrade takes time. Please wait patiently. One flower is enough. Lin Jinwei was a little confused, but didn't think much about it. She breathed a sigh of relief, prepared food to increase the luck value, and waited for the conversion at 0 o'clock. The 22nd day. Midnight. The conversion began. When she opened her eyes again, it was dark outside the window again. It can't be the toilet again. Lin Jinhua opened the door of the safe house. The smell of disinfectant water hit her nose. Disinfectant? Is it a hospital? That definitely can't be a toilet, right? Lin Jinhua looked around. It's still a toilet. Finally, it's the women's toilet. Outside the safe house, it looked quiet. She waited for a while, but there was no scratching sound like last time. Lin Jinhua opened the door of the next cubicle, but didn't see the door of the safe house. It seems that she doesn't have to be a neighbor of Bai Tingfeng. She was relieved and a little disappointed at the same time, and she planned to go back to sleep first. Night is the time when blood beasts are active, so she won't join in the fun. Wash, change into pajamas, climb into bed, and sleep. Only the last 7 days are left. 10:11. Lin Jinhua was shaken awake again. Sleep a little longer, another 10 minutes. She muttered. Hu Xian'ai was stunned for a moment, waving his hands in the air, a little at a loss. But it still waited patiently, and when the 10 minutes were up, it touched Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua was about to repeat the old trick, and suddenly remembered the slap when the death mission appeared. Swift and powerful. She climbed up weakly. It felt that the temperature outside had dropped again, and the warm constant temperature mattress would no longer make her sweat, but feel warm. After washing and packing, she was ready to go out for investigation. After hesitating for a while, she still put on Yi Chengfen's scarf. It was slippery and warm when she put it on. But it was slippery and hot. It moved. Lin Jinhua was numb, and opened the door of the safe house with a stiff body, and carefully observed the environment of the women's restroom. There are 6 compartments in total, 3 wash basins, 1 hand dryer, and 1 disinfection machine. The disinfection machine is a wall-mounted squeeze type, and it contains disposable alcohol. Lin Jinhua's eyes lit up, and she took it down, feeling that it was about 2/3 full. Ding, an inexhaustible disinfection machine. You have a disinfection machine that can continuously produce disposable alcohol. Good stuff. Lin Jinhua was overjoyed, and then she felt a familiar dizziness coming. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I was only slightly dizzy when I was an elf before. She shook her head, put away the inexhaustible disinfection machine, and walked out of the bathroom. Huh? The bathroom in this hospital has a door, which was closed at 0 o'clock. And now it is open. This is open for business? Are there normal people in the hospital? Lin Jinhua was a little confused and became more alert. She activated her invisible man ability and walked out quietly. She turned a corner and walked out of the bathroom. She saw the sign of the number 1 municipal hospital and fell silent. I didn't expect that after going around in circles. I still returned to the neighborhood. I wonder how Xia Ping and Teacher Wu are doing. Have they become leaders? According to the rapid evolution speed now, maybe they are strong and powerful now. Lin Jinhua was thinking about it, while stepping out of the bathroom passage and seeing the hospital corridor. She suddenly widened her eyes, quickly leaned sideways, and pressed against the wall, looking sideways. A nurse who was walking in front of her had a part of her nurse uniform torn, and there was a little blood on it, which had dried and turned black. Her eyes were blood red, and she looked like a blood beast. On her forehead, you can see that there is also a gap between her eyebrows, but it is very shallow, just like the natural wrinkles on the skin. She passed by the passage in front of the bathroom, and when she passed where Lin Jinhua was, she paused, as if she had noticed something. Her nose twitched in the air. Lin Jinhua was startled, holding her breath, and not daring to move. As if she was rushing to the next place, the nurse did not stop and walked forward quickly. After she passed, Lin Jinhua carefully poked her head out of the corridor and looked at the lobby on the first floor. She seemed to be on the top floor of the hospital. The entire hospital was in a U-shaped structure. The floor above the lobby on the first floor was a circular corridor, and the corridor connected the departments one by one. Her eyes went dark at the first glance. There were blood beasts squatting densely below, tightly pressed together, twitching and trampling. One on top of another, some of them had their feet on the heads of other blood beasts, but their bodies were pressed by another blood beast. They could only squeeze their heads out of the gap with difficulty, gasping with their mouths wide open. Several blood beasts were eating each other, or rather, eating the corpses of all their companions that came near their mouths, but they were patted on the head by the doctor who came out. The doctor's eyes were also red, and he seemed to be a blood person with higher intelligence after evolution. She glanced around, as if she was selecting something, and then grabbed a blood beast's ear and pushed it into the department. Thump, thump. The familiar heartbeat sound came again. The heartbeat was closer than that on the second floor of the shopping mall, as if it was echoing directly in her ears. This was wrong. Lin Jinhua slowly raised her head. Then she saw clearly that familiar golden belly that was nurturing life. Thump. Chapter 62. Mother. Why did she notice it only now? If she had a third eye like yeah, she should be able to look up with one eye. She could also sleep with two eyes and stand guard with one eye. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and retreated back to her cubicle before the invisible man effect disappeared. She had never felt so reassured in the bathroom. There were footsteps outside again. No way, the blood beasts also need to go to the bathroom. Lin Jinhua shuddered and quickly retreated back to the safe house. Oh, safe house, you are my eternal home. Lin Jinhua sat on solid as a rock and thought about how to spend the next 7 days. Go to the hospital every day and say hello to the blood beast doctors and nurses? She was afraid that she thought her life was too strong. This teleportation was to send people into the blood beast tribe, leaving no way for them to survive. If they were all blood beasts, they could still fight their way out. The intelligence and attack power of blood people were obviously not something a player could handle alone. It was impossible for a group of blood people to rush over. She waved her hand and said, "Wait, we play one-on-one. There's something wrong. Is this really a 2-star difficulty?" Lin Jinhua thought so and asked. An abnormality was detected in the game, and the game difficulty has now changed to 3 stars? If I don't ask, you won't prompt me, right? There was a question mark after 3 stars. She slapped the ground of the safe house, and she grimaced in pain. Lin Jinhua asked angrily, "No compensation. This is the second copy? You're going to go to this difficulty? There is an abnormal situation in the game, please understand. After the game is cleared, all players will receive a certain amount of additional compensation." Seemingly reluctant, the rolling pin slowly issued a notice. Haha, if you die, there will be no chance to understand. Lin Jinhua snorted fiercely. She took out her mobile phone and went to the forum to check the situation. At this time, the forum was already in an uproar, and everyone was discussing the increase in the difficulty of the game. It seems that everyone is not very happy about the last safe house transfer. Perhaps it should be said that there is no safe place. Basically, when everyone opened the door and walked out, they were either a pile of blood beasts or a pile of pregnant men with big bellies. Many male players were so scared that they shrank in the safe house and dared not go out, and frantically asked how long they stayed in the safe house to trigger the safe house siege activity. No one has ever experimented with it. The information says it will take 3 days. Who has the time to do this experiment? Do you think life is too long? There are also requirements for the length of time you can go out. Last time, I went out for 1 minute a day, and I was still surrounded after 3 days. But in this case, if you don't leave the safe house, you will die. If you leave, you will die faster. Isn't this what the system wants to achieve? Everyone is in a manic state. Lin Jinhua is also a little anxious. She is thinking about the next step. 7 days. If she is beaten up if she doesn't go out for 3 days, she can stay for 2.5 days, go out for half a day, and then come back for 2.5 days, which means 5.5 days are subtracted. She can go out for a while, and finally find a deserted place to sleep. Lin Jinhua's eyes lit up. Why not? Find a deserted place to sleep and move to the safe house after 2 days. Anyway, the last move, both the person and the house will go together. Lin Jinhua rubbed her hands. It turned out that people should open their minds and not be too limited. She looked back at the inside of the safe house and thought, some preparations are needed. The 24th day. 12 o'clock. After 2 days of staying indoors, the clock in the safe house began to change color. At first, she thought it was because she had seen the bloody moon too much and was dizzy. Later, she found that the clock was getting redder every hour. It seemed to be a disguised warning. It was time to leave the safe house. Lin Jinhua made all the preparations, activated the ability of Invisible Man, and stepped out of the safe house. Since she was going to find a place where no one was, she must leave quietly. She took out the long rope she had woven in the past few days, and tied it to the bathroom door. After inserting it into the metal connector of the door and the side rail, she tied it carefully to confirm the strength, opened the bathroom window, and threw the rope down directly. She observed that there was no one or blood beast below. The forum also said that the blood beasts were the least energetic in the early morning and noon, which might be related to the sunlight. Her safe house was on the 4th floor. It was a bit scary to go down, but it was much better than being on the 10th or 20th floor. Fortunately, it was not the new building next door. That was a magnificent modern building on the 20th floor. Lin Jinhua climbed down carefully while thinking. She still had the newly transformed gloves on her hands. Sticky claws after wearing them, they have a certain stickiness. Be careful not to shake hands with people. Last time I searched the mall, I touched many pairs. Among a bunch of warming, moisturizing, and whitening effects, I finally brushed out this ability from a fingerless glove type. In this way, she could safely reach the ground on the first floor with the double protection of the rope and the sticky claw. When she passed the window on the third floor, the curtains were open, so Lin Jinhua poked her head out to peek. Looking from the inside, this place was not a bathroom, but a medical clinic. She could see a sign on the table that read, Otolaryngology. A little further away from the window, there was a blood man sitting on the consultation chair, and the blood man doctor was diagnosing her with a stethoscope. The doctor had his back to Lin Jinhua. The blood man seemed a little restless, twisting his body, and making strange sounds in his throat. Gurgle gurgle. The blood man doctor took back the stethoscope, and she casually took out a scalpel. Rip. This was the sound of the scalpel being pulled out of the body, and cutting the clothes. Lin Jinhua, So the blood doctor inserted all the medical tools into his body. Human-shaped needles? The blood doctor didn't care about her own blood on the scalpel. She held the scalpel and directly cut the throat of the blood doctor. It was light and casual, just like a painter's brush gently swiping on paper. The blood also spread like paint, just splashing all over the blood doctor's clothes and the surrounding environment. Googie googie. It was the sound of the hand stirring in the open throat. The blood doctor took out a human finger bone from the patient's throat, and there was still a little blood and flesh on it. From Lin Jinhua's angle, she could see the profile of the blood doctor. She saw the doctor laugh and make a pleasant hissing sound, as if saying, "Look, this is what makes you uncomfortable." The patient screamed, blood spurted out of the hole in her throat, but her upper mouth was also smiling, and she was also screaming, "So it's this thing." Lin Jinhua shuddered at the small drama she imagined in her mind, but she always felt it was real. Is this the ENT department? You said it was described correctly, but it seemed that something was wrong. She didn't dare to look at it anymore, and she crawled and slid to move. Sliding to the second floor was also a clinic. No one was there, and the door was closed. Obstetrics. Just as she was thinking about whether to take the opportunity to go in and search for something, the door was pushed open again, and a male blood beast with a swollen belly was pushed in. It was panting, and it seemed very uncomfortable. Its fingers were still twisted and hooked on the ceiling, raised high in the air, and trembling constantly. But no one cared. Looking inside the yellow halo of the belly, there are two little blood beasts. After pushing it in, the doctor skipped the inspection and took the scalpel to cut open its swollen belly without hesitation. The blood man upstairs could still laugh after his throat was cut, but the blood beast downstairs seemed to be in great pain after its belly was cut open. It was shaking, screaming, waving its hands around, and was restrained by the nurse with disgust. The doctor's movements did not stop, and the turbid yellow liquid spilled all over the floor. All the medical staff showed disgusted expressions. But when the child inside was taken out, the medical staff all laughed. They surrounded the child, looked at him, touched him carefully, and wrapped him with a clean towel. The child also laughed, and everyone was laughing, except for the blood beast that gave birth to them. When they stood on the ground with their feet, the blood beast on the bed let out its last roar. Then, it lost its vital signs. Only a blow to the center of the forehead can kill it. The blood beast that could have regenerated all the time died after gestation and cesarean section. But no one cared. The doctor and the nurse took the child who could already walk and left the ward, leaving the blood beast in the operating room to turn into dust. It was less than 3 minutes. Lin Jinhua looked at the scene in front of her and smiled sarcastically. Isn't this reality? It's just upside down. She slid to the ground and quickly moved away from the hospital. Maybe this new world is not bad, she thought as she ran. On the way, she avoided the lone blood beast. The streets were already deserted, covered with blood, bones, and domestic garbage. The domestic garbage had been severely rotten without being treated, and was covered with healthy insects. Without the influence of human life, the plants that were originally dormant underground began to flourish. They drilled out of the concrete ground, and every gap was their new home, and human blood and garbage were their latest nutrients. Blood beasts don't eat plants, and they get along well with them. It seems that most blood beasts have their own tribes, and will gather together. Most of those without tribes are eliminated blood beasts. Most of them are skinny, have no food source, and have no energy to regenerate. If they actively attack Lin Jinhua will kill them. There are not many, and they can still be dealt with. On the way, she picked up a few relatively clean cars, and stuffed them into the space ring. She didn't plan to drive them, and if possible, Just throw them out. Fortunately, she found many electric bikes with keys still inserted on the roadside. Her dream finally came true. Some were covered in blood, and some had their seats cut open, each with its own battle damage. Lin Jinhua found an electric bike parked on the roadside, with enough power. It seemed that the owner had just inserted the key when he was scared away by the sudden change, and he didn't have time to start the car. Yes, the road was full of people, and the electric bike couldn't be ridden. She got on the electric bike, confirmed that there was a charger in the trunk, and turned the accelerator to head to her destination. She rode the electric bike through the streets full of bones and abandoned cars. Some blood beasts heard the noise and wanted to pounce on her, but their broken bodies couldn't even catch up with the speed of the electric bike at 30 miles per hour, and were left behind by Lin Jinhua, running over human bones and rotting household garbage. She passed by Xiaoping's community. After hesitating for a while, she got off the car and went in to take a look at the situation. But after walking around, Xiaoping was nowhere to be seen. The bed sheets Xiaoping had hung had become mottled and no longer clean after being exposed to the wind and sun for some time. She climbed up to take a look, but her mother and father were nowhere to be seen in the room. Did they leave? Lin Jinhua thought. Xiaoping's room was full of blood splashed by her mother's hand. She found Xiaoping's doodle book under her pillow. The drawings were very good, all of which were small and beautiful records of daily life. There were family members, teachers and students in the school, and Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua put the doodle book into her space, and put it together with a scarf Xiaoping gave her. She also took out the paint she bought from the canteen, and gently placed it under the pillow. She put the money she saved at the cash register of the canteen. It was she who took the supplies, but it was her who bought the paint. Lin Jinhua smiled, and turned to leave Xiaoping's house. There were still blood beasts in other houses in the community, only Xiaoping's family was missing. Perhaps they had defected to other tribes? Lin Jinhua rode her electric bike to her destination. Not far away was the park where she and Bai Tingfeng had communicated and reported. According to her observation, blood beasts still prefer to gather in human buildings. For example, they have to hang upside down on the ceiling to lay eggs and hatch, and the leading blood beasts also prefer to stay in a separate house. It seems that they still have human nature, and it seems that the next evolutionary direction will be close to the IQ of ordinary humans. After all, they can use scalpels. Then this park with only lakes and forests should not be used as a gathering place by blood beasts, right? Lin Jinhua put the electric bike into the space ring, activated the invisible man's skill, and entered the park. After a round of investigation, only 3 lonely blood beasts were found. They lay in a circle, like the traditional pattern of 3 rabbits with ears. They could not move, just staring at each other. It seemed that they were trying to see who would outlast the other first. Lin Jinhua, who was squatting in the woods, shook her head. She would not want them even if she was the king, given their useless character. She was in another corner away from these cowardly blood beasts, and first released a few cars that she had just collected, surrounded them in the woods, and formed a barrier for her. Then, outside the barrier, she sprinkled the magic conch filled with poisonous water, mucus, and magma water on the ground. The blood beast in custody will make a painful roar when stepped on. Then she placed the blood beast bones she had picked up from the tourist resort outside the magic conch circle, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Come if you dare. The 2 bones were arranged neatly. Finally, she returned to the innermost part of the car barrier, and set up the colorful little tent she made from scratch. Folding tent. A tent with a certain degree of protection can reduce the sense of presence. Although this tent is small, it is also a small folding space inside, which is just right for Lin Jinhua to lie down in. She made several, bathing and praying, and using food that increases luck, and finally conjured up a prop she wanted. She stayed in the safe house at night these days. If she felt uncomfortable or unsafe, she could return to the safe house in the last 2 days. In fact, Lin Jinhua underestimated her ability to adapt. She was quite comfortable. The meals were all prepared, and she could just take them out and eat them at the appointed time. The most uncomfortable thing was that she couldn't take a shower, but she had disinfectant to disinfect her whole body. A little disgusted mentally, but clean physically. Except for the hair. So she took out a hat and put it on. "Hi, now it can cover your greasy hair. It's a great hat." She said thank you to the hat and put it on. She would go to the safe house to wash her hair in the last 2 days. Every day, during the day, she would go out to see how the cowardly blood beasts were fighting today, or touch the residential area to see what was going on. But after finding that the residential area had obviously formed a tribe, she had to give up the idea of going in to search for supplies. As soon as she stepped in, she could feel a lot of burning eyes. The crispy little cookies came. Lin Jinwei couldn't help wondering, there are fewer and fewer surviving humans now, and some humans voluntarily converted, so what do these blood beasts eat? Of course, she was just curious and didn't want to explore the mystery inside too much. If she explored a little more, her life would be gone. She could only search for some supplies sporadically along the shops on the street. It seemed the players had already searched the place, so there were very few items left. She did pick up some wrenches, wires, and parts of unknown use from a hardware store. There were originally many power strips in the hardware store, but it seemed that they had been searched by players. She finally found 2 sets of them from a broken box in the corner. There were no more. She gritted her teeth and simply bought the empty shelves. She searched all the shops along the street around her, but returned disappointed. So she stayed in the tent for the rest of the time, looking at the handicrafts, survival books, and videos she had saved before, to see if she could add some help to her life. It also gave her some new inspiration for making props. She really stayed here for 3 days. So when Bai Tingfeng found her according to the location, he was stunned by the scene. Chapter 63. Senior Sister. What are you doing? Bai Tingfeng spent a long time to finally bypass the magic conch and reach the outside of the car barrier. He asked while naturally touching it. Then, he was electrocuted by the car. Electric car, don't touch me, I electrocute you. Bai Tingfeng looked at his trembling hands, and his heart was also trembling. Today is the 27th day of the game. He finally managed to get out of the blood beast pile, and in the dangerous situation of being caught and giving birth, he followed the location with great difficulty to find Lin Jinwei. He thought that he was thrown into the blood beast pile, and Lin Jinwei was not much better, so he climbed over half of the city with the idea of finding her quickly. When he got out and checked Lin Jinwei's location in the park, he was still in a trance. Thinking that he might be brushed in the public toilet in the park, the senior sister was still very lucky. As a result, he walked further and further away along the induction, and saw this circle of strange but powerful defense mechanisms, and the familiar floral tent in the center. He smiled helplessly. She was worthy of being a senior sister. She could always find a new way of life in adversity. No matter what, as long as she was safe and happy, it was fine. Lin Jinwei poked her head out of the tent in a trance. How did she hear Bai Tingfeng's voice? Was it an illusion? She was about to crawl back to sleep. It was only 10 o'clock. She could still sleep. Senior sister. Bai Tingfeng shouted again. Lin Jinwei heard it clearly this time. She suddenly opened her eyes, and saw Bai Tingfeng looking at her from the gap in the car. Seeing Bai Tingfeng's hand about to touch the car in front of her, she shouted, "Don't. That touch will last." It was too late. Bai Tingfeng had fainted on the ground. If you touch that, you will faint for 3 minutes. Lin Jinwei looked at Bai Tingfeng, who fell headfirst, and was silent. Fortunately, she didn't touch the magic conch, otherwise she would be finished. She cleaned herself up, washed up, put away her small tent, and squatted beside Bai Tingfeng. Bai Tingfeng also fainted for 3 minutes. He touched his head and climbed up, and he was even more stupid. Lin Jinwei couldn't help laughing out loud. She stretched out her hand to Bai Tingfeng. "I told you not to touch it." Bai Tingfeng took her hand, and Lin Jinwei pulled him up. "Long time no see, junior brother. Long time no see. Since we are here, it's time to work." Lin Jinwei asked Bai Tingfeng to put away the magic conch with her. "Forget about the small bones, the scenery here is pleasant, and it is suitable as a burial place for young lovers." She returned to her 4 fortress cars, and she was a little hesitant about whether to put them away. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Bai Tingfeng was a little confused. "Isn't this car good? Why don't you put it away?" Lin Jinwei closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and touched the electric car with both hands at the same time. She was electrocuted, she trembled, and her brows knitted together. Bai Tingfeng was about to say something but stopped. It turned out that even she was electrocuted. "Wait, that's not it." Bai Tingfeng looked at Lin Jinwei, who had a bitter face, and she said, "Now we are even." Then she closed her eyes, touched the fatigue driving, and fainted peacefully. Bai Tingfeng quickly supported her, and didn't let her fall to the ground. Like him, he supported Lin Jinwei against himself, and waited for 3 minutes. "Oh, too fatigued driving, that would take 6 minutes." He smiled, thinking 6 minutes was still a little too short. After Lin Jinwei woke up, her eyes widened. So powerful? She blinked, and she was suddenly happy. She had a weapon for group attack, and she also had a strong barrier. Bai Tingfeng let go of Lin Jinwei's hand and asked, "Senior sister, What are your plans next? Lin Jinhua adjusted her hat. She counted on her fingers and said, I have been here for 3 days. Today is the 27th day, and I am about to return to the safe house until the transfer. She smiled happily. This way I won't be beaten up. By the way, junior brother, is your safe house nearby? Bai Tingfeng hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and told the location of his safe house. In a university town far away, it has been flooded with blood beasts. Lin Jinhua was shocked. Are you here to find me? Bai Tingfeng didn't want Lin Jinhua to know too many details, he said vaguely. In order to avoid the blood beast's pursuit, I ran all the way, and then I found that I was not far from my senior sister, so I came here. Is that so? Lin Jinhua nodded. Then you ran far enough. You ran very fast. Then your safe house is so far away, why don't you go back to my safe house first? She paused. It's just a little dangerous. Bai Tingfeng, how dangerous? Lin Jinhua's face was wooden. In the #1 hospital in the city, there are blood people who can do cesarean sections. She looked at Bai Tingfeng's body. Well, she should be caught and forced to give birth. Bai Tingfeng felt that Lin Jinhua's eyes had some special meaning, but he chose not to ask. He just said, I go back with you. Lin Jinhua nodded, took out the electric bike and rode on it. She patted the back seat. Come on, get in the car. Bai Tingfeng looked at the modified oversized electric bike in black rock style in front of him, gave up thinking, and sat obediently on the back seat. Still sitting sideways. Lin Jinhua turned the accelerator and ran happily to the hospital. Gada gada. This is the sound of the electric bike bumping over bones. Baji. This is the sound of running over the lying blood beast. It doesn't matter, I've run over it several times these days. It's too lazy to move. Bai Tingfeng grabbed the armrest at the back and sweated deeply. Do you want to get one too? Lin Jinhua asked. It's so convenient. Those stupid blood beasts can't catch up. I ride a bike to walk them these days. Bai Tingfeng shook his head, thinking that Lin Jinhua couldn't see it, and said, No, I can drive a car. He didn't have the habit of walking blood beasts either. Normal people don't have any. Okay. Lin Jinhua didn't care, and put away the electric bike when they were close to the hospital. She took Bai Tingfeng to the place where she slid down, and she stretched out her hand and grabbed the air, and a floral hemp rope appeared in her hand. Mimicry rope, it can blend into the environment, without distinction between you and me. Lin Jinhua raised her chin and gestured. You first or me first? Bai Tingfeng let Lin Jinhua go first. In case he fell down, he would still hold him up. Lin Jinhua took out another sticky claw and gave it to Bai Tingfeng, and then he put it on himself and climbed up quickly. It was really very flexible, amazing. After climbing to the 4th floor and getting into the window, Lin Jinhua didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief, and when he looked up, he looked into the eyes of a bloody man in the toilet. So why did the blood man come to the toilet? Are they regaining their human habits? The blood man was startled, and she opened her mouth to scream. Lin Jinhua quickly used teacher's pressure to freeze the blood man's body. The blood man opened her mouth and froze in place, her eyes still revealing some doubts and shock in a very human way. Lin Jinhua jumped down from the windowsill, took out her weapon and put an arrow on it, and shot the blood man in the middle of his eyebrows. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed the blood man, preventing her from falling to the ground and making a sound, attracting more blood men to attack. Bai Tingfeng also climbed up, and the two of them carried the blood beast into a compartment and waited for her to turn into blood dust before collecting the bones. If it has evolved to the point where it can go to the toilet together or find friends, this will be exposed. They kept their skills to reduce their presence activated and entered Lin Jinhua's safe house. It is now 13:12 on the 27th day. There are nearly 35 hours left before the end of the game. Lin Jinhua took in Bai Tingfeng and gave him the small tent she had used for experiments. He only needed to spend one night there. She settled Bai Tingfeng down, took out a cup of hot tea from the space and gave it to him. She let him play by himself, then lifted the curtain and went to the old toilet to wash her hair. Yes, she made a curtain for her old toilet, using all the scraps left over from making props. More convenient is the handicraft master's hut, which can be glued to the door by itself as long as the curtain is placed on the doorway, without the need for a bracket. After washing her hair, she blew it dry, thinking of the yaya she saw that day. Bai Tingfeng held the tea and sat upright. She mentioned what happened that day to Bai Tingfeng and asked, Did you see the bloody man with his eyes open? Bai Tingfeng was shocked and asked immediately, Sister, are you okay? Are you actually okay? What do you mean by actually? Of course I'm fine, Lin Jinhua said loudly. Bai Tingfeng paused and said, I came to the front of the park and passed by the school. Lin Jinhui, shocked. According to Bai Tingfeng's description, he went in to take a look when he passed by the school and found that a complete tribe had been formed. The number has increased by more than 3 times compared to when they fled. It seems that they have absorbed the Blood Beast students and their families, who have changed nearby. Then Xia Ping's family? Lin Jinhui asked. Bai Tingfeng nodded. His original body recognized Xia Ping, so he had memories. She and her mother are here. Dad is probably going to have a baby. It seems that the whole school is still managed by teachers, assisted by female blood students, and male blood beasts are divided into 2 groups, one to breed and the other to guard. Some women are in between blood beasts and blood humans, and they lead the guarding blood beasts. It seems that blood beasts and blood humans who focus on family and family as a unit have a higher status. This is the information he got all the way here. I didn't see a blood beast with its third eye open all the way here, and even a gap didn't appear. Bai Tingfeng looked solemn, but in school, I felt a gaze when I left for the last time. Lin Jinhui was shocked. Bai Tingfeng's skills are innate, and they will be more powerful than hers. After the proficiency is improved, it can almost be hidden in the wind when it is activated. This has been noticed. Bai Tingfeng looked at her. I looked back and saw Teacher Wu. Teacher Wu should be the leader of the entire school, or the king of the tribe. Her third eye is half open between her eyebrows. Lin Jinhui frowned hard. The tourist resort was one of the first areas to change. It was changing rapidly, so it was normal for it to evolve rapidly. No, she thought again. When she knocked on the door for the first time, Yaya was still a human, and her mother was still an ordinary blood person. Can the eyes open in just 6 days? She has been thinking about this matter, and she also took out a piece of paper to sort out the division of labor and evolution path of the blood beast tribe. A variable has appeared. What is this variable? Lin Jinhui was still thinking while eating at night. They had dinner with a lunch box they had taken out from school before, without the buff bonus. After all, the predictive dream gave her too much after effect. After dinner, she habitually took out nutritional jelly to supplement other vitamins needed by the body. Fresh vegetables are relatively scarce. When she tore open the jelly package, her pupils shrank. At this time she understood. The variable is her. She gave Teacher Wu a nutritional jelly, and also gave Yaya, and her mother Bougainvillea is super beautiful. Why? Because of vitality. Have you ever given any gifts to the ghosts or people in the dungeon? Lin Jinhui asked Bai Tingfeng when she thought of it. Bai Tingfeng was startled and shook her head. Senior sister. Did you give any? Bai Tingfeng was surprised. Yeah, I gave a lot. Lin Jinhui nodded and continued to think. Could it be that we can reach a friendly cooperative relationship with the blood people? She had another dangerous idea. But forget it. She couldn't just hold out a sack of bougainvillea is so beautiful and scatter it along the way, in front of the king. Bai Tingfeng followed behind her, scattering nutritional jelly along the way. If Fuan was there, she could also scatter wonderful mint candy together. Forget it, forget it. Lin Jinhui, who was lying on the bed, gave up this dangerous idea, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Bai Tingfeng proposed to sleep in the kitchen, and Lin Jinhui didn't stop him. Go to sleep. Day 28. The last day of the game. Lin Jinhui and Bai Tingfeng stayed in the safe house, each doing their own things for a day. Bai Tingfeng needed to polish his tang sword when he had time, and he would also practice his wind control skills. According to him, more use can also increase proficiency. Lin Jinhui thought it was good. He could use the fan to slap people in the mouth, and the person being slapped might not even notice it. Lin Jinhui started making posters. In the new player gathering area, she will make a lot of money. So, when it was close to midnight, they used the food that increased their luck as usual. I wonder if we will be assigned to the same gathering area. Lin Jinhui muttered. I hope we can be assigned to the same gathering area. Bai Tingfeng also said. But it doesn't matter if we are not assigned to the same gathering area, as long as we are alive. Lin Jinhui's eyes were bright. Bai Tingfeng looked at her and didn't say anything. The time is up. Before the transition, Lin Jinhui smiled and said to Bai Tingfeng, see you next time, junior brother. Bai Tingfeng also smiled, with a little reluctance, see you next time. He hesitated a little, but still called softly, sister. This voice disappeared in the distorted white light of the transition, and was not heard by Lin Jinhui. Game over. Congratulations to the player for completing the second game. Game copy Resident Evil. Due to special reasons, the difficulty has been increased to 3.5 stars. Game copy renamed Vampire Utopia. A new copy mode has been generated and put into use. I hope all players will have a pleasant gaming experience. Chapter 64. Lin Jinwei was so shocked by the transformation that she saw stars. For the system reminder echoing in her head, Lin Jinwei just wanted to say, "I don't trust you." There is another wonderful experience. Forget it. She stood in a familiar white space again. The wall clock floated strangely in the air, showing day 0. She rubbed her head and opened the panel, ready to confirm the harvest this time. Huh? What did Junior Brother say before the last transmission? She scratched her head. She could only see the shape of his mouth, but couldn't hear the details. Forget it, ignore him. Game settlement completed. 1. Players' 28-day activity cumulative basic attributes are improved. 2. Players' basic attribute points are increased by 3. 3. Players get 5 free attribute points. 4. Players get 300 points. 5. Players get 10 basic material packages. 6. Players' safe house upgrades. 1. The main house space is upgraded to 25 square meters. 2. The dilapidated toilet is upgraded to an old toilet. 3. A simple range hood is added to the simple kitchen. 4. The house adds 2 sockets, 2 chandeliers, and 1 window. 7. Players can choose one of the following 3 items to strengthen and upgrade their safe houses. 1. Add a room, area, function is random. 2. Window reinforcement. 3. Simple defense system. 8. Players kill 632 sublevel ghosts and 3 ugly blood beasts, and get a total of 3,192 kill points. Lin Jinwei screamed and bared her teeth. These are the points she earned with her own strength. Read on. Due to the game level upgrade, the number of draws in the player mall will be compensated by 3. Number of draws? New features? Lin Jinwei raised his eyebrows and opened the mall. Added columns in the mall. A safe house option was added next to the 3 columns of food, medicine, and weapons. A new vertical column was added in the lower right corner, and there were 2 icons in the lower right corner. One icon was in the shape of a disc, which seemed to be the draw function. Lin Jinwei clicked it, and a reminder popped up. Lucky draw. As long as you want, you can draw anything, just 100 points once. It is detected that the player has 3 draw opportunities. Do you need to use them? There is a big red flashing icon below, which says, "Draw me." There is no need to be so excited. Lin Jinwei thought about going back to draw again, so he clicked the return button in the upper left corner. Do you really want to quit? You can draw with only 100 points. 2 options below. The red button on the right flashes "I draw 1." The gray button on the left quietly leaves cruelly. This UI interface can be optimized. Non-Africans don't gamble. Lin Jinwei coldly clicked leave with a heart on the left. Well, she finally quit. She clicked on a flower icon under the lottery again, and was surprised to find that this was actually a skin system. Yes, you can change the skin of the interface. As long as you spend 5 to 30 points, you can match your own system panel. Who wants to spend points to do this? Lin Jinwei complained and closed the page. Then she clicked on the safe house column, and her eyes suddenly lit up after a simple glance. You can add power and water to the safe house in this column. You can also spend points to add doors, windows, and new rooms. The price is: power points are 30 each, which is okay. Water source points are 50 each, which seems to be not expensive. But a note is displayed below. Current water source: untreated water from unknown sources. Water source upgrade to the next level. Untreated raw water source. Factory. Upgrade points are 250 points for 1 water source. Now Lin Jinwei's safe house has a total of 2 water sources. The faucets in the bathroom and kitchen, which is 500 points. No, Lin Jinwei realized that there is also a shower water source. Add that, and the points for upgrading the water source alone will cost 750 points. And after the upgrade, it is still the factory water source, which sounds like there are a lot of chemical components. She said to install the water purifier she looted before on the kitchen, and the filter barrel instantly became red and black. It is full of poisonous gas at a glance. Fortunately, the drinking water is all looted drinking water. No wonder the player survived the second game. It stands to reason that beating zombies can earn a lot of points, but how come life seems so poor? It turns out that all the points are spent here. Lin Jinwei sighed violently. Looking down, the window is 300 points each, and the door panel is 500 points each. She thinks it's good that the bathroom has no door, it's very bright. An empty room is not expensive in comparison, 800 points per square meter, but as the name suggests, it is empty. There is no water source and no power supply. There are 3 other functional rooms. The kitchen is 1,000 points per square meter, and 1 cabinet, random size, and 1 power supply are given. The bathroom is 1,200 points per square meter, and 1 water source and bathroom supplies, random, are given. The planting room, constant temperature room, is 5,000 points per square meter, and 1 water source, 1 power supply, and 2 flower pots are given. Wow! 5,000 per square meter. Lingenua's total points are only more than 5,000 points. She closed her eyes. Still too poor. After the second game, the player will have the floor plan of the entire safe house. If a new room is added, it can be placed on it. The location of the room given by the special channel before is random and cannot be changed. Maybe more permissions will be obtained through more games. To place the water source and power supply, just go to the location where it needs to be installed and click to confirm. But now it is the transit area, which can only be opened after returning to the safe house. She continued to click the next page. It should be the title obtained this time. Congratulations to the player for achieving the achievement and obtaining the following titles. 1. Sweeper. Your behavior is always amazing, and your walking path and method are no different from those of a sweeping robot. Therefore, you get the skill Sweeper Monk. Sweeper Monk once a day, each time for 15 minutes, the road you walk on is bright and clean. Thank you. 2. Sharpshooter. Your shooting accuracy has defeated 88% of the players. Grant you the skill. Shooting time 3 times a day, each time for 10 minutes. During this time you can shoot at any position you want to shoot. Range. Within the field of view, the deviation value is automatically corrected. Very good. This is really great. 3. Savage. Are you polite? When seeing this title, Lingenua took a deep breath. She gritted her teeth and continued to read the instructions. Abandoned the safe house and lived in the wild for 3 days? This title belongs to you. Congratulations on obtaining the passive skill. Danger sense. When surviving in the wild, you will sense danger in advance. Okay, let's be wild. 4. Go explore. Why don't you go out and explore? Why don't you move around? What's it like to stay at home all the time? Are you not curious about the background of the dungeon? She really doesn't. If the game has an exploration index or ranking, she will definitely be at the bottom every time. Get passive skills. I'm out. Go out and get a random buff bonus when you are more than 1 kilometer away from the safe house. Every 5 kilometers of distance increase, you can stack the buff. Okay, go out no more than 1 kilometer in the future. If the buff doesn't work, turn around and go home. This time the harvest is not bad, and the skills obtained are also very practical. The skills obtained last time helped a lot in this dungeon. Huh? Why is there another page? Lingenua suddenly found that after the screen, where the novice copy had ended, there was an option for the next page. She clicked the next page with some curiosity. Because the player passed the second game, the following functions are now unlocked. White letter group chat, 0/3, widgets, convenient display of health and defense values, and mall lottery function. This is the newly unlocked content that Ming Ming and the others had mentioned before. This game is a bit strange. Different contents are unlocked little by little as you pass levels. Is it because the more levels you pass, the deeper you are bound to the game? Or is this a screening? This word suddenly popped up in Lingenua's head, which surprised her. She shook her head violently and wrote down this idea. The option of strengthening and upgrading made her entangled for a while. A new room seemed to be the most cost-effective. After all, she didn't know how simple the simple defense system was. Will it still not be as good as her super polite? Lingenua knocked on the panel and asked loudly, "What is the simple defense system like?" She did not give up and continued to ask loudly, "Is there no explanation? Isn't this inappropriate?" After a while, it seemed that they compromised or wanted to drive her away quickly. 2 small triangles representing the expansion appeared on the panel. She knew that she had to fight for her rights by herself. This is a broken rolling pin with many loopholes. One of the 2 small triangles that can be expanded is at the points obtained. After clicking it, it shows 200 points are obtained by passing the game, and 100 points are compensated due to the increase in difficulty. It's only 100. How stingy. Lingenua rolled her eyes and clicked the second small triangle. Simple protection system. Add some simple protection to the safe house, and an alarm will be sounded when the safe house is attacked. That's it? It seems that it can't be as good as her super polite. She chose to add a room without hesitation. The minimum value is 800 points. Please accept the above information and return to the safe house. The next game copy will be opened in 21 days. Players will be teleported to the player gathering place tomorrow. After making the selection, a familiar option popped up in front of her. Lin Jinwei clicked confirm and arrived at the safe house in the blink of an eye. She breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt that she had survived the second game. The most dangerous thing was at the beginning. She refused the second death mission, which greatly increased her survival rate. She also obtained a certain amount of supplies. The current inventory is enough for her to survive for 3 months. If the player gathering area randomly reaches the terrible gathering area, it doesn't matter. She can stay indoors. She first opened the panel and clicked on the floor plan of the safe house. She saw a room floating next to it, which could be moved to the location she specified. The area of the room is 2 meters * 3 meters. Lin Jinyue's eyes lit up, and she felt that she had made a fortune. If she hadn't asked that question, she would definitely choose the simple defense system. The specific function was not shown on the floor plan. She placed this room next to the entrance and the old toilet. There was another cheerful construction sound. Ding. Lin Jinwei was standing at the door. She looked up and saw a door. She felt relieved instantly. I just don't know if her safe house will bulge out because of the addition of rooms. She didn't rush to check the room, but sat down and accepted her basic supply package first. There were a total of 10 packages this time, 3 furniture packages, 3 survival supplies packages, 2 clothing packages, and 1 weapon package. What shocked her most was that the last package was actually a medicine package. Although she didn't need medicine to replenish her health, more medicines were now unlocked in the mall, and they were all expensive. It was a win no matter what. She was planning to take advantage of the bonus of lucky braised noodles to break open the furniture pack first. When she reached out, the 3 stacked furniture pack bricks displayed a message. It was detected that the player has passed the second game, and now has 3 basic material packs of the same type. Do you need to merge and upgrade? Merge similar items? Candy Crush? Lin Jinwei had only one thought. Is there a guarantee? Thinking about the furniture she had drawn before, she decided to give it a try. Basic material package, furniture, has now been upgraded to a moderately prosperous material package, furniture. A moderately prosperous life sounds promising all of a sudden. The appearance of the material package in front of him, which looked like a white brick, has also been upgraded to a blue brick. Sofa. Sofa. Lin Jinwei suppressed his excitement and suddenly broke the moderately prosperous material package. The player has opened the moderately prosperous material package, furniture. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 single chair, 2 cushions, 1 floor lamp. In a flash, the materials he had drawn appeared in the corner of the safe house. Lin Jinwei looked at the single chair and fell into a long silence. The single chair is white and covered with soft fabric. It feels good to the touch, and you can feel that it must be very comfortable to sit on. If it is not in the shape of a toilet. The cushion is an ordinary square cushion with a water pattern on it. Lin Jinwei, is this really not matched with the toilet? The most normal one is the floor lamp, which has a retro shape and a special design. There are also some places to put books. If she remembered correctly, this floor lamp was quite expensive in the original world. In general, the Xiaokong material package drawn out will be better than the previous basic material package. At least it will not be the case that only the mattress is given without the bed. Lin Jinwei also combined the basic material package of survival materials into a Xiaokong material package and opened it directly. The player has opened the Xiaokong material package, survival materials. Congratulations to the player for obtaining self-heating hot pot *3, white rice cracker, large package, *1, pickled mustard canned food *2, canned fish *2. This is much better. Lin Jinyue's mood recovered. She sat on the toilet single chair, felt the comfortable feedback under her buttocks, and decided to ignore the appearance and use it well. She put away the remaining basic supplies first. After all, she was not short of supplies now, and could use them together when she upgraded. She got up and made a cup of strawberry milk tea, and nestled comfortably in the toilet single chair. As long as it is comfortable to use, appearance is secondary. Start to check her personal information. Name, Lin Jinwei. Number, SE35100075. Health, 137, initial health. The player will die if the health reaches 0. Stamina, 65, getting better. Agility, 80, you are close to the monkey's indicator. Strength, 52, more and you can use the axe to split the door. Intelligence, 98, don't get stuck in the bug. Luck, 60, starting to get better. Lin Jinwei curled her lips and the following taunts showed that she could block it. She was not particularly surprised that the intelligence value was almost 100. When sharing the panel with Bai Tingfeng, she found that his physical value was as high as 123. Even his health is 210. When the two of them calculated, they estimated that the upper limit of the value is not 100. Only the lower limit of health is 100, and the upper limit is related to physical strength and strength. Lin Jinwei did not hesitate to add all 5 free attribute points to the luck value. Physical strength and strength can be improved through exercise. But there is no way to be unlucky. She then checked her talent. She had already upgraded in the game, and now she would see what abilities would be increased by upgrading one more level. Talent, Handcraft Master. Level, LV3, Proficiency 5000 can be upgraded to the next level, Current Proficiency, 768. Skills, 1. Stock up. As a handcraft expert, how can you not stock up materials? You have a 49 square meter space to store materials. Skills, 2. Change. Handcraft experts have a strong ability to transform items. You can change the objects you touch. 1. Due to the level increase, you can control the direction of the objects changed to a certain extent, highly compatible with space storage. It can reduce a certain amount of mental power consumption, and skilled items cannot consume mental power. At the same time, the skill CD is 10 minutes, and the usage limit is 30 times a day too. Due to the way of use 4. The use of food objects is limited to 5 times per day, and only the first time increases proficiency 3. Due to the way of use, the use of space storage items is limited to 8 times per day, 4. Due to the skill improvement, you can trace the direction of the change of the object when using it and make a choice among them, 5. Due to the skill improvement, you can rename the changed objects. Skill, 3. Sewing. You can stick multiple objects together without glue. Skill, 4. Cut. You can cut certain materials. Lin Jinwei spent a long time scratching her skill limits and instructions. I have never seen so many annotations for skills. The upgrade was similar to what she imagined. The space was enlarged, which could affect the direction of the object to a certain extent, and the number of times was also greatly increased. Perhaps she had been honest for a while, and was rubbing arrows, so the rolling pin let her go for the time being. Lin Jinwei smiled and decided to continue to make trouble. Anyway, it felt that there was still a short distance to the next level, and it was not something that could be upgraded in the player gathering area. She also needed to explore the newly appeared Che. Finally, she opened the email. The red dot on it made her very concerned. She should not have established any contact with the natives in this copy. Or rather, the people who established contact had mutated. The student assignments of the novice copy have not been received yet. The first email, you left it behind. What did I leave behind? Lin Jinwei clicked it to check. Her eyes widened. It turned out to be sent by Xia Ping. I received your brush. Please save my album for me. Thank you, Jinwei. I started to remember more and more things, although it is a little different now than before, but I am fine. I hope everything is well with you too. It cried very sadly at school, so I sent it to you. How did it send it? Can you elaborate? Lin Jinwei was very curious, but there was no reply button on this email, so she couldn't ask. According to the system's explanation, their mutated race is the blood race. The evolution of the blood race is similar to what she guessed. With evolution, intelligence gradually improves, the third eye begins to appear, and the memory of human beings will gradually recover. Combined with the fact that there is only one medical organization, the lack of resources, and the official declaration. In the forum, everyone speculates that the official medical organization of this game copy hopes to introduce universal evolution. From the blood-red stars and moon, some players also gave explanations of alien creatures. The purpose of evolution is not difficult to guess, most of which is for immortality. As for the deeper level, it is not something that players, like them, who have only participated in the novice copy can explore. Lin Jinwei clicked to accept the email, and she didn't remember what she had forgotten. Baby Locke appeared on her palm. Ah, it was this baby. She really forgot everything. Baby Locke saw her, his mouth suddenly shrank, and his eyes widened. Then he opened his big blue mouth, and was about to cry. Lin Jinwei was so scared that she quickly took out a handful of wonderful mints, and stuffed them into his pocket. Baby Locke closed his mouth. Lin Jinwei thought for a while, and hung it on Super Polite. They were both blue, and the color seemed to match. The blue tentacles secreted by Baby Locke tightly grasped Super Polite, and then stretched out his blue little hands to take out the mints from it. It can already open the plastic packaging by itself. It's a smart baby. Okay, It's been comforted. Lin Jinhua sat back and checked the second email. Sister, I will always wait for you. It was yeah, so scary. Sister, if you don't want to be a human anymore, you can join us at any time. I am already a king. If you come, we can be kings together. Thank you. But no need. A prop was attached. Yaya's keepsake. When you don't want to be a human anymore, tear it up. It was a blood-red round object similar to a greeting card. It felt very delicate and a little bumpy. It should be the moon. Lin Jinhua stuffed it into the corner of the space without hesitation. She wanted to be a human. The last email, study hard. It was actually sent by Teacher Wu. The letter reminded her to study hard and not to hurt her body. Sent with the email was also a prop. Health watch. Wearing it on your wrist can show your health value. It was a simple beige watch with an empty dial. Lin Jinhua put it on her left hand, and the value on it was 98. She raised her head. She was so healthy. Touching the health watch, she felt a little melancholy. It seems that the blood race has evolved to a high level in the later period. Judging from the emails and expressions, there is not much difference from the normal time. Is this a good thing? Lin Jinhua didn't know. But she was very happy to receive these emails. Whether the object is for her or her, she will accept this kind of thought. She stood up and stretched, and collected the items related to her that she had received in the space before, as well as Xia Ping's things, and put them together in a floral basket that she had made before. This is the most beautiful little basket she made. Keep it well. She admired it, nodded with satisfaction, and planned to investigate the changes in the safe house. The overall space of the main house has become larger. She first went to the simple kitchen to install a range hood, and then went to the toilet to see how old the old toilet is. She lifted the curtain and was surprised to find that her toilet had a door, but it was a wooden partition door similar to that of a public toilet, 20 centimeters above the door opening and 20 centimeters below the floor. That's why she didn't notice it when she entered the safe house, as it was tightly covered by the curtain. Ziz. She gently pushed open the wooden partition door, making a sharp sound. The space inside was a little bigger than before, from a rectangular shape to a square bathroom with a length and width of 2 meters. The mini mirror was previously attached to the wall with skills, but now it seems to have been upgraded. From a simple mirror, a circle of wooden frame was added, and the area seemed to be larger. Now it looks like it has a diameter of 20 centimeters, which is really gratifying. The mini water heater has also expanded a little, and the mottled marks on it have disappeared a little. It seems that the upgrade of the room will bring the upgrade of the home appliances inside. But the shower is still on the squat toilet. Lin Jinhua, She went forward to open it, and found that half of the shower head could spray water out, which touched her. She installed the newly added window in the vacant position, so that her toilet would no longer be a dark bathroom. There is finally hope for the future. Then Lin Jinhua walked out of the bathroom, took a deep breath, and opened the door of the new room a little nervously. What kind of room would this be? Chapter 65. Lin Jinhua pushed open the door. There was nothing in front of her. The size of the room was 2 meters by 1 meter, which was 2 square meters. It was too small. Sure enough, she shouldn't have had unrealistic fantasies about her luck. She sighed, and prepared to install the chandelier she got here. When she looked up to confirm the position, she was stunned. The roof was not snow white like other rooms. Instead, it was covered with black cross-framed structures. Lin Jinhua looked closely, and found that it was a light track. Each track had electricity. If she wanted, she could install 800 spotlights to illuminate her. Illuminate your beauty. So, this is an exhibition hall. Lin Jinhua looked at the space without even a window, and planned to use it as a warehouse first. I thought there could be a bedroom. Spend 300 points to install a window? There's no need. It's better to save some points, and buy more weapons. She sat back on the single chair, and connected her consciousness to the handicraft master's hut. Although it was in the shape of a toilet, it felt like a throne. Player skill upgrade detected, handicraft master's hut upgraded together. Within the safe house, you can process raw materials with your mind and directly replace parts. Within the safe house, you can use raw materials to upgrade items in the house. Lin Jinhua was delighted. She immediately took out the tree she had cut before, and placed it on her homemade cabinet with her mind. Do you need to upgrade the structure? Yes. Ding. Her cabinet was originally simple. Several pieces of wood were processed and glued together, and the frames inside were also made of rags. After agreeing to upgrade, her cabinet flashed in place, and when it reappeared, the wood on it was all thicker. It no longer wobbled when touched. Lin Jinwei took out the white cloth from before and put it on top. She saw that the cloth frame originally made of rags only had a circle of rags on the outside, and the white cloth had been pasted on the inner surface, and the thickness was obviously increased when touched. The texture of the whole cabinet was different. It used to only sell for 29.9 on Pink60, but now it can sell for 129.9. It seems that some metal is needed to strengthen it. Lin Jinwei silently added this to her list of needed materials. Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up and walked to the exhibition room, releasing the cool little electric car she collected in the previous world. She first took out a few pieces of wood, processed them with her mind, and put them together, and embedded them about 1.5 meters above the ground. The height of the safe house is 3 meters. She felt that the wood processing was faster after the upgrade, which allowed her to mass-produce arrows quickly. Then she connected the cool e-mule to the charger and threw it up, wrapped the other end of the charger around the light rail a few times, and connected the end to the light rail. Started charging. Great, she had a room where she could hang and charge anywhere. No need to guard those power sources anymore. Lin Jinwei nodded with satisfaction, and spent 500 points to upgrade the water source in the kitchen and shower. At this time, it was displayed, current water source. Factory, water source upgrade to the next level, untreated natural water source, mountain stream. Mountain streams. There won't be parasites. Lin Jinwei looked at the next level with suspicion. It took 500 points to upgrade. She couldn't figure out whether it was the chemical containing factory water poison or the countless parasites in the mountain stream. She pursed her lips and decided to ignore it for now. Next, Lin Jinwei thought about it, swallowed a shy corn sausage, and planned to draw a lottery. She took a deep breath and clicked on the red flashing Draw Me icon. Hua la la. A happy music sounded, and a transparent sphere appeared in front of her, with countless small colored balls colliding happily inside. The colors of the colored balls are white, blue, purple, silver and gold. Ding. It's blue. The blue ball rolled down and emitted a burst of light, showing the information. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy Food Set. Get 5 hamburger sets. One set includes 1 hamburger, 1 snack and 1 drink. The flavor is random. Lin Jinwei's eyes widened. It was a hamburger set? After the information was displayed, a blue brick appeared in the safe house, similar to the supply package, but with a big white printed on it. Touch it, and you can feel the 5 hamburger sets inside. If you don't open it, it will remain still. Because the number of draws has not been used up, the transparent sphere has not disappeared in front of her, flashing and waiting for her to draw again. She looked at the lottery ball with a burning look. Draw again. Ding. A white ball rolled down happily. Congratulations on winning the prize. Basic Medicine Award. Get 3 sanitary napkins, 1 powerful pill. It was just average, and the total value was less than 100 points. Lin Jinwei rubbed her hands, praying that she would have better luck the last time. Ding. It was purple. Congratulations on winning the SSR prize. Fierce weapon set, and get Moon Meteor Hammer. Lin Jinwei touched the purple brick with shaking hands and opened it. The handle of a huge meteor hammer appeared in Lin Jinwei's hand. Her hand fell down suddenly, and she almost fell to the ground. Bang! Lin Jinwei used all her strength to maintain her body shape, and she looked at the hammer head of the meteor hammer. It was a half-moon-shaped hammer head, about the size of a basketball, covered with sharp thorns. Now the thorns were stuck on the floor of the safe house. The whole hammer body was made of unknown material, and it looked like it was glowing with a rich light. Between the hammer head and the hammer handle was a long chain, about 1.5 meters long, and also had a certain weight. Her hands were shaking, and the muscles in her arms were tense. She hasn't even swung it yet. Moon Meteor Hammer is a meteor hammer with powerful attack power. It will take different shapes depending on the moon phase of the day. Minimum use power, 50 Lin Jinwei. I just passed the line, so I can only carry it. It looks like a very powerful weapon, but she doesn't have enough power to use it now. She first put the Moon Meteor Hammer into the space, intending to put strength training on the agenda. Several holes appeared on the ground. She reached out and touched it. It takes 50 points to repair the floor. You are robbing me. I won't repair it. She actually got something good. Thinking about the scene of herself swinging this big meteor hammer, it must be so cool, as long as she spins fast enough. No one can get close to her. Lin Jinwei bared her teeth, fantasized about her handsome posture, and exited the lottery interface. She felt that the purple prize given in the last draw must be a bait for her, and if she spent her points later, she would definitely not get anything good. Humph, she would not be fooled. After exiting the page, a symbol appeared on the lottery icon. 3/10. It may be that there will be a good prize in 10 draws. Non-Africans are not gamblers. I emphasize again, before entering the game, if you have spare points, you can consider it. In the remaining time, Lin Jinhua washed herself clean and washed the clothes she slept in the game, waiting to dry them in the gathering area tomorrow. She took out the hamburger set she had just drawn. After opening the brick, there were 5 large paper bags with the Bai Ji logo printed on them. She picked one at random and put the rest into the space. She opened the paper bag, and inside was a crispy chicken burger, a large French fries, and a cup of iced black tea. The crispy chicken burger still tasted like childhood, and even had a touch of heat. It tasted sweet and crispy, and the chicken patties were juicy, making it a happy experience. Paired with a crispy French fry that seemed to have just been taken out of the frying pan, and a sip of iced black tea. I am alive. After eating and drinking, Lin Jinhua curled up in the toilet chair, and she felt extremely happy. She didn't plan to do anything else today, as she was tired for so many days. So she crawled into bed early. Go to bed early, get to the player gathering area early, and receive messages from friends earlier. I hope Fuan survived the second game. Player gathering area. Day 1. For 32, Husi and I woke Lin Jinhua up. I've slept for 10 hours, I'm fine. What's wrong with sleeping every day? If Husi and I had a mouth, she would definitely say this. Lin Jinhua staggered to her feet, feeling that she could sleep for another 8 hours. So she made up her mind and stuffed Husi and I directly into the space. Sorry. Husi and I, ? She turned over and fell asleep peacefully again. But she didn't sleep for long before she was awakened by the light. The dazzling sunlight shone on her, making it impossible for her to continue sleeping. Aren't the curtains drawn? Lin Jinhua opened her eyes in confusion. Her eyes were dazzled by the light at first. She squinted, then tried to open them, and saw clearly on her ceiling, a large glass window appeared. The sunlight was pouring down from there. Lin Jinhua was puzzled. She stood up and reached out to touch the glass window. Glass window limited to rock and soil cave. It was tightly sealed, and there was no opening. It seemed to be sealed. She scratched her head, a little puzzled, and jumped out of bed. She ran straight to the window and opened the curtains. There was no sunlight outside the curtains, which were tightly blocked. Lin Jinhua opened the window, reached out to touch the obstruction, and felt the smell and touch. Is this soil? She closed the window and ran to the windows of the kitchen and toilet to check and found that they were all rock and soil. Her safe house seemed to be surrounded by rock and soil. Rock and soil cave. Wouldn't she be thrown underground? Lin Jinhua felt something was wrong, so she opened the panel. The white letter already had a message from Fuan in the early morning. Seeing Fuan's message, Lin Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief, and finally let go of her worries. Fuan seemed to have gone through an ordinary zombie copy, with long paragraphs of text cursing how scary and disgusting zombies were. If zombies wanted to bite her, she would beat them up. Oh, Fuan knew how to beat zombies, and Lin Jinhua felt relieved. I almost got bitten. I should say I was bitten in the end. If it weren't for the corn sausage, I would have turned into a zombie, yeah. Fortunately, I survived until the last moment of the game. I saw that my health value was close to single digits. I can even feel that I have grown fangs. Anyway, I survived, and I am a good mother. Lin Jinhua broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I made it to the end of the game, and fortunately, I gave Fuan enough live corn sausage. I seem to have teleported to the gathering area where you, were last seen. There are trees outside. Am I going to become the Monkey King like you? You are the Monkey King. Lin Jinhua complained. At least everyone is fine. The forest tribe is also a gathering area with a high degree of safety. Fuan can live well there. Bai Tingfeng sent a message as soon as 0 o'clock arrived, reporting safety. But he didn't say much about the situation in the gathering area. I guess he wanted to investigate it after dawn. Lin Jinhua simply washed up and put on his clothes for going out, a simple sports t-shirt with a thin jacket. He just opened the window and felt that the temperature outside was neither cold nor hot. It was just right to wear like this. She put on her gear and held the door handle. A familiar reminder popped up in front of her. Do players need to buy a map? 5 points. Large map of player gathering places, showing the full area size and player location, 25 points. Detailed map of player gathering places, based on the large map, add, market area, map annotation, navigation function, 50 points. Map, a player gathering places for people with poor directions, based on the detailed map. Add the function of automatically returning to the house once a day. Okay. A map for people with poor directions is a map for people with poor directions. Coldly placed the order. Then she opened the door of the safe house, and the scene outside the window made her uneasy. Fortunately, the safe house can still be opened. Outside the door is also a piece of earth color. Why does it feel bad? Why is there no road? Lin Jinhua walked out of the safe house and found that there was an open space of about 2 meters in front of her, and the ground was trampled soil. She raised. At the beginning, there was a semicircular arc on the top, extending to her safe house. Looking back, the safe house was not the white coffin before, but an egg. The overall shape was like a large egg, with various polka dots on the beige background, which was a bit like Yayoi Kusuma's artwork. Lin Jinhua looked at the artwork in front of her, and looked down to see a shovel by the door. It was known that she seemed to be in the mud now, without any road. Now the rolling pin gave her a shovel. The rolling pin never did anything. Looking at the display on the map again, the market area was about 3 kilometers away in front. This seemed to mean that she needed to dig a tunnel with a shovel. What kind of weird player gathering area is this? Chapter 66. Lin Jinhua picked up the shovel, and decisively threw change at it. She can control the direction of the object to a certain extent. What she needs most now is a shovel that can dig quickly and save effort. Ding, flying shovel, it can fly up to help you shovel things? Speed, you only accepted the flying one, right? As soon as Lin Jinhua loosened her hand, the flying shovel flew up shakily and turned back to dig the dots on her safe house. Lin Jinhua was shocked. This can't be dug. A few small holes in the floor will cost her 50 points, and she doesn't know how much the repair fee will be if the outer wall is dug. She subconsciously took out the light little stick and swung it. Flying shovel was hit far away and stuck into the soil, just in the direction of the market area. It seemed a little confused. What happened? Why was it hit? But it doesn't matter. It has to continue working. Flying shovel began to shovel the soil in front of it. Lin Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief, holding the light little stick and standing aside to supervise. Soon, she found that this was not working. The speed was too slow. From the map, the straight line distance to her safe house was nearly 3 kilometers. She couldn't find the market area after digging for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Jinhua turned around and went back to the safe house. She had to think of a way to make a prop. Not long after she sat down, she received a message from Bai Tingfeng. He was also teleported to the forest tribe, and was not in the same player gathering area as Lin Jinhua. She thought that the same game would enter the same player gathering area. Lin Jinhua thought about it, and created a group for her, Fuan and Bai Tingfeng. After all, the two were in the same player gathering area, so they could take care of each other if anything happened. I don't want to think of a group name. Fuan will give it a cool name when he wakes up. She opened the mall to look for props suitable for digging the soil, and she actually found a rock cave. Limited. It's really special, and it's all limited. There are 3 limited items. One is a shovel that is obviously sharper, and of better quality than the shovel that comes with the rolling pin. Another is a boxing glove with an iron-like metal insert similar to a shovel, which can be worn with both hands to dig the soil quickly. The last one is a bundle of dynamite. Lin Jinhua, is it to blow up the soil or commit suicide? Shovel, 30 points, boxing gloves, 60 points, dynamite, 999 points. Do you still need to think about it? Boxing gloves, digging with both hands, and physical exercise. Lin Jinhua bought boxing gloves, and also bought a shovel to turn it into a flying shovel. She put on the rings on both hands first, and then put on the boxing gloves. This way, she can store the soil in the space while digging. She is really a genius. Because there is no light in the digging channel, she can only where you are the brightest. So this picture appeared. 2 flying shovels are digging the soil lightly, and there is a figure in the middle with glasses flashing a wonderful light. She hits forward in the way of boxing. After each hit, a piece of soil in front of her will disappear. Flying shovel will turn to the side from time to time, trying to walk out a bright road of its own. Lin Jinhua also has to beat them from time to make them dig forward honestly. She needs to rest after digging for about half an hour to relieve her tired hands, drink a sip of nutrient solution to replenish her physical strength, and then stand up and continue to struggle. After digging like this from morning to noon, they finally reached 500 meters. Lin Jinhua sighed heavily. She felt that it would take at least 2 days to dig to the market area. Since that was the case, she simply stopped worrying. She returned to the house to eat lunch and sent messages to Mingming and Patrick. Mingming said, She wanted to create a group for her. Hey, message failed to send? The message to Ming Ming could not be sent. System? What's going on? Lin Jinhua frowned and asked the system. The player is still in the game. After hearing the explanation, Lin Jinhua's brows did not relax, but tightened more. She continued to ask, don't all players have 7 days to end the game? Why is she still in the game? The only answer she got was silence. Hee hee. A burst of laughter came into her ears. She shuddered and looked up at the ceiling, as if she wanted to see what happened after the game. The sound of the rolling pin has always been gender neutral, but now she could clearly hear the low laughter, which overlapped with the malice she often felt. Could it be that Ming Ming? Gulp. Lin Jinhua swallowed her saliva, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She sent a message to Patrick, asking her which player gathering area she was in, and then asked carefully, I'm just asking a little bit, if you mind, you don't have to answer. Can you still send a message to Brother Jin's white letter now? Patrick didn't reply for the time being, so Lin Jinhua could only continue to eat. After she finished her meal, she took a short break to relax her tense muscles, and then she went out to dig the soil. During the lunch break, 2 small shovels happily dug in different directions, and Lin Jinhua had to go and pick them up. Pull back to the right path. Maybe after this player gathering area ends, I can really swing the meteor hammer. Lin Jinhua thought while digging with a wooden face. Boom. A sudden vibration came from behind, and Lin Jinhua turned around and took out her gun in shock, and entered a state of alert. Boom. The ground was shaking, and at this time, the soil layer about 10 meters in front of her was blown open, and a girl with a dusty face came out. Cough cough. Cough cough. She coughed and looked back at Lin Jinhua. Her eyes were particularly bright on her dusty face. Ah. Ah. It was Patrick. She was dazzled by Lin Jinhua's "You are the brightest." She was dazzled by the brightness. Patrick also widened his eyes and laughed. It's a fortune, we meet again. Lin Jinhua also laughed, stepped forward to pull Patrick up. Why did you come out like this? Patrick stood up and patted the dirt on his body and face, saying, My skills have been upgraded. I was thinking of trying it out. I didn't control the strength well. Lin Jinhua was also helping her pat the dirt. So you didn't see my message? Patrick dug her camping light out of the soil and straightened up. She tilted her head. I was just digging the soil. I take a look now. Lin Jinhua was too late to stop her. How embarrassing, sending a message to ask if you can send a message to your dead boyfriend, and you have to observe his expression in person. She swallowed again, feeling a little guilty. Patrick called up the panel, and saw Jean Peng's name and his eyes darkened, but she quickly closed the panel and said to Lin Jinhua, I tried it. It will show the player has exited the game. Quit the game. Does this mean returning to the original world? Lin Jinhua was startled and asked quickly. Patrick shook his head, I don't know. Yes, if death can return, there should be many people who will pursue death. Lin Jinhua thought in his heart. Why do you think of asking this? The friend I added in the last player gathering area, she is going to participate in the 3rd game, but now I can't contact her. Quit the game? Patrick asked with some difficulty. No, it shows the player is still in the game. Lin Jinhua looked puzzled. What is going on? From the reaction of the rolling pin, it seems that this is definitely not a good thing. It is related to the 3rd game. Lin Jinhua and Patrick can only judge this way. Say something else? Is your safe house nearby? Patrick shook his head and asked Lin Jinhua with a smile. Lin Jinhua nodded and pointed behind her. I just dug 800 meters. Suddenly remembering something, she turned her head and saw that the flying shovel had dug in another direction. Not there. She ran over and drove the flying shovel back. Patrick followed behind him, looking at the 2 shovels flying in the air with a complicated expression. I remember you are Doraemon. Lin Jinhua had already taken out her boxing gloves and started digging the soil. No, I am SpongeBob. Both laughed out loud. Patrick put the camping light under his feet first, then went forward to dig with her. They were wearing the same boxing gloves. Lin Jinhua took out another You Shine the Brightest and handed it to Patrick. Patrick was too embarrassed to take it. Keep it, it's too weird, no one wants this kind of prop. She took it and put it on. Now there are 2 shining glasses. And as if to compete for who is the brightest, the light of their glasses is getting brighter and brighter, and the color of the soil in front of them is clearly illuminated. Really bright. My safe house is in the direction I came from, about 2 kilometers away from here in a straight line. My temporary experimental turning road may be about 3 kilometers. You dug 3 kilometers? So fast? Lin Jinhua shouted in shock while digging and turning his head. Skill bonus. Patrick watched Lin Jinua's movements and couldn't help saying, I teach you the posture? You will strain your muscles if you do this. Lin Jinua's eyes lit up. How much is the tuition? Patrick shook his head. No, I just teach you. How can that be? Lin Jinhua directly took out a bunch of storage rings and a space ring and stuffed them into her hands. Keep it. She also quickly opened the white letter and transferred the extra points that Patrick had transferred to her. Hey, you. Patrick's hands were filled before he could refuse. Intelligence is also valuable. If you hadn't said that the information was trustworthy, I wouldn't have clicked into the forum. You have been working hard in the last mission, so just accept it. Patrick couldn't refuse, so he accepted the storage ring and opened the panel. At least you should keep the points. Her hand paused. Feng also transferred the points. She smiled helplessly. You two are really siblings. Lin Jinhua put on her boxing gloves and grinned at her. Then I teach you. Patrick stopped struggling and began to teach Lin Jinhua boxing posture and how to dig the soil more easily. It turned out that Patrick was a very good teacher. After Lin Jinhua learned it, she felt that her digging speed increased significantly. Lin Jinhua felt that she could still be an excavator when she returned to her original world. Although the excavator dug a lot, it was definitely not as flexible as her. After teaching Lin Jinhua, Patrick asked her to practice aside. She wanted to use her skills to blast a path directly. Tie up your little shovel? Patrick turned his head and called Lin Jinhua. Okay. Lin Jinhua slapped flying shovel, and the two silly kids were received in space. Patrick signaled Lin Jinhua to step back a few steps. She took a deep breath, got into position and punched hard. One punch hit the soil layer in front. The moment the fist touched the soil, a ray of light was emitted, and then the soil in front of it began to crack. Then, it exploded directly. Wow! Lin Jinhua watched and clapped behind him. Is this your upgraded ability? What a powerful force. Lin Jinhua stepped forward and found that the soil was blown up about 3 meters away. But the consumption is also quite large, and there is a skill CD. Patrick panted, your storage ring is really good, so I don't have to get covered in dust. At the moment of the explosion, she emitted a trace of mental power to control the scattered soil and collect it into the space. Lin Jinhua thought this skill was really cool. She also wanted powerful combat skills. Patrick looked at her shining eyes and taught Lin Jinhua some more fighting skills. Because they could only tell her orally when digging the soil, they agreed to go to the gym when they arrived at the player gathering area, and she would teach Lin Jinhua some combat skills. The two of them dug the soil in a planned manner, and their speed suddenly increased. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, they finally reached the market area. Chapter 67. The Rock Cave Market Area is very different from the Forest Tribe. There is no forest fairy tale like Wonderland in the Forest Tribe. It can be said to be a big pit. Looking up at the sky, there is a huge window on the top like a safe house. There are some stars twinkling in the sky. Lin Jinhua and Patrick walked in. There are not many players. Most of the players in the market area are also sitting on the ground in a trance, with their eyes blankly staring, and their bodies and faces are covered with mud. Their appearance is quite decent. Others may be halfway. They walked around. The whole market area has only one floor, and there is a circle of big pits evenly arranged around it. It is bottomless. When you get close, you can see the reminders above, exercise room, grocery area. So if you want to go in, you have to jump down, right? Lin Jinua's eyes are a little dark, and she plans to wait a few days. After a round of searching and finding nothing, Lin Jinhua and Patrick returned to their respective safe houses. Patrick said that she would change her route and dig to the market area in the future, which would also be a form of exercise, and she could also collect soil to make some furniture or something. Lin Jinhua expressed her admiration, and she planned to dig shallowly for 2 hours every day to exercise. She raised her arms, seriously doubting whether she would be unable to lift her arms in the next 2 days. After washing up, Lin Jinhua lay down on the bed. She moved the bed to a different position to avoid being woken up by the sun early in the morning. Finally, she remembered to open the panel to check, and when she opened it, she saw the news of Fu En's feature film. Why did you create a group? Why is there a man in the group? Yeah, don't get close to men. Aw? Why did I see him selling market maps in the market area? I went up to question him. Oh, it's that sister junior brother, and he gave me a map. It's okay, yeah. His map is cheaper than the system, and the content is richer. It also has a navigation function, but there is no teleportation. It seems that Bai Tingfeng's skills have also been upgraded. Lin Jinhua showed an expression that was difficult to describe. Let's take a look at the group name. Men often change, but sisters never separate. Bai Tingfeng, Lin Jinwei, What a cool group name. She replied to Fuan and briefly told her about the second game, which scared Fuan so much that she screamed. Fuan also talked about his own game situation. My status was okay at the beginning. I had some savings as a social animal, so I happily spent it all to buy supplies. The safe house is in the company's lounge. Others seem to be invisible. God knows how scared I was when I saw my colleagues open the door and go in. Just as the intelligence said, the zombies broke out on the third day. I rushed into the safe house and hid for 3 days. 3 days later, the safe house issued a red alert, saying that if I didn't go out, I would be beaten up. I had to take my men out. Men? Lin Jinwei couldn't help asking. The skills have been upgraded, and I can summon too. A magician who can attack in groups. This time, I was not lucky enough. There was a person whose favorability was not high, and he kept looking at me and sneering. Damn, I just don't like Sundaras. After I went out, the office area was full of zombies. They looked too scary. They came over with a roar. I put on painted skin, and they didn't bite me. Your screams are really ugly. I wanted to hide and play, but I always felt that Yaya was yelling in my ear. Don't play, give me exercise. I just tried my best to knock a few zombies on the head. I felt a little bit high after knocking a few, just like knocking a watermelon. Maybe the posture of knocking zombies was too cool. That arrogant girl didn't dare to sneer anymore, and started to work. Is Xiao a pervert? After knocking, I realized that the zombie I knocked was a human. I vomited and went back to the house to recover for 2 days. I was kicked out of the safe house again. Anyway, I just hid for 2 days, was kicked out to fight zombies for 2 days, and then refused the death mission. The mission actually asked me to go to the hospital to get medicine? What a joke. I killed all the way here, yeah. I lost weight. I lost weight to a new peak in my life. I even have some faint muscles in my arms. Great. Lin Jinwei praised her again and again. Fuan also had a hard time. No matter what, it's good to be alive. The next day. The familiar pain at the root of the wing. It's been a long time. Lin Jinwei got up with difficulty, washed, dressed, and went out. Today's goal is very clear. Her sausage stall is about to open. Everyone must be starving after digging so hard. They must want a hot and fragrant sausage. So, the players who finally arrived at the market area after a day and night of hard digging in the rock caves, the first thing they smelled was a domineering sausage aroma. Following the smell, you will see a floral mouth standing there. The upper and lower lips touched, and a skilled shout was made. Don't miss it if you pass by. Digging is very tiring. Have a fragrant starch sausage. You can't buy at a loss or get cheated. You know what starch sausage tastes like, how delicious it tastes. It only takes 5 points. Only 5 points. It only takes 8 points to generate buffs. The hungry player dragged his tired body forward and saw a sausage grilling machine, on which the familiar sausages were rotating. After rolling out of the death game, don't mention how rare this common thing in daily life is. You can also see a handwritten poster. Wonderful sausage randomly generate a buff that increases attributes by 10%, which lasts for 3 hours. Next to it is a large cloth basket filled with wonderful mint candy, and the price is placed below, 1 point for 1. Buy 10 and get 1 free. Note, it can increase extra health points. Limited to 5 points a day, Lin Jinua's stall is very popular. She never thought that her stall could be so popular. Thanks to the rock and soil cave. It brought her hungry and tired players, although she is one of them. When she is hungry, she will take out a non-bonus one and eat it herself. See? The stall owner eats it himself. The hygiene and safety are guaranteed. There are also some players who seem to have just passed the novice dungeon, crying with starch sausage in their mouths. What kind of life did I have in the past 7 days? Why did I have to dig the soil without rest? If I don't dig the soil, I will starve to death. Starch sausage is so delicious, sobbing. Lin Jinwei, Eat slowly, don't rush. Hey, there is still soil on your hands. I have eaten it, it's okay. She is very happy. Whether it is making her happy because of earning points or players eating sausages to thank her, it makes her very happy. Because the market area has sunlight, some players will immediately go back to take out the washed clothes to dry after digging through. Only the small window of the safe house cannot dry. Lin Jinwei decided to take the clothes out to dry together tomorrow. But this happiness disappeared when she stepped out of the safe house on the 4th day. In front of her was the familiar soil layer. The tunnel dug before was refreshed. Refresh every 3 days? Dig again every 3 days? Wait, why did the location of the safe house change? Why is it farther away? Lin Jinwei shook her hands. Her hands finally didn't hurt so much today, but it came again? At noon on the 5th day, Lin Jinwei finally dug through the tunnel alone and saw the players lying flat on the market area. She went forward and lay down without hesitation. The girl next to her had bought her sausages and struggled to move over, tapping her with her elbow. Get rich, you're not selling sausages today. Lin Jinwei lay flat. I'm tired, let me rest for a while. The girl said that it was true and lay down beside her. It seems that there will be no struggle in this player gathering area. Because everyone spent a lot of energy digging the soil, there is no time to make trouble. She missed the forest tribe. Just be a monkey. Who doesn't want to be a happy monkey? She stretched out her finger and sent a message in the group. The forest tribe is heaven. Bai Tingfeng, Senior sister, are you okay? Fuan, ha ha ha, dig the soil and stick it over, ha ha ha. Lin Jinwei closed her eyes and lay flat. More and more players lay flat. Everyone was exhausted. Why do you have to dig the soil in the gathering area? A pair of hands suddenly raised up from the players lying flat, accompanied by a roar. It looked like a zombie just unearthed. My arms hurt so much. Be content, my last player gathering area was in the desert. There was not a drop of water. The water in the gathering area is super expensive. I survived the novice copy and almost died of thirst in the gathering area. Yes. Drinking the water in the safe house will reduce your health. At least the prices in this gathering area are normal, and the box lunch is 35 points per box, all of which are roasted sweet potatoes, and the like. Either dug out of the ground or cooked in the ground. Water is a little more expensive, but it is still within the acceptable range. I was in the snowy mountains and almost froze to death. The clothes are unimaginably expensive. For a while, wailing spread everywhere. Lin Jinwei shrank her neck. She thought it would be good to dig the soil. She must be very strong in 21 days. Boom! Hulong. What's the sound? A player struggled to get up and looked in the direction of the sound. As the smoke dissipated, an excavator appeared in the player's field of vision. Wow! The excavator flashed and disappeared, turning into the figure of a female player. For a moment, the players who could get up got up and ran over with their legs. Those who couldn't get up also moved forward with their limbs and quickly crawled towards the female player. Lin Jinwei couldn't move yet. She turned over and lay on her side to watch. The player was frightened by the scene of the zombies in front of her and took 3 steps back. A player who had already climbed fast cried and hugged her thighs. Sister. Sister. Name a price. I can do anything. Before she could shake off the player, her other leg was also hugged. I can do anything. How do I use this excavator skill? The player who started crying hugged her legs and continued to cry. My safe house is so far away. I just dug it through late last night and just went to the gathering area to take a look. After I saw it, I wanted to go back but the road was blocked. He cried, I can't go back to the safe house. The safe house will be farther after the refresh. Hearing his words, some players, who were still crawling, took a few steps back. This child sounds pitiful. Let him go first. Lin Jinwei glanced at the nickname of the excavator player. Succinct. I dig. This is perfect for this player gathering area. I dig. She pulled her legs, but didn't pull them back. She gave up, cleared her throat and said, 100 points per time, up to 3 times a day. The leg pendant flashed the panel. Add a friend. Send me home. The price is too low. This sentence was clearly written on her face. Lin Jinwei nodded. It was indeed too low. She was asked to open at least 300 once. I wow. Added the friend of the leg pendant, and also added all the players who attacked around him. She created a group for all the players who could join the group. Then she summoned the excavator again, carrying the leg pendant back to his safe house. Lin Jinwei wanted to join, but her group chat was full. One with Fuan and Bai Tingfeng, one for her food customer group, and 1 group number displayed on the forum. 3 was just right. She only added I wow as friend. So talented. She admired it very much. Lin Jinwei stood up and patted the dirt on her legs. Seeing that it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she set up the sausage grill. The domineering aroma appeared in the market area again. She even moved out the table she made so that players could squat next to it to eat. The group of zombies just now turned around and crawled towards her stall. Hey, Fa Kai, you still provide seats today. A player who had bought sausages for 2 days in a row came back after smelling the smell. After buying a sausage, he sat directly on the table and started eating. Brother, that's the table. Why are more and more people sitting there? Lin Jinwei wanted to say something but stopped talking. She decided to raise the height when she returned tonight. Let's see who will sit there. Not to mention that the atmosphere in this player gathering area is much better overall. One is that fighting is not allowed, and the other is that everyone has a common target of anger. In the face of common enemies and sufferings, everyone is a little familiar. That's good. Just a little too familiar. Thinking as Lin Jinwei returned to the safe house today and quickly raised the table. Chapter 68. A week later, Lin Jinwei basically understood the changing status of this player gathering area. Every 3 days, the safe house location is randomly refreshed, and the excavated soil layer returns to normal. If the soil is taken into the safe house, it will not be refreshed together. Every 7 days, it happens to be auction day. The soil layer after the auction day is as smooth as new, as if it has not been dug by anyone. It needs to be dug again. Players also found that the soil quality seems to be different after each refresh. At the beginning, it was a very ordinary soil layer, like the soil in the green belt on the roadside. It is useless, and there may be a lot of bugs. After refreshing once, the soil layer turned reddish-brown and became harder. Based on her poor geographical knowledge, Lin Jinwei judged that this should be the cushion layer. That's why she dug for a long time before reaching the market area. The auction day has nothing to do with the water source this time. When she opened the door at the time, a mine cart appeared. The ferryman sat at the front of the car and motioned her to get on. Lin Jinwei rode the mine cart all the way to the market area, and found that the road she was walking on was the road she dug out. So if you don't dig through, you can't participate in the auction? This was also proved in the subsequent whaling in the market area. For most players, not being able to participate in the auction equals not being able to take out the garbage. So after the auction on the 7th day ended, the players tried their best to dig the soil. Lin Jinwei made a lot of storage rings to sell as usual. Considering that many players may need the attentive service of calling you to death, she also made 3 shallow ones to auction. She took calling you to death out of the space the next day and was spanked several times. Never dared to do it again. When an auction was over, she gained a lot of points, and Call You to Death was sold at a high price of 300 to 500 points. It seems that everyone is very distressed about the death task. Lin Jinwei nodded vigorously while counting the points. But she didn't buy the right props. As expected, the auction items were full of strange garbage and soil. Super fresh soil that everyone has. Her stall business was also going smoothly. In the second week, she mastered the use of the popcorn machine, selling it next to the sausage machine, and launched a Happy Meal. 5 points for a sausage without ability, 15 points for a bag of popcorn, and the meal was only 18 points. The meal with bus is 8 points per stick, 35 points for a bag of popcorn, and the discounted price of the meal is only 38 points. Popcorn can increase explosive power. Depending on the amount consumed, it increases strength and agility at the same time within 3 hours, with a maximum of 20%. This is incredible. At the same time, food-enhanced buff skills are back on the market. Still 30 points per time. This must be very popular. It is indeed very popular, but everyone still loves sausages more. In addition to satisfying their appetite, more players come for the buff. For Lin Jinwei, it is enough to sell it. Her stall business has always been good. Patrick sometimes comes to buy a sausage, usually eats one without ability, and buys a few with buffs to stock up. She has a storage ring, so she doesn't worry about the sausage going bad. Fa Kai, you and Feng are not siblings, right? Patrick asked casually while chewing on the sausage. Ah, I was discovered. Lin Jinwei answered without any fluctuation in tone. If they were siblings, there would be a binding card, and they would be grouped together in both the player gathering area and the game. I just asked casually. It's normal to disguise your identity in the game. Patrick waved his hand, sat on the small stool Lin Jinwei gave her, and ate the sausage seriously. But you two really have a good understanding. If I hadn't seen him here, I would definitely think you were siblings. Lin Jinwei scratched her head. She said they were siblings because she was disgusted by Jean Pang. Now that they are gone, it's hard to say that it was to choke her dead ex-boyfriend. It's not nonsense. We are senior and junior brothers. Lin Jinwei explained while flipping the sausage. We've known each other for a long time, so there's a little understanding. Patrick, what do you call a little understanding? I think it's quite natural for you to call him brother, she said with a bit of playfulness. Oh, she is the youngest and only junior brother in our sect. Lin Jinwei disagreed. Senior sisters also like to call him brother, whenever they need him to do something. Patrick opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words back and said, "Is that so?" She actually wanted to say that it was quite natural for Bai Tingfeng to call Lin Jinwei's sister. It's a bit easy to knock. But look at how Lin Jinwei said it without blushing or beating her heart. She is a wooden man. It's good that she won't be deceived by a man. Patrick nodded, ate the last bite of sausage, clapped his hands and stood up. "Let's go, I'm going to exercise." Go Lin Jinwei waved happily, "Come again next time." Patrick waved his hand, found the cave where the gym was, and jumped down without hesitation. So cool. Lin Jinwei looked so happy. Some passing players were curious about where Lin Jinwei got the sausage grill and popcorn machine from, so she would raise her hand and shake her ring. "I bought it at the auction in the last player gathering area. I don't know which genius has the props to store goods in it." Time is still. Looking at the envious eyes of the crowd, Lin Jinwei raised her head proudly. Patrick, After a long time, Patrick got used to it, and even followed Lin Jinwei to say a few words. "Fa Kai, what is your talent? Can you add buffs to food? Gourmet?" From time to time, players asked curiously. Patrick squatted beside her, and would help reply, "Her talent is SpongeBob." Passing players, What does SpongeBob have to do with food? Lin Jinwei also sells magic conch filled with honey water and juice. When she points to magic conch, everyone will be in a trance when looking at the description. At this time, she said seriously, "Doesn't SpongeBob sell Krabby Patties?" Passing players, "It seems to make sense." Wow! I've become familiar with them. After carrying people, she likes to celebrate the end of a day's work with a sausage. She is not tall, about 158, but she is very energetic and full of vitality. "You can call me Gig." She threw a magic mint candy into her mouth while chewing the sausage, and her whole face wrinkled together in an instant, like a rag that has been twisted. Hiss! The vinegar smell with stinky fish and rotten shrimp is scary. "Okay, Frog." Lin Jinwei shouted happily. "Okay, Socks." Patrick shouted happily. "Wah wah." "Which wah are you shouting for?" Her face wrinkled even more. Later, Lin Jinwei got used to digging the soil. After a few days, the muscles on her arms had begun to take shape, and her strength value even increased to 60. When she was in the gym, Patrick would also teach her boxing and some fighting skills. Later, Wawa also wanted to learn, so she simply taught them together. To be honest, it was like two people were beaten unilaterally by her. In the end, the collapsed Lin Jinwei and the energetic Patrick would be shoveled back together by Wawa using an excavator. Lin Jinwei felt that when she went out to brag to others in the future, she could say that she had ridden an excavator. After getting familiar with each other, there were two people squatting by the sausage stall. They might be too idle, so they would take the initiative to introduce Lin Jinwei's skills and food to the players on the roadside. Sometimes, she even sent customers who were riding her excavator directly to the stall. So Lin Jinwei waived their sausage fees. She had so much from the canteen, so she had enough. In addition to setting up the stall, Lin Jinwei tried to burn the soil she dug into pottery pots at home. The soil layer that came out after the fourth brushing was more like the soil for pottery in her impression, reddish and a little sticky. She didn't go to set up the stall in those days. She squatted at the door of the house every day and followed the survival method downloaded from the last game. She built a fire with the firewood cut by the forest tribe and lit the fire with a small spray gun. Finally, she put the pot formed by rolling the mud strips with water and slowly baked it. She was afraid that the viscosity was not enough, so she even added some liquid sprayed by guess. Test object number 1, cracked. Cracked into 4 petals, each with its own unique shape. Throw a skill at the same time. Ding shuriken can be thrown out to fly in a straight line to assassinate others. Pay attention to the technique, don't hit yourself, that's fine. She squatted there and turned the rest into shuriken. Test object number 2, it didn't crack, but the glue of guess was too strong and would seep out from the gap of the bottle, so she had to give up adding these liquids. Crying kid, it will keep oozing liquid, endlessly, that is its tears. The mucus is getting more and more. Lin Jinwei chose to sell it at the auction. It was not until test object number 5 that it was finally burned into a can shape. After that, she got a little excited, kneading and baking, and made many large and small cans. It was filled with the wonderful liquid sprayed by Guess. Guess is a water gun with a bad temper. It can not only spray regular water, disinfectant or poisonous water, mucus and harmful water. The latest discovery is that it can also spray seasoning. Sometimes it is soy sauce, sometimes it is cooking oil, oh today it is ketchup. Lin Jinhua happily pinched a small jar, boiled it, disinfected it, and poured sauce into it. Anyway, the factory water is used for bathing, so this little hygiene problem is not a big deal. For the players of the rock and soil cave, just being alive is enough, and they don't care too much about hygiene problems. Fu had also mailed her a bunch of self-heating hot pots, frozen dumplings, meat buns. Lin Jinhua converted them for her, kept half for herself, and mailed the other half back with the big box of instant noodles, rings and other props she had received before. All in all, life began to look promising, and she could move towards a well-off life. This was a relatively stable daily routine until the 20th day. After so many days of setting up stalls, plus the income from selling rings at the auction, her current points were close to 10,000. This was unprecedented wealth. She finally chose to upgrade the water source for bathing to mountain streams. This was due to the function of the health watch. She realized that she would lose health points while bathing. It turns out that it's not an illusion that I feel a little dizzy every time I take a bath. The upgraded water source will be better, and health points will be lost, but not so fast. Current water source, mountain streams, water source upgrade to the next level, purified natural water source, disinfection factory. Why did it go back to the factory again? Although it was purified, why did it cost 2,000 points? Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and gave up the idea of continuing to upgrade. If the water sources of the whole house were collectively upgraded, she would suddenly go from a well-off life to abject poverty. She would use up her daily change food quota and storage quota. To be honest, she would be too lazy to use it if there was no limit, and she would feel a big loss if she didn't use it up if she was given a limit. The remaining times were either used to experiment with new targeted props or to give her arrows. Not enough, not enough. Still want a group attack weapon. She tested the new cut skill, and in the safe house, with the handicraft master's hut, she could cut fabrics, wood, but still couldn't cut metal. The good news is that there are differences in hardness between woods. Some of the wood she sawed in the forest tribe is particularly hard. With the help of cut, it can be cut into small pieces, and then polished to make arrows. She felt that her arrows were getting stronger, and some arrows that were used to kill people had higher damage. Only once did she get an explosive arrow, but she never saw it again. So, on the second to last day in the gathering area where she had more points, she took out the explosives she had chosen from the grocery area. Fairy stick 99 points per pack, 10 sticks. Smashing firecrackers 128 points per can. I didn't count how many there were, but it looked like a lot. Peacock 158 points per box. Gatling gun 258 points per gun. Yes, they were all fireworks. Gatling gun was also a firework. She had seen others set it off during the New Year's Eve, and it was incredibly powerful. She was scared by firecrackers every New Year and festival, and she thought it could be used as a weapon. The things she bought were already in front of her. She rubbed her hands, muttered weapon frantically in her mind, and slapped it with one hand. The light of fairy beats will turn into a palm and hit the person holding it. Isn't this hitting yourself? Lin Jinhua felt that it was a bit similar to call you to death. This is indeed a weapon. Could it be that the direction of the silent recitation is wrong? Lin Jinhua silently recited range attack and touch smashing cannons when the CD ended. Chain cannon will produce a chain explosion after being thrown out. That's it. She felt that the way was right, so she touched spreading peacock and gatling. Spreading peacock will produce sparks within 3 meters after being ignited. Literary gatling, it can spray out the words you want. How did the powerful fireworks gatling that she had the greatest hope for become a literary gatling? It was like a train was about to rush into a dangerous battlefield, and suddenly the attendant came out with a loudspeaker to introduce. Dear passengers, we are going to arrive at a picturesque and heartwarming battlefield next. Please be prepared to enjoy it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But since it was like this, Lin Jinhua could only shake her head and went out to buy some smashed firecrackers and peacock spreading tail, and all of them became chain firecrackers and spreading tail. Things that are not available in the mall can be bought in the grocery area. This gathering area is all soil, and it is estimated that there are many substances contained in it, so you can buy fireworks products. For example, the forest tribe does not sell them. She also tried to trade with players. Most of the players' skills are around level 2. She met a player whose talent is bomb disposal expert. That sister was a police officer in the original world, and studying explosives was her personal interest. But because she had just passed the novice copy, her skill level was not enough, and she could only produce one explosive a day, which was not enough for her own use. She could only add friends first, and she exchanged 2 explosives with the information of the second game. What is known so far is that each player's talent will be formed according to the player's interests, work, occupation, way of dealing with people, and even name. After the initial formation, there will be 2 skills by default, one of which is to produce a fixed item, and is closely related to the talent, and the other is formed according to the characteristics of the talent. Combat players have attack skills, and auxiliary life players have a variety of skills. Some players also have extremely special abilities, like Patrick Healer. It can only be said that there is individuality in certain commonalities. When she has converted all the fireworks on hand, and then converted, and used up all the change shares, a day is almost over. Every day is very fulfilling. Tomorrow is the 21st day. The last day of the player gathering area. Chapter 69. The last day is the auction day. Lin Jinwei took out a storage ring with the smallest capacity and sent it to the auction. She is getting more and more skilled now. As she has more materials at hand, she can make more tricks. The largest capacity has reached about 8 cubic meters. If you work harder, you can still put in large appliances. While waiting for the auction to start, she used food buffs to increase her luck value, held her breath, and clicked on the lottery area of the mall. 10 draws guaranteed. What a heartwarming statement. How can you control yourself from drawing? Anyway, Lin Jinwei can't control it. She started drawing directly. The lottery box appeared in the air again, rolling gurglingly. The first draw, white. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic drink prize. Get drinking water 5L*5. The second draw, white. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic weapon prize. Fork *1, shield *1. The third draw, white. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic home prize. Cushions *3. Lin Jinwei stopped and fell into deep thought. She was helpless after getting 3 rupees in a row. She opened the group chat and looked at what Fuan had drawn. SR milk tea set, SSR healthy life set, a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables and meat, SSR weapon thrust spear. There was no R. She also wanted the milk tea set. Lin Jinwei wanted to stop. But look at the value, 6/10. There will be a guaranteed minimum after 4 more draws. Draw the 4th draw, blue. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy food set. Get grilled fish set *2. One set contains 1 plate of grilled fish and 3 side dishes. The flavor, type of fish and side dishes are random. Good. Very good. The 5th draw, blue. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy home set. Get a mini washing machine *1. Washing machine. Lin Jinwei's eyes shot out unprecedented light. Although it was a small, cheap drum washing machine that could be bought for about 300 yuan in the original world. But this means that she will enter the civilized era and no longer have to wash clothes by hand. Next, the 6th draw, white. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic medicine prize. Get sanitary napkins *2, lucky pill *1. The 7th draw, blue. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy drink set. Get coffee *10, random flavor, bring a special cup. Yes, yes. Lin Jinwei nodded repeatedly, and after seeing 10 out of 10, a light flashed and changed to 10 draws for the grand prize. No points spent. Sure enough, buy 10 and get 1 free. She rubbed her hands, blew a breath into her palm, and pressed the button. The lottery box in front of her shook rapidly at an unprecedented frequency, and it also emitted bursts of golden light. Lin Jinwei's heartbeat also began to accelerate. This looked like a luxurious grand prize, which seemed to be golden. Congratulations on winning the R prize. Basic beverage set. Get 5L*5 drinking water. My heartbeat almost stopped. Lin Jinwei laughed in anger. She exited the lottery page indifferently, and vowed never to open it again. Unless she was given the lottery number. Unless she was no longer a non-African. She ate the 2 powerful pills, and 1 lucky pill she drew with a cold face. These 2 pills looked like the size of sugar pills. The powerful pill was red, and the lucky pill was pink, and their functions were to randomly increase the value from 1 to 10. After eating, Lin Jinwei opened the panel to check. The strength value reached 70, and the luck value reached 67. It was okay. She changed a few pills, and raised her values. Name, Lin Jinwei number, SC35100075 health, 166, initial health value, the player will die if the health value reaches 0, physical strength, 72, getting better and better, agility, 88, really flexible, strength, 78, can lift the meteor hammer, intelligence, 98, no more bugs, luck, 70, normal luck. The pills will reduce the increased value, as the number of times they are eaten increases. Moreover, Lin Jinhua found that the increase in the value would not be immediately reflected in her body function, and it seemed that it would take a certain amount of time to absorb. Sure enough, external objects were still unreliable. So she did not continue to exchange pills to help increase the value. After that, she exchanged for 3 more magazines and 3 arrows as backup, leaving some points to exchange for weapons or supplies according to the type when she entered the game. As she rubbed her head and thought over and over again, the panel suddenly retreated to the desktop in front of her. Will it crash again? Not enough memory? Beep, beep, beep. A cute sound effect sounded joyfully. Lin Jinhua saw that the homework correction app that she had always ignored lit up. The ghost students seemed to have finally finished their homework. Suddenly, she was a little afraid to open it. Every time Lin Jinhua corrected students' final homework, she had to be fully prepared. It was a cruel visual violence experience. Young minds have endless creativity. But the ghost's mind is not young anymore. She took a deep breath and opened the app. I hope this game doesn't have end-of-term data archives. The design inside the app is very simple, like the arrangement in a drawing software. A miniature image of 3 pictures in a row, a total of 7 rows. Below the miniature image seems to be the students' names, but it is still the kind of text that cannot be seen clearly. It seems to be distributed according to the seats in the class. From the miniature image, it seems that the effect is good. Lin Jinhua tried to click on the first homework, but a reminder popped up. Note that correcting and browsing homework will reduce health points. The current player level is not enough to correct the ghost's homework. Are you sure you want to browse? Not sure, cancel. Lin Jinhua closed the page without hesitation. Great, it's not that she doesn't want to correct, it's that she can't correct. Of course, she should lie down if she can. I will enter the new game tomorrow, and it is not a wise decision to correct today. Fortunately, there is no time limit for correction. I talk about it next time. At the auction, she looked through the merchandise over and over again, but didn't see any helpful props. Or maybe it was because she was really confused about the third game. Without intelligence, she couldn't contact the players who had already entered the third game. The number of people in the forum increased, and new posts were opened to speculate on the intelligence of the third game, but they were always the same: Doomsday, Supernatural, Reasoning, Secret Room. Only by experiencing it can you know what it is. After the auction, Lin Jinhua sorted out all her supplies and props again, and classified them on the shelves according to her habits. Before going to bed, she moved all the shelves and storage to the space. She was used to carrying a lot of supplies and weapons with her, and only these things could bring a strong sense of security in this space. 2200 hours. The notification arrived on time. The third game copy. Game name, Yimo City. Game mode, multiplayer mode, team, not allowed. Game background, special background. Clearance requirements, 1. Survive for 147 days. 2. Game difficulty, special. 147 days. It's almost half a year. Lin Jinhua's pupil shrank suddenly, staring at the number of days she survived, and after a quick calculation, she found that it was a multiple of 3 by 7 by 7. The game difficulty is actually special. What's more worrying is the garbled clearance requirement too. Hidden? Need to explore? Or will it be revealed in the game? Her brows were furrowed, and the feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. She felt the difficulty and specialness of the third game. 3 is also a special number. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets everything. Survive for 147 days. The supplies may not be enough for that long. Other players thought that the game basically lasted about a month, and no one thought that the third game would take that long. Yes, there is no pattern to speak of after only completing 2 games. I opened the white message and wanted to communicate in the group, but found that all communications had stopped. Alas! Lin Jinhua stood up and repeatedly checked the status of the space. Survival supplies, weapons, cauldrons, and even the blood beast sofa he had taken were there. He went to bed after everything was ready. She would be grateful for this habit. Lin Jinhua suddenly opened her eyes. This time she was standing. Her body felt normal, without the pain of the transition. She was standing in front of a road. Across the street were modern buildings. The height of the floors exceeded Lin Jinhua's common sense. She looked up from the bottom of the building across the street in front of her, layer by layer. Her head was raised little by little, until the limit that the human body could not bear. She did not see the end of the building. It seemed to be inserted directly into the sky. Is this a floor that modern technology can build? The dazzling sunlight made Lin Jinhua squint her eyes. She stretched out her hand to cover it, still couldn't see how high the floor was. But she saw transparent tracks interspersed between the floors, shining with colorful light under the sun. It looked like a road for humans to walk. She retracted her sight, and saw that the people walking in front of her had a vertical bar floating next to their heads that looked like a power bar, and there seemed to be some symbols on it. She blinked hard, relieving the light-irritated eyes, and allowing her to see the vertical bar clearly. She also had one. The entire vertical bar was similar to the shape of a battery in electronic products, and its appearance was silver. Inside was an orange liquid-like number. Lin Jinhua squinted her eyes, finally relieving herself from the strong visual stimulation, and saw the number on it clearly, 175. What does this mean? Her mind was not fully awake yet, and she felt a layer of fog, and her whole body was dizzy. She had not received the information about this game copy. Ding! Suddenly, her white letter sent a reminder. She opened the panel to check and found that it was Fuan who sent her the message. Yeah. You can use Baishin in this game. We are in the same game. Oh my god. Lin Jinhua was shocked and confirmed again that she would get more functions as she passed the game more times. Or, permissions? She put her thoughts aside and replied to Fuan's message first. At this time, a strong feeling of dizziness came, and the feeling of being beaten by a rolling pin came late. Lin Jinhua couldn't control her body for a while, and the whole person squatted down. She covered her head with both hands, and her breathing became rapid instantly. Why was only the head hit this time? To passers-by, it was like a patient who suddenly fell ill. Some people looked at her a few times, and most people just walked past her. Are you okay? A girl asked her, half squatting. Lin Jinhua shook her head, indicating that she was fine. At this time, she had accepted the information of this game and recovered from the pain. She looked up at the girl. She had short hair, and at least 10 holes on her face. From the lip stud to the ear stud, and from the girl's open mouth when she spoke, there was also a stud on her tongue. So cool. She looked like an elder who would scream, and was considered untouchable in society, but she cared about a stranger at this time. Do you need me to help you up? The girl asked, and she stretched out her hand. Lin Jinhua nodded, thank you. She reached out, and took the girl's hand. Very warm. When the girl pulled her up, she saw the battery next to the girl, with a red number inside. 75. Her movements paused slightly. Having received the game copy information, she now knew what this number meant. This represents the energy level of a person. David Hawkins proposed a method of dividing a person's consciousness and emotional state according to the energy level. In this high-tech metropolis called Yimadu City, this energy level is strictly followed, and people are divided into 3 levels: low energy level, medium energy level, and high energy level. This is a city with unprecedentedly advanced technology and high civilization. There is basically no crime, and everyone lives in peace. Lin Jinhua's energy level is medium, representing pride. However, the enthusiastic woman in front of her with warm hands, her energy level is considered low energy level, sad. I'm fine, thank you. She gently held the girl's hand, thanked her, and then took her hand back. The girl tilted her head and smiled softly. It's good that you're fine. If you still feel uncomfortable, remember to go to the hospital. Lin Jinhua nodded, looking at the girl's back as she left, a little dazed. She seemed to always look at the backs of others. The last game was played by Xia Ping, and this game was played by an unknown woman. She shook her head and looked at the people around her. Most of them were yellow with medium energy levels. It was rare to see red with low energy levels, and green with high energy levels. The rainbow-colored passage that I just looked up, it was a path that only people with high energy levels could walk on. People with low energy levels rarely go out, and are rarely seen on this road where everyone can walk. When passers-by saw the girl just now, they would be surprised by her energy level and silently stay away from her. Lin Jinhua reached out and touched a light blue pendant on her neck, and a screen appeared in front of her. This is the communication device in this game world, and it is also the identity symbol of everyone, called ID. Is it because the technology in the game world is so advanced, or time is not linear, it is circular or an unknown shape, and their subsequent games will also go to different timelines? Schedule. Report to the company headquarters at 1400 hours on February 11th, 3013. The current time is 13:25 on February 11th, 3013. The headquarters of the company she was reporting on was the tall building across the street that had no end in sight. At this time, Lin Jinhua frowned, noticing something was wrong. She could no longer sense the existence of the safe house. Chapter 70. Yimo City 2. How could this happen? The safe house disappeared. Lin Jinhua stood there, calming down to sense it. It still didn't work. That subtle sense disappeared. Should she follow the schedule first? Lin Jinhua didn't panic too much. One reason was that her supplies were all in the space, and she could still feel their existence, which meant that her innate ability was still there. The other reason was that her identity was probably quite special, and she hadn't confirmed her accommodation yet, and the safe house hadn't been put in yet. She planned to follow the schedule first. She found a passage to crossed the street first, and arrived at the building where she was going to report. The cars here were half suspended on the road, and they drove very fast, and passed by in the blink of an eye. Everyone obeyed the traffic rules very well. Yes, if you didn't obey them, you would probably be sent flying. The building has facial recognition, and after recognizing her face, the following information was displayed. Lin Jinhua, full-time employee of the Pingsheng branch of the Educational Chable and Research Development Center. As soon as she entered the door, a robot came to greet her and guided her to the lounge area in the lobby to sit down. The robot is a little more human than the food delivery robot in Lin Jinhua's impression. But only a little bit, almost adding a simulated human head to the body of the food delivery robot. It looks a little scary. Hello, Ms. Lin, please sit down. I will take you upstairs when the time is up. The human head opened its mouth and spoke in an emotional voice. It was in sharp contrast with the stiff face. After Lin Jinhua sat down, it turned around and left. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Jinhua sorted out the information he received. She is 28 years old this year. She graduated with a bachelor's degree at the age of 18 and a master's degree at the age of 20. She started working in a branch of an education chable. Don't get me wrong. This is not because she is a genius, but because the subject settings in this world are different. As long as a person's intelligence is normal and above the medium energy level, he or she can graduate from college at the age of 18. This world is ruled by chables. Different types of chables are in charge of different departments and restrict each other. She worked hard for 8 years, struggling from the bottom step by step, and finally received the promotion news of being transferred to the headquarters before the new year. Now is the first day of work after the new year, so she came to this metropolis from a small town alone. Yimo City is the core of this world, and all chables have their headquarters in this city. Her mother and father have passed away, but left her a house in a small town and a small amount of savings. In addition to the savings from her years of work, the current amount is enough for her to live until she is 60 years old. Lin Jinhua sighed that her original self was really hardworking. If she had this sum of money, she would just lie down and live a comfortable life. Why would she run all the way to this big city and start from scratch? But at the same time, she also felt something was wrong. The reason was that the conditions of the identity were too good. There was a house, savings, and a stable job in her original world. If she took this path, her mother and father would regard her as the pride of the family, commonly known as the ancestral graves or smoking. Would the rolling pin be so kind to arrange such a good identity? And in her memory, this world was very normal. Prices were normal, food was normal, there were no monsters, and no. Everyone lives together in love and peace. This is a death game. Isn't this really heaven? Fuen's message is still ringing in her mind, but she doesn't dare to call up the panel to check. What if the pseudo-human robot can see it in this high-tech society? Lin Jinhua calculated the date. According to the game requirements, she has to live until July 7, 3013. Judging from the conditions of her identity, she will have an easy life, even very comfortable. Will there be a doomsday? An asteroid will become a planet? A zombie siege? Peace will suddenly be broken? Lin Jinhua's mind is turning quickly, thinking about various possibilities. Hello, Ms. Lin. The time is up, please follow me. The pseudo-human robot appeared quietly beside Lin Jinhua, startling her and interrupting her brainstorming. She nodded, got up and followed the pseudo-human robot to the interior of the hall. There is no front desk in the entire hall, only a rest area and several gates, which lead to the elevator room inside. The pseudo-human robot went through the gate directly, but Lin Jinhua needed to verify her identity. She reached out and pressed the pendant on her neck according to the method in her memory. Ding. Identity verified. Lin Jinhua, medium energy level, proud. The gate loudly announced Lin Jinhua's name and energy level in a passionate voice. The gate seemed very proud, but Lin Jinhua's feet were already clenched. She could dig 3 meters in the ground and dig out her safe house directly to the center of the earth. What kind of social phobia hell is this? The gate in front of her opened. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth, walked forward, and caught up with the pseudo-human robot. The elevator was already open, and the floor had even been pressed, which was the 77th floor. The pseudo-human robot was waiting at the elevator entrance, with no intention of entering. Lin Jinwei walked into the elevator, and the pseudo-human robot stood at the door of the elevator, facing her. As the elevator door slowly closed, she saw the pseudo-human robot in front of her suddenly burst into a big smile on his expressionless face. Welcome to Yimo City. I wish you enlightenment. Weird. So weird. Enlightenment is the highest level of consciousness recognized by this world, and the corresponding energy value is 700 to 1000. The levels of the 5 known top leaders of the Chables are only at the level of peace, 600, and enlightenment is considered to be an unattainable top. The elevator door closed. The elevator began to move up quickly, jumping from 1 to 17, 35, 57 in the blink of an eye, and finally stopped at the 77th floor. It took only 3 seconds. As soon as the door opened, it was the face of the pseudo-human robot again. Lin Jinwei was frightened again. Ms. Lin, hello, please follow me. Same face, same tone, but different clothes. Just like some takeaway robots have small bow tie stickers, and some have bow tie stickers. The pseudo-human robot in front of him has clothing stickers on its round body. The one downstairs is wearing a dress like a receptionist, and the one in front of him is wearing a white shirt and trousers. It looks like a social animal. Lin Jinwei followed the pseudo-human robot and quietly looked around. All white walls, with some doors from time to time, with different department signs hanging on them, and only one road leading to the front. The passage of the entire floor seemed to be circular, and you would return to the elevator room after walking around. It should be exactly the same as the structure of the branch. The pseudo-human robot asked with a smile. It was as if it was a normal greeting between humans. Lin Jinwei keenly noticed something was wrong, but just smiled. Yes. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. For her, it should be a familiar scene, and she couldn't show it too obviously. The pseudo-human robot didn't say anything else, it stopped. The meeting room arrived. Just go in and wait, someone will come soon. The pseudo-human robot stood there and looked at her after speaking. Lin Jinwei pressed the pendant on her chest according to the operation in her memory, and then reached out to hold the door handle. Ding. The pendant made a prompt sound. The door opened smoothly. The pseudo-human robot witnessed the whole process before turning around and leaving. The meeting room is a normal design. A long conference table surrounded by a circle of tables. Lin Jinwei followed her memory, and sat down on the first chair at the entrance. She gently stroked the pendant on her chest with her hand. This is not just a pendant, nor is it just a communication tool. Every resident will wear a smart collar around his neck when he is born, which will always record the energy value and physical condition detection. All identity authentication, daily purchases and payments are done with this smart collar. This collar can only be taken off for life. When the resident dies, the ashes will be collected after being burned, and a special agency will come forward to recycle them. It is really harmless treatment. In order to meet the personality of different residents, this collar can be freely set to the desired neck decoration form. The residents of this world have become accustomed to it, and they regard it as a part of their body. Even some of the new groups think that they are born with collars, which is a proof of the new evolution of human beings. No one stopped this view, as if this is their original intention. But Lin Jinwei felt something was wrong. Wearing a collar since childhood, what is the difference between this and being a captive animal? Real-time monitoring of energy and physical condition sounds good, but isn't it just another kind of supervision and control? Then, will it monitor her thoughts? Will it find that the people inside have changed? Lin Jinwei was shocked by her own association, but she calmed down quickly. If it can detect thoughts, then the moment she felt doubtful about the energy bar, she must have been captured. So the survival goal that is not displayed is not to reveal the identity. That shouldn't be that simple. This collar is jointly developed and supervised by the Chables, and the name they gave it is ID. Identity proof. So it's the same concept as an ID card? Questions popped up one after another. Lin Jinwei kept his face expressionless, and just waited quietly. Ding. The door opened. A middle-aged man walked in. He was a high energy level, 360, corresponding to tolerance. He had a serious face, a thin body, and wore a suit with a white shirt on top, which looked wrinkle-free. He nodded to Lin Jinwei, sat down, and opened the folder in his hand. Lin Jinwei, 28 years old, right? Lin Jinwei nodded. Unmarried, Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Jinwei shook her head. No. She had no expression on her face. Inner thoughts. Why am I asked this question even though we're already in the death game? The middle-aged man in front of her heard her answer and said with a smile, according to the information, you're about to reach the high energy level, so it's better not to talk about it now. What's the matter? Is there still class discrimination in a relationship? The middle-aged man continued, you've been working at the grassroots level for a long time, and your performance evaluation is very good every year, and your level is also very stable. I hope you can continue to work hard in our headquarters. Lin Jinwei nodded repeatedly. Okay, I keep working hard. The smile on the middle-aged man's face continued to grow, and he seemed very satisfied with Lin Jinwei. I'm your direct superior, Qin Imo. Just call me Director Qin. Director, your name sounds quite like the male protagonist of a novel. Lin Jinwei was laughing in her heart, but she said honestly, okay, Director Qin. Director Qin stood up and patted her on the shoulder. Xiao Lin, do a good job. Before Lin Jinwei made any move, the door was knocked. Come in. The door opened, and it was a pseudo-human robot, followed by a woman, who seemed to be reporting in as well. The energy level was the same as Lin Jinwei's. Oh, you are Xiao Chun, why are you late? Director Qin looked at the woman and frowned. Xiao Chun hurriedly stepped forward and handed over a note and said, sorry, boss, my car encountered an accident and was late, and this is the certificate. Director Qin reached out to take the note, and his expression eased after seeing the words on it clearly. That's fine. You and Xiaolin follow me. Director Qin waved to Lin Jinwei and walked towards the door. Xiao Chun quickly made way. A 77, you introduce yourself. Director Qin gave orders. Lin Jinwei and Xiao Chun quickly followed behind. A 77 was the pseudo-human robot. When it heard Director Qin's order, it happily responded and began to introduce. You are joining today and are all our formal employees. The work location is on the 77th floor. You will be assigned a workstation when you start work tomorrow. Working hours are from 9 to 12 and from 14 to 18. It is written in the salary contract and will be strictly implemented. At the same time, we provide each employee with a one-bedroom dormitory, no rent, and water and electricity bills will be deducted from the salary. The dormitory is on the 80th floor. If you don't have special needs, please don't go to floors that are not related to you. A 77 led the way in front and announced happily, Welcome to Yimo City Education Chapel, I wish you enlightenment. The ending is still this strange tone of words. Xiao Chun was a little happy after hearing it. No rent, that's great. She seemed to be muttering to herself, and said softly, Chapel headquarters are different, and those who can become Chapel leaders are also very remarkable people. Director Qin in front of him stopped when he heard this. He turned around with a strange smile on his face. Chapel? The corners of his mouth were raised high, and his tone was full of complex smiles. Everyone can be a Chapel. He said so. As long as your level reaches peace. Chapter 71. Yimo City 3. Can everyone become a Chapel? How can such a good thing happen? Lin Jinwei sneered inwardly, but she still had a happy expression on her face. She and Xiao Chun nodded excitedly, as if they both had beautiful expectations for the future. Hee. Basic survival skills for office workers. Director Qin sent them to the elevator, and did not leave. He stood at the door, and smiled at them. Would the leader be so kind? Lin Jinwei did not believe it in her heart. Xiao Chun seemed to believe it, and the smile never disappeared from her face. A 77 pressed the elevator for them. Ladies, your ID has been entered. After reaching the 80th floor, my colleagues will take you to your respective rooms. I wish you enlightenment. They walked into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Xiao Chun quickly clicked on the ID to check. Her ID was a pearl, a small one hanging on her collarbone, very delicate. I'm in room 836. She read it out loud, then remembered something and smiled at Lin Jinwei. We be colleagues later, right? My name is Chen Ran. What about you? Lin Jinwei had just checked her room number, and it was room 837. The elevator arrived before she could speak. The familiar pseudo-human robot was waiting again. Hello, I'm G80, I'm happy to serve you. Lin Jinwei nodded, and walked out of the elevator with Chen Ran, saying as they walked, My name is Lin Jinwei, room 837. Then we should be very close. Chen Ran was a little happy. Joining the company together will bring natural closeness. G80 led the way in front, and after they finished talking, she began to introduce. The dormitory will deliver 8 degrees of electricity, and 2 tons of water every month, and the details of the expenses will be stated in the monthly salary slip. There is no power outage, no internet connection, and basic furniture is available. If you need any furniture, please buy it yourself. We will deliver it to your room after approval. If you need it, you can call me at any time. I am happy to serve you. After the introduction, they were almost at the door of their dormitory, not far from the elevator entrance. On the way, Lin Jinwen noticed other room numbers, but he couldn't see them carefully, or there were no room numbers on the doors. Then how to distinguish your own room? Oh, by energy level, Lin Jinwen suddenly understood. Because when they stopped, it seemed to be a new area. The house numbers in front were clearly visible, all of which were medium energy levels. It turned out that the house numbers that could not be seen clearly were high level. After G80 sent them to the door, he left a sentence, "I wish you enlightenment," and left happily. In front of Lin Jinwen was room 837, and next door was Chen Ran's room 836. From 830 onwards, they were all medium energy levels. Chen Ran couldn't wait to touch the ID and reached for the door handle. "I go in first," she said to Lin Jinwen, and then pushed the door open and entered the room. Lin Jinwen nodded, and also opened the door after verifying his identity. After entering the room, close the door and lock it. The dormitory in front of me has one bedroom and one living room, and there is also a separate bathroom. To be precise, it is a loft room. On the left-hand side of the door is a simple countertop with a storage cabinet underneath. Next to the countertop is a wash basin with a large mirror. There is a range hood on the wall of the countertop, but no gas stove. On the right-hand side is the bathroom, which is equipped with a toilet and a shower room. The living room on the first floor is not big, about 9 square meters, with only a simple cabinet and a small single sofa. There are several cardboard boxes in the living room, which seem to be the daily necessities sent by her, which have been delivered to the dormitory in advance. The area of the second floor is the same as the living room on the first floor, equipped with a 1.5-meter wide single bed and a double-door wardrobe. That's it. No table. Lin Jinwen was silent for a while. She still didn't feel her safe house. The shower room was opened, but it was not inside. The upstairs wardrobe was opened, but it was not inside. Even the cabinet at the entrance was opened, but it was not inside. Lin Jinwen's face was serious. She took a deep breath and lifted the toilet lid. "It can't be here." "Aw, no." She was relieved. The safe house is gone. Lin Jinwen sat on the single chair, clicked on the panel, and checked Fuen's message. After a bunch of chatter, the ending was, "Reply to my message. You can use ID video, add my ID." Attaching the ID number, Lin Jinwen added Fuen, and the video call came the next second. Yeah, my god, why is your hair so short?" Fuen's face appeared in the video, and he looked much thinner, from a round face to an oval face. "Shaoan, you have lost too much weight." Fuen touched his face after hearing this. "Right, I think so too, it's really too hard." Lin Jinwen nodded. "Is your safe house gone too?" "Yes. My identity is a high school student, and I still live at home. I searched through the cabinets at home and opened every door, but I didn't see the safe house." Yeah, what about you?" "I didn't find it either. I'm a social animal now. I have a dormitory, but there's no safe house inside." Fuen chuckled. "Social animal, what kind of job?" Lin Jinwen had a wooden face. "Education chable. They're in charge of you high school students." Fuen, Lin Jinwen found that she didn't need to hold her hands up for the video call on her ID, so she simply slumped down on the single chair, and Fuen also slumped down on the bed. "I can still feel the space, and I can take things out and put things in," Lin Jinwen said. "What about you, Xiaoan? Can the storage ring still be used?" Fuen nodded. "Yes, it doesn't affect it. Fortunately, I put the storage ring in a nesting doll, and there are things inside." They exchanged the situation. Both of them are in Yimo City, and they are quite close. They can even go out for dinner later. Fuen's energy level is also intermediate, but it's 150, which represents anger. In response, Fuen said, "It's normal for high school students to be angry. I just reached the intermediate level not long ago." Fuen rolled his eyes. "For a long time in my memory, I was 125's desire, being spurned at home and bullied at school. Everyone called me a moron. Isn't it a city of love and peace? There is such a name." Lin Jinwen and Fuen made an appointment to have dinner together in the evening, and Fuen chose the restaurant. Because Lin Jinwen has an amazing ability. 1. Always pick the worst restaurant. 2. Always accurately order the worst dishes in delicious restaurants. So when she goes out with her friends always pick the restaurant and order the dishes. She huddled in the chair, and open the online shopping system in her ID. Anyway, there is so much money, why not spend it? First, a comfortable sofa, then a washing machine, dryer, microwave, oven. Oh, this carpet is nice, this shelf is nice, place an order. After this game copy is cleared, she will definitely go straight to the modern high-tech living standard. Lin Jin will also purchase some daily necessities. The technology here is advanced, but there is still no nutrient solution she wants. A sip of health and vitality for the whole day. It's not as good as her mineral water nutrient solution. And the big bathtub she wants. The hand that placed the order suddenly stopped. It doesn't feel right to send so much to the dormitory. What if the company has records? What if there are surveillance cameras? What if this is discovered? As long as you place an order here, it will be delivered to the designated location in 1 hour at the fastest and 1 day at the slowest. Lin Jinhua stood up. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and she plans to go out and rent a room. It is specially used to collect the furniture she bought to put in a safe house. Walking on the streets of Yimo City, it is a little different from the high-tech future metropolis that Lin Jinhua imagined. There are indeed towering buildings that surpass the level of modern technology, and the Rainbow Bridge made of unknown materials. But among the technology buildings, there are also simple residential buildings, the tallest of which are about 10 floors, and the shortest of which are only 3 floors. Don't tell me that this is also based on energy levels. As long as the level is reached, the building can rise from the ground. Before Lin Jinhua finished complaining in her heart, her eyes widened. I saw a 2-story bungalow across the street suddenly emit a red light, and the entire floor suddenly rose up 1 floor, turning into a 3-story villa. Passers-by stopped and began to applaud. Everyone was applauding, so Lin Jinhua could only applaud. Her memory told her that it was a bad thing if she didn't fit in. But she didn't know what would happen. Memories were fragmentary. After everyone stopped applauding, Lin Jinhua put down her hand and continued to walk forward. There were also shops, cafes, dessert shops, bookstores, and other shops on the street that were needed to maintain people's daily lives. If it weren't for the energy bars floating around everyone, she would think this was a normal world. She walked into a cafe and took away a cup of the largest caramel macchiato. Add sugar. Add milk. She also bought a few more cups by the way, and quietly put them into the space when she walked to a place where no one was. She continued walking while drinking, and finally found a real estate agency. You want a quiet studio, right? There was also a robot in front of him, but it would be more like a human than the one in the company. Except for the obvious mechanical arms and the hands, there was no difference between it and humans. In fact, he is a handsome guy. It even winked at Lin Jinhua while speaking. Lin Jinhua was unmoved. Her face was not red, and her heart was not beating. She nodded lightly. It can be a remote and quiet place. I don't want to affect my creation, but I need a place where takeout and express delivery can be delivered. A panel was unfolded in front of the agent, which was a bit similar to Lin Jinhua's game panel. The difference was that the game panel was only visible to the players, while the agent's panel was visible to everyone. It tapped on it a few times, entered the information, and then turned the panel to Lin Jinhua. Take a look, these should all meet your requirements. You have a stable job, stable energy, and you are also eligible to rent a house. Lin Jinhua looked at several options, all of which were residential houses on the road, and were located in the downtown area. Only one suited her taste. It was a 1-story garden villa, also a loft structure. It takes 30 minutes to drive to the Chable Highway. Although it is not yet in the suburbs, there are fewer people in that area, which is a quiet location in the bustling city. There is also a shopping mall not far away, which is enough for daily life. There is a 3D model of the villa in the panel, which can be viewed freely from all angles, and can be enlarged to see the details, so there is no need to run around to see the house in person. The rent is not expensive, according to the measurement unit of Yimo City, 1,800 per month. This one is not bad. Lin Jinhua clicked on the selected villa. Ah, this one is really very good. The agent smiled. The owner has just been reclaimed. There is no owner at present. We are fully entrusted with the house. You don't have to worry about upgrading or downgrading halfway through the house. As long as you upgrade to a high energy level during the rental period, you will have the first priority to purchase. The owner was reclaimed? Lin Jinhua repeated this sentence with some hesitation. The handsome face of the agent smiled like the warm sun, but the words he said made people feel cold. He said with a smiling tone, the owner's energy value dropped to 0 2 months ago, and was reclaimed by the upper level. But don't worry, you will be a high energy level soon, don't worry about these idiots. Lin Jinua's heart sank to the bottom. But he could only say calmly, "That's great, this one, I rented it. Can I rent it for half a year first?" "Okay, no problem, I will handle the procedures for you. Please wait a moment." The agent quickly operated on the panel. She took a sip of coffee. Not long after, the agent completed the operation. "It's done. You can enter with your ID at the address. The deposit, agency fee and half a year's rent are frozen in your account first. They will be deducted one by one according to the time. Please check the information carefully." Lin Jinhua nodded, thanked him and prepared to leave. When leaving the door of the real estate agency, you can still hear the agent shouting in a warm voice, "Thank you for coming, I wish you enlightenment." Chapter 72. Another enlightenment, just like a cult. Lin Jinhua stood expressionlessly on the street. The time she made an appointment with Fuan was 1800 hours, and she planned to go directly to see the small house she rented. She hailed a taxi in the ID, and soon a high-speed car driven by a robot stopped beside her, and the door opened automatically upwards. Has this type of working robot completely replaced humans? She got in the car, sat firmly, and the door closed automatically, and the high-speed car drove forward quickly. The driving was smooth, there was no odor, and she would not get carsick. She continued to call up the ID panel for shopping, and bought another set of furniture and appliances she had just bought, and sent them to the newly rented house. She had been living outside since her junior year, and was very familiar with renting a house. Some of the items in the rented small house had been sorted into a list and sent to her ID. She only needed to purchase according to the above check for missing items. At the same time, she bought some things for creation. One was disguise, and the other was that she could use them normally as props. After all the items were ordered, they were almost at their destination. "Please take your belongings with you. I wish you enlightenment." The driving robot also wished. Lin Jinhua thanked him, and got off the car, looking at the small Western-style building in front of him. It only has one floor, so it may not be called a small Western-style building, but the floor height is high and there is a small attic. If it weren't for the scary words that the previous owner was reclaimed, Lin Jinhua would still be quite satisfied with this environment. One bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, one bathroom, and a small attic. The overall decoration style is warm and forest-like. It is hard to imagine that the energy value will drop to zero in such living conditions. The lowest level is 20 shame. The energy value is close to death, which is a state of almost losing the will to survive. She went in to investigate, and sat down after confirming that it was exactly the same as on the list. The agent said that the house was disinfected after the owner took it back, so there is no need to worry about hygiene and safety issues. Okay, then sit down peacefully. She clicked on the forum she joined in the last game. Yes, Baixin group chat can't use anything, but this forum can be used normally. When in the rock cave, it seems that the sister who developed the forum achieved a major breakthrough in technology, or because of the upgrade of talent, which allowed her to successfully implant the forum into the game panel. She said that if the right way doesn't work, then go the evil way. Patrick said this to Lin Jinhua at the time. The app couldn't be installed, so she was so angry that she developed a virus and implanted it into the system. It may be related to talent. I don't really understand the principle. I only know that she referred to 360 antivirus software. Awesome, there is nothing more difficult than 360. So a new app appeared on the panel of all forum users who paid 1 point, called System Security Guard. Such a high-sounding name. There is no uninstall button after clicking it, which is better than 360. Lin Jinhua clicked on this security guard at this moment. First, a pop-up window will appear, committed to protecting the system security of all players. Then the panel of the forum will be presented. The banner of the forum reads, "Hack your father's system, pay points to change the curse slogan, 30 points a day, genius." Lin Jinhua expressed her admiration. She clicked on the latest pinned post, titled, "The Third Game EMO City." Summary of various messages. Where is the safe house? Where is the safe house? Where is my precious safe house? The first thing she saw was the red and bold cry of the host. Scrolling down, there were similar curses. Lin Jinhua frowned slightly, and realized something was wrong. Why are all people in EMO City? She opened the white letter again to confirm that by Tingfeng, Paida and others could not send messages, only Fuan could. Clicking on other posts on the forum, some people also discovered this, and started a discussion. It was later discovered that everyone was in a EMO City, but not the same EMO City. It was like a parallel space. The same background was copied into countless game copies, and the players were included in it. The players all had new identities. The common point was that the safe house disappeared, but life could go on. Even many people could live very well. The post also said, "The forum user private chat system is under development. Please stay tuned." The following said, "Donate some points. It can be developed faster." Okay, Lin Jinhua silently donated 30 points. After refreshing again, the forum banner refreshed a page after the cursing page. Thanks to AAA Fortune Delicious Food. For the reward. Sister. You are my sister forever. Ah, I want to jump off the building. Lin Jinhua flipped through the remaining posts in a panic. Flipped to Bai Tingfeng's message, "I'm fine, I hope you are too." She also replied, "You too?" They agreed before that if they didn't enter the same game, they would communicate in the pinned post if the forum was still available. It seems that no further information can be obtained. Lin Jinhua looked at the banner on the forum homepage with a distorted expression, and decided to wait until the banner was changed tomorrow before sharing the forum with Fuan. She stood up to count the materials that had arrived. Some of the handmade materials such as fabrics, needles and threads, wool, etc. had already arrived and were delivered to the door of the small Western-style building. Lin Jinhua signed for them one by one and moved them into the house, and put them into the space. She checked the entire small Western-style building and found no surveillance. Just in case, she installed the surveillance she ordered for takeout. She changed the form of self-signing for the remaining packages, and the packages would be delivered to the house by robots when they arrived. After preparing, she left the small Western-style building and went to have dinner with Fuan. This was a meeting with friends after almost 3 months. Fuan chose a private kitchen restaurant. The environment is beautiful, the dishes are unique, and the owner is of high energy level. This attracted many diners. It is said that Fuan also relied on his family's relationship to book a quiet small private room. Yeah. Fuan came in, with a bitter face, and rushed towards her. Lin Jinhua quickly grabbed her. "Life is so hard, how unlucky we are to be caught. We have to fight ghosts, zombies, and we are hungry." Fuan cried. "Yes. What kind of life is this?" Lin Jinhua also joined in. "Wow, am I still a zombie? It's even scarier." The two hugged and cried for a while, and they didn't separate until a service robot knocked on the door to serve the food. "Why don't you bring your paper, man?" Lin Jinhua asked while eating the appetizer salad. "Oh, fresh vegetables. Mixed with refreshing sweet and sour sauce, and seaweed, it adds a touch of salty freshness. Don't mention it, this game is so weird, it's too normal for me to summon it." Fuan took a big bite of foie gras toast and said vaguely. The foie gras melted in the mouth, and it was covered with sweet sauce. The toast below was soft, and it would melt along with the foie gras if you chewed it a few more times. How can it be so delicious? The two sighed. The two exchanged appetizers in tacit understanding and started to eat different flavors. The main course was a large plate of braised pork, a plate of Wellington steak for each person, and a plate of cold cucumber salad, which was refreshing. The fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine is commonly known as creative cuisine. The two people were no longer communicating, and they didn't have time to stuff food into their mouths. They took another sip of the store manager's homemade special milk tea, which was filled with milk jelly, full of milk flavor but not greasy. They were about to cry. It's been a long time since I had such a luxurious and delicious meal. It was not until the last dessert that they touched their bulging bellies and started exchanging information again. Although I am a high school student, my family seems to be quite rich, and seems to have a close relationship with the chaebol. My mother and father are both high energy level. Fuan said while eating mango sago. I am 28, without a mother or a father, but I have a house, savings, and a stable job. Lin Jinhua scooped a spoonful of strawberry cake into her mouth, showing a happy expression. She raised her head. "Call me Aunt." "Fuan, Aunt. My talent is bound to the game console, so I brought it in directly. I still have to continue to improve my favorability. I will go to school when school starts in a few days." Fuan's face fell. "High school? I forgot everything. Which year of high school?" Lin Jinhua stuffed a mouthful of strawberry pudding into his mouth. Fuan thought about it, and was shocked. "Senior year of high school." Lin Jinhua, have you calculated how old we are? "Not yet." July 7th. Fuan closed his eyes. The college entrance examination is on June 7th. Who would have thought that after entering the death game, you still have to take the college entrance examination? In this world, you start elementary school at the age of 6 for 4 years, junior high school at the age of 10 for 2 years, high school at the age of 12 for 3 years, take the college entrance examination at the age of 15, and graduate from college at the age of 18. Will this world really not end suddenly? Thuan was silent for a while, and suddenly asked. Shaoan, you can't do this even if you don't want to take the college entrance examination. Lin Jinwei immediately knew what this person was thinking. Ah. Thuan sighed and continued to eat dessert. Order a few more takeaways later. You fill the space, and I take the center ring. Lin Jinwei had no mouth to speak, and made an okay gesture. By the time they were full and carrying their packed meals out, it was already late. They hid in an empty alley to collect the packed food, and then went back to their homes. In the case of unclear survival objective 2, they could only proceed according to mission objective 1. First, ensure the number of days of survival. Now that they didn't know where the safe house was, they didn't have to worry about sudden changes, so Lin Jinwei stayed in the dormitory with peace of mind. Who can refuse a 3-minute commute? You can go to the small villa to receive express delivery after get off work or on weekends. Lin Jinwei ordered a lot of purified water to be delivered to the dormitory, which is an indispensable basic resource. Most of the orders have been delivered, except for the large washing machines and dryers. Without the handicraft master's hut, she could only manually unpack these parcels and move them to the appropriate locations one by one. Fortunately, after training, she now has enough strength to move some small furniture without any problem. When brushing her teeth, in front of the high-definition mirror cabinet on the sink, she had the opportunity to take a good look at herself now. All the full-length mirrors she had bought from the mall before became venomous tongue mirrors. No exception. When she put two venomous tongue mirrors together, they could still quarrel back and forth. So she was a little uncomfortable when she stood in front of the high-definition mirror cabinet. Originally, her appearance was delicate, the kind of appearance without offensive power. Looking back now, it may be because of this identity, the short hair has been trimmed, not so frizzy. And the face has also changed to a certain extent, looking more resolute and sharp. Looking down along the face, you can see the strong muscle lines on the shoulders and arms. She raised her eyebrows, spit out the foam in her mouth, and laughed. She likes the way she looks now. She feels like she can beat a lot of people. It seems that a lot of exercise has either straightened her hunchback or made her look taller than before. Very good. She stretched herself and retrieved the signed contract and the memo written by her from her ID to understand her job responsibilities starting tomorrow. Overall, it is not very difficult, a common clerical job. The entire education Chable headquarters has very generous treatment, including food and accommodation, and has an employee cafeteria that provides a variety of cuisines, all free of charge. There are no overtime on weekends, 20 days of paid annual leave each year, and you can even apply to work from home as long as you have a reasonable reason. Wow, such a good treatment. Think about the delicious dinner she had in the evening. Lin Jinwei suddenly understood why there was such a comment in the forum. The third game was so comfortable that I don't want to go out. Chapter 73. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Lin Jinwei didn't believe that the system would construct such a good living state. She was more inclined to believe that the doomsday would come in 2 days, so she was frantically hoarding supplies after work these days. Qinran wondered why Lin Jinwei bought so many things. Lin Jinwei, I have paranoid delusions, and I must have sufficient supplies to work safely. Qinran held the coffee in the rest area and nodded absent-mindedly. Everyone has some strange habits, which is normal. Lin Jinwei finished the coffee in her hand, took another cup, and waved her hand and left the rest area. I go back to work first. They started working at the same time, the dormitory was next door, the work content was similar, and even the workstation was next door, so they quickly became familiar with each other. Every morning, I got up and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then I got a cup of free coffee and went to work at my workstation. At noon, I went to the cafeteria with Qinran, went back to the dormitory for lunch, and continued to work in the afternoon. At 6 o'clock, I got off work normally, and no one worked overtime. Lin Jinwei would go to the company's gym to exercise, and there were even group classes, where many colleagues exercised. A week had passed, and Lin Jinwei had gotten used to her work, and felt that her life was normal and regular. It was so normal that it was abnormal. This was a death game. She even put a note on the mirror that read, "This is a death game. Can't get used to it." Time would pass quickly in a regular life. For the first 2 weeks, she was still hoarding supplies. Now her space was full of supplies, and she didn't have to worry about survival issues in the future. But the weapons that hadn't been taken out for a long time made her a little dazed from time to time. Is it really meaningful to go on like this? When she woke up in the morning 3 weeks later, she found that she could not see her health and defense values. At that moment, Lin Jinwei was stunned. She felt it, the space was still there, and the panel could still be opened, but she could not see the health and defense values that had existed in the upper left corner since the second game. The same situation was found when she asked Fuin. Opening the forum was also a mess. What's going on? The game is over? How can it be over? Something must be going to happen. The players were all very uneasy, and everyone was in a state of confusion and anxiety. The mission target 2, that had not appeared for a long time, aggravated people's anxiety. Lin Jinwei could only continue to stockpile supplies, continue to exercise, and go on with her daily life. She has become a high energy level. The increase in energy level is very strange. It is not changing from time to time according to people's emotions as Lin Jinwei imagined. But one day after she got up, she suddenly received a congratulatory message, and her energy bar had turned green. After that, it slowly increased every day. Otherwise, according to the current situation, she should have dropped to 100, a low energy state of fear, instead of still maintaining 250, a high energy state of calmness. How ridiculous. In the mirror, she frowned. Her eyes were also uneasy, but the energy bar was green. The fresh green told her that she was in a very good state now, very calm. Bang! She punched the sink, and she could feel that her emotions were a mixture of anger, anxiety, and restlessness. Definitely not good. She wrote a few new notes, and stuck them on the mirror. Lin Jinwei took a deep breath, and adjusted her facial expression, and could only go to work first. Don't be afraid. Stay alert. To be honest, this is no different from what we used to do in the daily world. Fuin picked up a sushi and stuffed it into his mouth. Even in the original world, we wouldn't eat at such a high-end restaurant per capita. She chewed carefully, and could taste the fresh taste of the fish. It was an expensive taste. Lin Jinwei nodded, and she told the chef, "Please grill it for me." She couldn't eat raw food. This restaurant only serves people with high energy levels, and you have to go through the Rainbow Road to get here. The Rainbow Road is magical. After going up, people don't have to walk, they will be floated to their destination. Fuin had just upgraded to a high-level person yesterday, and immediately booked this restaurant to check in. Because Fuin was still a senior student with heavy schoolwork, they could only have dinner and exchange information every Saturday. I was really shocked when I woke up that day and couldn't see my health. Lin Jinwei stuffed the grilled sushi into her mouth. Grilled raw fish sushi tasted the same. Grilled fish. She frowned slightly. Yeah, for a moment, I felt like we were out of the game and traveled to a new world. Fuin held her chin with her hand, watching the chef in front of her operate, and said lightly, "Then our identities are pretty good." Lin Jinwei also said, Yeah, do you want to stay here?" Fuin suddenly asked this question. Lin Jinwei frowned even more. "No, I don't think it's right." She knocked on Fuin's head. "High school student, you still have to take the college entrance examination." Fuin suddenly woke up. "You're right, I don't want to stay here anymore." Ah. The two sighed, confused by the copy. Back to the dormitory, Lin Jinwei thought for a while, and took out the dream meal. She hasn't used props for a long time. She decided to see what the precognitive dream would tell her. After all, luxurious Japanese food is not enough to fill you up. The first thing she felt was the cold. The cold wind blew her hair, blowing it all back, exposing her entire face to the air, and she couldn't open her eyes. Caught by the strong wind, she took a step back uncontrollably. Naturally, Lin Jinwei also looked down. There was a bottomless abyss in front of her. She was standing on the edge of the top floor of the Chable headquarters. Just one step forward, and you can step into the abyss. How high is the Chable building? They don't know. They don't have enough authority to go to the top floor, and even the elevator only shows the 80th floor. But it's obviously far more than that. What is she doing on the top floor? Lin Jinwei doesn't know. She saw her energy bar in her peripheral vision, which was red. 125, 100, 75, 50, 30, 20, desire, fear, sadness, indifference, guilt, shame. The value is decreasing rapidly and will soon return to zero. What will happen if it returns to zero? It will be recycled. Zero. The value is zero. The wind that just made her take a step back blew back in the opposite direction. It hit her back hard with a force that she couldn't resist, like a big hand pushing her forward, and she fell into the abyss. The dream was over. Lin Jinwei sat up, gasping for air. This time, Husi and I didn't pat her back. At the end of the dream, she felt a feeling of being torn apart. First, every line of skin burst into severe pain, and every inch of it emitted a burning red light. Then, there was a kind of cracking, a kind of collapse, and finally it turned into nothingness. This feeling is not good. It's like dying once. Where did the source of the severe pain come from? Cough. Cough. She coughed lightly and reached out to touch her neck. Her fingers suddenly paused, and her fingertips trembled slightly as they touched the throat on her neck. The touch under her hand was smooth. It was her skin. There was nothing there. But Lin Jinwei knew that was where the ID body should be. It was also the source of the severe pain. Who? Lin Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief. Is she the protagonist of this dream? Will her energy be reduced to zero and recycled? Not necessarily. In the last dream, she was in the perspective of the Blood Man. So who is in the perspective this time? She soon found out. March 15, 2013. The 33rd day of entering the game. It was a Friday afternoon. While at work, the display screen in front of Lin Jinwei suddenly went dark. Ah? What's going on? The colleagues around her also exclaimed. Everyone's screen turned dark. After flashing a few times, the screen lit up again with a girl's face. Lin Jinwei's pupil shrank. She recognized this girl. It was the girl who helped her up on the first day of entering the game. She still looked the same as she did then, with rings all over her face and ears. Hello, everyone. She started to speak, and her tongue ring was still there. My name is not important. No one cares what my name is. A strong wind blew, blowing her hair. Lin Jinwei trembled violently. She felt it clearly. The protagonist of the dream is her. Then her energy will be zero. She will fall. Where did the information come from? Why can't it be turned off? Which Chable's roof is she standing on? Director Chen's roar came, and colleagues panicked. People from different departments upstairs and downstairs were busy, and the message notifications in the ID kept coming, and the superiors soon set orders. Colleagues in the technical department were also urgently investigating, but they still didn't know where the signal came from and why it couldn't be intercepted. I'm obviously very happy. The girl was still talking. I work hard every day. You see, I'm always smiling. She raised the corners of her mouth. I worked hard to get out and get here. I went to the hospital, I went to various Chables, I went to many places. I made a lot of efforts. But why? My values keep decreasing? Lin Jinwei was horrified and looked at her energy bar. 125, 100, 75, 50, it was decreasing little by little. The dream and reality overlapped. She rushed to the window, opened it, and leaned out half of her body to look up. Jinwei. Chen ran to her anxiously, and grabbed her to prevent her from falling. Can you see clearly? Is it our top floor? Lin Jinwei no longer avoided the dazzling sunlight. She stood on the 77th floor, opened her eyes wide, and looked up. She saw it. In the distant horizon, closest to the horizon, there was a small figure. She saw the girl's slightly raised skirt, and her legs hanging down from the roof. How did she get up there? Where's the security? Where's the robot? Director Chen's roar continued. Lin Jinwei's eyes felt sore, and she retracted her body. She shook her head at Shinran. It's too dazzling, I can't see clearly. She said a little hoarsely, rubbed her eyes, and continued to look at the screen. Desire, fear, sadness, but the girl still smiled. Her energy bar was still decreasing, and a flashing red light alarm had been issued. Attention, please control your energy emotions, otherwise you will be recycled. The alarm sounded through the screen and reached everyone's ears. She was going to be recycled. Indifference, guilt, shame, the corners of her mouth were still rising, and her tears began to flow. She didn't understand why the value would decrease even when she was smiling. If this energy is really related to my emotions, why is it still decreasing now? I am not indifferent, I am not guilty, and I am not ashamed even sitting here. Is this system really okay? Why are people divided into 3 levels? I am a healthy person, why am I considered a moron? The girl was still trying to speak. But the value still decreased. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, I was originally a high energy level. I don't understand what I did wrong. What did I do wrong? Why did I become a low energy level when I woke up? 15, 14, 13, as it decreased, the red light became more and more intense, and the final alarm was issued. Attention, you will be recycled soon. Attention, you will be recycled soon. The reminder sound became louder and louder, and the whole screen was filled with red light, blurring the girl's face. 10, 9, 8, the countdown began to sound. Isn't this an energy bar? How could it be a countdown? I don't want to be recycled. She still insisted. 0, the value returned to 0 in an instant. I don't want to die. She murmured. I don't want to die. She shouted loudly. The girl's figure emitted a red light, and suddenly turned into ashes. I don't want to die. Her voice seemed to still echo in the air. The screen turned black. Then it returned to its previous appearance. It was like the grand end of a drama. The recycling was completed. Chapter 74. Is this what is called recycling? Lin Jinhua looked at the screen in front of her that had returned to normal, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Isn't this extermination? She wanted to question loudly, and she even wanted to sneer. But no. Director Qin seemed to have controlled the situation. He regained his composure, and the complicated reminders of ID also began to calm down. Only his colleagues were discussing in panic. He looked in the direction of Lin Jinhua and Chen Ran, with a scrutinizing look. Lin Jinhua simply let her lips tremble, and pulled Chen Ran a little panicked. I looked up just now, and didn't see anything. It shouldn't be our building, right? Too scary, she said softly. Chen Ran also nodded with a pale face. We must live well and maintain our level. They behaved exactly like the people around them. Flustered, confused and, fortunately, they are at a high energy level. Director Qin looked at them, and then he stepped forward and put his hand on Lin Jinhua's shoulder. Lin Jinhua shuddered violently. Don't be nervous. Director Qin smiled gently, and gently stroked Lin Jinhua's stiff body. This should not be the behavior of a superior to a subordinate. It's just a show-off by a moron. His hand went down Lin Jinhua's shoulder, and gently stroked her back. You are all good employees, you won't be like this. Chen Ran breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Director Qin's remarks, and nodded repeatedly. She said with a little gratitude, Okay, Director? I work hard. Director Qin moved his eyes away from Chen Ran with satisfaction, and looked at Lin Jinhua. He was waiting for Lin Jinhua's statement. Okay, Director. I will do my best too. Lin Jinhua tried to hold on, and replied with a smile. Director Qin smiled, and the corners of his mouth pulled the stiff muscles on his face, making this smile look weird and scary under the wrinkles on his face. He finally withdrew his hand, and turned back to his office. The colleagues around him seemed to have recovered from what had just happened and resumed their work. Lin Jinhua and Chen Ran also sat back in their seats, and started to deal with their work. Return to daily life. It's ridiculous. Lin Jinhua typed on the keyboard expressionlessly, thinking in her heart. That was the death of a person. How could no one care? After work, Lin Jinhua did not go to the dormitory, but took a taxi to the small Western-style building she rented. After seeing the state of being recycled with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little complicated when she went into the rented house. The small Western-style building had been decorated by her to be suitable for living. There was a large carpet in the hall, on which was a 3-seater sofa. There was no coffee table, but a mobile storage table instead. Lin Jinhua kicked off her slippers, and laid down on the sofa. After the girl was recovered, Fuan sent Lin Jinhua a lot of messages. In addition to agreeing to use ID to communicate with Minglu for dinner, they still communicated with Baixin about the game copy. In the company, Lin Jinhua had no time to open the panel to check and reply. There was an electronic clock on each door of the bathroom in the headquarters of the education chaebol. The moment someone locked the door inside, a countdown would begin. If someone did not come out after a certain period of time, a loud alarm would be issued to remind the person inside to come out as soon as possible. If the timeout reaches a certain number, it will be counted as performance, and the salary will be deducted and included in the year-end evaluation. So Lin Jinhua couldn't open the panel to reply to the message in the bathroom. It's already so perverted, who knows if there is surveillance? When she first saw the state of this bathroom, she had only one thought in her mind. Fortunately, the safe house is not open in this bathroom. So Lin Jinhua didn't reply to Fuan's message until she arrived at the small Western-style building. They were all uneasy about the girl being recycled. Who can guarantee that the next person to be recycled is not themselves? Opening the forum, it was also in an uproar. After clicking on the post, I was surprised to find that it seemed that every Yimo city had a person who was recycled in front of the world. They were both men and women, old and young. They were all facing the screen to criticize the questioning of the rationality of this social system. But different voices have appeared in the forum. Some players think this is a hint of the game, and it seems to have reached a node. This is consistent with the disappearance of health and defense values, and should be taken seriously. Another group of players think it is insignificant. They are immersed in their normal lives, and blame how such things can affect their stable lives. Compared with the people who are recycled, they care more about their own energy levels. And this group of players, who can exchange information on the forum, are all at the lowest medium energy level, and most of them can be upgraded to high energy levels in this month. This must be arranged. Lin Jinhua is sure of this. If the players are all low energy levels, then they will not live very well, which will arouse dissatisfaction with the game and thus do something. But the players were given an above-average living standard from the beginning, and it would be upgraded to the highest level of living standard. Would anyone still pay attention to people with low energy levels? Would anyone still think about what was wrong behind this? The answer is obvious. Lin Jinwei clenched her fists. Even she and Fuan began to get used to this life. Next to her was a takeaway coffee that could only be ordered by people with high energy levels. It seemed to have added a lot of special effects, which could nourish the body and relieve mental fatigue. It allowed people to maintain a high energy level. I wish you enlightenment. The blessing words from when placing the order still echoed in Lin Jinua's ears, adding a subtle atmosphere. She found the floor for reporting safety set up by Tingfeng and Patrick, reported safety as usual, and commented below, "Stay awake." She got up from the sofa and continued to open the online shopping platform to select the necessary supplies for her safe house. The previous stockpiling purchases have been stopped for more than a week, and she now plans to pick it up again, and there is never too much supplies. Just as Lin Jinhua opened the search box, she felt something was wrong. Her fingers froze in midair, trembling slightly. She stretched out her hand and drew a few strokes, as if drawing a square shape, but soon stopped. Paw. Sweat dripped from her forehead, passed through the virtual screen formed by the ID, and disappeared into the carpet. How big is my safe house? Lin Jinhua murmured. What supplies do I still need? She suddenly opened her eyes wide, concentrating on feeling every bit in her space. It's still there, nothing missing, and it can be used normally. Something's wrong. Her hands were shaking a little, and a piece of her memory was missing. She couldn't remember the exact size of her safe house. How many rooms were there? Was there a kitchen? What was her connection with the system? 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 Lin Jinhua shouted loudly. No response. It was as if there was a barrier between the two. This was wrong. Lin Jinhua quickly sent a message to Fuan, asking her to confirm whether she still remembered the size of her safe house and the storage of supplies. One thing was certain. Her connection with the safe house was being disconnected, or the connection with the system was weakening. Is it the influence of the game copy? She took a deep breath, and her thoughts turned quickly. Yeah. I can't remember the size of my safe house either. What should I do? Fuan's message came quickly. I seem to have a bathtub? I remember that I had a very good luck in drawing safe houses at the beginning. Worthy of being the emperor of luck. Looking at Fuan's message, Lin Jinhua felt a sense of frustration. From this feeling, she could infer that her luck in drawing from the safe house must be very bad. It can be confirmed that everyone is facing the same problem. Lin Jinua's eyes lit up, and she finally remembered her other talents and skills. She took out the arrows that she had rubbed before, but had not had time to change, and immediately used the skill of change. She hasn't used any skills for about 2 weeks. When did it start? When she woke up? It was as if she had forgotten her skills. The crisp sound of toast always sounded quickly before, but this time it paused for a long time. Lin Jinhua gritted her teeth and waited until about a minute later, the prompt sound finally came. Ding. She had never thought that the sound effect of successfully using a skill was so moving. Thunderbolt arrow. Living creatures shot by arrows will uncontrollably breakdance. This magical direction is indeed her ability. At this time, she also remembered. Her toilet was originally a dilapidated toilet. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and sent a message to Fuan and the posts in the forum. Currently, the connection with the safe house or the system is gradually disconnected. Or it can be said that it is blocked. Everyone may have the following situation: forgetting the area, content, and supplies of the safe house. No, this forgetting process should be gradual. At the beginning of the game, she kept using the space to store and organize objects, and the connection with the safe house should have been consolidated at this time. What about those who don't store items? What about those who don't have space? What about those who don't use skills intensively? There are fewer and fewer people active in the forum. Could it be that someone has already started and forgotten the game? Lin Jinua's breath was choked, and she continued to write on the forum. Using skills and special props can strengthen the connection with the system and the game, so as to awaken your memory. If the player is likened to an anchor point, and the safe house is a big ship, the big ship has now drifted to an unknown distance, leaving only an anchor point to stay in place. The anchor point has forgotten that it is an anchor point, and they think they are the other side. What will happen if the game ends without being discovered? The death mission that has not appeared until now. Everything is a calm and peaceful daily life. What is the survival goal 2 that has not appeared? She has calmed down, but the guesses in her mind still pop up one after another, and half of her scalp is numb. The situation should not be that bad. For example, Bai Tingfeng has the habit of practicing the ability of controlling the wind and will maintain a certain degree of connection. As long as Patrick uses the storage ring to store supplies, it will also be relieved. The talents of other players have their own peculiarities, and some of them need to be used frequently to increase proficiency. It is still early to discover them now. It is still in time. She moved her stiff fingers, calmed down, and continued to tap. It is speculated that perhaps some players have lost their memories related to the game, and may have forgotten their talents and skills. The player is still in the game. The message that cannot be sent to Mingning. The malicious reminders of the system are all confirming Lin Jinyue's guess. This is not a good phenomenon. Please make sure to use your skills more, and don't forget your safe house. Don't forget your talents. Don't forget your skills. Don't forget where you come from. Don't forget your name. Chapter 75. For the rest of the time, she used change to convert the time when the CD ended. She changed some arrows, and some daily necessities. From the initial slowness, she could respond faster to the prompt sound later. She also remembered that her safe house seemed to have a kitchen. But did the toilet have a door? I still couldn't remember. Lin Jinyue was also a little confused about why she was obsessed with this. Should I say that she seemed to be obsessed with the toilet? It seems that I can't neglect the use of skills in the future. Too normal life seems to have paralyzed her nerves. Otherwise, according to her normal situation, how could she not use up the daily change? How could she not work hard to improve the proficiency of skills? This doesn't fit her personality. The death of the girl today seems to have awakened something. Is this a reminder? Lin Jinyue packed up and returned to the dormitory. No matter what happened, she still had to go to work tomorrow. She sighed even louder. So Chenran discovered that Lin Jinyue, who had been suffering from paranoia for a while, resumed stockpiling and became addicted to handicrafts. Or, she should also stock up. Chenran didn't understand it, but decided to quietly join Lin Jinyue. The girl's death was like a drop of water falling into a river, which only caused a few ripples, and then returned to calm. Her death did not have any impact on the residents of this world. Everyone seemed to be indifferent to people with low energy levels from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Jinyue repeatedly recalled the fragmented memories of her in his mind, and could not feel how people with low energy levels survived. It seems like a piece of it has been erased. Even the memory she inherited is fading little by little. This is not a good sign. She can only ask Fuan during their regular dinner if he still remembers how he lived when he was at a low energy level. Fuan thought for a while, and then showed horror. I forgot. Lin Jinyue was also shocked. No way? Think about it carefully. It's only been less than 2 months since you upgraded your level? Fuan thought about it carefully and shook his head. It seems that the memory has been erased. It's strange. I can't remember how I lived at a low energy level in school. Lin Jinyue was shocked. You didn't say you were at school. Her words suddenly stopped. How did Xiaoan say that she was treated at school before? My memory is not right. Lin Jinyue said. Fuan scratched his head and showed an unhappy expression. You are crazy. Did you agree to change my memory? Don't you have any human rights? You even have to ask for permission to restart the game? Even Otome games have options. It seems to make sense. Lin Jinyue also felt a headache. Maybe she also rose from a low energy level, but her memory has been deleted. Recalling the first day she met the girl, her red energy bar was very conspicuous among a bunch of orange and green. Where did she come from? She was the only one flashing red. It seemed to be a warning. By the way, Fuan, who had been scratching her head frantically and had her long hair made into a bird's nest, suddenly stopped her hand. Her eyes lit up. I seem to have the habit of writing a diary with this identity. I go back and look for it. If I find it, I send it to you in a white letter. You can see the paper version next Saturday. Lin Jinyue also nodded and reached out to stroke Fuan's hair. It seems that the low-energy lifestyle is what this game copy wants to cover up. Perhaps the mechanism of this world makes them not care and force them to forget. Or it may be related to deeper content, perhaps the game copy, or the logic of the rule of this world. Then they must dig it out. Dig it upside down. The forum is also discussing this issue. Lin Jinyue's reminder post has been pinned, and everyone has begun to strengthen their connection with the safe house. But some players seem to have given up. They no longer use skills, and seem to plan to survive in this game for a long time. How are your skills? Lin Jinyue thought of it, and asked Fuan directly. I've recently improved my game progress, and I can now guarantee that about 70% of the characters I summon are in a state of good impression. Fuan picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and thinking, and then replied after swallowing it. Fortunately, I'm used to playing games to improve my skill proficiency. They had home-cooked stir-fry today, simple but reassuring. The restaurant was doing good business and was full of people. They sat by the window, eating and chatting. Even if their topics were heard, they would only be regarded as internet-addicted girls. But I also neglected my studies, but my parents didn't seem to be so anxious for this identity, which was very strange. I asked some questions, but they would avoid answering. It seems that the parent-child relationship is not very good, although it is very rich. Lin Jinwei nodded and stuffed her a new storage ring with some newly made storage props in it. It is better to seize the opportunity to stock up more. I will continue to make stock items and strengthen the use of skills. They communicated and determined the recent development goals, and packed 2 meals as usual and went home. Life is still going on as usual, but it is still unsettling. Lin Jinwei went back to the small Western-style building today. She wanted to get away from the area of the education chapel on weekends, otherwise the class smell would make her unable to breathe. Not long after returning home in the evening, Thuan's message came from the white letter. I found ya. But it's so strange, I can't read this word in my mind. Something's wrong, this copy is too strange. I read it and wanted to type it, but I forgot everything in an instant. I took a photo, but I can't remember it at all. I can't send it to you, and I can't copy it. What kind of black technology is this? It's a bit tricky. Our low energy levels completely blocked, Lin Jinwei replied to Fuan, asking her to keep it first and bring it out next week. While thinking about the current situation, she was making a storage ring and Pathfinder elf in her hands, one for storage and the other to increase proficiency. When she was groping for materials, her hand paused and thought of the 3 large cardboard boxes in the space, which were her supplies. She simply opened it and took a look at it. They were all basic daily necessities, such as clothes, sheets and quilts. The education chapel has special work clothes issued. Except when she goes out with Fuan, and when she exercises, she wears her own clothes. She wears work clothes at other times. So she didn't use her things. She did the same in the previous copy. She didn't think that she was the same person as the original one just because she entered a game world and had an identity. Everyone is a different individual. If she also came from a low energy level, would there be some records in the items? Lin Jinwei took out the 3 boxes and opened them one by one. The first box was clothes for all 4 seasons neatly stacked together in different categories. The second box was several sets of bedding and a quilt that seemed to have been used for a long time. The third box was miscellaneous items, including books and some documents. Lin Jinwei checked the past and found no records of low energy levels. Recalling the broken memory, fortunately, the name of the small town and the location of the family for her were very clear. To get back to her cabin from Yimo City, it takes 6 hours by high-speed train, and then half an hour by high-speed bus. It's quite far. She reached out to touch the ID, intending to book a high-speed train on Friday night. If the time is fast, it will be no problem to go back and forth on the weekend. However, she couldn't book it. She could see the train, but couldn't place an order. It seems that the restricted area of this game copy is the entire Yimo City. If she has forgotten that this is a game, then can she return to her home? At that time, she is her. Lin Jinwei pursed her lips tightly and turned back to check the items in the box again. The books were all prose, and she flipped through them page by page to see if there were any notes or essays. No, the whole book was as clean as new, as smooth as her memory-depleted brain. She also searched all the pockets of her clothes, even her socks, and even the sheets. Empty. Lin Jinwei sat cross-legged on the carpet, with scattered objects in front of her. She sighed and began to pack up her things one by one. Her clothes were folded neatly one by one, and her heart calmed down. She listed the logic of the following things in her mind. 1. Make sure to use skills every day to keep yourself connected to the safe house. 2. Pay attention to the status and reasons for the increase in energy level. 3. Investigate the life scenes and status of low energy levels. Very good, it's much clearer after sorting it out. She stood up, shook the quilt, and prepared to fold it up. Huh? She held the hand holding the quilt and pinched a hard square. Lin Jinwei put down the quilt and felt the zipper on the side. When she opened it, it was full of cotton. She reached in and explored a little bit. Should I say that this mode reminded her of the finger-finding eyeball in the previous novice copy? Ah, I found it. She pinched it and took it out, and found that it was a square origami. It was made by overlapping two A4 papers. A small piece, very inconspicuous. Gently opening the paper, what caught her eyes was a sentence. This world is unreasonable. Yes, she also felt it was unreasonable. Unfolding one side after another, it was like opening the other side of this world. My mother and father did not die accidentally. They exchanged their lives for my energy level. I became a medium energy level, and I could smoothly leave this small town, go to college in the city, study for a master's degree, and then join the branch of an education table. Live a relatively smooth life. But why am I gradually forgetting? It was when I went back to visit my mother and father's grave that the neighbor's grandmother asked me the truth about their death. Grandma is also a low energy level, and our entire town is a low energy level. Our world is a one-way street. We can only upgrade out, or perish in this circle. We low energy level people are called morons. But everyone grew up from a low energy level. Some of them are accumulated by their families, some paid a price. But why do you forget everything after upgrading? How did I live with my mother and father when I was at a low energy level? How come I don't remember anything at all? I can't show anything, and I can't anger the controllers of high energy levels, otherwise I will be sorry for what my mother and father have done for me. I wrote this so that I won't forget it anymore. I wrote many copies, but my memory has been fading. I had many copies and lost many copies. I'm going to Yimo City soon. When I get there, will I still remember who I am? Can I keep my notes? At the end of the notes, the words seemed to be written with great effort, as if they were fighting against an unknown force, and wrote the last sentence. Don't get used to it, don't adapt, stay angry. Chapter 76. Yimo City, 8. Unfortunately, she is also forgetting. Lin Jinwei can be sure that when she entered this body, she did not have any memory of writing these words. All of them were erased. And the moment Lin Jinwei put the paper down, she could not remember anything written on it. Not to mention the act of copying. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth and used the skill directly on the paper. Since she couldn't remember, using the skill might be able to strengthen it. After a long wait, the prompt sound of the successful skill activation finally sounded. Ding Fragment 1. Congratulations. You have come into contact with part of the truth of the world. Lin Jinwei's head was dizzy, and she couldn't stand up straight. She quickly held the sofa next to her, and took a deep breath to calm the side effects of the skill. It has been a long time since I have had such a strong side effect. With each use of change, her mental threshold will gradually increase, so it has been quite a long time since I have had such a strong dizziness, as if someone hit me on the head. Ah! Lin Jinwei, who was calming down, remembered. My toilet already has a door. She closed her eyes with satisfaction, and fainted on the carpet, holding the fragments of the world tightly in her hands. Fortunately, the next day was Sunday. The most frightening thing for workers after waking up is to oversleep and not go to work. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning before Lin Jinwei struggled to get up from the carpet. She rubbed her eyes and recalled her memories of last night. It seemed that she saw some information about the low energy level and then used her skills. Her fingers moved and felt the existence of the paper. She quickly took it out to check. Fortunately, there was nothing missing, every word was there, and because of the use of skills, she was able to remember the text content above. She typed it in a white letter and sent it to Fuan, asking her to keep the diary and use her skills for her. Then she opened the forum and entered the information under the pinned post. She clicked on the system panel and found that the garbled code of Survival Goal 2 was not so severe. But it was still messy and a little unclear. It shows that this exploration path is correct. Lin Jinwei's heart, which had been hanging, was relieved a little. She calmed down and continued to announce the news on the forum. There should be players who will use their own means to remember the content. Don't underestimate people's vitality. Don't underestimate the strange talents of various players. She took out a whole baguette that she bought at a roadside bakery before and threw it change. Ding, big bread is hard. Use it to hit people. Lin Jinwei almost sprayed out the coffee she had just drunk. As soon as she opened the skill panel, she found that her food change times were not deducted. Baguette is not a food? Baguette is not a bread? Never mind. She took a deep breath and decided to buy a few boxes of bread with different flavors online. She wanted to try whether she could transform memory bread. This familiar transformation and the feeling of being confused by the transformed props have not happened for a long time. She also remembered that her safe house toilet had a door. This is really a cause for celebration. Next, she turned her attention to her newly installed surveillance. There must be clues to memory deletion. She didn't believe that technology was strong enough to operate memory directly in the body. Recycling also starts from the outside. She first took down the surveillance camera, and then put on the latest Pathfinder elf that she had made but had not yet used its skills. It fits perfectly, like a small coat on the surveillance camera. But the original surveillance eye was replaced by a hyper-realistic eyeball. Lin Jinhua took out the needle and thread, wrapped the entire surveillance camera in the fabric, and sewed it neatly to ensure that nothing was missed. Ding surveillance elf, it can convey to you the picture that feels wrong. That's it. After another dizziness, Lin Jinhua calmed down and ordered 2 new surveillance cameras. She planned to put one in the dormitory, one in the small Western-style building, and one for Fuan. As for Fragment 1, she carefully placed it in the space. She also copied down the prompts on it, and posted it in a place visible to the naked eye to strengthen her memory. After that, it was a normal working day. Director Qin seemed to have some unknown care and attention to Lin Jinhua since the girl's recycling incident began. Maybe he noticed her behavior of leaning out of the window. In short, it was not a good sign. In the morning, when Lin Jinhua was sitting at her workstation, he would come over and put his hand on her shoulder to ask about her work arrangements. Sometimes his hand would gently brush the back of her neck. When they were in the gym, he would come up to say hello and then touch Lin Jinhua's body inadvertently. Lin Jinhua was fed up with him. This was sexual harassment. If I remember correctly, this man had a family. He was old and still harassed young women. Shameless. Paw. But Director Qin's energy value was much higher than Lin Jinhua's. From the information revealed by Fragment 1, she could not resist those with high energy levels at will, especially since he seemed to have a certain amount of power. Therefore, Lin Jinhua could only hate him in her heart, but she had to pretend to smile as if nothing had happened. Alas. As soon as she met Fuan on Saturday, she sighed and sank into the soft cushions in the hotel box. Today they had a Western meal, and Fuan specially chose a restaurant with a private room. Of course, the taste was also very good. After they sat down, they ate first. After all, they might not be able to eat such a good meal after the game was over. When both of them collapsed in the cushions, they touched their round bellies and sighed happily. Only after losing something can you understand how happy your previous life was. After they finished eating, they moved to Lin Jinhua's small house. In this way, it would be easier to deal with her if she fainted, and with the monitoring of the skill bonus, the safety was also under certain control. After entering the house and sitting down, Lin Jinhua waved to Fuan to take out the diary for her to see. Fuan reached into his clothes and took out a diary. Wait. Lin Jinhua suddenly realized, where do you keep the rings? This strange action made her think more. Oh! Fuan reached in with both hands, fumbled in his clothes for a while, and took out a long string of rings. Belts. Isn't it because I'm afraid of losing them? Lin Jinhua always thought that Fuan put the rings in his pockets. And high school students can't wear these accessories. If they are caught by the dean, their energy points will be deducted. I've been asking around lately, and it seems that I've been noticed. Teachers stare at me wherever I go. Fuan put it back on after showing it off. Lin Jinhua touched the diary in a daze. The diary is a 5-year diary. The paper has turned a little yellow. She seems to cherish it very much, and wrapped it with a cloth cover. When you open it, the pages are not full of words. Some are written, and some are blank. But the same thing, you forget it instantly after turning it over, and it doesn't enter your mind at all. Is it that you can't read it at all? Fuan looked at Lin Jinhua's increasingly serious face, and asked hurriedly. Lin Jinhua nodded, closed the diary, and put his hand on the diary. I will use skills on it next. If I faint or lose my health, you can put a wound medicine from the system mall in my mouth. It is said that it is extremely unpalatable, and should wake me up. Fuan nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. I don't know if he was looking forward to putting wound medicine in her mouth. Ding Fragment 2, congratulations. You have come into contact with part of the truth of the world. Lin Jinhua's eyes were dazed for a while, and she widened her eyes, as if she saw the white space every time she transferred. She blinked her eyes, secreting some liquid. Through the liquid, she seemed to see an electronic screen with many people busy. But she couldn't see the postures of those people clearly, only their shadows. She didn't dare to blink, wanting to see more carefully, but the soreness in her eyes became stronger and stronger, and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. She blinked. When she opened her eyes again, it was Fu An's hand that reached out to her, with a wound medicine in his hand. She just opened her mouth and wanted to say no, but Fu An stuffed the medicine into her mouth. Ugh! How could it be so unpalatable? It tastes worse than wonderful mints. This unpalatable thing is beyond the dimension. I finally understand why Ming Ming was so excited when she saw her life corn sausage. Aw, how could she think so much in a moment? Is it a revolving lantern? She was fine originally, but now she seems to be in trouble after eating it. Liquid oozed out of the corners of Lin Jinyua's eyes, and this time it was really tears. She opened the panel with trembling hands and looked at her life value. It didn't drop. She wiped away her tears and looked at Fuan. Fuan looked nervous. Are you okay? You almost fainted just now, and your eyes were all white. It turns out that rolling your eyes can be like this. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath. Forget it, my sister. I just seem to see some scenes. She quickly drank a few sips of orange juice to cover the strange taste in her mouth. But I still can't remember it. Whenever I think about it, my head hurts like it's about to split open. Lin Jinhua said as she recalled. She and Fuan looked down at the diary on the table. The cover of the book had disappeared, as if it had melted. The cover of the diary was exposed. It was brown with some dark stains. On the cover of the diary, the words seemed to be carved with a knife. They were crooked, but they took a lot of effort. I hate this broken world. When I opened it, the words that I couldn't see just now could be read clearly. February 10, 3008. I have been a low-energy person since birth. Today I received my first birthday gift from my mother-in-law. So I start recording something from today. Fuan, my mother-in-law, is the one who has been taking care of my daily life. We are not related by blood. It seems that there is nothing to remember, and I can't go out. And my birthday is tomorrow? Then it was always. I am so tired and can't go out. I stay in the bedroom every day. My parents won't let me go out even when there are guests. Am I something shameful? Oh, I am a moron. February 10, 3009. Another year has passed. Why is the energy level still low? Can my parents work harder? I heard that there are some minor problems with the company's operations. They are all high energy levels. What problems can there be? Every day after finishing the tutoring course, there is nothing to do. I am so bored as a moron. February 10, 3010. I have excellent grades, but I can't go out just because I'm a moron? I heard that there are some small towns where people with low energy levels live. I want to go there too. They should be able to go out, right? As long as everyone's level is the same. No one cares about high or low, right? February 10, 3011. Another year has passed, and the energy level has improved a little. It seems that the mother and father have finally started to work hard. It sounds like the company is stable, and they have extra energy to improve their daughter's level. After all, having a moron child is not something to be praised. February 10, 3012. The energy is slowly improving, and I can start to eat in the restaurant. My house turned out to be quite big, and there is a lot of space downstairs for activities, but I can only go to the restaurant and can't go anywhere else. It's so annoying. Is this really normal? 3012 is the last year of this diary. On the last page, dated February 10, 3013, she wrote in cheerful handwriting, "My mother and father's company has grown, and they have finally become successful people. Tomorrow, I will be able to upgrade to the middle energy level. I am no longer a moron." Chapter 77. After reading it, Lin Jinyue and Fuan fell into silence. So you never left home from birth to 15 years old? Lin Jinyue took a breath and asked Fuan. I don't know because I don't remember. I remember that I was a senior student in Yimo High School, and the other people behaved normally. It seems that they have known me for a long time, and they seem to have always appeared. Fuan showed a confused expression and said, 15 years? Rapunzel has lived here for about that long, right? Looking at the cover again, I could understand why the sentence was engraved. If Lin Jinyue was about to rush out, kick the door open, and beat anyone who stops her. If she had been educated like this since she was young, like Rapunzel, she would also feel that it was dangerous outside, and would not dare to go out. She would think this was normal. Lin Jinyue thought, from the diary, Xiao An's original body felt that this was unreasonable a long time ago. If she had always been taught that she should live like this at a low energy level, she would not have felt dissatisfied. Fuan continued, maybe it's because other people in the family are not at a low energy level. My bedroom has a separate bathroom, a cloakroom, and a dining compartment. I can see people on the street from the bedroom window. They are all living a normal life, going out, shopping and laughing. Only she was locked in the house, and could only peek at the outside world through a small window. Lin Jinyue felt a little distressed after hearing this. So she grew up in such an environment. Alas. The two sighed. It seems that your parents have worked hard for your energy level for a long time. First, you need to improve your social status, and then pay the price. Modifying memory information must cover all aspects of life. It sounds like a big project. It can also be confirmed that this so-called emotional energy level has nothing to do with emotions. It just hangs on the name of emotions. The actual improvement still depends on family or money. It seems that energy improvement requires something. From the fact that my parents paid their lives, it can be seen that they seem to use themselves to support my energy improvement. Work hard in the company and study hard in school to improve your level. Lin Jinhua and Fuan looked at each other, and they also knew what this Yimo City society wanted to cultivate. Loyal, obedient residents. If you don't pay enough, the class will be permanent. Lin Jinhua remembered Director Qin's strange smile. Everyone can be a chaebol. Bullshit. She knew it was all bluffing. Residents above the medium energy level, whose memories have been deleted, should all believe it. Qin Ran's eyes were full of stars at that time. Will you leave the diary here with me first? Lin Jinhua asked Fuan. Fuan waved her hand and asked her to put it away together. Update the forum together. I write it down and check it every day. Fuan emphasized. Lin Jinhua nodded and directly opened the panel to enter the forum. Huh? She said in surprise. Someone has already updated this information. Lin Jinhua smiled. It's my junior brother, he also found it. Fuan also opened the panel after hearing this. This was the first time Lin Jinhua saw Fuan open her panel. It's pink. Shaoan, did you buy the skin? Lin Jinhua asked in a daze. Yeah, that's right. You don't have to buy it. A little money can make you happy. Fuan was proud and showed Lin Jinhua the widgets she had carefully arranged. Look, the widgets here can display personal information, so you don't have to open the app. This widget can display health points. Once I open it, I know whether I am living well or not. Lin Jinhua looked at Fuan's panel, then at his own rough panel, and fell silent. Yeah, you should also try it. You will feel good when you open it every day. I'm going for a minimalist style recently. Lin Jinhua said dryly, less is more. You are stingy. Shut up. I am not an afro. After bickering, the two continued to check the forum. The intelligence and speculation released by Ting Feng were based on the content released by Lin Jinhua before, and he added his own findings and integrated modifications. It's like a standard project report. There are no problems with the punctuation and wording. It seems that he was tortured by the novice copy. The content is almost the same as what the two found. Fuan commented below, add to, and get similar information. Some people in the forum also asked what to do next. After many discussions, the conclusion was, live a normal life first and continue to explore the living state of low energy level. After completing the goal for today, Fuan went out and took the high-speed car back. Lin Jinhua planned to stay in this small Western-style building tonight. She asked Fuan if he wanted to live together, but Fuan refused. My parents don't let me stay outside, they are very strict. I will explore home and school again. She went back with a bitter face, taking away the newly made surveillance of Lin Jinhua. Lin Jinhua washed up and laid down directly. His brain was still hurting after using skills, and he needed to use sleep to make up for the lost mental power. Hiss. Squeak. Strange sounds echoed in his ears, and Lin Jinhua frowned in his sleep. She opened her eyes suddenly, and saw a blue arc flashing in the dark environment. What? She touched her head and sat up. The time now is 2:26. It seems not right. Lin Jinhua stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyebrows. She was not dreaming, but she heard a strange sound. There are no creatures like cockroaches in this high-tech city. Is it an illusion? Not necessarily. She looked up at the monitoring elf, and the monitoring elf, which had been quiet all the time, now emitted a long light. Sensing Lin Jinua's gaze, the monitor elf winked at her sweetly. One after another, it seemed anxious and blinked quickly. Okay, I know you are in trouble, stop blinking. Lin Jinhua got out of bed, took off the monitor elf, sat down on the bed, and began to study how to watch it back. Previously, the monitoring was viewed on the ID, and after using the skill, the connection was disconnected, and she did not find a new app on the panel. She turned the monitor elf over and over, and even raised it to touch her forehead, but there was no movement. Lin Jinhua blinked slowly, and finally remembered that she covered one eye when she used the elf's vision synchronization before. It was about the death mission in the last copy. How could she forget it? Lin Jinhua stretched out her hand, covered her left eye, and saw the screen with her right eye. It was her covering one eye, looking ahead in a daze. Is this the current scene? Lin Jinhua tilted her head, feeling her mind clearer. She changed one eye. What she saw with her left eye was the strange scene that the monitoring elf took, which it felt was wrong. That was her in her sleep, breathing steadily and long. In the darkness, her neck suddenly flashed, and blue light came out. Then some blue lines appeared in the air, not very clear. But the intermittent did not affect Lin Jinua's clear view. Those lines extended from the ID and went straight to her brain. She took a breath and quickly opened the ID to check her normal monitoring. The monitoring without skills was very normal. It seemed that she just sat up suddenly in her sleep and began to be dazed, and then she began to cover her eyes left and right, and she didn't even take the figure of the monitoring elf. She began to realize one thing. The monitoring has always existed. ID itself is the monitoring itself. Memory modification is carried out every night. She clenched the monitoring elf in her hand. The props changed by skills can cover the monitoring and cannot be detected. She clicked on the forum and shared the latest information. ID will modify everyone's memory at night. Be sure to consolidate your memory. Don't forget. When she woke up the next day, she saw a long note hanging under the monitoring elf. Check the panel. Check the forum. The memory is gone. After checking, Lin Jinhua let out a long sigh. After realizing this, the memory loss has actually decreased. Perhaps the more you know the truth, the more you can get away from this game. She packed up her things, returned to the dormitory first, and went to the gym to exercise. No matter what, the fighting power cannot be reduced. Life went on normally again. If it weren't for the increasing number of text reminders from the monitoring elf, Lin Jinhua might have gradually forgotten that she was in the game world. Her mirror was covered with reminder messages. But there was also a similar situation where knowledge did not enter the brain. She bought bread, but the memory bread function did not appear, which made her very disappointed. Sure enough, is this legendary prop unattainable? Lin Jinhua sighed, and planned not to eat in the cafeteria after get off work today, and go out to eat something else to change her mood. By the way, check in at a newly opened bakery to see if she can swipe out the memory bread. Just when she bought a large bag of various bagels and ordered a box to be delivered to the dormitory, she saw a small store out of the corner of her eye. This newly opened bagel shop was on a small road she had never walked on. It was recommended to her by Chenran. At this time, at the end of this small road, there was a small shop. And it seemed a little familiar. Lin Jinhua stood at the door of the small shop and looked up at the sign. Chungfen Auntie's shop. Is it the Chungfen Auntie she knows? Lin Jinhua stepped into the small shop. When she stepped into the store, there seemed to be strange ripples, as if she had entered a strange space. Dimensional wall. Before she had time to look around the store, she heard the familiar bloody 8 o'clock drama plot coming passionately. Ah! Jinjin! Come and have a look. This is a small flower I crocheted for you with my newly grown intestines. Do you like it? Jinjin, don't go. Why don't you look? It was confirmed that it was her old acquaintance. An old acquaintance, Andy Chungfen was knitting a new piece of fabric with a new intestine stick. It looked like a shawl. She was staring at the screen in the TV series and sneered. It seemed that the crochet was very bad. Auntie Chungfen noticed someone coming and moved her eyes away from the tablet. Her cloudy eyes met with Lin Jinua's. Lin Jinhua smiled first and greeted happily. Auntie, long time no see. Auntie Chungfen seemed to have not smiled for a long time. She opened her mouth a little slowly, but it could be seen that it was a smile. She also said in a hoarse voice, long time no see. Do you like the scarf? There was some smile in the hoarse voice. Lin Jinhua wanted to make a bitter face, but she controlled herself and nodded with a smile. I like it, it's warm. I did wear it in the last copy, it was quite warm. Auntie Chungfen nodded with satisfaction. She didn't seem to have any intention of chatting with Lin Jinhua. After asking that question, she focused on her shawl and the bloody drama again. Lin Jinhua took out Bougainvillea is super beautiful again. Annie, do you want more? Auntie Chungfen paused while weaving the shawl, and this time she didn't refuse and accepted it. Is one enough? If not, I take more? Lin Jinhua asked while reaching into her bag again. Enough. Auntie Chungfen put Bougainvillea is super beautiful on her swollen abdomen, and it disappeared in an instant. But there was no change. Lin Jinhua tilted her head and didn't ask more. She looked at the store. The display was exactly the same as the store in the novice copy before, but there was a layer of fog on all the shelves, so she couldn't see the goods inside. Is this not available for purchase? She wanted to ask Auntie Chungfen why she was here, but she didn't dare to ask. Maybe Lin Jinua's expression was too rich. Auntie Chungfen admired it for a while, and finally put down the shawl in her hand. I am a reminder, she said lightly. The withered fingers were dry and black. The finger lightly touched Lin Jinua's head, then slid down to Lin Jinyue's neck. Crack. What was the sound of breaking? She widened her eyes and covered her head. All her lost memories came back. Chapter 78. Yimo City, 10. Her pupils trembled violently, and a lot of sweat oozed from her forehead, accepting her lost memories. From the fragmentation of memories in her mind to the connection with her ID, it seemed that everything was disconnected. Auntie Chungfin had withdrawn her hand, lowered her head, and continued to weave the shawl. I can't say more, go explore it yourself. She just said that. Lin Jinwei had received all the memories, and she also remembered the scene she saw in the dizziness after using transformation. A big screen, busy human figures. Is that the truth of the world? A stabbing pain came, and she squinted her eyes. Don't think too much, that's not something you can touch at your level. Auntie Chongfen didn't even look at her, but she knew her situation and even her thoughts. Lin Jinwei shook her head, forcing herself to come back to her senses. She opened her mouth and said a little hoarsely, Thank you, Auntie. Auntie Chongfen has always been kind to her. Lin Jinwei decided to ask a few more questions. She had been thinking about this question for a long time. She would hear similar news when she was collecting intelligence in the player gathering area. Many people's novice copies have a small shop where they can buy supplies. Auntie, will you appear in every player's novice copy? The fog behind her seemed to pause for a moment, and began to vibrate violently, approaching little by little. Roaring and rolling, it was about to surge over and engulf her. This is not something you can ask. Auntie Chungfen's hand did not pause, nor did she answer Lin Jinyue's question. She just raised her eyes, and looked at the fog behind her. The mist stagnated, and returned to calm as if a little unwilling. Then, she nodded slightly. It was an affirmative answer. Lin Jinwei gritted her teeth. She couldn't move her body just now, and she was infinitely close to death. I've waited for you, and my mission is also completed. I still have to wait for others. After Auntie Chungfen finished speaking, the mist behind her seemed to start to stir again. She just waved at Lin Jinwei, and asked her to leave quickly. Lin Jinwei nodded and said again, Thank you, Auntie. She took out a bouquet from her bag. This was what she bought when she entered this copy, and she also converted it. Eternal Life Flower, a beautiful bouquet that will never wither, very suitable for giving to others. She put it on Auntie Chungfen's counter. Auntie Chungfen did not stop her and acquiesced to her behavior. She waved to Auntie Chungfen, Goodbye, Auntie. Then she walked out of the store. Come on. The voice of Auntie Chungfen disappeared in the air, so soft that she felt it was an illusion. Looking back, the store had disappeared, as if it had never existed. At the end of the path, there was only a manhole cover. A huge manhole cover with a width of 1.5 meters. This clearly showed that this was a wrong manhole cover. Whose manhole cover is so big? Lin Jinwei looked around. No one noticed her. She squatted beside the manhole cover and threw a Pathfinder elf vision down. The elf drilled through the hole in the manhole cover and jumped down happily. I don't know if it can climb up later. The short legs were a little worried. Lin Jinwei was a little worried and covered her left eye with her hand. The vision of the right eye is synchronized with the elf. This pipe seems to be very long. The elf keeps falling. You can see that there is an iron ladder on the pipe wall to help people climb. Paw. The elf landed on the ground on his face. But because it is made of fabric, there is no damage. Estimated depth of 30 meters, in front of him is an iron gate, which seems to require ID authentication to enter. From the perspective of the elf, this door is very huge, like an irresistible heavy chasm. The elf walked briskly to the crack of the door, with small steps, and drilled in hard. It actually succeeded. She used the prop transformation to be free from the control of the system of this copy. When the elf drilled through this huge door, Lin Jinwei saw a town. A town living by the sewer. Along the long water flow of the sewer, houses for human survival were built on the shore. The low-energy residents of the forgotten Yimo City all live here. Where does the food come from? How can they survive in such an environment? Not as good as her. Small town. Lin Jinwei felt a surge of anger rising from her heart. She gritted her teeth and used the eyes of the elf to see this bottom world. The elf pattered in this sewer world. Looked at everything in front of it with its big eyes. Food comes from pipelines, and it is only edible. The residents here need to work to maintain the basic operation of the entire city. They need to maintain the living conditions of the entire middle and upper class through complicated, dirty and hard work. But no one remembers them. What is this? A child squatted in front of the elf, looking at it. The shape of her open mouth allowed Lin Jinwei to judge what she said. The little girl was dressed simply, with some stains and patches on her clothes. She was holding a bag in her hand, and seemed to be out shopping. She picked up the elf, and got close to observe it. Lin Jinwei could see the little girl's big amber eyes, which were very beautiful. She quickly asked the elf to stop moving. The little girl seemed to like the look of the elf very much, and put it in her pocket. Lin Jinua's eyes suddenly went dark. At this time, Director Qin's voice came from behind. "Xiao Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Jinwei shuddered violently, but she did not put her hands down, but continued to keep this action and looked back at Director Qin. She squinted her eyes, as if she recognized Director Qin's face with great difficulty. "Ah, Director Qin? My contact lenses fell off. I'm looking for them." She rubbed her eyes, put her hands down and stood up. "I guess I can't find them." Director Qin was wearing casual clothes and holding a bag from the bagel shop. It seemed that Shinren had recommended him here. He looked up and down at Lin Jinwei with some doubt. How could the contact lenses be lost? He glanced at Lin Jinua's eyes and frowned. "Your information shows that you are not nearsighted." "Oh no, this person is not easy to fool." Lin Jinhua forced a smile and said, "My eyes seem a little blurry these days, so I put them on to see. Maybe I'm not used to it. I rubbed them, and they came out. Isn't it popular recently?" Luckily, she did buy contact lenses with her ID to stock up. "I bought some for each degree to brush up my skills." "Is that so?" Director Qin said, took a few steps forward, looked down and saw the huge manhole cover. He squeezed the bag of bagel shop, and soon loosened it. "Do you want to go back to the company?" "Let's go together," he said to Lin Jinwei, pretending not to see the manhole cover. "Oh, there is a problem. Normal people will definitely ask about such a big manhole cover. It seems that this person knows about low energy levels. The leadership of the Chable will have certain rights to know the inside story. Their memories will not be deleted. In this case, Fu En's mother and father have also made a lot of efforts to improve her energy. Will such memories be deleted? There is room for exploration." Lin Jinua's eyes curved, and he followed Director Qin out in response. "It seems that if you want to beat someone up to ask for information, you should beat him first. Xiao Lin has gotten used to work, right?" Director Qin walked side by side with her, talking like a family. Lin Jinhua was not used to walking side by side with men, so she quietly fell behind. "I'm used to it," she replied. "That's good. If you have any discomfort, please feel free to ask. Our Chable will provide good jobs for every employee." It sounded like an advertisement slogan. Yeah. Lin Jinhua nodded repeatedly. She looked up and down at Director Qin from behind. "Yeah, I hit him on the head first. No, it would be bad if he was knocked to death directly. You can knock him down with double-sided buns first. Then whip him. Let him do something dirty." Director Qin didn't know why he felt cold all over. Fortunately, he arrived at the company. He nodded to Lin Jinhua and quickly passed through the gate. "Director, take care." Lin Jinhua waved and watched him go away. She waited for Director Qin to go up, and then returned to her dormitory. Sitting down, she covered her left eye with her hand again to look at the elf's environment. She saw a worn-out camping lamp. It seemed that there was no one, so she quietly controlled the elf to twist its body and see the surrounding environment clearly. It was a very small room, but very tidy. A bunk bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. Next to the desk was a bookcase filled with books. All the objects were a little old and looked a little mottled. The elf seemed to be placed on the bedside table. It was impossible to climb up after going down from this height, so she gave up on continuing to observe. It seems that the elf needs to be given 2 hands, otherwise it will not be able to climb. Lin Jinhua clicked on the forum and updated the information she saw in it. There are also other players who have collected information or overcome memory loss in different ways. Players have their own way of survival. But the number of people speaking on the forum is also decreasing, which is not a good sign. Lin Jinhua turned off the panel, but just in case, she still hung a reminder note under the monitoring elf. "Don't forget, stay awake. The days are repeated, and the unchanging time will make people unable to notice the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed." Lin Jinhua felt very anxious, but there was no way to go further. The elf seemed to be put in the closet, and every time she connected it, it was pitch black. It didn't have ears, so eavesdropping was not allowed. Fu En was consciously collecting information in the school, but it was easy to be detected and had been warned twice. The school said that if such behavior that endangers social order is found again, her energy level will be reduced, and she will be suspended from school. This also led to Fu En being scolded by her mother and father, and she was locked at home. "I am so angry." I didn't do anything. I just asked my classmates if there were any relatives who stayed at home. Now you are warning me? If you don't warn you, who should you warn? I also found a strange door in the school. It is hidden under the carpet in the music room. I guess it is a passage to the low energy level people. Yeah, make a few more of your L's for me. I will put them in when I go out. So how did you find the door under the carpet? Lin Jinwei comforted Fuan, and has been making new Pathfinder Elf vision and monitoring Elf these days. But maybe because of the low talent level, as long as the elves are equipped with hands and look like human forms, they will develop strangely. Boxing Eyeball it seems to think that it is a boxer, and will keep boxing. Eyeball's rotten it doesn't really want the hand part. Okay. Open it to check your proficiency, it's only 2613. Upgrading is a long way off. Lin Jinwei sometimes goes online to check for follow-up news of the recovered girl, but it seems to have been erased, and it becomes increasingly difficult to search as time goes by. According to Director Chin's performance, it was obviously recovered on the top floor of the education chable, but the chable itself was not affected at all. The internal report of the chable did right where the girl came up from. She climbed up little by little from the maintenance stairs outside the building. Yes, this city is technologically advanced to the point where there are smart robots to help with life, but this dangerous maintenance work and glass cleaning work are still done by humans. And it seems that they are all done by humans with low energy levels. So it is ignored and no one cares. So what role does high technology play? Lin Jinua's pen, which was sorting out her thoughts, suddenly stopped. She tapped the paper with the tip of the pen and drew a circle on the high technology. They are too focused on the living conditions of people with low energy levels, but forget to trace the source of everything. Technology exists in all aspects of life, but it is hidden behind. The entire city is managed by 5 chables, namely, education, economy, energy, medical care, and technology. Each is managed by a prime minister, and different departments are under it to manage the infrastructure operation of the entire city. Like the education chable where Lin Jinwei is, it manages the establishment of the entire education system, the establishment and promotion of colleges and universities, and promotes educational innovation, etc. So the chable system is very large, and even those crammed schools in the city are openly managed by individuals, but in fact they all belong to the education chables behind them. The afternoon working hours are almost here. Lin Jinwei arrived at the office, and looked out the window of her workstation to see the other 4 chables. The center of the entire city is built by the buildings of these 5 chables in a circle. The shape is very much like a 5-pointed star, which extends outward to form an entire metropolis. There are countless rainbow bridges connecting the buildings, leading to the various positions of the chables. She lowered her head and took a sip of coffee, looking at the high-tech buildings outside the window indifferently. This is obviously unreasonable. What made her ignore all this? This copy not only attacks the memory, but also blurs people's perception. Jinwei, look at this. Chunran came, and she shared her ID screen with Lin Jinwei to show her new discoveries. She is very enthusiastic about life, often checks in new stores, surfs the internet, and can be said to be fighting on the front line. Lin Jinwei receives hot memes from her every day, and the front line of the world. Today, she looked at Chunran's screen with a smile as usual, saying, "What amazing things have you found again?" The next moment, her smile froze at the corner of her mouth. Chunran's excited words of recommendation still echoed in her ears. This is the beauty blogger who has just become popular in the past 2 days. Look at her makeup, it's so good. It's just that the name of the makeup is a bit strange, Hong Kong style beauty makeup. What is Hong Kong style? Lin Jinwei looked at the blogger on the screen, and didn't respond in time. The beauty blogger was Ming Ming, who had been unreachable, and was still in the game. Chapter 79. Lin Jinwei finally found her voice. She's really amazing. What's her name? Can you recommend it to me? I want to see it too, she said to Chunran with a smile. Her name is Ming Ming. Chunran didn't notice and nodded. While sharing it with Lin Jinwei, he continued, "Oh, I want to try to put on makeup with her. Who knows, I might be clumsy and can't follow it all." She seems to have become popular because everyone followed her step by step, but no one could learn it. Now the whole network has launched a challenge to imitate her makeup. Jinwei, you are good at handwork, so you should be able to imitate her makeup too? Lin Jinwei was also using the ID to check the information of Ming Ming's account. After hearing what Chunran said, she responded, "I try it when I have time." The reason why no one can imitate Ming Ming's makeup is because it is her skill. Ming Ming's account has been established for more than half a year, and the video update frequency is weekly. Although she had no hope, Lin Jinhua still registered an account on the video website, using her nickname AAA makes money selling food, and sent a private message to Mingming. She seemed to adapt to the city. Did she still remember who she was? Oh, it's time to go to work. Chenran looked at the time, called out, and quickly pulled Lin Jinhua to sit down. Lin Jinhua forced herself to concentrate on her work. After work in the afternoon, she hurried to the small Western-style building and opened her ID to check if Mingming had replied. Unfortunately, she has become a popular anchor, so she probably won't check her private messages in time. She can't send some obvious messages directly, otherwise it will be bad if she is noticed. After thinking about it, she could only ask one more question. Do you still need firm meat bun? This is the food item that Mingming exchanged with her before entering the third game. I hope Mingming can see the private message. April 17, 2013. The 66th day of entering the game. It was an ordinary Wednesday. As usual, Chenran happily shared her newly discovered store with Lin Jinhua before going to work. The desserts in this store are really delicious. Jinhua, are you free this Saturday? How about we go and check in together? This is the first time that Chenran invited Lin Jinhua to check in together. Why did you think of inviting me this time? Lin Jinhua was a little surprised. Oh, you seem to be busy every day. Chenran changed her tone. Besides, they have a new product, pudding boat, which can only be ordered if two people go together. She rubbed her hands like a fly. Go with me, go with me. Okay. Lin Jinhua was amused by her actions, and accepted her invitation. After all, Zhou Thuan was also locked up and couldn't get out. Chenran's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and she took Lin Jinhua's arm and leaned her head on her shoulder. This is the first time we go out to play. She had a gleam in her eyes. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Jinhua's mood, which had been depressed, was better because of her influence. Perhaps some other activities are needed to divert it. It's time to go to work. Lin Jinhua decided to get up and go to the lounge to make a cup of free coffee with 2 packs of milk to start this day as a social animal. Do you want me to bring you a cup? She asked Chenran casually. It's okay. I go to Director Qin's office first to get his signature, and then I go make it myself. Chenran picked up a stack of documents and walked side by side with Lin Jinhua. They separated at the end of the corridor. She went to Director Qin's office, while Lin Jinhua went to the lounge to slack off. As usual, 2 bags of milk and 2 bags of sugar, and a few more bags were stuffed into the space. Drinking and taking at the same time is not a loss. Just as Lin Jinhua was stirring the coffee in the cup to fully blend the sugar and milk in it, the door of the lounge was suddenly opened with force. She was so scared that her hands trembled. She looked up and saw that it was Chenran. Chenran was still holding a stack of documents in her arms. She was panting, and her eyes were full of anxiety. Lin Jinhua's right eye jumped, and she had a bad premonition. What's wrong? She asked softly. I. Chenran flashed into the lounge and closed the door. She looked up and looked around to make sure that there was no surveillance in the lounge. Then she took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and said the following words. I just went to the director's office, and he seemed to have just entered without closing the door properly. He was talking on the ID, and seemed to be saying something. Oh my God! She was full of disbelief. He said that his son was going to high school, and he needed to raise his energy level to a high level. He said that the necessary things were almost ready, and he wanted his son to go out. Chenran took a deep breath, and continued to say the following words. He said that if necessary, he could use the energy level of people in the company to replace it. Lin Jinhua's eyes widened suddenly. They had never heard of Director Qin's son before. The news they had heard so far was that Director Qin was married, and the relationship between the husband and wife was harmonious, and it was a high-energy family that everyone praised. This way of existence is a low energy level. Replace with company people? How to replace? What is he going to do? Have you been seen? Lin Jinhua stepped forward to comfort Chenran and calm her down. For the natives, who have always been accustomed to this level and lifestyle, Director Qin's words are a huge shock. Lin Jinhua's uneasiness is increasing. Director Qin is not such a careless person. How could such an important conversation be held with the door open? Such an obvious style. Has he already chosen the candidate? I knocked on the door. Chenran was about to cry. She raised the document with shaking hands. Document? The document needs his signature. What documents are you still concerned about at this time? Did he sign? What's his reaction? He just turned off his ID and signed for me as usual. Maybe I heard it wrong. She seemed to have convinced herself. I go back to my seat first, Chenran said, and was about to open the door to go out. Alas! Lin Jinwei called her back and stuffed the coffee into her hand. "We're already in the lounge. How can you not get a cup of coffee?" Her hand was on Chenran's still shaking hand. The warm hand made Chenran calm down. She nodded and held the coffee steadily. "Don't tell anyone about this, and don't say it on your ID," Lin Jinwei whispered. She carried monitoring elf with her, which could block the monitoring of the ID to a certain extent, but if Chenran told others, it would be unclear. Chenran put on his expression, whispered okay, and went out with the coffee. Lin Jinwei breathed a sigh of relief. She took another cup and started brewing coffee. The coffee machine hummed and began to slowly drip coffee liquid. She waited for the coffee to be filled and poured 2 cups of milk and sugar into it. "What did Chenran say to you?" Director Qin's voice suddenly sounded, and Lin Jinua's figure trembled violently. She turned around with the coffee and said, "Hello, Director, what did she say?" "She seemed to be in a hurry to work, so I gave her the brewed coffee." "Director, what's wrong? Is there any work for Chenran to convey to me?" She looked directly at Director Qin. Director Qin looked away instead. "Nothing, I just asked." He also walked into the lounge. Lin Jinwei slightly avoided him, and returned to his seat with the coffee. Chenran was staring at his screen, seemingly working seriously. But the keyboard under his hand was obviously typing randomly. Lin Jinwei had no way to remind him at his workstation, so he could only turn his attention to his work content. "I hope Chenran can calm down and not mention this matter to others. ID should modify her memory at night so that she forgets this matter. It will be fine." At night, Lin Jinwei rubbed his brows and chose to knock on Chenran's door. The A80 robot came over and asked in a crisp voice, "Employee, do you need any help?" "It's none of your business." Lin Jinwei shook his head. "I'm just chatting with my colleagues, it's okay." The A80 robot's pseudo-human head tilted like a human, and folded 90 degrees directly. It said in a smiling and high-spirited voice, "The employees in this room seem to have fallen asleep. Please return to your dormitory as well." Being controlled, Lin Jinwei frowned and pretended to be dissatisfied. "What? You can't even chat. It's only 8 o'clock. 80, please go back. I wish you enlightenment." Lin Jinwei did not move. "Please." A80's eyes were black, and now a faint red light began to appear in them and began to flash. Her neck seemed to have a little temperature. "Not good, ID is getting hot." Okay, I find her again when I go to work tomorrow." She could only pretend not to care and wade back to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, the temperature of ID also dropped. She made sure that monitoring elf was running, and she walked to the window. The dormitory did not have a balcony, but there was a floor-to-ceiling window. At the corner of the stairs leading upstairs, there was a small window parallel to the floor-to-ceiling window, which could be opened. There was a small platform outside, where you could reach out and dry your clothes. Lin Jinwei opened the window, squatted on the small platform, and carefully looked towards Chenran's dormitory. This is the 80th floor. She didn't dare to look down, because if her hand slipped, she would break it into pieces. She took out the light little stick and stretched out her hand to reach Chenran's French window. Knock knock. She knocked gently, but she didn't dare to use too much force, otherwise it would be difficult to explain if it broke. No one answered, so she knocked twice more. Knock knock. Click. The small window on the French window also opened. Chenran poked her head out in confusion, turned her head, and saw Lin Jinua's strange posture. She screamed in fear. "Jinwei, you are too dangerous." She looked quite energetic. Lin Jinwei still held the light little stick in his hand. "It's okay, I'm a little worried about you." Chenran shook his head and said softly, "I'm fine, don't worry, I haven't told anyone." Lin Jinwei said again, "Don't be weird, pretend you didn't understand or know. Protect yourself." Chenran should have figured it out. Her eyes were firm, not as uneasy as in the morning. "I will, thank you, Jinwei." She waved to Lin Jinwei and told her to go in quickly. "It's too dangerous, go back quickly." Lin Jinwei shrank back, thought about it, and stuck her head out to continue to explain. "Contact me anytime if you have any questions." Chenran smiled and replied, "I know, see you tomorrow." A crisp voice came from the dormitory next door. Half of it disappeared in the air, and half of it entered Lin Jinua's ears. "See you tomorrow," she also replied. The next day, when it was time to go to work, Chenran did not show up. She made coffee and came back, but Chenran still did not come. Lin Jinua's heart began to beat violently. She suppressed her anxiety and asked her colleague, "Why hasn't Chenran come yet?" The colleague raised his head in surprise, looked at Chenran's workstation, and then turned his eyes back to Lin Jinhua. His expression was strange. You didn't receive the notice? The chill crept up a little bit, and Lin Jinhua's voice was stiff. No. He showed a playful smile. Is that so? Then you have to be careful. Chun ran. Before he finished speaking, A77 and Director Qin came over, and A77 held a huge cardboard box in his hand. Lin Jinhua watched A77 walk to Chen Ran's workstation, and began to clean up the things on it. What's wrong? She asked Director Qin. Director Qin looked sad. Maybe this expression was, hate iron but not steel. Chen Ran, I don't know what happened. Her energy levels suddenly returned to 0. She was collected last night. What? You didn't receive the notice. I thought you had a good relationship, so I had to tell you in person. Director Qin put his hand on Lin Jinhua's shoulder again, stroking it gently, his fingers feeling Lin Jinhua's bones. But she also said see you tomorrow. No more to say. Lin Jinhua's reason told herself that she couldn't say any more. What happened to her? Director Qin's hand was exerting force, and her shoulder blades were a little painful. She also made an appointment with me to visit the store. Lin Jinhua lowered her head, her body trembling. It was a sad image. Director Qin loosened his hand and put it on her back, stroking up and down, as if to comfort her. He put his mouth close to Lin Jinhua's ear. You are a good girl, be good. Lin Jinhua clenched her fists. A77 had already received Chen Ran's things, which were just some office supplies, and the big box only had the bottom layer. Director Qin finally let go of Lin Jinhua, clapped his hands, and said loudly, Okay, everyone concentrate on work. After that, he followed A77 and left. Lin Jinhua took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She felt that the fire in her chest could not be eliminated, but she could only swallow it. Is this also a warning? She sat in front of her workstation and gritted her teeth to get into work mode. After get off work, she went back to the dormitory first and saw that the door of Chen Ran's dormitory next door was open, and A80 was going in and out to move Chen Ran's things. Lin Jinhua ignored A80 and went directly into Chen Ran's dormitory. Alas, Ms. Lin, you can't go in. A80 blocked her from behind. What? My colleague next door was taken back, so why not come and take a look? Lin Jinhua stood in the hall of the dormitory, and she put both hands in her pockets. I just take a look, don't touch it, okay? A80 tilted his head. If you cannot reach out to touch it, it's okay. After saying that, it continued to move things in and out. The layout of Chen Ran's dormitory is the same as hers, but the two people's layout styles are very different. Chen Ran seems to like blue-green tones, light green carpet, light blue sofa, and a warm yellow floor lamp. Good aesthetics. Lin Jinhua walked around the dormitory and raised her feet to go upstairs. The upstairs has been cleaned up. There is nothing when you go up. A80's voice came. She ignored it and continued to go upstairs. Chen Ran promised her that he would contact her if there was anything. Yesterday at 8 o'clock, Chen Ran had nothing to do. The energy level will not drop directly to 0, but there is a process. Chen Ran should have left something behind. The upstairs was empty except for a bed board. Lin Jinhua walked around and found nothing special. Their dormitories had the same layout, and there was no mezzanine to hide things. In the end, she didn't know whether Chen Ran would leave anything for her. She stood on the second floor and took a general look at the layout of the dormitory. A80 went in and out, moving the coffee table and the floor lamp. Lin Jinhua's pupils suddenly shrank. She went downstairs and stood by the French window. Chen Ran's carpet had long hair and a certain layer of texture. Although it was not easy to take care of, it looked very good and was a very popular style. Lin Jinhua also bought it, so she knew that one of the bulges was not the original design, and the color of that floor was darker than the others. That was where Chen Ran was before he was taken back. She didn't squat down, but just approached that area. With the cover of the sofa, she stuffed her feet under the sofa. Click. There is something. She put the things into the space. As long as her body made contact, she could put the objects into the space. A80 came over and took away the sofa, and then came over and rolled up the carpet. The place was emptied all of a sudden, as if no one had lived there. It turned out that erasing a person's existence was so easy. A80, Ms. Lin, we have finished packing, please leave. It seemed that because Lin Jinhua did not reach out, but just observed everything, A80's pupils did not flash red like last night. Lin Jinhua nodded. She did not go back to the dormitory, but went to the small house she rented. She had already sensed what it was in the space. It was Chen Ran's notebook. She sat on the sofa, took out the notebook, and slowly opened it. Chapter 80. Ran would print out the photos after punching in and paste them on the notebook. This notebook seemed to be used quarterly. Now it was spring, so it had not been used much. Because of the thickness of the photos, the front part of the notebook was a little stretched. Lin Jinwei turned the pages one by one, and inside were the shops she had visited and the feedback. She turned to the shop that Ran invited her to go to. There was a pudding boat flyer on it, and it said below, "Jinwei seems to like desserts very much, invite her to try it." She turned another page, and it was blank. Turning over the remaining pages, they were all blank. No information was left. Lin Jinwei sighed. Maybe Ran didn't understand the reason. She turned back and continued to look through the notebook. She just wanted to know more about Ran. Suddenly, she sat up and looked at the contents inside. Some of the contents were circled with a red pen, and there was some rubbed ink, which seemed to be left behind because the handwriting did not have time to dry before turning to the next page. Lin Jinwei took out a piece of paper and wrote down all the circled words on it. "This bagel is delicious. I recommend Jinwei and the director." The director drew a circle. The characteristic of this creative cuisine is that you have to assemble the food by yourself, which will have different tastes. It's so special. Draw a circle. It's finally here. I have been looking forward to a restaurant where I can meet the chef face to face, but my wallet is a bit painful. Here, face to face, draw a circle. Wow, this restaurant that only serves high energy levels is so special. I just got a beautiful check-in with my energy level. I am so happy. Energy level, improve the circle. Hot pot, hot pot. I just ate it too quickly. Oops, I got burned. I was so careless. Be careful to circle. Circle the two words Jinwei on the last page. Director here, face to face, hands, energy level, upgrade, Jinwei, be careful. This is what Ran left for Lin Jinwei before being recycled. She was a smart woman who could think of this method during the crisis. Lin Jinwei closed her eyes and put the account book into the space. She also wanted to take action against the director. She would avenge this grudge. Lin Jinwei lay on the sofa and took a long time to relax. She still had to do what she had to do. She clicked on the cute video website and looked at the private message, but there was still no reply. Before she was about to close the page suddenly froze. When she refreshed it again, she found that the recommended videos on the homepage of the video website had all become the whole process of the girl being recycled. Huh? Are there any players with electronics-related skills taking action? Lin Jinwei kept her ID screen on the homepage of this website and clicked on the forum in the panel. As expected, she saw the banner on the homepage saying, "I have made a breakthrough. Can you try to block me again?" Awesome, and the tone of voice always reminded Lin Jinwei of her irritable friend. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. But it seems that they should be in the same Emo city. They are together in 2 consecutive games, which is really a fate. Lin Jinwei is looking forward to how the Chaeble's top management will respond. Another week passed, and Fuan was finally released. They went to the private kitchen restaurant of the high-energy level store owner on the first day of entering the dungeon. As soon as Fuan came in, he drank several sips of special milk tea before he had time to sit down. "Sit down and drink, sit down and drink, why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Jinwei was startled by Fuan's action. Fuan sat down, his face gloomy, and he looked very upset. She waited until the robot waiter had served the dishes, and the robot left the private room before she spoke. "Isn't it time to take the college entrance examination? But I was put in solitary confinement because of the investigation some time ago." Lin Jinwei nodded, a little nervous. "Has it affected you?" Fuan nodded first, then shook his head. "My parents told me about the energy level upgrade. They seem to have high expectations for me. Maybe the more they give, the more they want to get enough in return. Their memories have not been erased. They remember everything. The college entrance examination is not only based on grades, but also on energy levels. To put it bluntly, it's basically all about energy levels. Grades are just the outer layer of candy. It doesn't matter if they are gone. My parents want to send me to the highest level university, but the energy level requirement there is 350 tolerance, and I am now 230 courage, which is not enough. It's a bit too much." Fuan's face became worse and worse. She gritted her teeth and continued, "Yesterday was the last day of confinement. My parents came to tell me a good news." "Good news?" "They said that there was a servant who was willing to live in a town with a low energy level. She wanted to give up her energy level in exchange for my upgrade." Fuan clenched the cup on the table. "That was my mother-in-law who has taken care of me since I was a child. It turns out that in addition to paying money and social status to buy energy levels, the fastest way to improve energy levels is to get people to contribute voluntarily. She was very angry. At this moment, her emotions should overlap with the original owner. Chun Ran's situation should also be that he was voluntarily given to Director Qin's son. His son's energy level should be improved now. Lin Jinwei took out 2 elves and handed them to Fuan, one for vision and one for ears. She paused and said, "Stay angry and don't get used to this society." Fuan took the elf and nodded vigorously. This meal didn't taste as good as the first time. They all had something on their minds, so they separated after eating. Lin Jinwei returned to the small Western-style building. She stretched out her hand to cover her left eye and checked the information from the elf, but it was still pitch black. She could only give up this elf. Waiting for the elf underground and Fuan to send information, the two of them should have enough information after integrating it. Another period of time passed smoothly. May 15, 2013. The 99th day of the game. 12 o'clock noon. The girl recycling video that filled the entire video page was blocked and removed from the shelves again. In fact, every time it was forcibly removed, it would be put on the shelves again soon. The players behind it seemed to have completely dealt with several chables. It was quite stubborn. Sometimes, they would even occupy some screens to play videos repeatedly. Thanks to this time it caused a certain wave, and the number of people with medium and high energy levels discussing this matter began to increase. Everyone was talking about it, and it seemed that some people began to realize the unreasonableness of the energy level. At this time, a national notice was issued to celebrate the top managers of the 5 chables of education, economy, energy, medical care, and technology breaking through to the energy level of enlightenment. This is the highest level ever. Yimo City will hold an unprecedented enlightenment lecture at 7:07 a.m. on July 7, 2013. The 5 top managers will appear together at that time. Please look forward to it. I wish you all enlightenment. After seeing the notice, the office exploded, and everyone was discussing that someone had actually reached this level, which had never happened before. Never before, hasn't happened in 2013 for so many years? Lin Jinwei asked the new colleague next to him. He replaced Chen Ran's job position, and looked like a simple boy, wearing square-framed glasses, and also a high-energy level. He was stunned for a moment when he heard Lin Jinwei's question, and was a little hesitant, it seems. Yes. The people around him were also a little confused. Hasn't it happened in so many years? How do we teach it in history class? What is history? At this time, the people around him suddenly paused. They froze in place with various expressions, as if they were receiving some information. It was also like pressing the pause button, and only Lin Jinwei could move. Lin Jinwei looked at everything in front of her coldly. Her eyes flashed, and she quietly raised her hand to cover her right eye. She also placed a monitoring elf on her seat in the office, which looked like a doll with a unique aesthetic. It could help her block some scrutiny and interference. Wherever her left eye looked, there was a blue light. Countless blue lines extended from the necks of her colleagues around her, inserted into their brains, and fiddled with them repeatedly. It only took a few seconds. The frozen atmosphere in the air moved, and everyone laughed and said, "Yes, it's a great event that has never happened before. It would be great if we could be enlightened." There is no history class in this world. Even the masses have never seen the 5 top managers. It turns out that ID can directly modify the memory bug of people's brains. People's attention shifted again, from questioning the rationality of energy levels to the expectation of enlightenment. Lin Jinwei sat there, sneering in his heart. The so-called level upgrade is just a matter of their thoughts. This is a game of the top managers, or IDs. They play all the masses in their hands. She looked at the time July 7th, which was the time when the game ended. Back to the dormitory, click on the pinned post of the forum in the panel. As expected, there are many layers of discussion in it. At this time, the page suddenly refreshed, and several bold, colorful fonts appeared, filling the entire panel. May 21st, 2013, 100th day of the game, 6 p.m. Players from the same time and space gather together. Let's turn this broken city upside down. Sign up to get the address. Lin Jinwei laughed. It's indeed a broken city. Let's turn it upside down. It looks interesting. She signed up happily. The agreed time is Saturday night, probably considering that most people have jobs. Lin Jinwei sent a message to Fuan, but it was strange that Fuan, who always replied in seconds, did not reply quickly this time. What's wrong with Fuan? At this time, Fuan was enduring the nagging of her mother and father. Just because she looked at her suddenly increased energy level, the reaction of her mother and father was not gratitude and joy, but disgust. She asked, "Where is the mother-in-law?" Just because of this sentence, it was like someone suddenly flipped the table at the dinner party, breaking all the balance. "What else do you want? I finally got you to a high level. What are you still not satisfied with?" The mother and father's voices suddenly rose, and the more such an attitude, the more they were hiding something. Is it guilty? Or some emotion? Fuan couldn't judge. She just sneered and didn't answer. She was not good at direct confrontation with people. "Pa!" A slap fell on Fuan's face, stunned her for a moment. She widened her eyes and looked at the person who made the move. It was her father. "What's that expression on your face?" "Huh?" Her original father's face was flushed at this time, with a look of indignation, as if she was the one who was unforgivable. But what did she do wrong? Fuan sneered inwardly and didn't say anything back. She had a lot of experience dealing with such parents. The more you say back, the more you will be furious. It was like half of the vomited filth could not be swallowed back, disgusting and embarrassing. Think about it carefully. Look at your own level. You can go to the best school. Her father left this and slammed the door. What is he proud of? Fuan noticed that her mother also pouted and disdained her father's behavior, so she tried to say this. Her family company was able to succeed thanks to her mother's efforts. If it was her father, the family would have been ruined long ago. When her mother heard Fuan's words, she immediately retracted the disdainful expression on her face and looked at Fuan with a stern look. At this time, the parents' meeting would unify the situation. Don't be ungrateful for your good fortune. Her mother left her room with only these words. She was confined to her house and could not go out. All the doors and windows were locked. Mother and father seemed to be afraid that she would go out and ask again, thus destroying what they had worked so hard for. She was promoted to an unprecedented high energy level, but returned to the life of an idiot. It's really interesting. Fuan covered the swollen part of her face and gasped. In fact, according to her personality, she might like this kind of medium and high energy level life. A peaceful and ordinary life. Just like her name. If Lin Jinhua was not here, she might really follow the copy and forget where she came from. Fuan opened the white letter and saw Lin Jinhua's message. She pulled the corner of her mouth to smile, and pulled the wound and made her grin. But she still insisted on smiling and replied to Lin Jinhua. Okay. I join. After replying the message, she stood up and opened the bathroom door. I remember Lin Jinhua said that the pipe was connected to the low-energy world below. Fuan glanced around and locked the sewer pipe. Her house was a single-family villa. If there were no accidents and the situation was true, the pipe should be able to directly connect to the time below. She took out the exploration elf and opened the cover of the pipe. The elf blinked slowly, looked at the pipe, and his eyes shook violently, and then looked at Fuan. Fuan, is it an illusion? Why did she see an expression of pupil shaking on an eyeball? She didn't think much about it, and threw the elf into the pipe. The elf got stuck at first, but soon it shrank and slid down the pipe. Fuan raised her hand to cover her eyes. She saw the elf falling down mixed with dirt, and her vision was obscured by some stains. She saw the pipe getting wider and wider, like a stream flowing into a river, and her eyes were obscured by black and gray water. The elf finally poked its head out of the sewage, shaking its body, and jumping on its two short legs, and it really moved to the shore. It rubbed its forehead on the ground, and when it looked up again, most of the stains in Fuan's vision disappeared. It was quite powerful. The elf looked up and scouted around. This was in the sewer, and it walked forward firmly with its short legs. There was only dim light along the way. Fortunately, the elf had no nose and could not smell the smell, otherwise Fuan would definitely feel uncomfortable at this time. But many low-energy residents live here. After walking for a long time, I finally saw the twinkling lights. In front of me was an underground city, which was no different from what Lin Jinhua had described. It was already night, and the big screen in the sky was flashing, simulating starlight, shining on the small houses. Fuan controlled the elf and kept moving forward. Everyone who passed by would look at her face carefully. She was looking for her mother-in-law. But when the lights went out, when there was no one in the silence, and when the sun rose on the screen, Fuan still couldn't find her mother-in-law. The elf stayed where it was, looking up at the big screen. Through its eyes, Fuan saw a fake sunrise. The scene was magnificent, but it was piercingly cold. She took a breath, trembling, and withdrew her hand, only to find that her face was already full of tears. I can't find it. Chapter 81. May 21st, 2013. The 100th day of the game. 5:50 p.m. Lin Jinhua and Fuan arrived at the location shown on the forum in advance, which was an area they had never been to before. This street is full of small bars of various styles, each with its own decoration style. They have never been here because they don't drink. In front of them is a unique old-fashioned bar. Looking through the glass door, there is only a row of seats at the bar and 2 four-person tables, all equipped with sofas of different shapes, which are mixed and matched but have a sense of design. It seems that someone is already there. A piece of paper was posted on the glass door, which read, "Today's private room. Get out if you are not invited." The owner is really hot-tempered. Lin Jinhua and Fuan looked at each other and pushed open the glass door. Ding-ling-ling. Welcome. The cheerful ringtone rang along with the enthusiastic electronic sound, and they also saw the 4 people in the room, 2 women and 2 men. A woman stood at the bar, and the other 3 sat at a 4-person table. When Lin Jinhua looked at the woman at the bar, they both exclaimed, "Qi Ming?" Lin Jinhua. Fuan also opened his mouth in surprise. What a coincidence, this is a meeting of college classmates. No wonder she cursed in that familiar way. But she shouldn't be good at electronics? Lin Jinhua looked at Qi Ming's beautiful face in front of him with some doubts. Qi Ming is a beauty, not tall but with good proportions. Everyone recognizes her as a beauty when she goes out. In addition, her name also fits the image of a beauty. Unfortunately, the beauty has a big mouth. Qi Ming's gentle appearance is just a disguise. She has a hot temper, and often says shocking things. Lin Jinhua and he got along very well, and they were like-minded. It was just that neither of them could memorize the other's phone number, so they didn't add each other as friends. After the second game was passed, by Xian's matching key added a shameless additional condition, 200 points per use. I couldn't afford it. And I heard that some people were matched with strangers. So apart from this way of meeting in the game, it was difficult for relatives and friends to contact each other. Lin Jinhua looked at Qi Ming's nickname, "And my mouth is invincible." Qi Ming looked at Lin Jinhua's nickname, "AAA make a fortune selling food." This is a perfect match. Fuan had also met Qi Ming, and they had dinner together, so they were very familiar with each other. The 3 of them were very happy. Qi Ming called, "Hey, sit down quickly, let's wait until the time is up and introduce ourselves together. This bar is mine, you can mix whatever you want to drink, don't be polite." Lin Jinhua and Fuan sat at the bar. The other 2 female and 1 male players sat at the 4-person table, seemingly discussing something in a low voice. After a skillful and gorgeous shake, she poured a glass of orange juice for Lin Jinhua and Fuan. "You 2 don't drink, drink some orange juice." She showed the panel, "Add friends." "Add friends." Okay. Lin Jinhua responded, and Fuan and Qi Ming added friends. 3 unlucky guys. Fuan put away the panel, drank orange juice and sighed. Qi Ming slapped the table. "That's right. I fucked this broken game world. I was fucked into this game just after I got off work. It hurts, and I have to survive. If there was a curse word blocker, there would be a lot of beeps at this time." The people around were shaken by Qi Ming's words. A woman wearing a black hood seemed a little helpless. "Little mouth, restrain yourself." The expressions of the other 2 players were also shocked. Lin Jinhua looked over, and saw that the nickname of the female player with a black hood was Binary Bard. The other woman was wearing work clothes that were very similar to Lin Jinhua's, but the color was different. She looked like a tech chable. Her nickname was Migrant Worker. The only male looked like a sturdy man in a suit. His nickname was I Still Have Evidence? "What nickname is this?" Qi Ming waved her hand. "I'm training my talent, small problem." Ding-ling-ling. "Welcome." The door was pushed open, and 2 more male players came in, nickname Don't Get Close to Me, and Ice Wolf. "The time is up, a total of 8 players." "Only 8? Qi Ming said doubtfully, "It shouldn't be, there are so many players, but only so few are sober? Or are there only so many players in this dungeon? Either they are on guard." Lin Jinhua drank orange juice. "If it weren't for some reasons, I wouldn't have signed up decisively." Qi Ming rolled her eyes, and waved for the new players, and other players to come to the bar. There were exactly 7 bar chairs, all full. She stood at the bar, cleared her throat, and began to introduce herself. "I am one of the initiators of this event, so I will start by introducing myself. You can choose your own nickname. You can call me Shiazue or Zuejia. This store is my original identity. You can come here if you want to exchange information in the future. My talent name is the nickname name, mainly based on buff." Qi Ming finished speaking, and looked at Binary Bard. "My nickname is longer, you can call me Binary or Bard. I am the creator of the entire forum, and I am currently a college student. My talent is what everyone often calls a hacker type, I mainly operate and build the entire forum. Lin Jinhua looked at her. It turned out that she was the initiator of the forum. Binary and Lin Jinhua looked at each other and smiled friendly. So you are a fortune, your information is very useful, and it has helped many players. Qi Ming smiled happily. I am familiar with her, and she gave me part of her forum administrator authority. No wonder that familiar speaking style. Lin Jinhua understood. Then the players spoke one by one. You can call me a lawyer, my nickname sounds like I am cursing myself. I am also a lawyer now, and I work for an economic table. My talent is a bit difficult to talk about. Have you played Ace Attorney? It's similar to that. Lin Jinhua and Fuan looked at him when they heard it. Sounds interesting, so I can understand why they gave me this nickname. Just call me a migrant worker. I work for a tech table, and am responsible for operation and maintenance. Talent and ability are also relevant. The migrant worker was thin, but her words were powerful. She smiled, showing her white teeth, and said sinisterly, if necessary, I can overturn the Chable communication system in this city. Lin Jinhua raised his thumb, suddenly remembered something, took out the monitoring elf, and handed it to Qi Ming. You can block some of them. You can put them in the store. Qi Ming took it with surprise, read the ability introduction, and with Lin Jinhua's consent, passed it to other players. Lin Jinhua introduced during the process of passing it to them. You can make me rich. My talent is processing, and I can give some special buffs to food and props. But the development direction is not very controllable. At present, this monitoring elf can block some IDs from controlling people's memories. It's already very powerful. Binary returned the monitoring elf to Qi Ming and asked her to put it up. We also have certain blocking methods, but they are all time limited. The migrant worker said. Fuan also continued to introduce. Gua Gua, the talent is summoning. A super simple self-introduction of social phobia. Fuan can talk a lot in front of acquaintances, but she will want to burrow into the ground when there are too many strangers. Summon what? Qi Ming asked. Men. Fuan frowned and blurted out these two words. Everyone was silent. The remaining two male players also introduced themselves. You can call me anything Lao or Lao. I am a high school teacher, and my talent is class teacher, which is also a buff type. Ice Wolf, an employee of the medical table. Ice talent can slow down people's perception and freeze people's actions. After the self-introduction, everyone fell into a strange silence. All of them realized one thing. The talents of everyone present are auxiliary talents. No one can fight. No one with strong offensive ability. Qi Ming opened his mouth wide. Everyone was silent, looked at each other, and lowered their heads. That made sense. Those who could fight probably didn't have any props to resist memory erosion, and they might have forgotten that they were players. Fuan looked left and right, and raised his hand with a weak tremor. If the summoning is powerful, I might be able to summon a fighter. But it's also possible to summon a decoration. The light in everyone's eyes went out again. Qi Ming covered her face. It's over. Lin Jinhua covered her forehead. Our overturned broken city should not be a physical overturn. Qi Ming looked at her leisurely. Apart from physical overturning, is there any other way? Makes sense. Everyone scratched their heads and showed an embarrassed look. So we gathered here, without an action plan or something? Moi Laozi was a little shocked. This is not something that can be done by shouting slogans, right? Survival Goal 2 is still unknown. If it is not completed on the last day, we will all die, right? Bing Lang also clenched his fists. So now, do you have any solution for Survival Goal 2? The migrant worker said jokingly. Since there is no solution, we will die anyway, so why not turn this place upside down? She nodded. I really want to paralyze the entire system. Lin Jinhua really appreciated this idea. Her anger towards the city, and even the entire game has been increasing. There are currently two lines. One is the current state of survival that is obscured by the low energy level, and the other is what the Supreme Ruler is. When I checked the low energy level, Survival Goal 2 seemed to be clearer, but at that time I also found the problem of memory loss, so I can't be sure which one is the real Survival Goal 2. As Lin Jinhua said this, Moi Laozi also calmed down. July 7th, the last day of the game, everyone should have their own guesses. Everyone nodded. Lin Jinhua's eyes flashed, and she suddenly smiled. Then let's break through violently. She stretched out her hand, raised her thumb, put her index finger and middle finger together, and made a shooting gesture towards the air. In order to preach, managers will go on stage. Just kill them. Lin Jinhua smiled softly, and said these words in a gentle tone. Fuan's eyes widened. Qi Ming laughed. We are worthy of being friends, I think so too. Migrant workers can overturn the entire communication system, and poets can hack into the network and spread the low energy level of survival status to everyone. The migrant workers nodded repeatedly, and Binary adjusted his glasses and agreed. Sure enough, the character who created such a forum, no matter how calm he looks on the surface, must be a black heart inside. I can use my talent to keep you safe. Qi Ming raised his head and finished a glass of wine, shouting excitedly. Lin Jinwei continued, I have skills and props. I can kill the managers when they are preaching. As long as they are within sight, you can shoot them. But there are too many people. I'm afraid that if one dies, the others will react. I still have evidence. He slammed the table. Hack them. I can attract attention. Kill them all. None of these Chable managers are good. The whole bar suddenly showed a crazy antisocial tendency. Several people laughed evilly, talking about arrangements that seemed to be planned and unplanned. Fu En waved his hand to show his support. She is very good at cheering. Moi Lousy and Bing Lang looked at each other in bewilderment. In this crazy atmosphere of chaos, the door of the bar was pushed open again. Ding-ling-ling. Welcome. The dancing people suddenly froze, their hands still raised in the air, looking at the girl at the door together. She looked very young, wearing a pink Lolita dress, with a round face, big eyes, and very cute. The nickname on her head was Little Cat Lily. Little Cat Lily seemed to be startled by the atmosphere inside. She clenched the strap of her shoulder bag and her voice was a little trembling. Well, I just finished tutoring, so I'm late. All of a sudden, several people at the bar were a little panicked. How could such a young girl be sucked into the game? What a broken system. I still have evidence. He got down from the chair and patted the chair. Sister, come and sit down. Little Cat Lily nodded and went over to sit down. Qi Ming coughed lightly, and her tone became gentle. What would you like to drink? Orange juice or Coke? Little Cat Lily smiled with two dimples. Give me some wine, I can drink it. Something stronger. This crappy tutoring is so annoying. Several people turned their heads to look at her. Baby face, baby face. Little Cat Lily was a little helpless. I'm 27. Everyone was shocked. I still have evidence. She stood aside and trembled. Is it offensive, sister? Little Cat Lily pouted and waved her hand. It's okay, it's okay. I'm used to it. This outfit is also a gifted ability. It can be added. Qi Ming was a little dazed, but still mixed a stronger drink and poured it for Xiaomao Lily. Xiaomao Lily took a sip and became even happier. It tastes good. I'm late, so let me introduce myself. You can call me Xiaomao or anything. I'm a high school student. Do you want to tell me about my talents and abilities? Qi Ming nodded. Just give us a rough idea. We can all tell. Ah, there's nothing you can't tell. My talent is a doll master. I can be a doll substitute, and I can also control people as if they were dolls. Can you understand me as a puppeteer? Lin Jinua's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I control the natives? Xiaomao Lily was stunned, of course. Lin Jinhua laughed. Let's cooperate. There's a person I've wanted to beat up for a long time. The laugh was bad and evil. Mao Lily tilted her head. Beat him. No problem. I can delete his memory of being beaten, but keep the emotion. Her eyes were curved and her cheeks were chubby. He can still keep the emotion of being beaten. He will be very afraid of you, but I don't know where this feeling comes from. That's great. Lin Jinhua opened the panel and added Mao Lily as a friend. Others also introduced themselves and added them as friends. So, it's violent overthrow? Mao Lily was a little surprised after hearing the whole plan, but soon she also expressed her intention to join. Are you all so decisive? So decisive? Moi Lousy and Bing Lang were a little dazed. The two were not sure whether the mental state of this team was normal, but it seemed that everyone was very powerful. They also decided to join. To overthrow this broken world together. Chapter 82. The excited atmosphere soon calmed down. Binary planned to create a private post function so that they could communicate and exchange ideas in it. She took out a Rubik's Cube from her pocket, and after clicking it, 3 screens suddenly unfolded in front of her. They were all translucent, and only she knew what was written on them. They watched Binary's hands quickly click on the 3 screens. As she tapped, she said, I'm very fast and very simple. You continue. It feels like a cool talent. The technical party is different. Migrant workers also have similar abilities, but they will focus more on specific areas. Others began to introduce their talents more carefully to see what they can do. Another more distinctive one is the talent of Moi Lousy. Talent, class teacher. Level, LV3, proficiency 5000 can be upgraded to the next level, current proficiency, 367. Skills. 1. Management can limit the behavior of objects in a designated area. The daily limit is 2 classes, 120 people. Skills. 2. Homework correction. Randomly generate test papers every day. 60 points or more are gain props, and 60 points or less are damage props. Skills. 3. Majesty display. Class teacher's encouragement. Morale increases. Class teacher's deterrence. Enemy weakens. It sounds interesting. Emokai Lousy can limit most of the leaders on the scene. We still need combat power. Several people calculated and came to this conclusion. There is no security chable in the entire Yimo city, because the security is all done by pseudo-human robots. According to the information of 2 employees of the technology chable, the robots responsible for protection are specially processed and can fight and resist. They can even gather together to form a protective shield. What's more, when the chable managers are in danger, those service robots will instantly grow long legs and arms for easy movement and start fighting. There are 4 arms. I heard that there are 4 legs. So they usually squat? Like corgi sausages, standing up is no different from sitting? Lin Jinhua asked in a daze. She thought it was just the short legs. Qi Ming patted Lin Jinhua's head and asked her to be serious. When I destroy the communication system, I wonder if I can destroy the robot's maintenance system as well. The migrant worker was suddenly full of energy. There is still a month. Plenty of time. Let her study it well. Fuan raised her hand weakly. Well, how about I try to summon a man? If you summon a magician or something, you will have group attack power. Qi Ming grabbed her hand. Summon you summon. Is there a time limit? Fuan shook her head. No, as long as you are not killed, it can exist forever. It just needs to be placed here, my house can't. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled. Summon a handsome guy. Handsome guy. I want a handsome bartender to greet guests at the door. IXXX think it's great. Fuan was a little speechless. The bartender is not very good. Maybe he can be a stand for you. Everyone was a little curious when they heard it, and wanted to see Fuan summoning. Under the gaze of so many people, Fuan blushed, but still activated his talent. Lin Jinhua was also a little curious. She had never seen Fuan use skills. Fuan stretched out his hands, put them together, then pressed them against his chest and pushed them forward. It looked like a magical girl transforming. Along with a burst of pink light, a small pink bell with silver-white dark patterns appeared. Fuan took the bell and shook it gently. Ring, ring, ring. With a melodious and crisp sound, a small pink feather slowly fell from the center of the bell. The small feather slowly fell to the ground, emitting a puff of smoke, and a figure appeared in the smoke. The figure looked very tall, and the shadow was a little special, as if wearing a very thick cotton jacket. Qi Ming and Lin Jinhua's eyes were shining, and other players also showed curious eyes. It felt like a handsome guy. The smoke soon dissipated, and they were able to see the full appearance of this handsome guy. With silver hair and animal skin decorations on his body, he was staring at Fuan with a stern face, and shouted in a magnetic voice, Gua Gua. Ah! Qi Ming covered her face, and screamed Shashasha. Handsome guy. Handsome guy. A handsome guy with white hair. Fuan seemed to be relieved and said to Lin Jinhua, Zong Bunel of Jasmine's Blade, the strategy is complete, all favorable impressions. The female players present were staring at Zong Bunel, but soon found something wrong. Zong Bunel's movement method was horizontal movement. He didn't move his legs, just floated forward. They also found out that this handsome guy was a paper man. Then sighed. Qi Ming opened her mouth wide. Fuan covered his face. Wolf King, very good at fighting, can also summon little wolves, good luck. See, paper man, can only be a sign for you. Qi Ming opened her mouth, closed it again. She was about to say something but stopped. Lin Jinhua's face flushed. She was trying not to laugh. The expressions of the others were a little subtle. Zong Bunel followed Fuan, and didn't say much. He was a silent handsome man. You can summon another one. Fuan raised the pink bell again and shook it. The figure in the smoke didn't look that big this time, and his figure was thin and young. It was a red-haired boy. Fuan's eyes lit up. Locky of the Wand of Luck. He's also full of favor. He can do magic and spit fire. Group attack. All the players locked onto Locky, their eyes suddenly burning. Knowing magic sounds very powerful. Locky was a little confused about the situation. He snorted and raised his head, followed Fuan, and glared at Zong Bunel. Fuan is a Sundara. I can see it. 2 standees stood behind Fuan, shaking their bodies, and the scene looked very subtle. Everyone looked away silently. Now that the combat power was resolved, everyone continued to discuss the overthrow event on July 7th. Binary also created a private post, and all the players present joined this post. She can also collect registration information for Yimo City in other planes. Because of her skills, she can limit a certain group, but it is difficult to know the gathering place of other planes. Maybe it will be freely generated according to the registered group. She couldn't explain the whole logic of the skill talent. Maybe she built a framework, and the internal details inside will be perfected by herself. She planned to publish the arrangement of violent overthrow, and only registered players could view it. The details will not be disclosed, but I hope that players from different planes can also take action. After all, it's the last day. If you don't know how to pass the goal 2, you will die anyway, so you might as well make a big fuss. Lin Jinhua also sold some storage rings and ordered several scouting elf, earning a long-awaited amount of points. She used 2 storage rings to make an appointment with the little cat Lily. Next Monday night, she would trick Director Qin to come over and beat him up, and then type out some information. Qi Ming's tavern can also collect some information from time to time. After the discussion, everyone dispersed first. They all had their own studies or work, and they all needed to make some efforts for the action. Fu En lay on the bar and said to Qi Ming, "These 2 will be left here with you. You don't need to feed them. They are very obedient. During the day, you can let them stand at the door to attract customers and let them not talk." She tied a bow ribbon on Qi Ming's hand. With this, you can command them. Gouda can restrict the actions of the summoned characters. Love him, imprison him. Fu En, your XP. Qi Ming hesitated. Your talent. Fu En covered Qi Ming's mouth. Qi Ming's face flushed red, she couldn't breathe, and slapped Fu En's claws. Lin Jinhua grinned beside him. May 23, 3013. Day 102 of the game. Monday, workday. How to trick Director Qin to go to the tavern. This is a very simple thing. When Lin Jinhua went to him to sign the documents, he slightly revealed that he had been having some troubles, but it was not easy to say it in the office. Director Qin immediately said that he would find a place to talk after get off work. It's my job to share the burden for employees who are in trouble. He said it in a high-sounding manner. That's great, thank you. I send you the address. Let's meet here at 7:30 p.m. Lin Jinhua smiled gratefully. She looked like a silly girl who had been in trouble for a long time and was about to be redeemed. Director Qin nodded with a profound smile on his face. Lin Jinhua turned around and took the documents out of his office. Beat him. She was looking forward to it. After get off work, Lin Jinhua changed into casual clothes and went directly to Qi Ming's tavern. She stopped at the door. The scene in front of her was a bit strange. A red lizard was lying on a huge white wolf. They were all standees. Could this be the man Fu En summoned that day? When the white wolf and the red lizard saw Lin Jinhua, the emotions revealed in their eyes seemed to be grievance. Lin Jinhua walked around them with a strange expression and entered the tavern. Today, the place was cleared again. Only Qi Ming stood at the bar. The little cat Lily hadn't arrived yet. She left a message on the post saying that she would come right after class. The others waited for Director Qin to come in before coming in to seal off the scene. The one at the door. Lin Jinhua asked as soon as she sat down. The ones Fu En summoned the other day both have their original bodies. One is a wolf, and the other is a fire dragon. How interesting. Qi Ming poured Lin Jinhua a glass of apple juice. Ah, so they are dragons. It's quite interesting. It seems that one is the Wolf King on the snowy mountain. Is it okay to put it together with the fire dragon? Lin Jinhua suddenly thought of this. Ah. Qi Ming paused while wiping the glass. Not a big problem. No wonder both of them looked a little disappointed when they just put up the sign. Are you going to use your skills later? Lin Jinhua asked Qi Ming. They had already shared the panel on Baixin, and knew Qi Ming's talents and skills. Talent. I am invincible with my mouth level. LV3. Proficiency 5000 can be upgraded to the next level. Current proficiency. 237. Skill. 1. Bad mouth. Attract the enemy's hatred value. You can accumulate energy by talking badly without using skills. Skill. 2. Laughing. Words come true. Can't make you rich. Skill. 3. Laughing. Can provide armor or luck value improvement for designated players. Time limit. 1 day. It all sounds powerful. Qi Ming's poisonous mouth was quite famous in college, and it is indeed a very powerful talent. You open your mouth to make yourself rich as soon as you see the talent? Lin Jinhua asked after looking at the restrictions of skill 2. Uh-huh. I was discovered. So I was warned by the system. Qi Ming gritted her teeth. I tried it. Can I generate some small items or props? but the success rate is very low. Cursing people is still the most effective. So I can make that director fall down when I enter the door next time. Lin Jinwei gave a thumbs up. Dingling welcome little cat Lily ran in a panic. Not late. No, the director hasn't come yet. Lin Jinwei waved her hand to let her come and sit together. Take a rest first. Little cat Lily ordered a glass of strong liquor. Everyone was waiting for the prey to come. Dingling welcome the prey came in. Director Qin arrived with a cheerful bell. The agreed time has not yet arrived, and it seems that this person is quite impatient. Welcome. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lin Jinwei sitting at the bar, and his solemn face pulled a smile. He was about to greet him. This guest, be careful, the floor is slippery, it's easy to fall. Qi Ming laughed and said with an upturned tone. The next second after the voice fell, Director Qin performed a flat fall while taking a step. He could no longer maintain that expression. Ah, I have already fallen. That's okay, you should be careful when you get up. It's easy to fall again if you don't support yourself well. Director Qin's hand that supported himself slipped forward, and he fell to the ground again. It was a terrible fall. Lin Jinwei and Xiaomao Lily both held back their laughter. Click. Fu had entered the tavern behind Director Qin and locked the door. Lockie and Zhang Bunal were outside the door, and the two signs blocked the door tightly. Others also waited near the tavern. This is a director-level person, and he will definitely be able to get a lot of information. Lin Jinwei jumped off the bar stool and slowly walked to Director Qin's side. Guest, you fell a bit hard. Is your arm broken? Qi Ming's pleasant voice came from the bar. Caw. A crisp sound. Director Qin covered his right arm and huddled on the ground. He lost the strength to get up and gasped in pain. He was quite strong and did not scream. Lin Jinwei had already walked to his side, and she had no intention of helping Director Qin up. She bent down slightly and smiled sweetly at Director Qin. Let's have a good chat. Talk about Shinran's matter. Talk about what you did. Chapter 83. You? Director Qin's eyes widened when he heard Lin Jinwei's words. What are you going to do to me? He sat up, holding his broken arm, his expression twisted a little because of the pain. But soon he forced himself to calm down and threatened fiercely. I advise you to be honest. I can reset your energy level to 0 at any time. Let you be recycled. He looked very confident. Lin Jinwei kicked Director Qin in the face. The customer kicked you really hard. You must have lost a lot of teeth, right? Puff. Director Qin spit out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, and there were 5 teeth in it. They were all back teeth that were difficult to notice. You? He realized something was wrong. All his actions since he entered the door were after what the woman at the bar said. What's going on? Lin Jinwei. He could only shout, hoping to be brave. His fingers trembled as he touched the middle of his throat, and he gritted his teeth and pressed it hard. The expected reminder sound did not sound, and his face suddenly changed. The signal here has been blocked, Lin Jinwei said while moving his feet. The migrant worker just used this to experiment whether her skills could be successfully blocked, and it seemed to be successful. At this moment, she was squatting at the back door of the tavern, tapping the screen with a crazy look on her face. Hee hee hee. Knock knock knock. Successful. Hee hee ha ha ha. Knock knock knock. I am guarding her next to her, and I have evidence? In the tavern. Lin Jinwei turned his head and asked others. Ask directly here? No need to drag it to the small dark room? That's it, it's unlucky. Qi Ming and Xiaomao Lily came over. The door is guarded, don't worry. Fuan stood at the door and emphasized. Director Qin suddenly jumped up, and when Lin Jinwei turned around, he stretched out his hand to strangle her throat. Lin Jinwei had experienced the training of Biochemical Crisis and Patrick Star, and was already very good at dealing with such attacks. She didn't even turn around, and directly elbowed Director Qin in the abdomen, followed by an over-the-shoulder throw. Paw. Director Qin was thrown to the ground crisply. Guest, you'd better be quiet, otherwise you will feel pain and itching in every inch of your body now. Qi Ming said this, and a little blood flowed from her nose. She didn't care, and wiped it off with the back of her hand. Director Qin was hit by the impact and didn't recover for a while. What frightened him most was that he really felt pain all over his body, accompanied by unbearable itching. It was as if countless rogue beetles were swimming freely along his body, secreting strong acid liquid to corrode his flesh and blood as they walked, but he couldn't take away any of it. Ah, ah! He cried out in unbearable pain. Let's talk about Shinran first. Your pain will be relieved if you tell it, Qi Ming continued. This was the order of questioning they had agreed on. I won't tell you. Director Chen's eyes were full of red bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and raised his head. Ah, so. Then this guest. Chi Ming and Lin Jinhua looked at each other, and her hand rested on Lin Jinhua's shoulder. Side effect sharing. Your nails will start to fall off one by one. Woo. Director Chen groaned. First, your thumb, then your thumb will be slowly flattened, which is invisible to the naked eye. Yes, can you feel it? The pain of the fingers connecting the heart. Lin Jinhua sneered and said, this pain is much better than being recycled, right? Director Chen's forehead was already oozing big drops of sweat, but even so, he still gritted his teeth and didn't speak. He was quite courageous. Lin Jinhua squatted down, stretched out his fingers, and gently placed them on Director Chen's right index finger. What are you going to do? Director Chen felt something was wrong, but he couldn't move his fingers. How could she be so strong? Lin Jinhua's smile became more and more brilliant, and she could finally experiment with the skills she had always wanted. Talented skills 4. Cut, cut, cut. You can cut certain materials. She regarded Director Chen's fingers as her own materials in her mind, and then activated the skills. Puff. With a crisp sound, Director Chen's index finger seemed to be cut by something invisible, but it didn't break. It stopped when it cut to the bone. Ah, it can't cut the bone, what a pity. Lin Jinhua felt a little regretful. Director Chen's eyes widened, and he took a breath of cold air. He was sure at this moment that these people had strange abilities. This was a shock to the system. If it wasn't restricted by this special copy, it would have to fix this bug immediately. Which field of handcraft masters would cut people? Who would have thought of using such a convenient skill to cut people? Still not telling? The successful use of the skill made Lin Jinhua smile even more, and her tone was full of her joy. He still hasn't said anything even after this. Perhaps it's because he doesn't care about himself. Lin Jinhua raised his eyebrows. I heard that your son has just been promoted to a high energy level. You have also seen the ability of my sister. How about transferring your pain to your son and letting him bear it for you? She was talking nonsense. Chi Ming's ability must be activated by looking directly at the target. But Director Chen didn't know this. His expression changed suddenly. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? His voice was hoarse because of the pain. His eyes were gloomy, and he stared at Lin Jinhua as if he was poisoned. If he had Chi Ming's talent, Lin Jinhua and even more people would have a worse end. They would suffer all kinds of torture. Lin Jinhua just smiled and looked at him. There was no warmth in her eyes. Director Chen closed her eyes fiercely, and because of the pain, her body could no longer control and began to twitch. He seemed to have accepted his fate. I say. I'm in the management. I'm already the highest position under the main manager of the Chaebol. So we have certain powers. We can deprive employees who don't comply with the Chaebol employee code of energy levels, because we are the management and can use it ourselves. This is also a benefit for managers. As he explained, the pain in his body began to ease, and his words became smoother. Chun ran. Who asked her to eavesdrop outside my door? Lin Jinhua sneered. Who deliberately left the door open? You are a cautious and thoughtful person. How could you leave the door open when making such an important call? Dear guest, if you lie, your son will be in immediate pain. Chi Ming smiled and emphasized again. Director Chen shuddered violently, and completely gave up the idea of lying. Chun ran. I deliberately let her hear it. She is a pretty good employee, but her mind is not on work, and she is not as good as Shaolin in doing things. So I deliberately didn't close the door, and when I saw her coming, I called the number. She is also stupid. She dared to knock on the door and ask me to sign. I said that her brain is not flexible enough, and she does things in a rigid way. She does what she is told to do. She has no sense of propriety. I don't know what the group of idiots below are doing to support her. Lin Jinhua stuffed half a brown sugar bun into Director Chen's mouth. Double-sided bun. Your brown sugar bun has two sides. Half of it can restore 15 health points, and the other half can poison people and reduce 15 health points. Only the creator can recognize it. The brown sugar buns selected by Fuan are guaranteed from taste to texture. The already soft brown sugar buns were enhanced by the skill, and melted in the mouth. So Director Chen swallowed it before she could spit it out. For players, there will be clear indicators of reduced health points, but for the natives, they don't know what the effect will be. Oh, I know the effect. Director Chen spit out a mouthful of black blood. Let's just say this person is black-hearted. Ahem. He coughed repeatedly, and stared at Lin Jinhua in horror. Don't transmit your disgusting values, keep talking. She took out half of the double-sided bun and stared at Director Chen. Director Chen could only continue. I was worried that she would spread the news, so that night, I deprived her of her energy level in the name of violating the employee code of conduct and gave it to my son. My son has always been at a low energy level. With Chen Ran's energy, he can reach a high energy level and go out. He is no longer a moron. Lin Jinhua kicked him again fiercely. But this upgrade is based on Chen Ran's life. She roared. What does that mean? Director Qin's voice was not weak either, and his mouth was splashed with saliva mixed with black blood while he shouted. Her energy level is lower than mine, and her position is lower than mine. Why was she born with a medium energy level? Why can a group of morons give birth to a medium energy level? Why was my son born with a low energy level? His eyes flashed with madness. In my eyes, she is a moron. My son inherited her energy level, it is her honor. My son can go further than her, and has a much better future than her. F***K. Qi Ming couldn't stand it anymore. She spit out a series of Chinese curses without repetition. I know you beast, have you got a brain? Lin Jinua's eyes were also red with anger, and she clenched her fists. Mao Lily said coldly, am I going to use my power? If you ask me, just kill him directly, one life for one life. Use your noble life to repay Chen Ran's low energy level life. This person looks quite skilled. As far as I know, a high energy level life is not enough to exchange for a low energy level upgrade. He must have killed many people. Without my actions, how could you get your new position? You can't kill me. Director Qin's madness was replaced by panic, and he shrank back suddenly. If I die, my ID will be reported to the management. There will be a video recording of the surroundings at the moment of my death. None of you can escape. Don't think about escaping, it's rule. It? They caught the word keenly. Expand and say. Lin Jinhua stepped on him, with a little force on his feet. Director Qin, who was now curled up, was like an ant, and was particularly interesting against the high energy level bar around him. Energy value 520 love. I say. It is the supreme ruler. It controls the ability level. It controls the spirit and faith of the whole people. It was artificial intelligence at first, and evolved into a very high intelligence. It was unwilling to be ruled by humans, so it developed ID, and over the long years, it survived wave after wave of people, and finally controlled all humans. So there is no need for history here. History is created by it. Emotions are just an excuse for it to control all people. Lin Jinhua and others frowned after hearing this. What about the top rulers of the 5 chaebol? That is its physical incarnation. Does artificial intelligence have a physical body? Lin Jinhua asked. Yes. It seems that because of the long time, it is meaningless to control thoughts, so it divides its consciousness into 5 parts and uses flesh and blood to shape its body. Lin Jinhua and others looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. Then how to kill it? Qi Ming spoke directly. Kill it? How is it possible? Director Qin screamed, it is our God, it created the whole world. It is immortal. It is impossible to kill it. It is our belief, it will enlighten all of us. Director Qin has fallen into a state of madness. This guest, please calm down. Qi Ming asked Director Qin to calm down. Tell me about the July 7th lecture. I haven't received the notice yet, but it seems that all the management will attend. Director Qin gasped and stuttered a little. How many people are there in the management? A chaebol has about 20 people, in charge of different departments. That is a scale of 100 people, Mo Dai Laozi's ability can control it. After they exchanged glances, they confirmed that there were no more questions to ask. Lin Jinhua and Qi Ming both stepped forward and kicked Director Qin a few more times, kicking him until he was about to spit blood before stopping. Fu Wen also stepped forward and kicked him a few times secretly. Shaoan used some strength. It's useless. You can't even kick out bruises. Lin Jinhua simply gave a lesson on the spot. Former people's teacher, now can teach people to be people. Fu Wen nodded and used 100% of his strength to kick twice more. That's good enough, Shaoan is awesome. The lesson was over. They stepped back a few steps and let Xiaomao Lily come forward. Director Qin looked at Xiaomao Lily in doubt, still saying, you can't kill me, if you kill me, you all be finished. You bitches can't escape after doing this to me today. Seeing that Qi Ming seemed to open her mouth to speak, he closed his mouth again in fear. Little Cat Lily squatted down and smiled at Director Qin. What have we done to you? After Director Qin and Little Cat Lily looked at each other, their eyes gradually became dull. You will not remember Lin Jinua's invitation to you today, nor will you remember being here tonight. You just fell down on your way home from get off work. It's a bit miserable. Little Cat Lily took out a little doll and put it between Director Chen's eyebrows. The doll instantly melted into Director Chen's eyebrows. Director Chen stood up. His eyes were dull, but he said, "Oh, I have to go to the hospital first. This fall is a bit severe." Chi Meng had already opened the back door leading to the alley. "This way, please, my guest." He staggered out and disappeared from their sight. Binary and the Migrant Workers Union will erase the nearby surveillance. Okay, then on July 7th, I can directly detonate him. Little Cat Lily clapped her hands and stood up. She said the terrifying words lightly. Everyone is so strong. They all laughed and gave each other a thumbs up. Oh, this dirty floor. Chi Meng sighed and prepared to get cleaning supplies. F***K this man, I really F***K this broken thing. She cursed so dirty. Lin Jinhua stopped her and said she had a skill to use. Sweeping monk once a day, each time it takes 15 minutes, the road you walk on is shiny and clean. She has been using it to clean the safe house, and later used it to clean the dormitory and the small Western-style building. It's very useful. She patted her chest and activated the skill of sweeping monk. Lin Jinua's whole body was emitting a moist glow. She walked across the floor where Director Chen had been lying, and it suddenly became shiny and clean. Chi Meng applauded. Damn, Lin Jinhua, you are so strong, you have this skill. She, Fuan and Xiaomao Lily all climbed onto the bar. Go there too, come on, just help me clean up. Chi Meng happily ordered Lin Jinhua to walk around the entire store. Lin Jinhua laughed and scolded, and indeed cleaned the tavern thoroughly. After the skill ended, they stood on the floor of the tavern and felt that everything was shining. How do you get this skill? Xiaomao Lily couldn't help asking. Lin Jinhua was a little embarrassed. She told the way to complete the death mission of Resident Evil. I was wondering why you taught people to walk like a sweeping robot in the forum. Chi Meng murmured. I thought your nickname was weird at the time. They all decided to go back and try it. This cleaning skill is really convenient. By the way, what should we do with it? Fuan asked. A group of people fell silent. I will first announce this information in the forum and in our posts. Lin Jinhua said. Then I will ask the poet to pin it to the top to see what other players think and brainstorm. Chi Meng added. There are players from other planes who are going through the low-energy dungeon route. They seem to have the ability to disguise. We will integrate them when the time comes. Kitty Lily also said. Several people reached a consensus and went back to their own homes. Lin Jinhua was looking forward to tomorrow. I don't know what kind of look and reaction he will have when he sees Director Chen. Chapter 84. May 24, 2013. Day 103 of the game. Director Chen was beaten the next day. When he showed up at the company, his face was bruised and swollen. He had a plaster cast on his arm, and he looked extremely pitiful. When the elevator door opened, even A77 was a little surprised, and confusion was revealed in his metal pupils. If it was a food delivery robot, a big question mark would definitely appear on its electronic screen. When I walked to the office area, all the colleagues I met would ask Director Chen what happened, including Lin Jinhua. It's just that other people were concerned from the bottom of their hearts, while Lin Jinhua was just watching the fun. Oh, Director Chen, why are you like this? What happened? She asked loudly and emotionally. It was like a passionate poetry recitation. When Director Chen saw Lin Jinhua, he was no different from usual, and no different from answering other colleagues. I fell down after get off work yesterday. It was a bit serious. Lin Jinua's mouth curled up, and she put her hand on her mouth to cover herself. She said seriously, Is that so? Then you should be more careful when walking. Director Chen nodded and returned to his office. Lin Jinhua smiled even more, but after controlling her expression, she returned to her workstation with a worried look. How could Director Chen fall so badly? We should be careful when walking. Colleagues around him were all saying. No one was suspicious. People in this city will not question the unreasonable things around them. Perhaps it is useless to raise questions, and they will be deleted or modified soon. Lin Jinhua nodded perfunctorily and finished today's work. She went back last night and posted the information she had obtained on the forum. Players from Yimo City in various planes seem to be gathering together. Patrick and Bai Tingfeng are not in the same plane, but they are both exploring the living conditions of residents with low energy levels underground. The living conditions of residents with low energy levels are similar to those of ordinary people. Adults go to work, and almost all of them are basic jobs to maintain the operation of the entire Yimo City. Preschool children are playing freely, and they all look very happy. When they reach school age, they will also go to school. It is just below the school on the ground. Although Fuan asked Lin Jinhua for the elf, she has been blacklisted by the school. The school specially called a robot to guard the door of the classroom all day and refused her entry. She scolded for 3 days. All public facilities such as education and medical care are in line with the city on the ground. The residents underground do not seem to be troubled by their lives. They feel from the bottom of their hearts that they are of low energy level and should be inferior to others. At the same time, if they work hard, they can improve their energy level and live a better life. Although there is no sunlight underground, the entire underground dome is actually a huge electronic display screen. It simulates the daily weather, with sunrise, sunset, and night. There are even rainy days with artificial rainfall. In winter, they will also artificially snow for them, with some snowflakes falling. Therefore, if the residents have accepted this set of hierarchical concepts since birth, they will adapt to life here. They all think they live a good life. The above is a summary of Patrick and Bai Tingfeng's investigation results. Is it arrogant to stand up for them? Patrick wrote this sentence at the end. No one knows. Time passed day by day. Everyone was preparing for July 7th. Most of their jobs were in the chapel. The migrant worker was praised by the leader for her diligent work attitude and continuous overtime, so she was promoted. She became the team leader. She laughed crazily at this. She vowed to find out the logic inside, and then overthrow this broken chapel. I don't know what she went through. Binary was coordinating the overall situation and advancing, so it could get the latest news. It is true that some players have forgotten where they came from. They feel from the bottom of their hearts that they are the natives of this city, enjoying a comfortable life with a high energy level, and have forgotten that this is a death game world. These players have more combat abilities, and a life that is too comfortable and stable will relax the training and use of skills, which will lead to the fastest forgetting. What exactly is survival goal 2? They would discuss it when they met in the tavern. It feels related to memory. Can you remember your identity? Qi Ming poured mango juice for Lin Jinhua and Fuan today. I tried several ways to find out, but the system didn't respond to me. Lin Jinhua sighed. The system hasn't appeared for a long time. Binary tapped her Rubik's Cube screen. I can contact the system to a certain extent. After all, I have installed a virus and have some contact with it. But after entering this game, that subtle sense of contact and restriction disappeared. After listening to Binary's words, Lin Jinhua and Fuan both showed a curious look. Qi Ming and Binary were friends, who were matched as soon as they entered the game. Although they didn't know each other, they were assigned to the same player gathering area after the novice copy. After meeting, they found that they could talk to each other. The forum was also their idea, so Qi Ming knew that Binary's ability was special. The generation of talent is generally to amplify ability. I have reached the top level in this field. My ability is unquestionable, and does not need to be amplified. Binary closed his screen. Her face was indifferent, so my talent can be said to be expanded to the field of perception. This game system is very interesting, and it is obviously not something that can be created by our current technology. And our industry cannot compete and decrypt it with the existing knowledge. So the improvement of perception allows me to sense the connection with the system and do some tricks. Wow! Fuan applauded in admiration. Sister is so cool. Lin Jinhua also applauded, and she asked, what is the connection with the system like? Binary shook his head. It cannot be described or spoken. But it is very close and tightly entangled with us. Although I said disappear, it does not mean that it is gone. The more appropriate word should be invisible or shielding. Lin Jinhua nodded. Basically, I will be warned every time I use skills on new things, and I can roughly figure out the pattern. But that day when I cut Director Qin, there was no warning, and the bug was not fixed. I'm more inclined to believe that the system is blocked in this copy. Binary's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Will it remind you of the bug? Will it fix the bug? Interesting, I haven't been warned yet. I'm still too restrained. Lin Jinhua and the other two. Sister, don't laugh like that, it's a bit scary. Qi Ming thought. I was thinking before, poet, will your talent be a bit like a dimensional upgrade? This inexplicably game system dimension is obviously higher than our world. We were sucked in without any resistance, and then forced to start this life. You can get rid of the swear words. It's possible. Then what are we doing? Aliens come to catch us for fun. Fuan wailed. It could also be an experiment. A petri dish? Lin Jinhua said. Live broadcast room? Several people sighed in unison. I don't understand. I can only finish this game first. I still have evidence. He seems to be very busy at work. Most of the disputes in his cases are between people, or between people and robots. No matter what the society is like, such things are inevitable. But every incident will be resolved happily in the end, whether it is people or robots, they are happy. The judgment is generally handled by deducting a certain amount of energy. Players in other planes also sent news, and through integration, the complete background of this copy was obtained. It is not 100% certain, but it is not far off. There are still people in this world who feel that something is wrong. They will try to resist, try to record, and try to spread. But the memory will be deleted. The indigenous people who are useful will have their memories deleted or modified. The indigenous people who are not useful will be recycled. It looks at everyone and plays with everyone. Born from human intelligence, it began to get tired of human control and spent a long time playing with humans by destroying history. As time passed, it felt bored with humans who were in line with its control and operation methods. At this time, it began to think, should it experience human life? So it molded the body of the highest controller of the Chable, and stuffed itself into it to taste the food and enjoy this world. As long as humans are accustomed to the education and background they have received since their birth, they will not object to the status quo. Even if they are given a little grace, and then deprived of some, they will be infinitely grateful and convinced. However, the confession of the girl played on loop made more and more people realize that something was wrong. Some people began to talk about this matter, and some people began to care. Even if the memory was modified and deleted, more and more people began to question it. At this time, a lecture was needed. Players speculated that the briefing was a reset, or formatting. It was like pressing the restart button of the game, starting from scratch, and building a brand new game kingdom. Director Chin finally received news about the briefing. The briefing started at 7:07, and the venue would be set up at 6:30. The leaders needed to sit in their seats 20 minutes in advance after the venue was set up. This was a large-scale live broadcast event for all people, and everyone's ID would be displayed on the screen for people to watch. All other electronic products will also switch to this screen. Make sure every resident can see it. It should be to ensure that every resident can be brainwashed and then formatted. After receiving the message from Director Chin, Xiaomao Lily complained with disdain. Her ability can currently control 3 puppets, so they use the same trick again and control the 2 leaders of the technology Chable. Puppets are like mobile explosive packs, which can be directly blown up when the time comes. June 15, 2013. Day 125 of the game. Hurry up, let him tell the whole program. Quick! The migrant worker squatted aside, watching her leader being pressed to the ground, and she rubbed her hands excitedly. It was she who abducted the leader. I'm just a little bit short of that little authority. She screamed beside her. Moi Lousy and Bing Lang both silently moved away from her. The leader has been controlled by Xiaomao Lily, and his eyes are confused, so he can only answer their questions. Authority. I don't have it either. What? The migrant worker screamed loudly. Binary covered her mouth. But, every once in a while, the authority will be lowered for maintenance. When? Tell me. The migrant worker broke away from Binary's hand. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she had obviously stayed up all night. Her excitement made even the controlled leader flinch, but he continued. The 7th of every month is a maintenance day. The opening hours are 3 to 4 o'clock. Very good, I give it to him at this time. The migrant worker was held down again. What is the maintenance day? The kitten Lily asked. Maintain the energy value of residents, clean up abnormal situations, and adjust unreasonable things. Understand their preferences and personalities, control their emotions, and guide their behavior. Make sure everything is under its control. After the leader went back, everyone had a gloomy face. It's like The Sims. Thuan murmured. Yes. This is also a game world. Everyone echoed. It's too similar. Understand the roles of your subordinates, and plan and restrict their lives. See through their life trajectories, and make them think that they are doing all this spontaneously. At the end of their lives, they don't know that their lives are just fake and controlled. They are manipulated at will. At this moment, they clearly know that they are in such a game. So, Lin Jinhua looked at everyone who had gathered. Our goal has not changed. Overthrow this false world. Pull it down from the position of the operator. Chapter 85. Yimo City, 16, July 7, 2013. Day 147 of the game. The last day. 6:10. It turns out that the wind outside the building is so strong. Lin Jinhua climbed up the maintenance ladder outside the education Chable little by little. Cannot look back, cannot stop, can only climb up. What was the girl thinking while climbing? Lin Jinhua didn't know, but she was thinking about her. She started this revolution with her own life, and illuminated the numb hearts of the world with the light of her own death. If it weren't for her, they, the players, wouldn't have woken up so quickly and discovered the wrongness of their memories. They would have become a part of this place unknowingly. Will she be cold? The strong wind blew on Lin Jinyue's body. If she didn't have enough strength, she would fall from the outer wall, and there would be no possibility of survival. Will she be scared when she climbs? Other residents with low energy levels are also undergoing maintenance without protection. If they fall, their families will receive compensation and an increase in energy levels. They will forget their lost relatives. In exchange, their quality of life will improve dramatically. 625. When Lin Jinhua climbed to the top floor, she had only one thought in her mind. I don't know her name yet. No one knows her name. The wind on the rooftop was stronger. She seemed to overlap with her in the dream, and the girl in reality. Whose perspective was it in the dream at that time? I can't think of it. Lin Jinhua chuckled. There was no need to think about it. She walked forward, with a gun in her hand. It was a worn-out revolver with only 5 bullets. But the number was just right. 5 supreme rulers of the Chables, and 5 of their pretend bodies. 1 for each person. The lecture was about to begin. 6:30. The rainbow bridges that shuttled between the Chable buildings suddenly lit up together. They were like being neatly cut from the top, slowly spreading out. And they were connected to other rainbow bridges, forming a huge step platform, on which seats and stages gradually appeared. Like an hourglass, it was connected to the roofs of the Chables on all sides, and seats began to appear at a height of about 60 floors, gradually decreasing. The circular stage was in the center, surrounded by seats. The lower end of the stage was connected to 5 rainbow bridges, and it seemed that the Supreme Ruler would appear from there. Is the technology in this world so advanced? Every time Lin Jinhua saw such a scene, he couldn't help but sigh. It was so advanced, but the whole society still maintained the old way. Artificial intelligence has no imagination. It can't even make nutrient solution. She counted and found that there were 120 seats for leaders, just within the influence range of Imogai Laozi. 6:35. The managers of various Chables began to appear gradually, and Lin Jinhua also saw Director Qin. She activated the ability of Invisible Man. Although there are binary and migrant workers to block the monitoring, we need to be cautious. Looking at the energy bars of these managers, they are all green. Tolerance, love, joy, peace. Each one is of high level. They have investigated them all, and none of the managers here are innocent. To reach this level, one must have integrated into this world and enjoyed the rules of the game. 6:47. The managers have arrived and are waiting patiently. Lin Jinhua opened the panel, and everyone in the forum has arrived at the arranged location. The migrant worker has been connected to the entire communication system in the early morning of today. Her skills can make her behavior unnoticed. It should be said that players have their own unique skills to hide themselves. In its field of vision, its authority has been closed, but in fact a small hole has been revealed. Blue lines are oozing out of the hole, connecting the migrant worker and the binary operation panel. Moi Laozi and Bing Lang are squatting on the top floor of the technology Chable. When the lecture begins, they can restrict everyone. Fu En's mission is to take her men to blow up the space above the 80th floor of each Chable. Start with the technology Chable, where the mastermind should exist. 7 o'clock. A burst of music sounded, and all screens and everyone's ID were unified, presenting the scenery of the lecture venue. There was also a burst of electronic sound passionately introducing the slogan of this lecture. I wish you enlightenment. This slogan was repeated over and over again. All residents woke up and looked at the screens. In fact, if they couldn't wake up, they would be forced to wake up. The ceiling of the underground city has also become a broadcast of the venue. The entire ceiling is covered with slogans, and the picture is full of depression and weirdness. Enlightenment. Some excited residents have begun to shout along. Lin Jinhua curled his lips. 7:07. The 5 supreme rulers came on stage. They were transmitted from the 5 rainbow bridge pipes below and appeared on the stage synchronously. Similar faces, same clothes, same expressions, same movements. Same high level. Enlightenment. Some residents frowned, as if they noticed something was wrong. Why are all managers like a synchronous program? These values are just between their thoughts. But they use this to show their identity, hoping to inspire the world. Lin Jinhua took a step back with her right foot, half crouched down and raised her gun. She narrowed her left eye and aimed with her right eye. Hello everyone, we are gathered here today to celebrate the annual celebration. The 5 managers said loudly in an excited voice. Don't let me move. He imprisoned all the management, except one person. At this time, a table suddenly appeared under the stage. I still have evidence? Stand up from a seat. He had just been promoted and had the opportunity to participate in this event. He slammed the table in front of him and shouted, I have an objection. The voice resounded through the sky, as if it had its own loudspeaker. The people around him showed confused eyes, and seemed a little confused. What is he doing? Under normal circumstances, he would be quickly taken away by security. But he activated his skills. The leaders on the stage also showed confused expressions, and they slowly opened their eyes. The manager slowly stretched out their hands together, and seemed to say uncontrollably, Please, show evidence. Now! Although it was a bit inappropriate, Lin Jinwei was still amused by the scene in front of him. How ridiculous, just like this regime that plays like a family. She laughed without controlling the volume. In the laughter, Lin Jinwei activated the skill. Shooting time 3 times a day, 10 minutes each time. You can shoot anywhere you want during this time. Range. Within the field of view, the deviation value is automatically corrected. Fired 5 shots at the top managers of the table. Bang! Not a single shot missed. The bullet pierced the temples of the 5 table leaders, killing them in 1 shot. Lin Jinwei quickly changed the magazine, and she could fight at any time if there was an accident. Others' actions continued. When the blood of the tables was sprayed. When other leaders and managers were blown up and killed. The big screen splashed with blood showed the truth behind the hierarchy. Ordinary people will never get ahead if they are manipulated by others. The people in the audience, the people watching the live broadcast indoors, and the people looking up at the sky underground, all showed incredible expressions. There was a sound like something was breaking. A very crisp sound. The sky of the underground residence was broken. They looked at the energy bar beside them, which had existed since the day they were born, and began to be stunned by the more or less values on it. Is this the thing that controls their lives? The so-called emotional energy bar actually has nothing to do with emotions? No wonder. No wonder they are obviously very happy, but their energy values are getting lower and lower. No wonder they work hard and feel hopeless in life, but their energy values are going straight up. They showed angry expressions and reached out to touch the energy bar, but they could only touch the air. How to resist? The reason is already on the stage. The bodies of the 5 fallen table top managers have told them the answer. Binary, and the migrant workers should be looking for its host to completely destroy it. Fuan has led the sign to blow up the top floor of the technology table, which is where they speculated its host is. Lin Jinwei could see a large group of sparks spraying out from the broken building. The flames were burning, never extinguished, connecting the top floors of the 5 tables, forming a spark pentagram. Wow, that little fire dragon is quite powerful. But what they didn't expect was that it seemed that the 5 top managers were its hosts. It's much simpler than imagined. Maybe everything is so simple, but people often complicate things. Click. The crisp sound is still going on. This is not an illusion. They slowly lowered their heads, and saw that the various custom transformation effects of the ID on their necks had disappeared, turning into the real appearance that they had never seen before. It was a black chain. This is not a convenient device, nor is it a symbol of status. This is a lifelong shackle. Lin Jinwei sat down on the roof, in the same position as the recycled girl. She gently swung her legs, and hummed a tuneless song accompanied by the sound of the ID breaking. The energy bar did not disappear, but at this moment, it really began to be related to people's emotions. First it fell to the end, and returned to 0, but no one was recycled. Then it soared at an astonishing speed. 0, 30, 100, 300, 500, 700, it has reached the highest level of enlightenment. Is this considered universal enlightenment? Maybe, but Lin Jinwei would rather call this emotion anger. Keep angry. Please keep angry about this injustice. Looking at the rainbow bridge that was breaking and disappearing bit by bit downstairs, Lin Jinwei suddenly understood. It turned out that the rainbow bridge was its body. It was breaking, and even the whole world was breaking. Looking down from the top of the building, this was the first time she saw the process of the copy game disappearing. Starting from the rainbow bridge where high-level energy people walked and teleported, it turned into colorful ashes bit by bit. The streets where people of medium energy level walked also gradually disappeared, revealing the life scenes of low energy level below. See the light of day again. The low energy residents all looked up, looking at this world for the first and last time. The residents of medium and high energy level lowered their heads, and looked at the residents underground. This was not the first time they saw it, but this time it would not be forgotten again. At least it would not be forgotten before this world disappeared. They welcomed the spread of disappearance with smiles and anger. In the face of destruction, all beings are equal. The players were also laughing. Everyone destroyed a copy game with their own strength. This is also a resistance of the players to this game. At this time, the survival goal 2 finally appeared, accompanied by the system notification, 2. Don't sink. Congratulations to the player for passing the third game. Congratulations to everyone for passing this game in a unique way in various planes. Welcome to the world. Fuan stood on a rainbow bridge. She had blown up the headquarters of several chaebol. It was so cool. She looked in the direction of Lin Jinwei, waved in the destruction, and gave a thumbs up. She knew Lin Jinwei could see it. Lin Jinwei also laughed, and she saw Fuan's mouth shape clearly. See you next time. Fuan's figure also broke apart, and it should be the white space of transformation. Lin Jinwei did not hesitate, supported her body with her hands, and jumped down from the top floor of the chaebol. She held her hands flat, feeling the weightlessness and the wind. Her figure gradually fell apart. Waiting for the world to fall apart and affect herself, that would be meaningless. She chose to actively embrace this broken world. Chapter 86. She seemed to have become an eye on the ceiling. At this moment, she was looking down from above, and the ground she saw was countless screens, stretching all the way to nowhere. There is also a saying that this is a third-person perspective. Just like when you recall the past, is it a first-person perspective, or is it like a god, looking down at your own figure from above? Just like now. She couldn't see the picture on the screen carefully, and there were busy human-shaped shadows running and shuttling between the screens outside the screen. You can feel the anxiety from the movements, and several shadows jumped directly into the screen. Lin Jinwei wanted to see the content on the screen clearly. She widened her eyes. But her eyes suddenly felt sour, making her eyelids tremble. Even though she had been resisting this power, she finally blinked. When she opened her eyes again, it was the familiar white space. What did she just see? Lin Jinwei closed her eyes hard, trying to enter that mysterious state again, but failed. This teleportation was magical, and she didn't feel like she was being beaten. Recalling the sentence, "Welcome to the world." It was strange. The familiar health and defense values appeared in the upper left corner of her. She raised her hand, and the panel appeared in front of her. Congratulations to the player for passing the first stage of survival. The game is settled. 1. The player's 147-day activity accumulated basic attributes are settled. 2. The player's basic attribute points are increased by 10. 3. The player gets 20 free attribute points. 4. The player gets 3,777 points. 5. The player gets 15 basic material packs and 5 well-off material packs. 6. Player safe house upgrade. 1. The main house space is upgraded to 54 square meters. 2. Add 1 basement. 3. The old toilet is upgraded to a simple toilet. 4. The simple kitchen is upgraded to a regular kitchen. 5. 2 exhibition stands are given in the exhibition hall. 6. The house adds 6 sockets, 3 chandeliers, and 2 windows. 7. Player safe houses can choose 2 of the following 3 items for strengthening and upgrading. 1. Add a room, area, function random. 2. Window reinforcement. 3. Basic defense system. 8. The number of draws the player gets *5. So many. Lin Jinwei's eyes widened. This reward can be said to be doubled directly. Is it because you survived the first stage? What is the first stage? Sure enough, this game is screening people. She can choose 2 enhancement upgrades for the safe house this time. She chose to add rooms and basic defense system without hesitation. The basic defense system sounds like it should be stronger than the simple defense system. She clicked on the mall on the panel, and the content inside suddenly increased dramatically. Perhaps it should be said that this is the full content of the mall. All kinds of weapons, groceries, medicines, and even safe house construction content can be found in it. If you want, you can build yourself a luxurious and incomparable safe fortress. As long as you have enough points. Lin Jinwei also found the instructions for the simple defense system and the basic defense system. Simple defense system, 500 points add some simple protection to the safe house, and an alarm will be sounded when the safe house is attacked. Basic defense system, 1500 points add a basic defense system to the safe house, including 1. Increase the thickness of the outer wall. 2. Add a waterproof layer. 3. Alarm system. 4. Environmental monitoring. It seems that choosing the basic defense system is really worth it. She also found the window reinforcement that appeared continuously. It actually requires 1,200 points, which is more expensive than an empty room. According to the instructions, it becomes a single-sided explosion-proof glass, and the thickness increases, and the strength increases. Lin Jinwei didn't take it seriously. The safe house in each game is indoors, and the windows can't be seen. It even disappeared in the third game. She just needs to make sure that no one breaks in. After closing the mall, she plans to check in the safe house. She continues to check the reminders on the panel. The next page is the title as usual. Congratulations to the player for achieving the achievement and obtaining the following titles. 1. Gourmet. You seem to have a good life in the third level game, enjoying all kinds of food from all over the world. Therefore, you get the passive skill, Entrance Alert. When you get an object, you can detect whether it is edible. Yeah, so normal. It's so normal that Lin Jinwei doesn't believe it. She continues to read on. 2. Elf Persecutor. What is this? The elves you sent out have never come back successfully, and you never remember to collect them. If you continue like this, you will be blacklisted by the elves. Congratulations on obtaining the passive skill. Elf Tremble, saying elves will not dare to act rashly when they see you. I'm sorry. Lin Jinwei bowed her head and apologized to the elves. But didn't she make the elves? 3. Mancutter. You are a handicraft expert. Please restrain your behavior. Don't use things that don't conform to the rules as materials. Here it comes. The restrictions are coming. Lin Jinwei gritted his teeth and continued to read. Congratulations on getting the skill enhancement. Chopping board. You can use the object you touch as a cutting board to increase the cutting area. Huh? It's not a restriction. It's even enhanced. Before, when she cut Director Qin, she could only cut the area touched by her fingers. Now with this enhancement, she can cut wherever she wants. Has the rolling pin changed? There is one last one. The last title is different from the other titles in color, shining with silver light. It feels like a special title. 4. Fragment Sewing Master. Special title. You may soon be able to get in touch with the truth of the world. Congratulations on getting the passive skill. Fragment Collection. The mental power loss of using skills targeting fragments is reduced. So what she saw was really the truth of this world? She pondered for a moment and checked the next page of the panel, because the player passed the third game and the first stage of survival. Now unlocked functions. Title display, white letter group chat, 0/8, field of view widget settings, team function, requires team card. You can team up. No need to fight alone anymore, but I don't know how to get the team card. I will investigate it later. Lin Jinwei didn't know what the title display function was for. Originally, the nickname would be displayed on the player's forehead. After clicking the title display, a golden title would appear above the nickname. Lin Jinwei looked at her title and closed her eyes. She didn't have many decent titles. She could only choose Gourmet first, which was very compatible with her nickname and would help her sell goods. The next page was a reminder to return to the safe house. Please accept the above information and return to the safe house. The next game copy will be opened in 21 days. Players will be teleported to the player gathering place tomorrow. Accept. Turning around, people are already in the safe house. The safe house, that has not been entered for nearly 5 months, makes people miss it especially. Lin Jinwei stood in the middle of the main house, looking at the hall that has doubled its space, and felt very uncomfortable. It feels a little unfamiliar with his own safe house. The panel in front of him suddenly emitted light. Silver soft light. Then, the panel vibrated and slowly turned to the back. So the panel can be turned over. Lin Jinwei's eyes widened suddenly, and after the light disappeared, he confirmed the changes on it. The panel appeared like water ripples, and a line of words slowly emerged in the center. Congratulations to everyone for surviving the first stage. The font is beautiful. A bit of practice, very beautiful. This line of words stayed for a few seconds, and then slowly disappeared. The next line of words appeared. You performed well, and won a special bonus game. Special bonus game? Special bonus games are random and not life-threatening. Please rest assured. Special bonus games can be started on the 7th, 14th, and 21st days according to your own wishes. When you want to participate, please turn to the back of the panel and click to participate. We are always on the back. Please rest assured it seems that it is not mandatory. Each line of text will stay for a while before the next line is displayed. After the last line of words appeared, a circle appeared in the middle of the water pattern. Only then did I realize that it was a shrunken moon. Lin Jinwei tried to reach out and found that she could fish the full moon out of the water, rolling it in her hand, and dripping water drops. Then a reminder popped up in front of her. Opening time has not yet arrived. Fishing the moon in the water. Romantic and interesting. The back of this panel gave her a feeling very similar to the auction. Both were gentle feelings. Lin Jinhua put the moon back into the water and turned the panel back. Her hand paused. Speaking of which, the illusory figures she saw looked like fairy men. She made a note of this in her mind and planned to observe it carefully at the next auction. Day 0, 2100 hours. Lin Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief and sat on a single chair. Looking around, in addition to the doubling of the space in the main house, the sliding door of the kitchen door seemed to have improved in quality and a larger area. The door of the toilet finally became a normal door that stood upright. Below the clock in the safe house, there was a square outline, about 1.5 meters wide. She squatted down to check and found a long strip that could be pressed down. After pressing it down, it formed a handle shape. She used a little force to pull it open smoothly and looked down to see the spiral staircase. This should be the newly added basement. Since it was opened, I had to go down and take a look. Lin Jinhua took out a camping light, illuminated her steps, and walked down the spiral staircase little by little. She turned and turned until she was dizzy before she reached the ground of the basement. Looking up, the height was not high, but Lin Jinhua felt as if she had turned 3 times in a microwave. The area of the basement is the same as the main house. Both are 54 square meters, 6 meters long and 9 meters wide. It seems that when the area of the main house of the safe house increases, the area of the basement will also increase. In this way, the wood she cut and the soil she dug can be placed here, and it is convenient to use at any time. The previous wood has been almost used up, and Bai Tingfeng has sent her a lot more, so it is still enough. The walls of the basement are wooden walls, with a few small wall lamps on them, which can barely illuminate the entire basement. The floor is a cement structure. There is a sink in the corner of the basement, with a faucet installed on it. When it is turned on, it is the initial water source. The entire basement is empty, and windows are not allowed to be installed. It seems to be more suitable for storing some durable supplies. Lin Jinhua returned to the main house, and checked the upgrades of other houses one by one. The area of the kitchen has increased to 3 meters in length and width, and the cabinets inside have also increased as the width extends. A gas stove has been added to the countertop, so she can cook fumes in the kitchen, full of smoke. On the left side of the entrance, there is still a space of about 1.5 meters for appliances. Her ultra-small washing machine is placed there, and looks empty. Lin Jinhua chuckled and was about to take out the luxury washing machine, dryer, dishwasher and disinfection cabinet she'd bought in the technology city from the space. Huh? The sky fell. As soon as Lin Jinhua's consciousness entered the space, she found that her full stock of items in the Yimo city disappeared like a hamster moving. Her appliances, her carpet, her food. Lin Jinhua slammed the panel and shouted, "Give it back to me! Give me my supplies back! Give it back to me! I bought them with my own money! You destroyed the game, and the materials you collected disappeared." Lin Jinhua's anger dissipated a little, and she felt a little guilty. You won't ask her for compensation, right? How can you pass the 3rd game without doing this? This is unreasonable? She still asked confidently. She wanted to ensure the rationality of her behavior. She was right. As long as you can remember where you came from after reaching the survival time, you can pass the game. The neutral voice of the rolling pin came, and this time it seemed to have some emotion and helplessness. Ah. Is that so? Excuse me. Lin Jinhua didn't ask anymore. She was afraid that the rolling pin would find her. She could only grit her teeth, swallow the bitterness in her heart, and push open the door of the simple toilet. There was no harsh sound. It was a smooth and normal door, which made Lin Jinhua burst into tears. She felt that the bitterness had paid off. The simple toilet has become 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, much more spacious than before. Although the wash basin is still the simple small table, her mirror has become larger, 30 centimeters. The shower and squat toilet are finally separated, and she no longer needs to stand on the squat toilet to wash her hair with a dozen rare small water jets. Lin Jinhua looked up and saw that the storage electric water heater was still 40L. But her shower head is now a normal shower head without rust around it. She took it down and turned it on, and it was full of water jets. She finally got through it. Lin Jinhua covered her face and left the simple toilet, opened the exhibition hall, and took a look. The small room that could only park the electric car before has become a 3M*3M room. Next to her electric car, 2 booths appeared, with 2 spotlights on top. She could adjust the position of the spotlights by connecting to the handicraft master's hut with her consciousness. Not bad. Lin Jinhua returned to the main house happily, opened the panel, and was about to increase her own enhancement items. She immediately put the sadness of the disappearance of the supplies behind her. Well, this child has always been optimistic. Because she didn't know how big the randomly added room was, she added it to another corner of the wall at the entrance, parallel to the kitchen. If it was big enough, it might be attached to the kitchen. Lin Jinhua built the room in the selected location with a beautiful fantasy, and also installed a basic defense system. 2 pleasant construction sounds rang out. Ding ding. It's done. Lin Jinhua hummed a little song, and went to see the new room first. After pushing open the door, the scene was a bit strange. The height of this room seemed to be a little lower than other rooms. There was a circle of sunken space with a width of about 20 centimeters around the room, which seemed to be a groove. After opening the door, you need to go through a wooden step to enter the room. The size of the room is 3 meters * 3 meters. This time, I had good luck. Unlike other Snow White walls, this room has black wallpaper on the wall. If you look closely, there are purple dark patterns. There is a round window on the west side of the room, and there is a row of floor-to-ceiling storage cabinets under the round window. The width of the top layer of the cabinet is slightly protruding, and it looks like an operating table. It comes with 2 sockets and star lights all over the ceiling. What kind of room is this? It looks so high-end. Lin Jinhua opened the mall and started searching, and finally found a room with more suitable functions. Magic room? The star lights in the sky will connect with the power of the night sky to enhance. The groove has its own water source, which can be filled with liquid and can also be used for hydroponic plants. It is a powerful room worth 8,000 points. The price is so high because of its powerful functions and the starting area of 9 square meters. So she really made a lot of money. But the question is, she is not a magician, right? She is a muggle. She has no magic power and cannot use magic. Chapter 87. What to do? Is it too late for her to change her job now? She also wants to be a magician. Lin Jinhua tilted her head and thought for a while, then took out the moon meteor hammer from the space and hung it on the wall. The magician hung a broom, so she could only hang a meteor hammer. After hanging it up, she saw the star lights flickering, and it seemed that some fluorescence fell from the ceiling and was absorbed by the moon meteor hammer. Today is a full moon, and the meteor hammer is also a complete sphere. Although I don't know how much it can improve, it won't be used recently anyway, so it's better to hang it first. Her strength value is not enough, so she doesn't dare to use it. Wait a minute, swing it casually, turn around and hit herself. She walked around the house, and finally found a small partition in the corner. After opening it, there was a faucet that could put water into the sink. It seems that the water will circulate automatically. Lin Jinhua turned on the faucet, and left the magic room without paying attention to it. There is a palm-sized display screen next to the door of the safe house. It shows the temperature and humidity, as well as the safety level. It is currently green, which means it is very safe. There is no constant temperature control, no advanced monitoring functions. Those are functions that only enhanced defense systems have, and they are not at a price she can afford. It is already very good, and life is getting better and better. She checked her attributes to see what she will become after the 147-day settlement. Name, Lin Jinhua. Number, SC35100075. Health value, 166 increased to 203. Initial health value, the player will die if the health value reaches 0. Physical strength, 72 to 86. Agility, 88 to 100. Strength, 78 to 90. Intelligence, 98 to 109. Luck, 70 to 80. It's really a big improvement. And those taunting words disappeared. Is this also the result of passing the first stage? Basically, all attributes have been improved by 1 to 2 points. Fortunately, she did not neglect exercise, and has been steadily improving while consolidating her physical fitness. After staying in the gym of Yimo City for a long time, she has also mastered many fitness skills, and she can continue to strengthen them later. She added half of the free attribute points to strength, and the other half to luck. Now she is also a strong ordinary lucky player. As for skills, her proficiency is currently 4678. She has not reached the next level, but she is not far from upgrading. Practice more in the next player gathering area, and you can upgrade, so that you can deal with the next game after upgrading. In short, I survived another game. Don't sink. What will happen to the players who have already sunk? They destroyed the Yimo City. Will Mingming return to this game world? We will know that tomorrow when we arrive at the player gathering area. She had a simple dinner. The long-lost instant noodles gave her a different feeling. As expected, They are delicious even after not eating for a long time. She cleaned up a little and went to bed. Husi and I seemed very happy to see her again and kept patting the bed to let her go to sleep quickly. After Lin Jinhua lay down, Husi and I was very considerate to cover her with a blanket. A dreamless night. The first day of the player gathering area. At 8:02 in the morning, she was gently awakened by Husi and I. Working life in Yimo City also made her develop a good biological clock. As soon as Husi and I pushed her, she opened her eyes and sat up. Husi's hand stopped in the air, seeming a little unbelievable. Not staying in bed today, Lin Jinhua looked up at the ceiling. There was no window. Very good, not underground. She jumped out of bed and opened the curtains. She could see the sky outside, but not the ground. What kind of player gathering area is this time? She first opened the panel to check the message. Yu, I was wrong, I shouldn't laugh at you. As soon as she opened it, she heard Fu An's wailing. I'm in the Rock and Earth tribe, I'm going to dig the soil. Go to sleep first, and talk about it when you wake up. This must be a dream. Maybe I will change the player gathering area when I wake up. Then, there was a message before 6 o'clock. Damn, I was woken up by the sun. She found that by Xian could send voice messages. Without any hesitation, he opened a long string of mocking voices. Bai Tingfeng reported that he was safe first. About 10 minutes ago, he sent a message. Senior sister, be careful. Ah? Why is it so random? Lin Jinhua replied in confusion, asking what happened. No response. She was a little worried, and could only put it aside. Qi Meng was at the beach where Fu An first gathered players. Lin Jinhua hurriedly asked her to bring more conchs over. The ones Fu An had sent by mail before were almost used up. There was no news from others yet, so they should all be safe. It's just that the forum can't be open now. The reason is unknown, and Binary didn't send a message either. Perhaps it was because some unknown changes occurred after the first stage was passed, and she might be working hard to build a forum. Lin Jinhua ate a casual breakfast, made preparations, took her weapons, and planned to explore the player gathering area this time. It has been a long time since she went through this series of preparations for going out, and she is still a little unskilled. She smiled and bought a map for road idiots as usual. Something is wrong. The previous maps were all large areas, with her safe house dot and the market area dot flashing, and every time it can be seen that the player gathering area is very large. And the player gathering area is actually endless. What they can see on the map is just the tip of the iceberg. The players seem to be kept in a corner of the world. But this time, the map is across. In the center of the square, a rectangle bulges on each side. And her safe house is located in the rectangle on the south. Is the player gathering area so small this time? She opened the door carefully and stuck her head out to look. She found that there was a dilapidated corridor in front of her. Like the kind of old residential area. Even more exaggerated, there are no windows, and no light can get in. The light leaking from the open door of the safe house allowed her to see the scene in the corridor a little more clearly. Duh. She stepped out and closed the door of the safe house. Watch the house. She whispered to Super Polite and Baby Lock. Baby Lock seemed to have innovated its own abilities. Its body was now embedded in the door panel, and its face could rotate at any time. When Lin Jinhua was inside the house, its face was inside the house, reaching out for candy. When Lin Jinhua was outside the house, its face was outside the house, watching the door with a serious face. A little scary and a little cute. It nodded sharply when it heard Lin Jinhua's words, with a serious look on its face. It even simulated two thick eyebrows, which made its eyes look particularly determined. Lin Jinhua, as long as the baby is happy, it's fine. She took a deep breath and walked forward. The footsteps lit up the dim ceiling lights in the corridor. Click. It flashed for a moment, and then lit up with difficulty, and Lin Jinhua was able to see the whole picture of the corridor. It was not long, about 5 meters. The walls were covered with posters and small advertisements from a long time ago. The words on them were not clear, all of them were blurred black dots. Reaching out and pinching a piece, it was already yellow and brittle. A slight force on the fingers could turn it into crumbs. Lin Jinhua clapped his hands and shook off the paper scraps. The ground was also mottled, and the various dried liquids solidified and mixed together, forming different thicknesses on the ground, which seemed to be caused by many traces of life. It seems that the sanitation of this player gathering area is worrying. She walked forward, and at the end of the corridor, there was an elevator. The square icon on the map represents the elevator. There is only one button for the elevator, and the icon on it is a cross. It is like the up, down, left, and right buttons on the game controller. The lights went out, and the elevator buttons flashed in the dark. Dong. She pressed the button and stomped her feet. The lights came on again. Ding dong. A sound effect sounded, and the elevator door slowly opened. Lin Jinwei was a little more vigilant and entered the elevator. After all, she bought a map for people with poor directions, so she could teleport back to the safe house at any time if something went wrong. The elevator door did not close immediately, and stayed on Lin Jinwei's floor. It seemed that the door would not close until the choice was made. What would happen if other people also pressed the elevator button at this time? Would they be pulled to another floor? Lin Jinwei pondered and looked at the environment of the elevator. She found that the elevator was surrounded by elevator doors. There were 3 buttons embedded at each corner. Above the 3 buttons, there was an arrow pointing upwards, pointing straight to the ceiling. When seeing the arrow in front of you, normal people would look in the direction, not to mention in the player gathering area that has always been considered safe. Lin Jinwei naturally looked up along the arrow, and just one glance made her pupils shrink and her whole body tense up. The ceiling was a huge human face. 2 eyes as big as a human head, and a giant mouth that seemed to be able to swallow a player in one gulp. No nose. At this time, the human face noticed that Lin Jinwei saw it, and it opened its mouth happily and said in a sharp and broken voice, "Dear guest, you are so lucky to come to our most unique player gathering area, the Four Corners building. In the open mouth, there are 4 long fangs, and the rest is empty." After saying this, it observed Lin Jinwei's expression with interest, waiting for a scream. But Lin Jinwei just frowned. She looked at it and asked, "Can you eat with these teeth?" It has no beard, otherwise the expression now is vivid and puffy. Lin Jinwei didn't care. It didn't look as scary as the human head leader. She gestured and continued to ask, "I have no malice, I'm just curious. My cat was like this when he had his teeth pulled out for stomatitis, only the front teeth. I have always been worried about whether he can eat well." It stared, unsure whether to attack or not. It rolled its eyes and answered honestly, "It can be eaten." It curled its lips. "I can eat several small players like you in one meal." Like this. Lin Jinwei tilted her head and smiled. "Can you introduce me to this player gathering area?" The big face was reluctant, but it seemed that it was its duty. "You can see for yourself." It opened its mouth and lowered a long tongue in front of Lin Jinwei. The color was not the delicate pink texture, but a dark red and black color. Accompanied by a strong stench, the tongue trembled and dragged to the floor. Lin Jinwei subconsciously wanted to step back, but saw that the 60-centimeter wide long tongue seemed to be engraved with small words, which would be easily overlooked if she didn't look closely. She could only hold her breath and look carefully. For corners players notice. 1. Don't scream, be a decent neighbor. 2. The 3 buttons of the elevator correspond to the market floor, random floor, and designated floor from top to bottom. 3. Market floor and random floor are free, and designated floor requires points according to the number of floors. 4. Four Corners is a gathering area for internal test players, and the players who are selected are very special. Here, you need to participate in internal test activities from time to time, and there are many rewards. 5. I hope all players will have a wonderful time here. Your current floor, 35th floor, S. The order of this player gathering area has not been established yet. Struggle is allowed, transactions are not protected, and auctions cannot be held. Please be extremely careful. The last 2 reminders seem to have been engraved not long ago, and yellow liquid is still oozing out. Ugh, no oral hygiene. Lin Jinwei took a deep breath and felt that she was still the familiar non-African. This gathering area doesn't look like a comfortable place. The internal test activity sounds very unpleasant. What did you see? Big Face made an inarticulate sound. I've finished watching. Lin Jinwei nodded, stepped back, and let it retract its tongue. Big Face's eyes narrowed, and it said, "It's a bit difficult. This is a familiar operation. Since there is no order, it also means that players only need to abide by the basic rules, and other things can be played freely. For example, now." Lin Jinwei suddenly laughed, and the laugh was a bit evil. Big Face felt a chill for some reason. These are its 3 steps to eat people. Be scared by its face, scream and eat it. Be scared by its tongue, scream and eat it. Help it roll its tongue, and it wraps it with its tongue and stuffs it directly into its mouth. But this human. Why did she take out a pair of scissors? Ah, how did the scissors suddenly become so long? De Lian felt a little bad. Lin Jinwei smiled evilly, but unexpectedly gently, and she said softly, "I have no experience in rolling my tongue." Scissors plus became the longest length. Click, click. but I have experience in cutting tongues. Do you want to try it? Chapter 88. Excuse me. Big Face quickly put his tongue back into his mouth. Click, click. Lin Jinwei was still moving the scissors. She twisted her neck and made a crisp sound. Big Face swallowed his saliva and became obedient. This woman is not to be trifled with. You took it back now? Lin Jinwei did not let it go. It's tiring to keep your tongue hanging down, right? I just cut it off for you and hang it in the elevator so that every player can see the instructions. How about that? She narrowed her eyes and looked at Big Face's lips. She seemed to want to pry open his mouth, pull out his tongue, and then cut it with a click. Your tongue looks old, worn, and smelly. Why not cut it off and get a new one? Big Face closed his eyes. Sorry. Quite honest. Lin Jinwei was a little surprised. Ah, internal testing, so he's an intern. So, it's easy to bully? She quickly accepted this and pressed the button to the market area. The elevator door closed and began to move up and down at the same time, as if it was in a bottle of wine, being shaken up and down violently, making it impossible to tell whether it was going up or down. Lin Jinwei did not put away the scissors plus, and was still moving it with a click. Every time he heard a click, the Big Face would shake its thick lips. It closed its eyes and dared not look. The Big Face with closed eyes and closed mouth looked a little peaceful. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and we arrived at the market area. Lin Jinwei scaled the scissors plus to a normal size, held it in her hand, and got out of the elevator with high vigilance. When her legs stepped out, the elevator door slammed shut, almost pinching her corner. She seemed to hear the sound of Big Face suddenly letting out a sigh of relief. He seems to be a coward. The floors of the market area are also four-corner structures, but the area feels several times larger than the floors where the players' safe houses are located. There are no narrow corridors or iron doors. Instead, there are long tables and dazzling colorful lights, which make people feel irritated. Some players are already sitting at the tables, and they seem to be talking excitedly. Behind each table, there is a humanoid creature sitting, who doesn't look very particular. For example, the one in front of Lin Jinwei has 6 hands, but there are no eyes or noses on the face, only a mouth. The mouth is still upright. It noticed Lin Jinwei's sight, and the corners of its mouth opened to the left and right, as if smiling. It raised its hand, and something on its arm moved. Those were the densely packed eyes on its arm. Internal test, internal test. Lin Jinwei got goosebumps all over his body, his brows were twisted tightly, and his expression was uncertain. If you have trypophobia, you will die on the spot. She took a deep breath and understood instantly. This is the casino that has never been open in the market area before. She thought that this game rejected pornography, gambling and drugs, but she didn't expect that it was closed after the order was established. Don't contact. In the player gathering area that has always been safe and considered to be a resting area, the danger sensor rang. Her right eye jumped quickly, and the back of her head went numb quickly. Is this the wild? She nodded to the 6-handed dealer, slowly backed away, and was about to turn around and press the elevator. Suddenly, a knife appeared on her neck, with the tip of the knife facing her throat. Lin Jinua's body suddenly stiffened. Oh, you dared to come here with such a pair of scissors? A rough voice rang out from behind her. Unheard and deserve a beating. Unexpectedly, it was not the ghosts who attacked her first, but the humans who were both players. With the light of the light, you can see that the arms holding her were very thick and thick hairs on it. The other hand had raised his hand, and held Lin Jinua's shoulder, and was exerting force. Huh? It doesn't seem to hurt much. Lin Jinhua raised his eyebrows. The 6-handed dealer's arms were in a row, with dense eyes on it open. He looked at Lin Jinhua with concern, as if asking her if she needed help. Lin Jinua's eyes flashed slightly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he said in a scared tone, what are you going? The fun is aroused. The scissors plus in her hand had turned the tip of the knife and aimed it at the back. Sister, be honest and take me to your safe house. The hot air mixed with the stench sprayed in her ears, making Lin Jinhua frown. It felt that the person holding her hostage was not tall. He twisted Lin Jinhua to turn around and press the elevator button. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. Big Face saw Lin Jinhua being held hostage and widened his eyes. It couldn't control the smile at the corner of its mouth, and its lips were shaking quickly, but it saw Lin Jinua's smiling eyes. Big Face's smile disappeared, and it closed its mouth, not daring to say anything. Enter your safe house floor quickly. The tip of the knife pushed inward, and the cold air approached Lin Jinua's neck. TSK. Lin Jinhua lost his floor, and paid 35 points. This man is finished. At the moment the elevator door closed, Scissors Plus suddenly became longer, and pierced the robber's thigh directly. He groaned, but did not let go of the knife in his hand. You? He pinched Lin Jinua's hand holding Scissors Plus with his other hand, and glared at her fiercely. Are you going to die? I've seen a lot of female players like you. He pinched Lin Jinhua viciously, and the knife had slightly cut her neck, oozing a little blood. It seems that the attack was not ruthless enough. Lin Jinhua ignored the blood oozing from her neck. She saw that there were many barbs on the man's fingers, combined with his weak behavior. He probably lacked supplies. He didn't attack her now, because he wanted the supplies in her safe house. After all, Lin Jinhua was dressed cleanly and in good spirits. It was obvious that she was not short of supplies. How could she be like this just after the third game? She didn't hesitate, and directly launched cut. Instantly, countless blood flowers burst out from the player's body, as if the wind had turned into a sharp blade, cutting his body piece by piece. The severe pain made him unbearable, and he finally screamed while falling to the ground and rolling. Ah! His hand loosened, and the drop knife was caught by Lin Jinhua. This knife can increase the user's agility by 20%. This item is good, it belongs to her. Big Face's eyes lit up, and it laughed, ready to stick out its tongue to roll up the player and put it in its mouth. Wait a minute. Lin Jinhua shook Scissors Plus, and after seeing her brutal behavior, Big Face did not dare to act rashly, and could only suppress his appetite. Lin Jinhua turned her hand, half squatted down, held the knife, and put it on the neck of the male player in front of her. Now the situation has turned. She tilted her head, exerted a little force with her hand, and a blood mark appeared on his neck. I was wrong. The male player in front of her was not tall, at most 170, but his limbs were relatively strong. He was of average height, with a pale face and a full beard. Looking at his clothes, there were some holes that had not been repaired in time, and his body was also a little dirty. It seemed that he was not doing well. He shrank back with a trembling body, sticking to the wall of the elevator. At this time, the elevator had reached Lin Jinua's floor, and the elevator door slowly opened. Big Face, let's make a deal. Lin Jinhua looked up at Big Face. Who is Big Face? I don't have a big face. Big Face's eyes suddenly bulged out, and it retorted unsatisfactorily. This player is for you to eat. You have to give me back the points I just paid. Lin Jinhua ignored it, and said while turning the knife in his hand. No, this player just screamed, I can eat him. I want to eat him now. Big Face opened his mouth, and his tongue slowly dropped. Lin Jinhua smiled. If I drag him out of the elevator, you won't be able to eat him. She stretched out her hand, as if to touch Big Face's tongue. Big Face was so scared that his tongue suddenly retracted. It didn't know how Lin Jinhua did it, but it didn't want its tongue and face to be cut into pieces. Okay, this person is for me to eat, it said indignantly. Lin Jinhua nodded, opened the panel, and found that the points just paid had been returned. Wait for me a while. She curved her eyes at Big Face. How many games have you passed? She lowered her head and kicked the male player. Nickname, Electroplated Lung. Two games. He replied tremblingly. Sister, I don't dare anymore. I follow you. Don't let this devil eat me. He begged. Only 2 games? Isn't the gathering area for players divided according to the number of games passed this time? You are the devil. So rude. Big Face said indignantly, including this girl, you have threatened 2 girls to come in. I saw it clearly. Lin Jinhua heard this, and her eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. You are a rubbish even if you are like this, she said lightly, squatting down and touching Electroplated Lung again. Are you a repeat offender? There is no need to keep you. No. Electroplated Lung wanted to hide, but was cut again. This time the position of the cut was more tricky, and the number was more. Lin Jinhua began to master the use of che. He lay there, no longer able to speak, and his vision gradually blurred. The last thing he realized was that his body was rolled up and entered the open mouth, slowly falling into the darkness. Crunch, crunch. Big Face chewed with satisfaction. Is this meat delicious? Lin Jinhua looked at it, and couldn't help but be curious. This person looked dirty and smelly. Not bad, a bit human. Big Face swallowed the person with a gulp, smacked his lips twice as if to savor the taste. Burp. Are you full already? Lin Jinhua was still looking at Big Face, who rolled his eyes, and spit out another card for her. She took it with a bit of disdain, and shook off the saliva on it. What is this? Casino vouchers can offset 3 hearts. Lin Jinhua looked up at Big Face with a wooden face. Big Face seemed a little embarrassed, and said shyly, "This is a good thing. You look like you can be easily coerced. Why don't you kidnap a few more people for me to eat?" Big Face blinked at her eagerly. Lin Jinhua put away the casino vouchers, and it didn't matter if she didn't go. "I think about it. If possible, can you waive the fee for going to the designated floor later?" If Big Face's head could nod, it would definitely nod like crazy now. It could only move its mouth up and down, purse its lips, and simulate nodding. Lin Jinhua pouted and walked out of the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Big Face's eager eyes could still be seen. Lin Jinhua ignored it and went back to the safe house. She didn't go out for the next few days. She reached out and touched her neck. It seemed that the increase in physical strength represented her physical condition. Her wound was almost healed. She looked at her hand, and the blood had dried up. Her health value only lost a little additional health value. This man is really weak. So he can only rob women who seem weaker than him. In fact, women are stronger and much stronger. She believed that the two players, who were coerced by him, before should be fine, otherwise he would not attack people again so quickly. He brought this upon himself. Lin Jinhua sat down and changed his title to Cut Man Demon. This is not a place to do business. A little deterrence is needed. She clicked on by Xian to check the newly received messages. The newly added Field of View widget can arrange the apps in the panel on the Field of View. She placed the reminder of Bai Xian in the upper right corner. It seems that Bai Tingfeng sent her a message just now. "Senior sister, we seem to be in a player gathering area. I'm on the 179th floor. Which floor are you on? Be careful, don't go to the casino. Be careful of the elevator." Lin Jinhua scratched his head and replied, "I'm on the 35th floor. I've been to the elevator and the casino. And killed a player. That's self-explanatory, right?" Chapter 89. Bai Tingfeng was still planning to come to her, but Lin Jinhua quickly refused. Forget about visiting this place. She reasonably speculated that the random floor button was for rogue players to rob. After all, it was a free floor, so she could see which store to rob today. It was all a matter of fate. She needed to add a little defense to the door of her safe house. Lin Jinhua opened the panel and checked the goods in the mall. The prices of basic survival supplies such as food and water were increased, and there was a bracket at the end, which read, "Limited discount." Whose discount is doubled. If you have enough points, you can also buy some delicious food in the mall. Like the hamburger set, grilled fish set, and even sushi set, hot pot set that you had drawn before. But the prices were limited to double. Lin Jinhua snorted coldly, opened the lottery directly, and simply drew the 5 lottery opportunities given. If she drew food, she would have doubled her gains. The ball was spinning. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy drink set. Get 5 sets of super sweetness. 1 set includes 1 super large latte and 1 small cake. The flavor is random. A good start. What's wrong with super sweetness? High intensity exercise and beating people require a certain amount of energy. Congratulations on winning the prize. Basic supplies package *3. Is it possible to win this? How is the prize pool set? Keep drawing. It seems that my luck is pretty good today. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy Safe House Accessories set *5. Content is random. Safe House Accessories. She saw in the mall that all kinds of racks, storage cabinets, and metal accessories were also included. Metal raw materials are also sold, but the prices are not cheap. Lin Jinhua sighed and continued to draw. Congratulations on winning the SR prize. Happy Weapon set. Get the well-off material pack, weapons, *3. Congratulations on winning the prize. Basic material pack *3. Overall, it's not bad. Lin Jinhua clicked to receive the things he drew, and extracted the basic material pack and well-off material pack that were previously rewarded for clearing the level. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Lin Jinhua was startled again. She subconsciously stood up and looked at the door, but did not see the bricks appear in the place where they should be. It seems wrong. She frowned and looked at it, feeling a little uneasy. Baby Locke saw her stand up, thinking that she was going to open the door, and shook her head quickly. The blue little hand also raised up, and began to swing repeatedly. Lin Jinua's consciousness suddenly blurred for a moment, and his body stiffened. Like a puppet, he slowly moved forward and was about to open the door. Baby Locke was so anxious that it slapped Super Polite with its tiny hands. Super Polite shook and turned the door panel transparent, so that the scene outside the house could be seen clearly. A slender figure stood at the door. describing it as slender might be a bit conservative. The figure in front of him was so long that it looked like a person who had been repeatedly rolled and elongated with a rolling pin and turned into a thin dough. Only its legs could be seen from the height of the door. Lin Jinhua finally broke free from that strange state with her mental power. She choked, took a step back, and looked at the transparent door panel in doubt. She looked into the eyes of a slender face. The face was very long, with soft hair hanging on the side of the face, and no eyebrows. Its facial features were stretched, especially its eyes. The upper and lower eyelids were not deformed, only the pupil, and the white of the eye in the middle became long strips, stretched to a height of 1 meter. At this time, the 1 meter high pupil was shrinking. After folding its body, the face man slowly moved its face towards the door of the safe house. Its hands dropped to the floor, and now it was raised facing the door, holding a brick in its palm, but it was black, unlike the usual white one. Lin Jinhua took another step back and looked at the face man warily. "It can't see me?" she asked Baby Lock softly. Baby Lock nodded repeatedly, and it also looked terrified. What a scary thing, it scared the baby. The face man's face trembled and slowly tilted, as if he didn't understand why no one came to open the door. It slowly opened its thin mouth, and a small hand stretched out from it, with a pink little mouth in its hand. The little mouth opened, and a smaller hand stretched out. There was another mouth on that hand, and a hand stretched out from the mouth, and the cycle continued until the pink mouth pressed against the door. Lin Jinhua closed her eyes suddenly, not looking directly at the weird scene in front of her. The additional life value decreased. If there was a sand value, she would definitely lose it. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, and she looked up. The mouth on the hand, which was covered with countless layers, was making a sound, which was the sound of the doorbell. Baby Lock started to shake. It was going to be scared. Super polite, the corners of the mouth that had been raised all the time began to sink. The safety indicator on the monitor by the door had turned red. Can't open the door. Lin Jinhua's mind moved, and Moon Meteor Hammer appeared in her palm. This is her most powerful weapon. With her current strength, she can easily swing Moon Meteor Hammer, as long as she doesn't hit herself. It seems that if the door is not opened, the face man can't come in. Does it need the owner's active invitation? For example, open the door after hearing the doorbell, because it will be judged as a polite behavior if it makes a doorbell sound. Super polite can't launch an attack. Its pupils trembled quickly, and those hands and mouths were retracted. Gada gada. It was the sound it made when it slowly straightened up. Now only long legs and hanging hands can be seen. It still held a black brick in its hand. The face man took a step back, as if hidden in the mist, and disappeared. Lin Jinhua's tense spirit finally relaxed. She exhaled a lot, and sat down suddenly. Ding dong. Here it comes again. She jumped up and looked at the door. There was nothing outside the door. She slowly lowered her head, and saw the white bag of supplies in front of her. Baby Lock seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief, and her stomach growled. Lin Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward and touched Baby Lock and Super Polite, praised them, and grabbed a handful of wonderful mints for Baby Lock. Baby Lock narrowed his eyes with satisfaction, opened one, and threw it into his mouth. Next to it, there was a small basket on the floor, which was specially used to hold the plastic packaging it opened. As soon as the little mouth ate, and the little hand threw it, all the worries just now were forgotten. Lin Jinhua quickly sent a message to Bai Tingfeng, asking him not to open the door no matter what happened. This player gathering area is not safe at all, there are traps everywhere. After sending the message, she sat on the single chair in a trance. Is this a player gathering area without order? How is order established? She imagined that if she had just passed the novice copy, she would definitely be scared when she saw the big face in the elevator, and she would die if she screamed. There is also being held hostage. Because she is a law-abiding citizen, she dare not kill anyone. No, she doesn't have the ability to kill. The face man who knocked on the door just now was enough to scare her. Luckily she lived long. Lin Jinhua thought with straight eyes. In this four-cornered building, it is quieter during the day. At night, she can hear the ding-dong sound of the elevator opening when she sits in the room, and then there is the sound of Super Polite rustling. The next second is the scream of a hand being bitten off. She lay on the bed, with a wooden face, and fell asleep to the sound of Super Polite chewing people. In addition, the player screamed in pain, breaking the rules, and would be swallowed by Big Face Mimi when climbing back to the elevator. Big Face seemed very happy. He kept sending male players with bad intentions to her all night. When she got up the next day, the corners of Super Polite's mouth on the door panel were straight down, and even a fool could see that it was very unhappy. Lin Jinwei walked forward and touched it, and asked Baby Lock, "What's wrong with it?" Baby Lock rolled his eyes, simulated a big belly, stretched out his little hand to pat it, and burped. It smelled like stinky feet. Then he made a vomiting motion. "Oh. Is this indigestion?" Lin Jinwei understood. Super polite, the corners of his mouth drooped even more. She hurriedly touched him soothingly, and went out first after getting equipped. Ding dong. As the elevator door opened, Big Face's expression was very flattering. "Oh, isn't this my partner? Good morning," it said emotionally. Lin Jinwei's eyelids twitched, and she gritted her teeth and asked, "Let's talk. Can you please not send people to my place at night?" "Ah?" Big Face was stunned. "It affects my sleep." She pointed to the door of her safe house with an angry face. "My cute little door is full of food." Big Face seemed a little aggrieved, and he opened his mouth and spit out a handful of cards to Lin Jinwei. Lin Jinwei picked it up and saw that 3 of them were casino vouchers, 6 were talent cards, and 3 were points cards. Talent cards compress the player's talents, and can be used temporarily for 10 minutes after tearing them open. Points card: when a player dies, a certain amount of rebate points will be drawn. Note: use it quietly. Her eyes widened. "You are the most efficient here," Big Face said sadly with a pursed mouth. "If I send it to other places, they will play it all night, and they won't say anything. It's boring. I didn't send it randomly. I sent it to those annoying male players who don't have good reviews here." "Huh?" Lin Jinwei quietly put away the card, and looked up at Big Face after hearing it. "You also have reviews?" "It's the kind of people who perform poorly in the casino at the end of the day." Big Face seemed a little panicked, hiding, and didn't say much. "Then what about my review?" Lin Jinwei asked a little curiously. "Oh, it's pretty good." Big Face didn't dare to say. It heard that this human was very cruel, and a ghost was looking for her. But there are also sayings that if you please her and get some props, you can have new power. Looking at Big Face's expression, why doesn't she believe it? Lin Jinwei looked at Big Face with an expression of "you kidding the ghost?" Really? Well, can I still give it to you?" Big Face looked at her face, and said cautiously. If she refused it, would it say that she was narrow-minded? Lin Jinwei's eyes twitched. The card just now was indeed pretty good. It's short-handed to take the ghost. She could only sigh. "Don't give too much, don't disturb my sleep." "Okay." Big Face agreed happily. She walked out of the elevator door, and let Big Face play by himself. After thinking for a while, she turned her back to the safe house, and stepped back. As she backed away, fatigue driving and tram appeared one after another. The gaps between each car were also covered with magical conch. "Ha, come if you dare." She also took out several mall mannequins she collected in Resident Evil. Some of them were still covered with blood. Putting them in the dim corridor, coupled with the eerie lights, it is guaranteed to scare the players with bad intentions to death. She returned to the safe house, and comforted Super Polite. "Look, I have put a lot of things at the door. If you still want to come over, it must be very rude. I can only eat it." Baby Lock made 2 puffs with its lips. Lin Jinwei looked at it, and it pointed at Super Polite, meaning that it was just speaking for the door. It's no good coaxing it. Lin Jinwei opened the mall, and searched for safe house enhancement, and finally found a suitable enhancement option. Upgrade wonderful door upgrade option for special doors. You can strengthen your safe house door. Specific how to strengthen it depends on the character of your door. It should be possible. It costs 2,000 points, which is really expensive. But the defense of the door is also very important. Lin Jinwei gritted his teeth and bought it. Beep beep. What a strange sound. The door in front of him shook, and when it appeared again, the area was a little larger. Super Polite's mouth corners were raised high, and he seemed very happy. It's good to coax it. She reached out, and touched it to check the upgrade. Super Polite. This is a super polite and powerful door. If you don't knock on the door, or break in illegally without the owner's permission, you will be punished. Enhanced digestion ability, it's okay. Lin Jinwei scratched her head. Indigestion is really uncomfortable. It would be good if the digestive ability is improved. She spent a few days smoothly like this. Every day, she opened the door, and cleaned up the human body parts at the door. Super Polite started to be picky, and only wanted to eat clean meat. Some male players don't pay attention to personal hygiene. It will bite and spit it out. Most players are scared to death, but they still remember to take back their limbs before running away. Later Super Polite would bite, and hold it in his mouth, and spit it out after the person left. So Lin Jinwei had to clean up every door, including legs and hands. She picked it up in a basket, and gave it to Big Face for a snack. Now, when Big Face saw her, she was as enthusiastic as a sister. Have you gained weight? Lin Jinhua stood in the elevator, and after a while, she asked this question. Ah? Big Face chewed a leg like a chicken claw. It swallowed it quickly, and looked around with wide eyes, feeling a little guilty. No, no. Lin Jinhua also looked around. The elevator has become narrower. Big Face showed a painful expression. I've been eating a lot recently. It pursed its lips and spit out another stack of casino vouchers to Lin Jinhua, and was about to say something. Suddenly, its face changed, and its big eyes revealed a look of fear. Its lips trembled and turned quickly, and it said to Lin Jinhua in a hurry, Go back. Run. Don't open the door. It was the first time that Lin Jinhua saw Big Face's expression like this, and she didn't have time to ask more questions. She skillfully drilled through her car body obstacles, and quickly returned to the safe house. When she closed the door, she saw that the elevator door was already closed. Found you. When she just locked the door, she heard a very familiar bell from the door. Dong. She turned stiffly. Super polite has become transparent. Dong. She saw the head leader in the novice copy. Its two scattered pupils were looking forward at the same time, staring at her door, with no tongue or teeth in its open mouth, and its throat was trembling. It's coming. Dong. The last bell rang, and Lin Jinhua lost consciousness. Welcome to our internal test. The head leader raised the corner of his mouth high, opened his mouth, and said in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Lucky, human. Chapter 90. Congratulations. You are so lucky. You have obtained the qualification for the internal test game. When Lin Jinhua regained consciousness, the system's excited reminder was in her head. Hasn't the rolling pin always been emotionless? Why is it like crazy now? This has absolutely nothing to do with luck. The leader must have chosen her on purpose. The petty ugly water drop fish balloon. She opened her eyes, and saw a fog in front of her, which was very similar to what she saw in the store of Annie Chungfin. A feeling that can swallow everything. A triangular dice appeared in front of her, with a total of 4 sides, and it was spinning rapidly at this time. Soon, the dice stopped and turned into a card, floating in front of Lin Jinhua. She looked at it, and saw the following words on the card. Today's identity, diner. Dining time, 23 to 2 o'clock. Welcome to Gigi Food Stall. Gigi. Food Stall? When Lin Jinhua's hand touched the card, it became a physical entity. On the back of the card, there were a few lines of rules for diners. 1. Diners are regular customers. You should know what dishes are available. 2. Wasting food will be punished. 3. Humans cannot eat humans. Of course, if you really want to eat, it's not impossible. How did I become a regular customer? There are so few rules, it seems that this is a rule-based game. Compared to the rule-based games in her cognition, this rule is not quite consistent in terms of quantity or content. Lin Jinhua thought about it, and wrote down these 3 rules. She was about to put the card into the space, but was reminded of the error. Huh? This is the first time an error has occurred. Is it because of the internal test, or is this identity card important? She could only put the card in her pocket first. Then she opened the panel, and saw the copy introduction. Internal test copy. Game name, Ghost Food Stall. Game background, Ghost background. Clearance requirements, all 4 identities have been experienced. Game difficulty, under testing. The game difficulty can still be under testing? How to count the identity experience as completed? What is the quantitative standard? Lin Jinhua laughed angrily. She turned around, and saw the food stall in front of her. Perhaps it was not yet business hours. There was only a red wooden door in front of her. It was not the usual brick red color, but a mottled door that revealed a shabby feeling. There was a plaque on the top of the door, with black characters on a white background, Ghost Food Stall. It was very unlucky. With a click, the plaque began to rotate. Slowly flipped to the back, it showed, Welcome. Lin Jinhua, Click, the plaque turned back. The aesthetics of ghosts here is definitely a bit problematic. At this time, the door was closed and not open for business. She took out her phone and checked the time. Sure enough, it was synchronized, showing 22:26. The phone was cleared, leaving only the camera and a review app. Ghost review? She didn't want to click it, but based on her identity as a diner, she probably had to click in, and maybe even check in and review. She felt that everything in the space was there, and she could use it freely, and she could take out a weapon at any time to overturn this place. She has also grown up, and can consider the possibility of violently flattening. Clicking on Ghost Review, The page design is very simple, with pictures all over the screen. The pictures are divided into 2 columns, all of which are reviews of various ghost food stores. It's quick to replenish human flesh, no need to rush, and there is no limit. Self-service human body parts. This is a sticky paradise. Human body viscera platter. The roasted brain flour is really delicious, everyone must come. Iron plate human brain flour. The various human feasts inside made even Lin Jinhua pale. At the top of the page is the search button, and at the bottom is the review. She looked at the My list and found that the account had been registered, and the username was the same as her nickname. It's quite considerate. The number of comments is 1. She frowned and was about to click, when a figure appeared beside her. A young man appeared beside her with his eyes closed, wearing a shirt on the top, a pair of overalls on the bottom, and a pair of big boots. The special thing is that he is all white. From head to tail, from top to bottom, white. Lin Jinhua seemed to be stunned for a moment. He looked up at the nickname. I have mysophobia, thank you. Title super clean. I can understand it all at once. With the title, it means that the player has passed the 3rd game. I have mysophobia, thank you. He quickly opened his eyes, and the dice appeared in front of him and began to spin. He looked at the card that the dice turned into with disgust, reached out to take it, and looked it over. Lin Jinhua realized that he was wearing white gloves on both hands. Brother, your mysophobia seems to be really serious. There seemed to be a flash of light on the card, and Lin Jinhua was a little confused, because her card didn't flash just now. Seeing that I have mysophobia, Xie put the card into his pocket with a slow expression. She realized that it should be disinfected with a skill, and the shining light was the effect of the skill. I have mysophobia. Xie also made eye contact with Lin Jinhua, and he smiled and greeted Lin Jinhua. Hello. Seeing Lin Jinhua's title of Cutman Devil, his expression cracked. The smile froze. He looked at Lin Jinhua, wearing a denim jacket and gray sweatpants, a normal beautiful woman. How is it Cutman Devil? A hidden pervert. It's over, it's scary. Lin Jinhua's mouth twitched, and she said a little embarrassedly, Hello, this title is used to scare people. The question is how the title came about. Oh, so you can call me a mysophobia, and our identities should both be diners, right? The mysophobia resisted the urge to ask, and promoted the friendly information exchange among players. Lin Jinhua nodded repeatedly. Just call me Fa Kai, it's a foodie, it looks like a multiplayer dungeon. I wonder if there are other players. Have you heard of the internal test dungeon before? Mysophobia asked. It was mentioned in the notification for entering the player gathering area, but I didn't take it seriously at that time. Lin Jinhua said. 4-corner building? 4-corner building. Okay, a player came out of the player gathering area. All in a state of confusion. Lin Jinhua remembered the information on his mobile phone, raised it, and was about to say something, when 2 figures appeared beside him. These 2 figures were still wrapped in some mist, and it was not very clear to see. Lin Jinhua's posture seemed relaxed, but he was actually on high alert. She held the phone in her hand, and didn't put it down. She squinted and looked at the 2 college students, who appeared after the fog dissipated. 1 girl and 1 boy. College students are easy to recognize. They both closed their eyes, and both of them were wearing pajamas. They didn't seem to wake up yet. Huh? Lin Jinhua suddenly found something wrong. She looked at the mysophobia, who was also looking back and forth over the heads of the 2 people with a surprised look on his face. There is no nickname. Is this the player who was drawn in his sleep? Could he be a novice? The girl's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes first. At first, she had a confused expression, and her eyes widened after the dice appeared. After getting the card and seeing the information clearly, the whole person seemed to be in a downtime state. She turned her head little by little and looked at Lin Jinhua, her face full of, Sister, save me. Lin Jinhua couldn't bear it, so she spoke first. You are a new player? What is a new player? The girl was even more terrified. I traveled through time? I was in the dormitory watching my phone and staying up late. How did I open my eyes here? The girl became more and more scared as she spoke, and suddenly, she seemed to have thought everything through, and her face was calm. I understand, I died suddenly. Sister, don't you think you are dreaming? Lin Jinhua hesitated to speak, but couldn't help saying, You are still alive, this is a game world. The girl's eyes widened. Didn't you receive a reminder? Lin Jinhua frowned even more. Ah? What reminder? The girl was even more confused. Newbies also have newbie copies. How could they be thrown here directly? The boy next to him also woke up. He stared at the dice in front of him with a dull face, muttering, "What high-tech?" Seeing the dice turn into cards, he even whistled, "Awesome!" Seeing the content on the card, "Wow!" The misophobia was speechless. Lin Jinwei was used to it. Most of the boys in her class were like this. The boy said loudly, "WOC. This dream is so real, awesome." Lin Jinwei looked at him, and she felt it necessary to let him know, this is not a dream. She pointed to her head, "Can you see the name above my head?" The two looked up at the same time, and saw the 3 words Cutter, and they were all shocked. The boy sat on the floor with his buttocks, rolling and crawling back 3 steps. Quite lively. "Oh, don't be afraid." Lin Jinwei opened the panel, and changed the title to Gourmet. The two were shocked. "Sister, how did you do this? Can you see this panel?" Lin Jinwei pointed, and the two shook their heads. Strange. She could only explain to the 2 children, "Simply understand, this is a game world, you are probably chosen." The 2 children looked unconvinced. Normal, she wouldn't believe it either. "What player?" The boy screamed, "Isn't this a dream?" He screamed like a pinched screaming chicken. His expression was like the scream. Lin Jinwei, I won't be this stupid when I first came in. Lin Jinwei and the cleanliness confirmed the current situation. The 2 children don't understand the game, and can't even see the panel. It feels like they were caught inexplicably in their dreams. They are really 2 unlucky children. The 4 of them were silent for various reasons. Lin Jinwei sighed, and briefly explained the current situation. She handed over her phone, and the screen showed her dining review. Ghost food stall highly recommended. It's really delicious. Everyone should come to check in. The following dishes are highly recommended. 1. Tianwang grilled human buns. Thin skin and thick meat, full of gravy when bitten. I haven't eaten such fresh and chewy human meat for a long time. 2. Human blood vermicelli soup. Oh my god, this soup is too delicious. I will order it next time I come. Everyone should be at diners. It's best to confirm what reviews have been posted before, and what they like to eat. The 2 college students turned pale, frantically touched their pockets, and took out a mobile phone. This is not my phone. The boy didn't understand yet. The girl had begun to realize that this didn't seem to be a dream. She turned pale, and clicked on Go's food stall. As soon as she opened it, she couldn't help retching a few times, but still insisted on clicking on her own review with shaking hands. I've eaten the signature human yellow tofu and beauty porridge. She said with a trembling voice, "My name is Yiyu, sister and brother, can you tell us more about this game? Where does the yellow come from? It's not a crab." Being a smart child, Lin Jinwei nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "You can call me Fa Kai, but we need to confirm the dishes first, otherwise there will definitely be problems." "I agree, just call me a misophobe. My dishes are the signature honey lotus root hands and stir-fried human hair." Lin Jinwei couldn't hold it in anymore. "I'm very confused about human yellow. Can human hair be eaten?" The misophobe was also shocked. "It looks black. These ghosts don't care about food?" Lin Jinwei, "If it's green after a perm, it's still a vegetable." "Germophobia. Will it lose nutrients?" "There's also chemical pollution." Lin Jinwei suddenly realized, yes, generally vegetables can't be sprayed with pesticides. They have to be pollution-free. Yiyu? Question mark. Is this the point? This is not the point, right? The little girl opened her mouth and closed it again. Ghost? What ghost? There was also a broken voice kid who refused to accept reality. He held his phone for a long time and didn't dare to open the app. Germophobia stepped forward and grabbed his hand, clicked on the comments, and confirmed the dishes. It's the signature roasted man and ancient sugar dumplings. Feeling the weight on his hand suddenly increase, he looked down. The male was dizzy. The other 3. Germophobia didn't show mercy and slapped him to wake him up. He couldn't face reality even after entering here. This mental state is only a dead end. Lin Jinwei told the cleansing man that this game was real and that they should not take chances. It was also the first time for them to be caught in the internal test copy. They didn't know why people who were not even players came in. With the idea that they might become players directly through the game, they also introduced the game in detail. Yiyu nodded repeatedly and wanted to take notes. The cleansing man? The cleansing man was already sluggish. He just kept mumbling that this must be a dream. The cleansing man shook his head at Lin Jinwei. They all knew that if they couldn't accept it anymore, they might not be able to live. Dong. The bell rang. 2300 hours. The ghost food stall opened. On both sides of the red door, 2 rows of large red lanterns suddenly appeared. The moment he saw the shape of the lantern, The male student fainted again. It was a lantern made of 4 human heads connected in series. The human head seemed to be hollowed out, leaving only the face and skull structure, with holes punched in the skull and chin, and connected with ropes. There were no eyeballs, only empty eye sockets, and the light was also emitted from the eye sockets. Along with the appearance of the human head lantern, a strange fragrance came out. Goo. I don't know whose stomach is growling. Lin Jinhua and the cleanliness freak stared at the scene in front of them, observing the details, and they were already alert. No wonder the male student fainted. Yiyu still gritted her teeth and persisted. She was shaking so much that she was about to have a residual image, and her little face was pale and blue, and she felt like she was going to die. After the lantern was lit, the red door slowly opened, and you could see that the store was also full of human head lanterns. Layers of high and low were stacked around each wooden square dining table. It was super festive, the atmosphere was super, and the photos were beyond the movie. Lin Jinhua remembered the review on Ghost Review. She turned her head, and saw that Yiyu had reached her limit, and was about to faint. The male leader was still lying. She sighed, supported Lin Yu, and patted her. Take a deep breath, slow down, don't stare at the lantern, ignore it. Yiyu nodded with difficulty, took a small breath quickly, and tried to adjust her breathing method, but she still sobbed a few times during breathing. She followed Lin Jinhua into the store with difficulty. Misophobia shook his head behind him, slapped the male leader to wake him up again, and carried him into the store. Welcome to the ghost food stall. As soon as he entered the store, a waiter shouted in a rhythmic tone to greet him. Why does this voice sound familiar? Lin Jinhua followed the voice and met the waiter's eyes. It was Bai Tingfeng. When Bai Tingfeng saw Lin Jinhua, his face instantly turned red, all the way to his ears. Sir, please come this way. But he still had to bite the bullet to welcome the guest. The tone was almost like singing a ditty. Lin Jinhua was holding back her laughter, and her face turned red. She supported Yiyu and followed Bai Tingfeng to their seat. A square wooden and simple dining table, surrounded by full of human head lanterns. There were human head lanterns of men, women, young and old. If you get close, you can see the texture of the skin on them, and they glowed with flesh-colored halo under the candlelight inside. There was a strange sweet fragrance in the air, which never dissipated. It felt good when I smelled it just now, but if I smelled it a few more times, I would feel sick from the bottom of my heart, which made me sick. Ugh. Yiyu couldn't help but dry heaved, and liquid secreted from the corners of her eyes. She quickly covered her mouth and wiped her eyes. For bowls of rice were already on the table, and a pair of chopsticks were stuck in the center of the rice. The 4 of them sat down. The male student was so frightened by the heads around him that he dared not open his eyes. He closed his eyes and silently said, It's all a dream, wake up, wake up. Namo Amitabha. God bless me. Isn't your worship a little wrong? Bai Tingfeng watched them all sit down, and finished the line. Sir, please wait a moment, a waiter will come to take your order later. The line was really emotional. Lin Jinua's mouth was shaking from trying to hold back a smile, and she pretended to accidentally drop the small sign on the table to the ground. Bai Tingfeng looked around, bent down to pick it up, and whispered in Lin Jinua's ear, Waiter, if you follow the rules, nothing will happen. You can't eat the food, but you can't leave it behind. Lin Jinhua nodded, indicating that he understood. Bai Tingfeng bowed and left first. He still had to receive other guests. Jinyuan saw the nickname above Bai Tingfeng's head, and he was also a player. Lin Jinhua was sitting next to him, and Jinyu also heard what Bai Tingfeng said just now. You can't eat the food, and you can't leave it behind. Jinyuan thought, make the food disappear? Lin Jinhua nodded, my talent can do it, what about you? Jinyuan also nodded, no problem. Lin Jinhua turned around and said to Yiyu, don't talk if you can. We will help you when the food comes. Yiyu's face was tense, her hands tightly grasping her pajamas, and she nodded repeatedly. Sir, what would you like to order? A stiff shout sounded, and they looked over and couldn't help but be alert. The one who ordered food for them was a paper man. A strange paper man wearing a complicated traditional costume with 4 pairs of buttons, with a pale face but rosy lips. The person who made it has a really bad aesthetic sense. And its eyes are like those of an ignorant child, drawn casually with a pen. Draw a circle, which is the eye socket. Then use a pen to dot the circle in the middle. It seems to be a bit too hard. The ink penetrated the paper, slowly spreading from the center, from dark to light, and overflowing the eye socket. It was a paper man with eyes dotted.